Yifei traveled through the parallel time and space of the integration of several urban mail frequency and internet texts. He is a super rich and handsome, but he is also the common villain in these books. What can you get rewards for plundering the protagonist's luck and chance? Plunder the protagonist's chance and get god-level medical skills. Plunder the protagonist's luck and get god-level martial arts skills. Everything about the protagonist is mine. Relying on his familiarity with the plot in the book, Yifei seized the opportunity step by step and started the counterattack. Chapter 1 I crossed and became a net text villain. Yifei felt very unlucky. When he woke up, he crossed and attached the system. Yifei Xuanchuan's identity is a super rich second generation, the only heir of the Yi group. His family background, appearance, and talents are all top choices. Not only does the traversal have a system, but it also has the status of the top rich and young, which should have been a great thing. But Yifei couldn't be happy, because he learned through the system and memory that the time and space he traveled through is a parallel time and space constructed by multiple urban mail frequency net articles. Although he has the identity of the top rich second generation, he is no match for the powerful protagonist as Halo. He is the common villain in these urban novels, and those protagonists pretend to be the target of slaps. This is very embarrassing. Just as Yifei was speechless, a female voice came. Ding, congratulations to the host, formally activate the G-Luck predation system. Host, congratulations on being selected by this system and crossing into parallel time and space. This is a world constructed and generated by multiple urban novels. You have become a villain. Yifei had already known the existence of the system, and he was not surprised. Yifei rolled his eyes. Congratulations, I became the villainess cannon fodder. What is the point of congratulations? Yifei's hobby before going through was reading novels, especially urban novels. Of course he knows how miserable the rich second generation villain in those urban novels is. Generally speaking, the rich second generation villain is a sad character who sets off the protagonist's aura. Money, beauty, family background, status all were robbed by the protagonist and stepped on her feet. The final result was even more miserable, and the ending was basically the destruction of the family. Don't worry about the host. This system is called the Key and Plunder system. The purpose is to help the host deal with the protagonist in the book and rob the protagonist. The female voice of the system came, very humane. Yifei's eyes lit up. This sounds interesting. In that case, first tell me about the world I am currently traveling through. Yifei said. The world he traverses is a bit complicated, after all, it is a parallel time and space composed of multiple urban web articles. I don't know what urban novels are included in this world. Yifei was very curious. The world that the host currently travels through consists of 4 urban novels. They are Genius Doctor, Wadu Soldier, Entertainment Uranus Superstar, The Rebirth of the Immortal Emperor in the City. Yifei couldn't help being surprised. Because of these 4 books, he has read them all. These 4 novels can be said to be the 4 most popular urban essays before he traveled, dominating the urban online essays. Because of his passion for reading novels, Yifei remembered the contents and details of these 4 books clearly. There is a very coincidence in these 4 books. That is, among the villains in these 4 books, there is a villain young master Yi family, the top rich second generation, exclusively for the protagonist to pretend to be a face. Obviously, this Yi family young master is Yifei after crossing now. The cup is full. Friendly reminder, the host is currently experiencing the first novel Genius Doctor. Yifei expressed his understanding. The content and plot of the novel Genius Doctor is not complicated. The background of this novel is an aerial city, taking place in Yanjing, the capital of the Emperor Yan and Huang Kingdom. The content of the story is roughly as follows. The protagonist Chen Luo followed an old genius doctor to study medicine in Longhushan since childhood. After completing his medical skills, Chen Luo left his master and came to Yanqing. Of course, he is not only good at medical skills, but also his force is not low. Without talking about it all the way, he attracted a bunch of beautiful girls and opened a big harem. In contrast, the villain character of young Master Yi in the book is very sad. In the book, the son of the Yi family became a foil for the protagonist Chen Luo. Not only was he frequently hit by the protagonist, his beloved sister paper was also robbed, the family business went bankrupt, and the final outcome was even more miserable. It turned out to be the novel Genius Doctor, so it is easy to handle. Yifei calmed down, thinking carefully about the details of the whole novel. Yifei's memory is good, and he loves to read urban novels. Yifei has basically read the 4 urban novels mentioned by the system several times, and some of the characters and details of the content are clearly remembered. In other words, he has a clear picture of the protagonist's abilities, weaknesses, and even the protagonist's adventures, opportunities, and even the supporting characters in the book. This is also the biggest advantage of Yifei at present. Friendly reminds the host, as long as the host can cut off the protagonist's luck by plundering the protagonist's chances, sister papers, and abilities in the book, he can get rewards. The female voice of the system came, and the voice of the system was very intelligent. Understood. Yifei nodded, which is easy to understand. Since crossing has become the object of the protagonist's crush in the urban web, it is impossible to sit and wait for death and can only work against the protagonist. Yifei recalled the content and details of the entire novel, and then asked system, when is the current story timeline? The story has not yet begun. 10 days later, the protagonist Chen Luo was about to arrive in Yanjing. The system replied. There are still 10 days. Enough. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opponent has the protagonist as Halo, he is not without advantages, at least, Yifei is a top rich second generation. The Yi family is also one of the foremost rich people in Yanjing. One of the 3 famous capitals in Beijing, the Yi group has a fortune of at least hundreds of billions and is involved in many industries such as real estate, entertainment, film and television, and finance. And Yifei is the only heir of the Yi group. Yifei's current wealth value is definitely at the top of the pyramid among the rich second generation in China. In the novel, this young Master Yi family is also a villain who spends a lot of pen and ink to portray the author. Yifei was thinking, but suddenly he heard a soft female voice outside the door. Yi Xiao, your car is ready. In the morning, you asked Miss Su to go to the racecourse. The girl outside the door is Yifei's personal butler Ji Yun'er, a beautiful and dutiful girl. Miss Su. Through the memory in his mind, Yifei immediately knew who this Miss Su was. Chapter 2 Iceberg Beauty seeking flowers for collection. Yifei immediately knew who this Miss Su was. Su Qingzu. The heir to the Su family, the largest pharmaceutical and cosmetics company in Yanglong State. Su Qingzu himself also runs a cosmetics company named Hangyan Makeup under the Su family, with billions of assets. Yi and Su are family friends. In terms of strong assets, the Yi family is stronger, and of course the Su family is not bad. At the same time, Su Qingzu is also one of the 3 main heroines of the book The Genius Doctor. She has a cool personality and an iceberg beauty. In the book, Yifei and Su Qingzu grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and it was because of Su Qingzu that Yifei fought against Chen Luo and was eventually abused. I see. Yifei retracted his thoughts and responded to his personal butler. Yifei stood in front of the mirror and tidied his clothes. His appearance and height in this time and space are exactly the same as in his previous life. Yifei's entire suit is handmade in Italy, with a Patek Philippe star blue watch in his hand, and he looks even more handsome. Yifei opened the door and saw a beautiful girl waiting outside. Ji Yun'er is Yifei's personal butler. After following Yifei for more than 10 years, Ji Yun'er took the initiative to help Yifei organize his clothes, which was very considerate. Immediately afterwards, Yifei took a Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove quickly to the racecourse. The racecourse is on the outskirts of Yanjing. This is also the meeting place for Yifei and Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu likes to ride horses. In order to please Su Qingzu's favor, the family master in the book also deliberately learned horsemanship. Upon arriving at the horse farm, Yifei met Su Qingzu. Yifei saw a woman riding a maroon thoroughbred horse, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Qingzu deserves to be one of the 3 most important heroines in The Genius Doctor. Su Qingzu has a cold face, bright eyes and white teeth. Riding on a horse, she has a pair of long legs, her skin is bullying and her body is proud. What is Su Qingzu Yifei side? It is no wonder that in the novel, the young Master Yi will be an enemy of the protagonist Chen Luo for her. Young Master Yi is here. Su Qingzu also saw Yifei. She nodded at Yifei, as a greeting. She sat on the horseback, showing her graceful curves and fair skin. Yifei noticed a detail. It stands to reason that Yifei and Su Qingzu grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and the relationship between the two is also a family relationship, and they should be very familiar with each other. But Su Qingzu was called young Master Yifei, and he seemed very virtuous. In fact, Yifei has been pursuing Su Qingzu, but Su Qingzu was always indifferent to Yifei and refused to stay thousands of miles away. Moreover, Su Qingzu is not just to Yifei, she is the same to all men, always looking cold. Even in the novel, the actor Chen Luo has repeatedly run into a wall with Su Qingzu. Yifei is familiar with the plot in the novel and knows the reason for Su Qingzu's indifference. Su Qingzu has a secret. Su Qingzu suffers from a mental illness. She hates all men. This mental illness is commonly known as misogynistic. The reason why Su Qingzu suffers from the mental illness of misogynism is inseparable from her childhood experience. Su Qingzu's father was a scumbag. Not only was he addicted to alcohol, but he was violent when he was drunk. Su Qingzu's mother had a serious childhood shadow. Later, Su Qingzu's parents both died in an accident, and only Su Qingzu's grandfather remained in charge of the overall situation in the Su family. But the shadow of this childhood has always been with Su Qingzu, making her hate all men. So Su Qingzu didn't have a good face to any man. But Yifei in the original book was so fascinated by Su Qingzu. He was so obsessed, his face pressed against his cold buttocks, and the bamboo basket was finally wiped out. Therefore, there is no future for licking dogs. Miss Su, Yifei nodded, his expression indifferent. After Yifei and Su Qingzu greeted briefly, they ordered the people around them to bring a thoroughbred horse and ride on it by themselves. Su Qingzu was slightly surprised when he saw this. On weekdays, Yifei was extremely courteous to her, and wanted to please her in various ways. But today, Yifei seems to be different. Except for the 2 greetings at the beginning, Yifei rode his horse the whole time, ignoring her. Today, this young Master Yi has a **** change thoughts flashed through Su Qingzu's mind. On the other side of the racecourse, Yifei was communicating with the system. To be precise, the system is actively communicating with Yifei. Yifei's system is similar to an intellectual brain, possessing considerable wisdom and able to communicate with Yifei. System female voice host, Su Qingzu is the heroine in the original book. If the host can make Su Qingzu have a good impression on you, it is equivalent to weakening the protagonist Chen Luo's luck and can get system rewards. You should seize the opportunity. You mean to let me take the initiative to contact Su Qingzu? Yifei smiled. If not, Yifei smiled and said, you don't understand. Su Qingzu's iceberg beauty, the more you post it, the more she rejects you. The more diligent you behave, the more points you lose in her heart. What else more, Su Qingzu still has misogyny. I rushed forward at this time, it was just a waste of effort. I really want to win her heart, definitely not now. Yifei was very confident. Knowing the plot, content, and details of the entire novel, he knows Su Qingzu well. In this state, he knows what is the best way to get along with Su Qingzu. What else more, he said just now that there is no future for being a dog licker. Now that you have traveled into this world, do you have to repeat the same mistakes and do dog licking again? Stop it. Let Su Qingzu take the initiative to beg him for the same. Chapter 3 Plunder the protagonist's luck. Chapter 3 More. Hearing what Yifei said, the system was silent for a while, and then said, I hope you are not bragging. Wait and see, Yifei said lightly. While Yifei was chatting with the system, time flew by, and it was noon soon. Yifei just turned over and got off his horse. He walked to the rest area of the racecourse and saw that Su Qingzu was also in the rest area. Today's date between Yifei and Su Qingzu was actually the result of a match between Su Qingzu's grandfather and Su. Elder Su also vaguely knew Su Qingzu's heart problems. Su Qingzu almost rejected all the opposite sex. So Grandpa Su very much hopes that Yifei can help his granddaughter out of the shadows, and has been deliberately bringing the two together. Because of Grandpa's face, Su Qingzu could only come out on a date with Yifei. This is obviously not the first time. Su Qingzu hates getting along with the opposite sex, but he also knows that his grandfather is for her good, so he can't refuse. Yifei drank a sports drink and sat in a position not far near Su Qingzu. Both of them were silent. After staying for a while, Su Qingzu's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Qingzu glanced at the phone, and quickly answered the call. Grandpa. It was a call from old man Su. Su Qingzu responded, chatting for a few minutes before hanging up. Master Su called. Yifei finally spoke. Su Qingzu said yes. Yifei didn't need to guess. It was Grandpa Su who said a lot of good things about him on the phone, and wanted to match them up. Yifei knew that Grandpa Su was also kind, and wanted to see his granddaughter have a good home. After all, Su Qingzu's parents were dead, and his grandfather was getting older. Grandpa Su was worried that Su Qingzu had no one to take care of. But the effect of this combination is counterproductive. Especially when Su Qingzu is misogynistic, repeatedly mentioning Yifei will cause Su Qingzu to have a rebellious mentality. Su Qingzu still had that cold expression. Yifei asked, what did Elder Su say? Grandpa asked me to try to get along with Yi Gongzi. Su Qingzu said. Yifei faced Su Qingzu. What do you think, Miss Su? Su Qingzu looked at Yifei directly, and she spoke very directly. Master Yi, sorry, I don't like you. Yifei heard this natural answer, his expression calm. Well, I know. Seeing Yifei's expression very calm, Su Qingzu was slightly surprised. But Yifei said indifferently, since Miss Su doesn't like me, I don't want to waste any more time. Don't worry, I won't bother you again. Su Qingzu was startled. The previous Yifei was extremely diligent and pleased with him in every way. When did he use this tone to talk to her? Su Qingzu said in surprise, what do you mean? Yifei said lightly, isn't he what I said clearly enough? You are free from today, and I will never pester you again. Crossing became the top, rich and handsome. What kind of woman does he want? Since Su Qingzu didn't like him, why hang himself on a tree? Su Qingzu is not the only woman in the world. Taking a step back, Su Qingzu has misogyny and she hates all the opposite sex. Yifei's continued stalking would not only bring no benefit, but would reduce Su Qingzu's impression score. In short, I never do dog licking, whoever loves licking. Su Qingzu was surprised. Yifei's attitude towards her was extremely eager before, but why did he suddenly have such a big change? Are you serious? Su Qingzu asked. Yifei said lightly, of course. Your grandfather, I will go to explain specifically, and I will visit you in 2 days and explain it clearly to your grandfather. Su Qingzu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. It seems that Yifei is right. She didn't aim to hate Yifei, but to hate all men. Yifei's move was tantamount to making her a lot easier. Thank you. Su Qingzu took the initiative to thank Yifei with a sincere tone. Su Qingzu was relieved, and she was really awkward to date Yifei under pressure. However, Su Qingzu's doubts still lingered. Why does Yifei seem to be a completely different person? Congratulations to the host, because Su Qingzu's impression of you has changed, the experience points have increased. At this time, the voice of the system also followed. Yifei was slightly surprised when he heard the system prompt. Experience point increase. In front of Su Qingzu, Yifei did not communicate much with the system. Yifei took the initiative to get up and said, then I will go first, and visit the old man in a few days. Su Qingzu John said slightly. Yifei was very straightforward, turning around and leaving without saying a word. On the contrary, Su Qingzu, looking at Yifei's back, remained puzzled. Why did this young master Yi suddenly change his sex? How is this going? Yifei returned home. The first thing, Yifei is to communicate with the system first. System, what is the matter with this experience value? Yifei asked. As long as the host plunders the protagonist's chances and reverses the heroine's impression, it will generate experience points which can improve all aspects of the host's attributes. The system simply explained. The host can view its own property page. Yifei immediately said check the attribute layout. Then, something similar to the game layout appeared in front of Yifei. More. Chapter 4 The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine Chapter 4 More Flowers Collection. Yifei's attribute page appeared in front of him. The attribute layout is as follows. Host Yifei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed. Wisdom. Charm. Lucky value. Note standard for normal adult males. Skill. Martial arts elementary. Medical skills level 0. Equestrian intermediate. Singing elementary. Instrument elementary. There are also a bunch of skills behind, most of which are elementary or intermediate skills. Various numerical data allow Yifei to know his current state at a glance. His various statistics are actually pretty good, but some of his skill levels are relatively low. At this time, the system also reminded the host can add points through experience points to improve his own skills and attributes. Each point of experience value increases the point attribute, and the consumption of experience points can raise the skill level from 0 to advanced. Yifei understood and nodded slightly. Yifei suddenly thought of something and asked the system, what is Chen Luo's medical skill level? The male protagonist Chen Luo's medical skill rating is high, and the martial arts ability rating is also high. The ability rated as advanced by this system is enough to beat ordinary people. The system replied. Yifei understood. The system's skill rating is very strict. Being able to be rated as high level by the system means that it has the ability to beat ordinary players. Yifei is very calm. Although Chen Luo is currently better than him in the two abilities of medicine and martial arts, Yifei also has advantages that Chen Luo does not have. System, as long as I seize the protagonist's chance, I can get experience points to upgrade skills and attributes, right? Yifei said. Yes, Yifei said, very well, then I am going to Xuanyuanzhou. Xuanyuanzhou, the system voice was suspicious, very humane. Xuanyuanzhou. According to legend, it was the residence of the Yellow Emperor, one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, in Zheng City, Henan Province, which is now the Yanwang Kingdom. Yifei said indifferently in the original book, the hero Chen Luo's medical skills finally succeeded because he got the Wangdi Neijing in Xuanyuanzhou after an adventure. Yifei has a deep memory of the plot in the novel. In the original book, the male protagonist Chen Luo went to Yanjing after he succeeded in studying medicine with his master. When he first arrived in Yanjing, although Chen Luo's medical skills were strong, he was still inferior to his master. It wasn't until Chen Luo happened to be visiting Xuanyuanzhou because of an adventure, he discovered the Yellow Emperor's internal classic in a cave. That is right, is the legendary medical book, the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Relying on the ancient book the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, the hero Chen Luo's medical skills are mastered, and he is famous all the way to Yanjing. The female voice of the system came out clearly. Good idea. Host, do you want the hero Chen Luo to go to Xuanyuanzhou and find the Yellow Emperor's internal classic? Yes, this is the chance to steal the protagonist. Yifei smiled. Take the path of the protagonist, so that the protagonist has nowhere to go. Yifei is familiar with all the plots, how could such a great opportunity be let go? Good idea, host, I support you. The system female said. Yifei has always been vigorous and resolute, and immediately asked his personal butler Ji Yun'er to prepare. He was going to Xuanyuanzhou in Henan Province. Yifei greeted his parents by the way, saying that he would be back after 2 days of going out to play. Although Henan Province is far away, 2 days is enough for this trip. Yifei arrived in Henan Province and went straight to Xuanyuan Hill in Zheng City. Legend has it that this is the place where Emperor Xuanyuan Wangdi was born and lived, as the name Xuanyuanzhou. Yifei spent a whole day searching Xuanyuan Hill, and finally found a hidden mountain stream described in the book. After searching in the mountain stream, Yifei finally found the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Wangdi Neijing is actually divided into 2 volumes, namely Lingshu and Suwen. This Yellow Emperor's internal classic has a simple appearance, and the material is made of no one knows what it was made of. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, snatching the chance of the male lead Chen Luo, and rewarding experience points. This system can automatically let the host learn the content of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. Do you want to learn? The female voice of the system sounded. Learning. Yifei did not hesitate. The system also has this function, which is really convenient. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Wangdi Neijing. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been improved. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to a basic level. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to intermediate level. Congratulations to the host, your medical skills have been upgraded to a high level. A series of system prompts sounded in Yifei's ears. While Yifei was studying the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, a lot of knowledge poured into his mind. This knowledge flooded into my mind and quickly understood it. In a blink of an eye, Yifei's medical skills have actually been upgraded to a high level. Successful learning, some of the Huangdi Neijing content is too esoteric, it takes a month to learn again. System voice came. Yifei was already very satisfied. He has the same level of medical skills as the male protagonist Chen Luo because of the Huangdi Neijing, and he has been rated as high level by the system. The system's assessment of skills is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and **** level. Among them, advanced skills are enough to beat ordinary people, which is already the best. In other words, Yifei's current medical skills are at the same level as the hero Chen Luo. Cool. Yifei was in a good mood. Not only did you grab the chance of the protagonist, but you also got rewards from the system. This wave of blood earned. After getting the Wangdi Jing, Yifei did not stay too much and returned to Yanjing that same day. It took 2 days to go back and forth, and Yifei had a sense of urgency in his heart because the timeline in the novel was getting closer and closer. Chapter 5 Why do big husbands suffer from wifelessness? Seeking flowers for evaluation votes. Yanqing, Yi family villa. Early in the morning, Yifei had dinner with his cheap parents. Yi's father's name is Yi He, and Yi's mother's name is Lin Shui. They are a loving couple. Yi's father has been in charge of the Yi group for many years, and he is quite prestigious. As for Yifei, he put up a position of vice president within the Yi group, and he also manages several companies, the most important of which is an entertainment film and television company. Yifei has a very harmonious relationship with his parents. After all, he is the only child in the family and he is loved by his parents. The family ate breakfast happily. Lin Yu suddenly said, Xiaofei, I heard that you are not going to pursue that girl from the Su family. Lin's mother is well informed. Yifei's previous diligent pursuit of Su Qingzu has spread throughout the upper circles of Yanjing. Everyone knows it, and many people still feel that young Master Yi is a seed of infatuation. But now, Yifei didn't plan to pursue Su Qingzu. Even Yi Mu was surprised and sighed a little. Yi's mother is very satisfied with Su Qingzu. After all, Su Qingzu is not only beautiful, but also a family friend, and is indeed a good match for her son. Pity. Yifei said, yeah, I want to understand. Since Su Qingzu doesn't like me, why should I be persistent? How can a big husband suffer from being wifeless? Father Yi was admired, and said, what a great man, why do you have no wives? It is a good point. My Yi family man should be like this. Seeing that Yifei did not have any decadence, but was very indifferent to this matter, Yi father and Yi mother were relieved, quite relieved. After eating, Yifei sorted out his current asset situation. Although Yi's group is only named, Yifei owns several subsidiaries of Yi's group. For example, some entertainment industries. Yifei owns the leading entertainment company Brilliant Entertainment in Yanglong State. This entertainment company has signed more than a dozen first-line stars and directors, and it is also the most profitable company in Yifei's hands. According to Yifei's system statistics, most of the multi-billion assets in the column of personal wealth come from Brilliant Entertainment. In addition, there are several small game studios and animation studios, so I want to mention them. These are Yifei's personal assets. If you count all the assets of the Yi group, then his worth would be a terrifying figure. After all, as the only child in the family, everything about Yi's future belongs to him. As such a top-rich second generation, Yifei has countless real estate properties, not to mention luxury cars. He has so many cars that it is like an auto show. In addition, Yifei has a private jet and 2 yachts under his name. After learning about his assets, Yifei knew how rich he was. At least in the item of wealth, Yifei exploded the hero Chen Luo. Yifei communicated with the system. Host, you snatched the chance of the hero Chen Luo and successfully got the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. You did a good job. The system applauded Yifei very much. Take the path of the protagonist, so that the protagonist has nowhere to go. After obtaining the Wangdi Jing, Yifei's medical skills are not inferior to Chen's, but his experience is slightly inadequate. And as long as he further studies the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, his medical skills will rise to a higher level, even surpassing Chen Luo. But the host can be careless. Chen Luo has the protagonist's halo in the book, and the background is not small. Yifei nodded and said, I know. The novel Genius Doctor is Yifei's most popular urban doctor as article before. This novel is a standard and cool article. The male protagonist Chen Luo became famous in Yanjing by virtue of his superb medical skills. Almost all the patients he treated were either rich or noble. Of course, his peach blossom luck is even more exaggerated. The frosty president, the well-behaved Xiao Jiabiu, and the unparalleled imperial sister are all candidates for his harem. Chen Luo also has a special backer. That is Chen Luo's master. Chen Luo studied medicine with his master since he was a child. His master was once the #1 doctor in Yanjing. He has healed countless dignitaries and dignitaries. Today, many people in the upper circles of Yanjing have received his master's favor. By virtue of this relationship, Chen Luo has no disadvantages in Yanjing. Although Yifei has advantages, Chen Luo should not be underestimated. Especially the forces that Master Chen Luo involved, even included several bigwigs. Yifei clearly remembers the ending of Yifei in the book. When the woman was gone, the Yi group was destroyed and eventually acquired by Chen Luo. Yi father and Yi mother also became prisoners, and Yifei died. Host, if you want to change your destiny, you must do everything you can to fight against Chen Luo. The system kindly reminded. Don't worry, I don't need you to tell me, Yifei said lightly. Yifei is very clear. This is the end of the matter, and it is unrealistic for him to escape. Can he hide past the first day of junior high school? Could he hide past 15th? Even if he took the initiative to avoid conflict with Chen Luo, would he have to hide from Chen Luo for the rest of his life? This is not Yifei's character. Damn it. Now that you have decided to seize Chen Luo's chance and luck, let us do it to the end. Yifei has made sufficient preparations and plans. System, just wait and see, Yifei said lightly. Okay, I am looking forward to it. The system voice was filled with joy. Time flickered, and 3 more days passed. During this period, Yifei had been making sufficient preparations. Today, Yifei chose to visit Father Su. Today, Yifei changed to a blue Bentley Mulsanne and drove to the Su's villa. Get up early in the first chapter. Seeking flowers very evaluation votes, all support. Chapter 6 be the first step to more flowers collection. Su's villa. The Su family villa is a typical Zhangyan garden style, with pavilions, small bridges and flowing water, quiet and beautiful. When they arrived at the Su family villa, the servants of the Su family hurriedly greeted Yifei and led Yifei to the main hall. Sitting in the main hall for a while, after a while, I saw Su Qingzu helping an old man walk out. This old man was about 70 years old, with silver hair and a majestic complexion. This old man is the current principal of the Su family, Mr. Su Xiaokan Su. Su Xiaokan saw Yifei and said, Xiaofei is here. Grandpa Su is good. Yifei took the initiative to greet him. Su and Yi are family friends, and Yifei and Su Xiaokan have always had a good relationship. Su Xiaokan also liked Yifei, a young man, and he treated Yifei very well, so he tried his best to match Yifei and Su Qingzu. Yifei grew up when he was a child, and regardless of talent or character, Yifei was top-notch and outstanding in the upper circle of Yanjing, and he was absolutely worthy of Su Qingzu. The two were supposed to be a pair of golden boys and girls, but it is a pity that Su Qingzu. Su Xiaokan felt sorry, and greeted Yifei. Sit down, come and serve tea. Yes, the maid next to her brought the soap Wuishan to Hongpao, and the fragrance of tea immediately overflowed. While tasting tea, Yifei took the initiative to chat with Su Xiaokan to say hello. Su Xiaokan is really good to Yifei, and he has defended Yifei many times in the novel. Therefore, Yifei always has a trace of respect for this elder. As for Su Qingzu, Yifei never said a word to her, except for nodding to greet her when they first met, and did not chat with her during the whole process. This made Su Qingzu, who was used to Yifei's enthusiasm, slightly uncomfortable. Su Qingzu wore an off-white coat today, with a more glamorous temperament. The lower body is wearing a short skirt with a tight waist belt, which sets off her slim figure. Such a dress, coupled with her unparalleled beauty, can arouse a stunning sight no matter where she goes, but Yifei turned a blind eye. Master, I came here to explain to you on purpose today. I know you intend to match me and Miss Su, but it is a pity that Miss Su and I are not suitable. After several greetings, Yifei went straight to the subject. Su Shaoqun probably also guessed Yifei's intention. Hearing this, Su Shaoqun looked at his granddaughter, then at Yifei, and sighed, I am old and not in good health. I only hope that a reliable person can take care of Qingzu. What a pity, what a pity. Su Shaoqun sighed. Obviously, Su Shaoqun still hopes Yifei and Su Qingzu are together. Yifei said sincerely, I can force my feelings. I used to be ignorant. I also hope that the old man will stop embarrassing Miss Su. Now she and I are just ordinary friends. Never mind. Su Shaoqun sighed, I am the old guy who made unnecessary moves, and I will not care about it in the future. You young people's affairs will be settled by you young people. Ordinary friends. When Su Qingzu heard the words, his teeth were biting his lower lip, with a complex expression. Yifei really came to Su's house. He took the initiative to clarify the relationship between them to his grandfather, and told his grandfather not to embarrass her anymore, and finally said that they are just ordinary friends. After Yifei said these words, Su Qingzu remained silent. It is foreseeable that after Yifei's remarks, Grandpa will never embarrass her and Yifei again. Su Qingzu is free. This made Su Qingzu feel relieved, and his heart was mixed. Yifei's performance in the past few days is like a different person, and he no longer has the same enthusiasm for her. Yifei got up at this moment and said, Grandpa Su, then I will leave first. From beginning to end, Yifei didn't take the initiative to say a word with Su Qingzu. Su Shaoqun got up to see him off, and said, Xiaofei, this is the end of the matter, and my old bones won't persuade you. I hope that our two families will remain close in the future. Yifei said, don't worry, this incident will never affect the friendship between our two families. Hey, that is good. Su Shaoqun got up with the crutches and had to talk again, but at this time he felt black in front of him, breathing difficulties and fatigue. It was dark in front of him, and he fell straight back. Grandpa Su Qingzu exclaimed, his expression panicked. Su Shaoqun has always been in poor health. Basically, he has to walk on crutches and suffers from other diseases. At this moment, Su Shaoqun fell directly in front of Yifei and Su Qingzu. Fortunately, Yifei reacted fast enough and directly supported Su Shaoqun. Master Su Yifei supported Su Shaoqun, and at the same time he said inwardly coming. Before Yifei came to Su's house, he anticipated the current situation. In fact, Yifei had two purposes today. The first purpose, of course, is to clarify the matter between him and Su Qingzu to Su Shaoqun. The second purpose is now. Yifei clearly remembered that in the novel, Chen Luo first appeared in the Su family. Chen Luo's master and Su Shaoqun were old friends, so the first thing Chen Luo did when he came to Yanjing was to find Su Shaoqun. It happened that Su Shaoqun was sick in bed at this time, which gave Chen Luo room to play. Chen Luo cured Su Shaoqun, which was grateful to the Su family. Chen Luo also received Su Qingzu's gratitude, and was able to get close to Su Qingzu, get the moon first by leaning on the tower near the water, and with some means, Su Qingzu finally fell. In the novel, when Chen Luo arrived at Su's house, Su Shaoqun had been seriously ill for 4 days. Therefore, Yifei inferred from time that Su Shaoqun was ill today. That is why he chose to come to Su's house today. In the end, he was really hit by him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to cure Su Shaoqun with the medical skills of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic. In this way, he can not only get the gratitude of the Su family, but also cut off the relationship between Chen Luo and Su Qingzu. Even. Chapter 7 Please save my grandpa 3 more seeking everything. Yifei's thoughts flew, but his hands reacted quickly. He supported Su Shaoqun so as not to let Su Shaoqun fall to the ground. Su Shaoqun is still conscious at this time, but his face is pale, his lips are also pale, his breathing is slightly difficult, and his body is weak. Su Qingzu panicked, but immediately calmed down and told the maid quickly, go to Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang is the personal doctor of Mr. Su and a famous doctor of Yanjing. Because Su Shaoqun was in poor health, he hired a private doctor. However, it will take time for Dr. Huang to arrive. The place where Dr. Huang lives is about 10 minutes drive from the Su's villa. In normal times, this 10-minute journey is not too far. But in the face of illness, 10 minutes is enough to swallow a life. Yifei said it is too late, first put the old man on the sofa and lie down, I'll treat it. While talking, Yifei grabbed Su Shaoqun's wrist, held his breath and felt his pulse beating. Yifei's medical skills were at an advanced level at this time, and according to the system's rating standards, it was already on par with the protagonist Chen Luo. Even those famous doctors in Yanjing City may not be Yifei's opponents. Su Qingzu couldn't believe what he heard. Yifei wants to treat Su Shaoqun. He can heal. Su Qingzu had never heard of it before, and she couldn't help but hesitate for a while. Yifei frowned slightly, and said lightly, life is a matter of life, do as I say. Yifei's character is clear-cut, and Su Shaoqun treats him well, regardless of whether it is public or private, he will save Father Su. Yifei's hand lightly pressed against Su Shaoqun's heart, and his brow furrowed tightly. The old man has weak heartbeat, difficulty breathing, cold limbs and edema. This should be a symptom of heart failure. Yifei quickly judged the condition of the disease. It must be rescued immediately, otherwise it will be life-threatening. Su Qingzu's heartbeat accelerated. Her parents died early, and the relationship with her grandfather is the best. If any accident happens to her grandfather, it will definitely be a major blow to her. At the moment, Su Qingzu didn't care so much, so he could only listen to Yifei. Yifei placed Su Shaoqun on the sofa next to him, and then took out a delicate wooden box from his arms. Inside the wooden box are silver needles for acupuncture. This was also what Yifei had prepared long ago. Wangdi Neijing Ling Shu Wan is also known as acupuncture Jing, which focuses on the body as meridians, acupoints, and acupuncture methods. Therefore, Yifei carried the silver needle with him, and it was still in handy. Acupuncture Su Qingzu was taken aback when he saw the silver needles in Yifei's wooden box. The main business of the Su family is medicine and cosmetics. Su Qingzu also knew something about acupuncture, and was even more surprised to see Yifei carrying silver needles with him. Does he really know how to heal? Yifei didn't care about Su Qingzu, he was fully absorbed and took out the silver needle. The silver needle had been disinfected long ago, and Yifei's slender fingers pinched one end of the silver needle. His arm shook, his fingers were lightly twisted, and the silver needle moved and pierced Su Shaoqun's Niguan point first. The Niguan point is located on the palm side of the forearm, about 2 inches from the wrist. Niguan point is an important point clinically used to widen the chest, stop vomiting, replenish blood and strengthen the heart. It can be called the heart relief pill that comes with the body. Not only Niguan, but Yifei used needles quickly, accurately, and steadily, with different depths, to accurately puncture Su Shaoqun's other acupoints. Laogong Cave. Ziyang Point. Of these two acupuncture points, one is to relieve elevated blood pressure and the other is to relieve angina. Hegu Point, Guanyuan Point. Yifei applied a total of 16 needles. After the needle was inserted, the silver needles were gently rotated to make Su Shaokin's body gradually heat up, promote blood circulation, and stimulate the acupuncture points. Yifei's acupuncture technique was done in one go, just like magic, which was amazing. This is the acupuncture method handed down in the Wangdi Neijing, named Yimu Shenzhen. Yifei was attentive, with no foreign objects in his mind. Moments after Yifei used the needle, he saw that Su Shaokin's originally pale face finally had a trace of blood, and his weak breathing became a little stable. Xiaofei, although Su Shaokin fell down just now, he was still conscious, knowing that Yifei saved him. Yifei said, Master, don't talk, and cooperate with me for treatment. Su Shaokin nodded, he felt his body gradually improve. Although full of doubts, Su Shaokin was extremely weak at the moment and couldn't say anything. Su Qingzu beside him took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Seeing Su Shaokin regaining consciousness, Su Qingzu was still afraid for a while. Her parents died early, and her only relative is grandfather. If Su Shaokin had two shortcomings just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Thanks to Yifei, I didn't expect him not only to be able to heal, but also to be so brilliant. This acupuncture technique is skillful and steady, even Dr. Huang may not be able to match him. Su Qingzu bit his lip and said, Yifei, please save my grandpa, please. Always as cold as her, it was the first time to speak to Yifei in an almost pleading tone. Yifei did not answer her. He was busy administering needles, with no distractions. About 10 minutes later, Yifei finished the injection and finally relaxed in his heart. This is the first time Yifei has used the Wangdi Neijing to treat a person. Although it is the first time, Yifei has been very calm and made no mistakes. To treat diseases and save people is to be bold and careful. Yifei did a good job of this. Old man Su Shaokin's face gradually recovered blood, and his breathing was finally smooth, and he took a long breath. Master, you are out of danger. It seems that this disease has been around for a while, and your disease is heart failure. Yifei said. Su Shaokin nodded slowly. He glanced at Yifei and said, Xiaofei, thanks to you for saving my old man's life today, otherwise I'm afraid it would be dangerous. It's just a matter of effort. Yifei was very humble. Heart failure is not a minor illness, it was extremely dangerous just now. Immediately afterwards, another servant brought medicine to Su Shaokin. After Su Shaokin took the medicine, he became more energetic. Su Qingzu saw it in his eyes, and finally heaved a sigh of relief, and said to Yifei gratefully, Yifei, thank you. Sorry, the upload was wrong, and the chapter was repeated. Just refresh it. Sorry, the author doesn't know how to use the background. Chapter 8 shocked 4 more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. Su Qingzu is indeed very grateful to Yifei. Yifei said, you are welcome, Mr. Su is also my elder, so he should be. The meaning in Yifei's words is very clear. He also draws a clear line from Su Qingzu. He saved Su Shaokin not because of Su Qingzu, but because Su Shaokin was also his elder, that is all. Su Qingzu heard Yifei's overtones, pursed his lips, and said, thank you very much anyway. Dr. Huang is here. At this time, the housekeeper trotted over with a slightly bald man in his 50s. This man was Dr. Huang. He was wearing a white coat and carrying a first aid kit in his hand, and walked in front of everyone. Seeing that Su Shaokin was in good spirits at this time, he couldn't help but stun old Su, didn't you just say you fainted? Su Shaokin took medicine after being acupuncture and moxibustion by Yifei. At this time, his mental state had gradually recovered. Su Shaokin said, thanks to Xiaofei, he saved me with acupuncture. Yi Ganzi knows acupuncture of course, Dr. Huang knew Yifei, who at any rate was a well-known Yi family elder in Yanjing. Yifei smiled, I know some. Dr. Huang is Yanjing's leading doctor, and he also serves as Su Shaokin's personal doctor. Not only that, he is also the personal doctor of many high-ranking officials in Yanjing. Dr. Huang was shocked. Acupuncture and moxibustion require a lot of effort. Nowadays, many so-called Chinese medicine practitioners can't even recognize the acupoints, let alone acupuncture and moxibustion. Su Shaokin shook his head and said, Xiaofei, you are too modest. My old bones still have eyesight. Your acupuncture skills just now are very good. As a tycoon in the pharmaceutical industry, Su Shaokin does not know how to do medicine, but he knows it well. He certainly knew how terrifying Yifei's medical skills were just now. In fact, Su Shaokin has been suffering from the condition of heart failure for some time. Due to his advanced age and the fact that heart failure is difficult to treat, he has not undergone surgery and has taken more conservative medical treatment. His situation just now was very dangerous. If Yifei hadn't taken the shot in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Dr. Huang also treated him with acupuncture, but in Su Shaokin's view, Yifei's acupuncture level is even higher than that of Dr. Huang. Whether the doctor is good or not, the patient has the most say. When Dr. Huang heard Su Shaokin's words, he immediately saw Lai Xingxi and said, Master Yi, I wonder if you can show your acupuncture and moxibustion technique just now. I want to ask Master Yi for advice. Dr. Huang spoke very politely. Yifei said lightly also. After speaking, Yifei took out the silver needle. Young Master Yi, let me do the experiment, Dr. Huang said with a smile. Yifei nodded, he cleared up his mood, his expression became extremely focused. Yifei quickly applied the needle, only seeing Yifei move like clouds in flowing water, as natural as breathing. He is serious, professional, decisive and calm. After the silver needle was pierced into the acupuncture tract, Yifei used a unique technique to gently spin the silver needle, lifting and bending it, stimulating the acupuncture tract. Yifei's technique is extremely precise. He pierced Dr. Huang's Zhenghuaishu point at the shoulder and neck. Dr. Huang only felt a warm current surging in the shoulders and necks. With Yifei's acupuncture, his shoulder and neck muscles became relaxed and comfortable. Yifei's skill in applying acupuncture needles, piercing into the acupoints is extremely accurate, which is amazing. More importantly, Yifei's method of applying acupuncture needles is also very special. He rotates his fingers to lift and release the needles. The depth of the needles varies, and he is very particular about it. This acupuncture and moxibustion technique is unprecedented for Dr. Huang, and it is definitely not an ordinary acupuncture technique. This acupuncture technique might have been passed down by an expert, Dr. Huang secretly said. Moreover, the speed of Yifei's needle application, even Dr. Huang sighed to himself. This acupuncture technique, Dr. Huang was a little startled, but also a little excited, only feeling wide open. Dr. Huang's medical skills are already well known in Yanjing, but this young man from the Yi family. Dr. Huang gave a wry smile, and said, there are people outside the world, there are people outside the world. Yi Ganzi, you don't know which master you inherited from your acupuncture technique. It is incredible and makes me ashamed. Dr. Huang was shocked. This acupuncture technique is absolutely top-notch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Dr. Huang couldn't believe that such a mysterious acupuncture method could be mastered by such a young man. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Dr. Huang sighed again and again, half joking half seriously, if Master Yi is a doctor, then I'm afraid I will lose my job. As Dr. Huang laughed, Yifei is the only heir of the Yi family, and his future net worth, how can it be possible to become a doctor after hundreds of billions of dollars? Yifei said, Dr. Huang, Dante praised me. Yifei also knew that Dr. Huang was very respectful to him due to his identity, and when he saw Yifei's surgery, he took the initiative to please him. Dr. Huang's full name is Huang Zonglang. In the original book, he was also an enemy of the protagonist Chen Luo because of his medical skills. Dr. Huang and Chen Luo didn't deal with each other, but because of Yifei's medical skills and identity, they respected him very much. You are in Su Lao's condition, and I am relieved. Dr. Huang said again. Seeing that Dr. Huang admired Yifei so much, Su Xiaokan and Su Qingzu were even more amazed at Yifei's medical skills. Of course, Su Xiaokan thanked Yifei again and again. Yifei said, it's just a matter of raising a hand. Elder Su, I'll say goodbye if there is nothing to do, and I will visit you in 2 days. Alright, thank you very much. Su Xiaokan said. Yifei humbled a few words, ready to get up. Yifei got up to leave, but Su Qingzu said, wait, Master Yi, I will send you out. Su Qingzu actually offered to send Yifei away. Yifei's heart moved. Seeing that Su Qingzu wanted to speak, Su Qingzu seemed to have something to say to him. 4 more, when you vote for flowers, by the way, vote for very good comments. Chapter 9 Su Qingzu, you are sick, 1 more, ask for all support. Su Qingzu took the initiative to ask Yifei to leave. Yifei did not refuse. He knew that Su Qingzu had something to tell him, but he wanted to see what Su Qingzu wanted to say to him. Host, take the opportunity, this is a rare opportunity for you and Su Qingzu to be alone. The female voice of the system sounded in due course. Yifei smiled non-committal. Yifei and Su Qingzu walked outside the main hall side by side. Su Qingzu's temperament was still cold, she walked with long legs, leading the way. Su Qingzu led Yifei through the Suez villa. Bypassing the rockery and pond, Su Qingzu said, Master Yi, thank you for saving my grandpa today. I am very grateful to you. Miss Su is polite. Yifei answered calmly. The conversation between Yifei and Su Qingzu was alienated. Su Qingzu's shell teeth bit his lower lip and said, my grandfather has not recovered yet. I don't know if you can come to him for acupuncture and moxibustion these days. I am worried about his body. Yes, Su Lao is also my elder, this is what it should be. Yifei said. From beginning to end, Yifei did not mention Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu pursed his lips and said, thank you. After speaking, Su Qingzu was silent. She was not a talkative person, and she didn't know how to talk about Yifei at this time. And Yifei didn't speak, he didn't mean to take the initiative to chat with Su Qingzu. The system was anxious for a while, and said in Yifei's heart, host, this is a good opportunity to communicate with Su Qingzu. You have to seize the opportunity and speak actively. Shut up. Yifei directly told the system to shut up. Yifei had his own plan. The system was very dissatisfied and hummed twice, but still closed his mouth obediently. Yifei and Su Qingzu were silent all the way, and they had already reached the gate of Su family villa. The moment Yifei was about to leave at the door, he heard Su Qingzu finally speak again. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei with bright eyes, and asked, Yi Gongzi, why have you learned acupuncture and moxibustion and the acupuncture skills are so brilliant? This is also the doubt in Su Qingzu's heart. When did Yifei become proficient in medicine? I have never heard of it before. Yifei asked in return, Miss Su, you never asked me if I can practice medicine or acupuncture. Su Qingzu stopped. The clothes and skirt on her body outlined the perfect curve, slim and perfect figure. Yifei glanced at her figure, within round butts. According to the old man's experience, this kind of woman is most suitable for marrying home as a wife. Yifei retracted his gaze and said lightly, Miss Su, I have pursued you before, and I have a deep love for you. I know you like horsemanship, flower arranging, and know your hobbies, but what about you? Su Qingzu was startled slightly, and there was a trace of complexity on that delicate and cold face. Yifei shrugged and said nonchalantly, but you don't seem to know me at all. Also, the person who chased Miss Su could be cued from Yanjing to Hexi. It doesn't matter if I have one more. Yifei's words were straightforward and harsh. In the original book, Yifei was really passionate about Su Qingzu. Of course, Su Qingzu can be blamed entirely. After all, Yifei knew that Su Qingzu had misogyny and she hated to reject all the opposite sex. In the original book, even the male protagonist Chen Luo repeatedly bumped into Su Qingzu's side. Yifei suspected that if the protagonist Halo and Chen Luo had not used some means, they might not have made Su Qingzu fall. Su Qingzu opened his mouth lightly, trying to speak, but he didn't know where to start. Because what Yifei said was true. She really cared little about Yifei before, even if Yifei was extremely enthusiastic about her, she still couldn't move her. Because of misogyny, Su Qingzu closed his heart, and was almost unwilling to have contact with any male. He also used work to paralyze himself on weekdays. Hearing Yifei's words, Su Qingzu felt a little guilty. Perhaps, it is really her fault. Miss Su, you are sick and mentally ill, Yifei said. Su Qingzu frowned slightly, what do you mean? Yifei bluntly said that she was ill, causing Su Qingzu to frown subconsciously, and he was prepared. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu's eyes as clear as water, and said lightly, don't you feel your own problems, Miss Su, you seem to have a psychological aversion to all men. Su Qingzu panicked, and Yifei told him the secret in his heart. Upon seeing this, Yifei continued, Miss Su, your current state is very dangerous. If your aversion to men continues, you will not only hate contact with strange men, but you will most likely give up communicating with the outside world. Become autistic or depressed. Su Qingzu's face paled slightly, his head hanging slightly, and he was silent. Seeing Su Qingzu's silence, Yifei continued to arouse her with words. Yifei said, Miss Su, if I am not mistaken, you should have witnessed your dad's domestic violence since childhood, causing psychological shadows and hating to reject all men, right? With all due respect, you have fallen into a very extreme state. Not all men in this world like your father to beat up women with domestic violence. If you close yourself for a long time, it will only harm you and your family in the end. Your grandpa will always regret that you did not find a good home, and you will die alone because of this misogyny. Yifei's words are sharp and straightforward. Su Qingzu suddenly raised his head, his delicate and beautiful face turned a little pale. How did Yifei know? How does he know his secret? Su Qingzu's childhood shadow should only be known to her and her grandfather. Yifei's sharp words directly broke Su Qingzu's psychological defense. Happy National Day everyone. Chapter 10 Skill Upgrading 2 More Flowers Collection. Every time Yifei said something, Su Qingzu's complexion turned pale. In fact, due to misogyny, Su Qingzu has always closed her heart. Whenever she comes into contact with a man, she subconsciously always recalls the scene of her father's domestic violence when she was a child. This also caused Su Qingzu's character to become more and more withdrawn. Male, she is reluctant to touch. And she looks so beautiful, coupled with the temperament that strangers do not enter, women do not want to be friends with her. Her social circle is very narrow, she can only rely on work to paralyze herself. Yifei was right. If this continues, her misogyny will only get worse, and she will eventually close herself completely. Yifei said, so I advise you, Miss Su, if you don't want to close yourself anymore, you can only try to get out of the shadows. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more serious the problem in your heart. Su Qingzu bit his lip. How did you know? Yifei shrugged. You don't have to worry about it, you can say it all, Miss Su, think about it for yourself. Having said that, Yifei waved his hand at Su Qingzu very smartly and drove the blue Bentley Mulsanne away. On the spot, Su Qingzu always stood on the spot, his slender figure is eye-catching. Su Qingzu watched Yifei drive away, his heart is extremely complicated. Is she really wrong? Yifei drove home in a good mood. But the system came out again to communicate with Yifei at this time. Host, you were so bold just now that you directly uncovered Su Qingzu's secret. Otherwise, Yifei asked rhetorically. Host, if you say this to Su Qingzu, aren't you afraid of self-defeating and making Su Qingzu angry? The system asked curiously. Yifei smiled. So you don't understand. Why don't I understand? The system's voice was angrily, like a cat with its tail trampled on. Just now you wanted me to take the opportunity of being alone to take the initiative to set up a topic with Su Qingzu, and take the opportunity to approach her, right? Yifei said lightly. Systematically said, isn't it the best chance to get close to Su Qingzu? You just saved her grandfather, and she is also grateful to you. Yifei said, be grateful and you can eat it. For a woman like Su Qingzu, she makes a clear distinction. The system froze for a moment. That's why you deliberately aroused her. Yes, Su Qingzu is misogynistic, and he is extremely defensive against any man. For this kind of woman, you can only get close to her if you take off her thick armor. Yifei said lightly. Since he wanted to plunder Chen Luo's luck, Su Qingzu couldn't get around as the heroine. So the system just wanted Yifei to take the opportunity to get close to Su Qingzu, but Yifei chose another way and straightforwardly informed Su Qingzu that she was misogynistic. In fact, it was indeed a good opportunity to approach Su Qingzu just now. But as long as Su Qingzu had misogyny, it would be difficult for Su Qingzu to hold any man's position in his heart. What if Su Qingzu is grateful that he saved Su Shaoqing? The end result is still the same. Is it possible that he should be a living dog again? Yifei refused. Yifei said again, so if you want to capture Su Qingzu and completely cut off the connection between Su Qingzu and Chen Luo, the only way to cure her misogyny. HMPH, you are talking about one set of sets. The system expressed dissatisfaction. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Ding, congratulations to the host, because Su Qingzu's impression of you has changed, so experience points have increased. Immediately afterwards, Yifei received a system prompt. Directly increased experience points. It turns out that Yifei was right. What he said just now had an effect on Su Qingzu. In fact, Yifei still didn't say a word. That is because Su Qingzu suffers from misogyny, and she hates all men very much. But once Su Qingzu fell, he would still be devoted to that man until he died. How is it? Yifei asked the system with a smile. The system snorted. You got it right. The system is a bit arrogant, but the sound is very nice. The Su family has been one step ahead of me, and it will be difficult for Chen Luo to make another storm. Yifei said lightly. Yifei seized this opportunity and successfully changed the plot ahead of time. In the original book, Chen Luo cured Su Shaoqing's illness, and was grateful from the Su family. By this, he stayed in the Su family and had the opportunity to get along with Su Qingzu day and night. But now, the plot was changed by Yifei. The host should not be careless. Chen Luo's contacts in Yanjing are not limited to the Su family. The system reminded. Yifei said, of course I understand. There are still a few days left. Let me think about how to get rid of it. Come on, host, I am very optimistic about you. By the way, I want to use experience points to add points. Yifei said. As the protagonist, Chen Luo not only has the protagonist's halo, but also various skills. Chen Luo is not only proficient in medical skills, but also good in force, and can easily deal with more than a dozen ordinary people. In addition, he is also proficient in gambling, horsemanship and other skills, and is a standard novel almighty hero. Therefore, Yifei wanted to use experience points to make preparations for dealing with Chen Luo. In addition to the experience points the host received from the Wangdi Neijing, the host currently has some experience points, enough to add a skill to a high level, or add some attribute points. The system said. Let us add the martial arts skills to the advanced level first. Yifei thought for a while and chose martial arts. This skill can be low, otherwise he himself is in danger. Although Yifei basically carries bodyguards when he goes out, but bodyguards are not omnipotent, only if he is strong is true. Ding, congratulations to the host, consume some experience, successfully upgrade the martial arts skills to advanced, and the attributes will change accordingly. A female voice prompt came from the system. At the same time, countless knowledge and skills about martial arts poured into Yifei's mind. Yifei's body was refreshed, with a feeling of enlightenment. Not only did knowledge flood into his mind, his body also quietly changed. Even more, please ask for some flowers and very good evaluation votes, is a bit less today. Chapter 11. It turns out that gold can be Krypton 3 seek all support. He only felt the heat in his pubic area, and a warm current flowed from his pubic area to his limbs. Yifei felt an indescribable comfort all over his body, as if he was reborn. Cool. At the same time, Yifei felt that there were countless knowledge and skills about martial arts in his mind. These knowledge and skills are as if they were born with them, and they were deeply imprinted in his mind, allowing him to master them proficiently. Friendly reminder, the host's current martial arts skills are equivalent to that of the male lead Chen Luo. The system prompted. Yifei lifted his spirits. His current martial value is no worse than Chen Luo. In terms of both medical skills and martial arts, he is no longer weaker than Chen Luo. Yifei still had some experience points left, which was equal to some attribute points. As a result of martial arts skills, Yifei's two attributes, strength and speed, have been greatly improved. The current attribute data of Yifei is as follows. Host Yifei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm. Lucky value. Note standard for normal adult males. After upgrading martial arts skills to advanced levels, the power attribute increased to 4 and the speed increased to 4. I said the system, is there a way to quickly add attributes? Yifei asked. He is still a bit dissatisfied with his attributes. Yes, the host can exchange money for skill levels and attribute points. It costs 100 million yuan to make a skill of the host directly go to the advanced level. It costs 300 million yuan, plus the skill proficiency meets the requirements, so that the host can directly use a skill. Promote to the master level. System voice came. Yifei was speechless when he heard it. He had a black heart system and a $1 billion upgrade skill. Why didn't he grab it? This is no different from the Krypton gold in the game. Having said that, Yifei understands that this skill upgrade is still worthwhile. After all, he is not short of money. Yifei now has more than 7 billion in assets, and has about 500 million available liquidity. After all, assets and funds are two concepts. Assets include real estate, stock market value and other assets, but cash is another matter. 500 million yuan is enough for Yifei to upgrade his skills. What about the attribute points? Yifei asked. Consumption of 1 million yuan can increase attribute points. Blackheart system. After Yifei complained, he was not in a hurry to add some money, anyway, he could add some when he needed it. I still have some experience points, right, I'll add charm. Yifei said in a deep voice. Congratulations to the host on the success of adding points, the charm value increased by points, your charm value is currently points. The charm level is very friendly. The system prompts. Yifei looked at the attribute page, and sure enough, a line of small characters very friendly appeared under the charm column, along with a systematic explanation the host's charm value exceeds a point, and it has a strong affinity which is easy for people to generate. Good impression. It sounds good, but I don't know the effect. After Yifei added the attribute points, he also returned to the Yi family villa. Yifei doesn't stay in the Yi family villa very often. He also owns several villas in Yanjing, and even a courtyard house. Yifei went home and greeted his parents first, and then went to Brilliant Entertainment. He specifically checked the company's books and found that there were indeed 500 million in cash. To deal with Chen Luo to upgrade his skills, the 500 million cash may not be enough. It seems that it is really impossible to just ask cheap fathers and mothers to take some money, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my second-generation super-rich status, Yifei secretly said. Yifishi didn't think there was anything wrong with asking his parents to open their mouths for money. Me, Yifei, make money. Time flickered, and another day passed. There were only 3 days left before the male lead Chen Luo appeared. It is not easy to capture the luck of the protagonist Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura, and he is not small. But Yifei is familiar with the plot trend in the book and can make layouts in advance. Yifei went to Su's house again to see a doctor for Su Shaoqun. Su Shaoqun's body has gradually recovered, and his mental state is acceptable. As for Su Qingzu did not speak to him for a whole day, and his attitude towards him seemed to have returned to his former indifference. But Yifei knew that this woman's mentality was quietly changing. Yifei wasn't in a hurry, he couldn't be too proactive in dealing with iceberg beauties like Su Qingzu. He had to stay away and arouse her interest in order to occupy her heart in the end. After all, Su Qingzu suffers from misogyny, and she is very wary of any opposite sex. Host, what are you going to do now? Su Qingzu seems to be difficult to handle for a while. The system was a little gloating. Yifei was very calm. What is the hurry? Su Qingzu is not in a hurry for the time being, let us find another person. Another person. The system was a little puzzled. Well, let us find Luo Weiyu. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu is also one of the 3 most important heroines in the novel Genius Doctor. Compared with Su Qingzu, who suffers from misogyny, her personality is completely different. It was a sunny girl. Host, are you going to find Luo Weiyu? The system asked. That is right. Yifei said lazily. Let us go to Yangtze Street. Yanjing Yangtze Street is just a very inconspicuous street. Yifei drove there. He changed his car to a lower key Porsche and drove to Yangtze Street. After Yifei's Porsche was followed by an Audi Q, inside was Yifei's bodyguard. Soon, Yangtze Street arrived. This is a very ordinary road, and there are not many people in this area. Compared with the bustling Yanjing, it is really inconspicuous. Yifei walked to the far end of the street, where there was a small flower shop. Here's where Luo Weiyu is. Even. Chapter 12 Sunshine Girl 4 More Flowers Evaluation. There is a small flower shop beside Yangtze Street. The facade of the flower shop is very small, about a dozen square meters. There is a small yard outside the flower shop with various flowers, such as roses, gypsophilia, lilies, tulips. These flowers are well taken care of. Some of the flowers still have water drops on their stamens, facing the sun. The sun shines on the door of this flower shop, which is exceptionally beautiful. Yifei saw the flower shop from a distance, and was about to walk into the flower shop, but he heard a loud noise coming from the flower shop. Beauty, you have to pay a protection fee for this store. Hey, that is right, 2,000 yuan a month protection fee, this is our new rule. No money if you don't have money, do you want to pay for it, hee. Yifei frowned slightly, and saw 3 small gangsters surrounding a girl in the flower shop. The girl was sitting in a wheelchair, her figure was slightly thin, but her face was unparalleled, she didn't put on any powder, although she had a plain face, she was a stunning beauty. The only regret is that the girl is sitting in a wheelchair, and her feet seem to be disabled. The 3 small gangsters in the flower shop smiled unkindly, with wicked eyebrows, very wretched. The girl bit her lip, her expression was slightly flustered, but she was very strong. The girl was the girl Yifei was looking for this time, Luo Weiyu. I warn you, if you make trouble again, I will call the police. Luo Weiyu bit her lip. You are calling the police, brothers are not afraid of you. Hey, if you dare to call the police, we will see you broken flower shop every day and see if you still do business. Luo Weiyu's face turned pale when she heard the threatening words of these little gangsters. Yifei frowned. He came to find Luo Weiyu, but he didn't expect to encounter this scene. Yifei walked into the flower shop without saying a word, and said lightly, what are you doing? These little gangsters turned their heads and saw a man in off-white casual clothes standing at the door. This man looked casual, but he was by no means ordinary. He is tall and slender, his appearance is even more handsome, and his face is well defined and very handsome. Hey, Xiao Balian still wants to be nosy. Boy, go away wisely, don't disturb our good things. Seeing Yifei, several gangsters sneered and threatened and mocked. Yifei frowned slightly, and he had nothing to say about this kind of ignorant character. Yifei just waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, 2 burly men in suits appeared behind Yifei. Yishao, these 2 big guys were Yifei's bodyguards, bending over respectfully at Yifei. Yifei glanced at the 3 gangsters and said, drag them out and throw them into the lake in the park to feed the fish. Yes, Xiao Yi. The 2 bodyguards acted immediately without saying a word, and directly set out the 3 punks and dragged them out of the flower shop. These little gangsters couldn't even resist. Yifei's bodyguards are comparable to elite special forces. The screams and begging of forgiveness from these little gangsters outside the flower shop were still clearly heard. This change happened too quickly and suddenly, Luo Weiyu was stunned for a moment. Yifei downplayed and asked the bodyguard to deal with the gangsters, and the flower shop quieted down. Yifei smiled brightly at Luo Weiyu. Boss, I am here to buy flowers, you can still do business. Luo Weiyu is the owner of this small flower shop. In the original book, Luo Weiyu is a girl like sunshine. Her life experience is miserable. When she was a teenager, she was traveling by car with her parents and there was a car accident. Her parents were both killed in a car accident. Luo Weiyu was lucky to survive, but her leg was also disabled and she could only live in a wheelchair. But Luo Weiyu was extremely strong. She did not complain, did not abandon herself, nor did she fall for it. Luo Weiyu took a sum of compensation for the car accident and opened a flower shop in Yangtze Street to live a strong life by self-reliance. Although her experience is miserable, she is always strong and optimistic, full of sunshine. Even with many misfortunes, her heart is still kind and beautiful. In the original book, Luo Weiyu was treated for a leg injury and disabled by the male protagonist Chen Luo, and finally fell into love. But now, Yifei took the lead and then grabbed the lead of Chen Luo. Hearing Yifei's words, Luo Weiyu first woke up and said in a grateful low voice, "Thank you for helping me. Do you want to buy flowers? I will give you a pot of flowers." Luo Weiyu knew that Yifei's identity was unusual, whether it was rich or expensive. Just now Yifei's bodyguard made a bold move, and those little gangsters would never dare to trouble her again. Yifei smiled slightly when he heard the words, and said, "Give me a pot of flowers, it's okay, then I am welcome. You pick whatever you want." Luo Weiyu smiled lightly, with a beautiful smile. The temperament of this girl is very comfortable, she is like an indisputable water lily, sitting there quietly. She didn't feel inferior because of her leg disability, nor did she deliberately please because of Yifei's identity. Yifei smiled. He scanned the flower shop. Although the flower shop was small, it had a wide variety of flowers. The decoration in the shop was simple but clean. Lilies, tulips, gypsophilia, roses. Yifei turned a blind eye to these colorful flowers. He walked to the windowsill and saw a pot of ordinary orchids. "Just this pot." Yifei smiled. "I like orchids. Can I take this pot of orchids away?" Luo Weiyu was slightly startled, because the orchid selected by Yifei was her favorite flower in this flower shop. "You also like orchids?" Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with a faint surprise. Yifei said warmly, "Yes, although orchids look ordinary, they are composed of plants and trees. They do not compete with the fragrant beauty. They are clear and not turbid. They have a pot in the room and are full of fragrance. Among all the flowers, I like orchids the most." Luo Weiyu's eyes were as bright as water, and the surprise was even better. Because what Yifei said was exactly the same as she thought. She had always liked orchids, and even regarded the orchid selected by Yifei as a treasure. Now that Yifei said that, she suddenly felt like meeting her confidant. Yifei knows the plot in the original book very well, and of course he also knows that Luo Weiyu's favorite is orchids. "4 more. I want flowers to be very appraised." Chapter 13. I can heal you 1 more flowers for a reward. Because of this pot of orchids, Yifei and Luo Weiyu were also closer. After Yifei added a little to his charm value, although his appearance has not changed much, his temperament has quietly changed. With his handsome face, it is easy for people to feel good. "Boss, you also like orchids? Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet." Yifei said naturally. Luo Weiyu's face turned red. Yifei was a hero who saved the United States just now, and he had made Luo Weiyu a little favor. Coupled with Yifei's orchid rhetoric, it made her agree with Yifei in her heart. And because of the addition of Yifei's charm value, Luo Weiyu has an inexplicable favor with him. Luo Weiyu whispered, "My name is Luo Weiyu. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points." Hearing the prompt from the system, Yifei knew that Luo Weiyu's favor with him was increasing. "My name is Yifei." The corner of Yifei's mouth curled up. "I like this orchid very much. Can you give it to me?" This orchid is Luo Weiyu's most beloved thing. She has always taken care of it and loved it very much. If someone else wants to buy this orchid, she must be unwilling. But facing Yifei, somehow, she dropped her head slightly and whispered, "Well, since Mr. Yi likes it, this orchid will be given to you. I just hope you treat it well." Of course, Yifei watched Luo Weiyu's crystal eyes seriously, and said, "I will take care of it. My family also has several pots of different varieties of orchids. Please enjoy them next time." This is true. There is a small garden in Yifei's private villa. There are not only orchids in the garden, but also a variety of precious flowers, at least a few hundred. Luo Weiyu's eyes lit up slightly when she heard the words, revealing a look of expectation. Luo Weiyu especially likes orchids because she thinks orchids are very similar to her character. Quiet and elegant, without contending with the world. In fact, there are many varieties of orchids, some of which are even unique and very precious. So I heard Yifei said that he also raised many varieties of orchids, which made Luo Weiyu very interested and even more like meeting a confidant. But immediately, Luo Weiyu's bright eyes dimmed slightly. "My legs and feet are inconvenient. It is difficult to have a chance to appreciate it." Luo Weiyu didn't feel inferior, but calmly faced the fact that her legs and feet were disabled. Yifei was waiting for Luo Weiyu's words. Yifei, pretending to be surprised, looked at Luo Weiyu's legs and said, "Miss Luo, your legs are." Luo Wei said, "In the rain, I was injured in a car accident and my thigh suffered a comminuted fracture. The doctor said it was difficult to recover." Luo Weiyu said it lightly, but after thinking about it, she knew how painful it was. Luo Weiyu bit her lip, and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that the car accident was an extremely painful memory for her. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu with gentle eyes and a sincere expression. "Miss Luo, can I see your injuries? I have studied medicine." Have studied medicine. No matter how Luo Weiyu looked at Yifei, he didn't seem to know how to heal. But out of the goodwill of Yifei before, it was also Yifei's sincerity that moved her, so she did not refuse. "Okay." Luo Weiyu was wearing a pair of loose casual trousers. Yifei squatted down, rolled up the trousers slightly, and then saw Luo Weiyu's leg injury. Luo Weiyu's legs are still fixed with steel plates, and it is difficult for her to walk. In fact, Luo Weiyu's legs are very beautiful. Yifei guessed that she was at least 1.7 meters tall. These legs were long and straight, full of beauty. Not to mention those feet. The little feet are slender and lovely, white as snow, toes are like pearls, and nails are neatly trimmed and crystal clear. These legs are just plain. The only fly in the ointment is that there are several long scars on her legs, which are the scars left by Luo Weiyu after the car accident. Luo Weiyu's cheeks were hot when Yifei saw her, and her heart was pounding. Yifei said politely, "Sure enough, Miss Luo, can I try your injury with acupuncture?" Yifei asked in a frank and gentle tone. Luo Weiyu's face flushed. Although she was puzzled, she nodded slightly. Yifei is not like the kind of man who loves to take advantage of women, so it doesn't hurt to let him try. It's just that Luo Weiyu didn't have much hope in her heart. After her leg was injured, she went to several hospitals and concluded that she was disabled for life. Even if she returned to the most ideal state, she would not be able to live without crutches in the future. And wheelchair. Seeing Luo Weiyu's consent, Yifei took out the silver needle. His silver needle has been disinfected. Yifei quickly applied the needle. He took out the needle, lifted his arm slightly, and then pierced into the acupuncture tract. Yifei's movements did not drag any muddy water. Acupuncture and moxibustion pierced the 3 points of Zhu Sanli, Dadan, and Sanyanjiao. Yifei's actions were simple and precise, and his concentration and seriousness made the girl very impressed. Luo Weiyu was surprised. Yifei didn't lie to her, he was indeed a doctor. "Miss Luo, how does it feel to be acupuncture on your leg?" Yifei asked. "It's a bit numb," Luo Weiyu whispered. Her legs were a bit numb and itchy. Seeing Yifei's concentrated expression, Luo Weiyu felt that her heartbeat was faster. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. Yifei received the news of the increase in experience value. Yifei tried several acupuncture points one after another, and changed the acupuncture technique. He turned the silver needle lightly, and then asked, "How do you feel now?" "It's a bit hot." Luo Weiyu only felt that this time when acupuncture points on her legs, a warm current hit her, causing her legs to become hot. Yifei heard the words, he had the results in his heart, put away the silver needle. Yifei believed, "Miss Luo, I think I can heal your leg injury." Luo Weiyu trembled, showing excitement. "Even more, I'll support." Chapter 14 Experience Points of Seng Rising 2 More. Mr. Yi, what you said is true. Luo Weiyu couldn't restrain her inner excitement. Although she can face her leg injury calmly, if she can return to normal, how can she not think about it? Yi Fei nodded earnestly, staring at Luo Weiyu's eyes and said, I can heal you. I can help you find the best orthopedic doctor in Quanyanjing, and then cooperate with my acupuncture and moxibustion to completely heal your leg injury. Luo Weiyu's leg injury was indeed serious, but Yi Fei had tried the silver needle just now, and her legs were still sensation. Although the nerves and acupoints were damaged, they were all functioning normally. In other words, although Luo Weiyu's leg injury is serious, it can be treated. If he undergoes surgical treatment and cooperates with his Yimu Shenzhen acupuncture method, he can fully recover within a few months and walk normally. In the original book, the protagonist Chen Luo completely healed Luo Weiyu's injury, and it took nearly a year. But Yi Fei is different, he has a better way. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have their own strengths, and what Chinese medicine is best at is conditioning and strengthening the body. Western medicine is good at surgery and surgery. If Luo Weiyu's leg injury is treated with traditional Chinese medicine alone, the effect is too slow. The best way is to perform surgery first, and then use acupuncture and other methods, which will have the fastest effect. Yi Fei can invite all the best orthopedics experts from Yanjing and Shuanguo to perform surgery on Luo Weiyu. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Luo Weiyu was so excited, she seemed to think of something, showing hesitation. Although Yi Fei said it was great news for her, but she had a problem. Luo Weiyu's head drooped and said in a low voice, Mr. Yi, I don't have money to pay for medical expenses now. Yi Fei said, you don't need to pay for medical expenses, I will pay the money. No, I can owe you so much money. Luo Weiyu subconsciously shook his head and refused. Luo Weiyu's character is like this, not only is strong and optimistic, but also has her own little persistence and is unwilling to owe favors. Although she could see that Yi Fei had a lot of money, not only did he have a personal bodyguard, but also his clothes were all high-end customizations. The watch he wore on his hand was equivalent to the lifetime wealth of many ordinary people. Maybe this medical bill was a drop in the price for Yi Fei, but it was an astronomical figure for her, and she didn't want to owe this favor. There was a hint of appreciation in Yi Fei's eyes. He knew that Luo Weiyu was such a woman. I have to say that the heroine of the book Genius Doctor is very well portrayed. Each heroine has his own personality and is definitely not a facial-based role. Yi Fei said, why don't it be like this, even if you borrow this money from me, you can return it to me in the future. Luo Weiyu bit her lip and whispered, Mr. Yi, with all due respect, we just met, why are you so good to me? Because I see you are beautiful, I want to be a hero to save the beauty, so as to impress your heart. Is this answer satisfactory? Yi Fei blinked. Luo Weiyu grinned. She knew that what Yi Fei was talking about was a joke. Yi Fei said again, Miss Luo, don't you have psychological pressure? This is just a matter of effort for me. It is rare that you and I like orchids, which is also a fate. I also want to go to my yard with you one day, orchid. Yi Fei used Lenhua as rhetoric to impress Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu was obviously more moved. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. Yi Fei received the system prompt again. Yi Fei struck the iron while it was hot, with a serious expression on his face. Besides, your legs are so beautiful, but it is a pity to sit in a wheelchair. Give it to me, I promise to restore your legs, and even a little scar. Don't stay. This made Luo Weiyu's face hot. Yi Fei actually said that her legs are very beautiful. In fact, when Yi Fei was acupuncture for her, Yi Fei's hands inevitably came into contact with her legs. Thinking about the scene just now, Luo Weiyu's face was even hotter. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. There are continuous reminders about the increase in experience points. Luo Weiyu's favor with him is also rising. The timing of Yi Fei's appearance today is too good. First, the hero saves the beauty, but also because of the orchid connection, plus the increase in Yi Fei's charm value and the acupuncture just now. It is like fate. This caused Luo Weiyu to fall quickly. Miss Luo, then it is settled, you leave it to me. Yi Fei made the decision for Luo Weiyu. Yi Fei's tone was a bit domineering, but Luo Weiyu was not disgusted at all. Luo Weiyu pressed her lips tightly and did not speak, which was regarded as acquiescence. Yi Fei said, naturally I will immediately arrange an orthopedic specialist for these 2 days. In addition, during the period before the operation, I will do acupuncture for you every day to activate your meridians and blood. Luo Weiyu's eyes were shining, and she moved, Mr. Yi, thank you. Yi Fei smiled. He stared at Luo Weiyu's eyes like on water, and said, you're welcome. In fact, Miss Luo, you don't have to mind the money at all, you have already paid the bill. When did I pay? Luo Weiyu opened her beautiful eyes. But at this moment, Yi Fei pointed at the orchid and said, in my opinion, that little money is not as precious as this orchid. You have already paid for this orchid if you gave me this orchid. Luo Weiyu was startled slightly, her expression softened. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased. Yi Fei's voice was gentle and sincere. I also want to thank you for showing me a sunny girl and the most beautiful smile I have seen today. Luo Weiyu blushed completely, and Xia Fei's cheeks were bright and moving, and she couldn't be anything. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience points have increased. In Yi Fei's ear, the system prompt sounded one after another. Chapter 16 Jealous 4 More flowers evaluation votes. Yangtze Street, Su Qingzu's heartbeat speeded up and quietly drove behind Yi Fei. She followed Yi Fei out of the way. She wanted to see what Yi Fei was going to do. Only saw Yi Fei parked on the side of the street and then walked to the door of a very ordinary flower shop. Is he going to buy flowers? Su Qingzu was puzzled. Soon after, I saw Yi Fei walk into the flower shop and greet a very beautiful girl. It turned out to be here to pick up girls. Su Qingzu flashed this thought in his mind and unconsciously squeezed his right hand, his eyes cold. But in the next scene, Su Qingzu was slightly taken aback. I saw Yi Fei pushing the girl to the small yard of the flower shop, and the girl turned out to be in a wheelchair. The girl is beautiful and her smile is sweet, but her legs seem to be disabled, and she can only sit in a wheelchair and let Yi Fei push out to enjoy the sun. After a while, Su Qingzu saw Yi Fei take out the silver needle and meticulously acupuncture the girl. Seeing this scene from afar, Su Qingzu's cold expression softened, and his eyes became softer. What is Yi Fei's identity? The only heir to the Yi family group, the Yi family. In the entire upper circle of Yanjing, who doesn't know Yi Fei's name? Someone even listed Yi Fei with the other 2 young masters and named them the 3 young masters of Yanjing. At first, when Yi Fei looked for Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu felt that Yi Fei was going to pick up girls, so he was disgusted. But when she saw Luo Weiyu sitting in a wheelchair and Yi Fei squatting to acupuncture her, Su Qingzu dismissed the idea. What kind of woman does Yi Fei want? Although the girl in a wheelchair in front of her is very beautiful, as Yi Fei, it is not difficult to find such a beautiful woman. If it is just picking up girls for fun, he can find a girl in a wheelchair even if the girl is very beautiful. The girl has a disability. It seems that the conditions at home are very ordinary, but Yi Fei still patiently and carefully acupuncture her. It took dozens of minutes. Sitting in the car, Su Qingzu could even see a lot of sweat on Yifei's forehead, but he didn't care at all and was still very focused. From the beginning to the end, Yifei's movements were very regular and clean, without any taking advantage of the movements, and even said very little, only in acupuncture. Finally, after the acupuncture and moxibustion was over, Su Qingzu saw Yifei smiling and waving goodbye to the girl with a bright smile. This scene is extremely beautiful, like a beautiful landscape painting. The dignified youngest of the Yi family actually treated a girl with disabled legs so seriously. It seems that he is wrong. Su Qingzu didn't know why Yifei came to Luo Weiyu, but thought she was the one who blamed Yifei. Su Qingzu's eyes are soft, and he thinks about Yifei's reputation in Yanjing. The other rich and young all hug left and right, but Yifei was obsessed with her. Apart from pursuing him, he had never heard of rumors between him and other women. It is precisely because of this that grandfather Su Shaoqin admires Yifei very much and has always wanted to match the two. Su Qingzu fell into memory, thinking of many bits and pieces of details. At this time, Yifei's ear suddenly sounded a reminder ding. Congratulations to the host, Su Qingzu's impression of you has changed, and the experience points will increase. Just as Yifei separated from Luo Weiyu, he received such a reminder. Yifei. He was puzzled. He obviously didn't do anything. Why did Su Qingzu's impression of him change? System, what is going on? Yifei asked. Host, just now Su Qingzu has been following you. The system simply explained it and replied. Why didn't you say it earlier? Anyway, it turns out to be beneficial to you. Don't get cheap and sell well, host. Yifei could roughly guess why Su Qingzu's impression of him changed. He smiled and was in a good mood. It is really unintentional. Yifei left Yangtze Street, but Su Qingzu did not leave. She got out of the car and walked to the door of the flower shop. Seeing a visitor, Luo Weiyu smiled and said hello, are you here to buy flowers? While talking, Luo Weiyu was taken aback. What a beautiful woman. Su Qingzu is tall, stepping on a pair of silver high heels, carrying a limited edition Hermes bag, and wearing a special color purple jade necklace, light makeup, delicate face, and cool temperament. Luo Weiyu was taken aback for a moment, the corners of her mouth still smiling. Su Qingzu shook her head. I don't buy flowers. She also admired Luo Weiyu in her heart. This girl was clean and beautiful, just like crystal. Such a pure and beautiful girl is rare. Then you are Luo Weiyu asked. I am Yifei's friend. Su Qingzu thought for a while and said. Luo Weiyu said in surprise it turned out to be Mr. Yi's friend. Ah, I am going to pour you water. With that, Luo Weiyu was very skilled in moving the wheelchair and enthusiastically poured water for Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzu was very curious. She directly asked Luo Weiyu how did you and Yifei meet. Luo Weiyu handed the water cup to Su Qingzu. A sweet smile appeared on her face and said, Mr. Yi helped me solve the trouble. It turned out to be a coincidence. Su Qingzu looked at the quiet girl in front of him and said, Ms. Luo, do you need my help for your leg injury? I can ask a doctor to help you. Luo Weiyu only briefly told what happened that day. Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu exchanged names, and they are considered to know each other. In the face of a gentle and beautiful girl like Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu also wanted to help her. No, thank Miss Su, Mr. Yi will help me. Luo Weiyu mentioned Yifei, with a sweeter smile on her face. Seeing the sweet smile on Luo Weiyu's face, Su Qingzu somehow felt sour. 4 more, please support. Chapter 17 Su Qingzu's got assist 1 more, ask for flowers and everything. The sourness in Su Qingzu's heart flashed away. She quickly returned to normal, her expression faint. Luo Weiyu smiled and said, since you are Mr. Yi's friend, I will also give you a pot of flowers. What do you like? Su Qingzu looked at the lovely girl in front of her. She did not reject Luo Weiyu's kindness, picked a bunch of roses, and said, thank you. You're welcome, the rose symbolizes love, I hope you like it. Luo Weiyu said sincerely. Is it love? Su Qingzu was silent. Suffering from misogyny, she had already despaired of love. Her mind couldn't help but echo what Yifei said to him that day. If she continued to close herself, the final consequences would be disastrous. Perhaps it was Luo Weiyu's strength and smile that infected her, which made her feel a little shaken. Su Qingzu's heart is complicated, but his face is expressionless, turning around and preparing to leave. Before she left, she suddenly stopped and said, by the way, you know the identity of Yifei. Mr. Yi, what is his identity? Luo Weiyu was startled and curious. Su Qingzu met those pure eyes and said, you know the Yi group, he is the only heir of the Yi group. Yip group. Of course, Luo Weiyu knew that this big name was like a thunderbolt. It was a group of hundreds of billions. How many people in Yanqing Danti know? Mr. Yi is actually the only heir of the Yi group. Although Luo Weiyu knew that Yifei's identity was definitely extraordinary, she couldn't think that he was actually the son of the Yi family group and the only heir. Remembering everything Yifei did after meeting her again, there is no pretension to get along with her, always gentle. Moreover, the noble person also acupuncture for her, patient and meticulous. The dignified young Master Yi actually did this to her. If this spreads out, I am afraid it will make countless Yanjing women jealous and crazy, right? Luo Weiyu's eyes were gentle as water, and strange emotions were surging in her heart, sweet and shy all kinds of emotions were intertwined. Su Qingzu turned to leave at this time, and said before leaving, Miss Luo, please keep it a secret for me. I don't want Yifei to know about coming to you today. Good. Luo Weiyu agreed. Su Qingzu turned and left. Su Qingzu went away, while Luo Weiyu was watching the pot of orchids on the windowsill that she carefully took care of. Her eyes were crazy, the corners of her mouth raised, and her cheeks crept up blushing quietly. At this moment, Yifei had arrived at the door of his private villa and was about to get out of the car. Yifei opened the car door, and at this moment a beautiful female voice sounded in his ear. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu is in love with you. 2 system prompts in a row made Yifei surprised. Yifei, what is the situation? He didn't do anything. Why did the experience value suddenly increase a bit, and it also showed that Luo Weiyu was enamored of him. How is this going? Rao Yifei has always been calm, and at this time he is also a little confused. Su Qingzu first, then Luo Weiyu, what is the situation? Luo Weiyu still loves him. Even if Yifei wanted to break his head, he couldn't think of it. The reason for this was Su Qingzu's divine assist to him. System, what is the situation? Yifei asked. The system said the host makes me slow down, and I am also a little confused. In any case, this is still a great thing for Yifei. Comfortable. In just 2 days, Luo Weiyu actually fell in love with him. Yifei thought it would take at least a week to do this step. But now look, under various coincidences, Luo Weiyu has completely fallen. Yifei said, unexpectedly, the harvest will be so great in 2 days. The host did a great job. Chen Luo will come to Yanjing soon. The more experience points you have, the better. Yep, Yifei had a plan brewing in his heart, and already had an idea. The next day, Yifei visited Su's house as usual, and then went to Luo Weiyu to acupuncture her. Luo Weiyu today is very different to him. Those beautiful eyes were clear and moving. She sometimes secretly glanced at Yifei quickly and then dropped her head again. The corner of Yifei's mouth was curved, and he continued to acupuncture Luo Weiyu carefully. After a long time, the acupuncture was finished. As soon as Yifei raised his head, he smelled a faint scent. Luo Weiyu took the initiative to wipe Yifei's sweat with her hands. She helped Yifei wipe the sweat and blushed and said to Yifei, "Mr. Yi, you can rest for a while." Luo Weiyu's little snow-white hands were weak and boneless, and the taste was fragrant. Yifei smiled gently and said, "I just sweated a little, and I am not tired. I'll help you go outside for a while, more sun is good for your body." With Yifei's current physical fitness, acupuncture and moxibustion did not consume physical energy for him. Okay, Luo Weiyu is warm in her heart. Luo Weiyu has crutches and wheelchairs. She usually walks on crutches. Yifei helped her turn around this Yangtze street. Then Yifei chatted with her a few more words before leaving. Yifei drove the car halfway and suddenly heard the sound of the system. "Host, pull over and stop, Chen is in front," the system suddenly reminded. Yifei pulled over and stopped immediately, looking forward. This street is not a main road, there are not many people, and because of someone's protagonist aura, Yifei saw Chen Luo at a glance. On the street, a handsome, well-built man was sitting lazily. He was sitting in the doorway of a coffee shop, holding his chin, drinking coffee, and looking at the beautiful women passing by on the street. This man is Chen Luo. Roar, ask for support. Thank you Feng Yu, Lao Zhang, gentlemen and other friends for your support. Chapter 18 Chen Luo appeared, Yifei's calculation 2 more seeking everything. Chen Luo was sitting at the door of a coffee shop, sipping coffee in a leisurely manner, looking at the beautiful women on the street. I have to say that Chen Luo is indeed in line with the setting of an urban online protagonist. He was very handsome, with an evil face, sitting there lazily. There are many little girls around, all looking at him subconsciously, attracted by him. Chen Luo glanced at these little girls and made various comments on these girls in his heart. Well, this breast is a bit small, that leg is not long enough, and the other waist is too thick. In the original book, Chen Luo has one characteristic, that is, he likes to praise and appreciate beautiful women. To put it bluntly, I just like to hunt for beauty. Yifei was sitting in the car, and he was not worried that Chen Luo would find him. At this moment, Yifei had a doubt. Yifei chatted with the system seems to be something wrong. According to the time, Chen Luo should only show up in Yanjing tomorrow. Why is he here now? The host has affected the plot direction, making Chen Luo appear slightly earlier, which is normal. Yifei squinted. Chen Luo came to Yanjing, but he didn't have the first time to go to the Suez house, so he was enjoying coffee on the street. Well, he likes to see beautiful women, hasn't he changed? In the original book The Genius Doctor, in addition to Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, who have personality and character, there are also many female heroines with facial makeup. And Chen Luo is like a stallion, relying on the protagonist's halo to collect all kinds of fat and thin women into the harem. Yifei's car was parked on the side of the street. He observed Chen Luo for a while, and saw that Chen Luo got up at this moment, and his figure quickly disappeared into the street. Chen Luo was gone. Yifei squinted. He wanted to see what Chen Luo wanted to do. Although Yifei influenced the plot trend ahead of time, in this time and space, there are still various coincidences, coupled with Chen Luo's protagonist halo, Yifei can take it lightly. When Yifei saw Chen Luo leaving, he immediately called. Soon, 2 of Yifei's personal bodyguards came over from a black Audi queue at the rear, bowed their heads towards Yifei and said, "Yi Xiao." "Well, I have worked hard for you 2 days ago," Yifei said. "Yi Xiao is too polite. We are instructed by Mr. Yi to protect Yi Xiao. It is not a trivial matter," said one of the black bodyguards. Yifei smiled. These 2 bodyguards were specially assigned to him by Yi's father. These 2 bodyguards have undergone strict professional training, and their skills are not as bad as those of soldiers. They are both carefully selected by Yi's father, and their loyalty is absolutely reliable. When necessary, they even block the bullets for Yifei. Yifei pointed to one of the bodyguards and said, "Black Friday." The code name of this bodyguard was Black Friday. Yi Xiao. Heiwu lowered his head, showing respect to Yifei. Yifei said, "Black Friday, I want you to do something for me." Yi Xiao, please say, "Heiwu will do everything possible." Heiwu Dao. Yifei pointed to the direction where Chen Luo had just left, and said, "You noticed that man just now. I want you to follow him and report his whereabouts to me at any time. Be careful not to be found by him. He is not good at it. You are bad." Black Friday nodded without hesitation. "Yes, Yi Xiao." With that said, Heiwu immediately took off the black jacket, revealing the normal shirt inside. The black jacket that Heiwu just wore was easily considered a bodyguard, so he quickly changed it. On tracking, he is also professional. "Yi Xiao, then I will go." "Good." Yifei nodded in relief. Chen Luo's strength is very high. Although Black 5 is also very good, he is definitely not Chen Luo's opponent. But Yifei just asked him to follow Chen Luo, which is definitely more than enough, just be careful not to be discovered. Black Friday disappeared quickly. After Yifei arranged all this, he restarted the Bentley and went home. Yifei returned to his private villa and waited for the news of Black Friday. In the evening, Black Friday hurried back to report on the situation. "How is it?" Yifei asked. Black Friday bent over Yifei very respectfully and reported, "Yi Xiao, the person you asked me to follow, he." "What is wrong with him?" Yifei asked lightly. Heiwu Dao. He walked aimlessly on the street at first, but then somehow, he walked to Yangtze Street and saw Miss Luo. Black Friday also knew of the existence of Luo Weiyu, and also knew that Luo Weiyu had a close relationship with his young master in the past 2 days. It is just that Heiwu can't help but wonder, why is it such a coincidence that it is Miss Luo? Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Luo actually found Luo Weiyu there. Although Chen Luo didn't go to Suez house, he went to find Luo Weiyu. Although Yifei influenced the plot, he still had a strong inertia, and Chen Luo, the protagonist of the original book, found the heroine again. "What is next?" Yifei raised his eyebrows and asked. Black 5 said Miss Luo's attitude towards that kid is very ordinary. The kid didn't please her, so she bought a pot of flowers and left. Yifei nodded. "That is right. Luo Weiyu has already fallen in love with him now." Yifei knows Luo Weiyu's character very well. Regardless of her gentle and moving appearance, her character is very firm. Once she is sure of things, she will definitely stick to it. For example, I like Yifei. Given Luo Weiyu's current affection for Yifei, it is normal for Chen Luo to run into a wall. Yifei wasn't too worried at all, but Heiwu hesitated again. "Say," Heiwu said, "but I think that kid seems to be very caring about Miss Luo. I guess he will harass Miss Luo." Heiwu peeped at Yifei's face, worried that the young master was unhappy. Yifei squinted his eyes. He was not angry, but instead made a plan for it. A plan to kill Chen Luo. More flowers evaluation. Chapter 19 Killing the dead does not pay for their lives. 3 more, please support. Yifei quickly thought of a plan. He pondered slightly and said, "Black Friday, you continue to follow Chen Luo and report his whereabouts to me regularly, but be careful not to disturb him." Yes, Xiao Yi. Haiwu agreed, nodding repeatedly. If you harass Luo Weiyu again, send me a message as soon as possible, don't call. Yifei said lightly if you harass Luo Weiyu, you will. Yifei whispered a few words to Haiwu. Yes, Haiwu replied gruffly. Go ahead. The next day, Yifei went to Su's villa as usual. After Yifei gave Su Xiaokan acupuncture and moxibustion, Su Xiaokan's physical symptoms recovered very well. These days Su Xiaokan has been drinking the Chinese medicine that Yifei gave him to restore his body. Of course, although Yifei's medical skills are strong, he is not as exaggerated as the living dead or the flesh and bones. After all, Su Xiaokan is old, and it takes a long time to recuperate his body. Yifei diagnosed Su Xiaokan's pulse, and then smiled and said, Master, your body is recovering well, and the rest is recuperating. Just take the Chinese medicine I prepared. Okay, Xiaofei, you have been working hard these days. Su Xiaokan smiled and sighed. The more Su Xiaokan looked at Yifei, he was satisfied. Thanks to Yifei's busy schedule these days, he diagnosed and treated his injuries. Yifei said, You don't have to be polite, old man. With the friendship between our two families, these are what my junior should do. Su Xiaokan sighed, Hey, it is a pity that I don't have such blessings. Su Xiaokan was full of regrets. Su Qingzu, who said this, looked very unnatural. Of course she knew what Su Xiaokan was sorry for. It has nothing more than Su Xiaokan still thinking about making Su Qingzu and Yifei get together. The old man's obsession is very serious. Even in the original book, Su Xiaokan has always supported Yifei, hoping that he and Su Qingzu will get together. Su Qingzu bit his lip and did not speak. Yifei smiled and said to Su Xiaokan, Master, your condition has stabilized, and I want to come here from tomorrow. Alright, I have delayed you for a few days, and my old bones can take it easy. Su Xiaokan said. Yifei chatted with Su Xiaokan again, but Su Qingzu was stunned and lost in his heart. From tomorrow on, you want to come to Su's house. Su Qingzu suppressed the strangeness in his heart, expressionless, cold and frosty. Yifei got up and was about to leave when he suddenly received a text message on his mobile phone. He came. Yifei understood 3 simple words. This text message was sent from Black Friday. Yifei had already told Black Friday that as long as Chen Luo went to harass Luo Weiyu again, he would send him a message. Chen Luo really went to harass Luo Weiyu again. When Yifei received the text message, he kept quiet, just glanced at it briefly, and put the phone away. Neither Su Qingzu nor Su Xiaokan noticed Yifei's movements. Putting away the phone, Yifei smiled at Su Qingzu. Miss Su, can you help me? What is the matter? Su Qingzu had a cold expression on his face. Yifei said, my car has been sent for maintenance. I didn't drive here today. Please take me to a place. Su Qingzu agreed. Okay, where are you going? Go to Yangtze Street. Su Qingzu was slightly startled, a little guilty. After all, she had only followed Yifei yesterday. Su Qingzu didn't think too much. She knew that Yifei was going to acupuncture Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzu drove her favorite red Maserati and drove Yifei to Yangtze Street. Yangtze Street. It was still the familiar trail, and he was about to go to the flower shop. At this moment, Yifei's mobile phone rang suddenly. Yifei saw that it was Luo Weiyu who had come. As soon as Yifei answered the phone, he heard Luo Weiyu's anxious voice. Mr. Yi, can you come to the flower shop now? There is a very strange person here. He and your bodyguard have played conflict. I am at the door of the flower shop. You are waiting. Yifei's expression sank, and he urged Su Qingzu. Miss Su, please drive faster. Seeing Yifei's face sinking like water, Su Qingzu couldn't help asking what is the matter. I have a friend who opened a flower shop in front. She said she was harassed. Yifei said coldly. Su Qingzu knew that the friend Yifei was talking about was Luo Weiyu, and her heart was tight. Su Qingzu also had a good impression of that sunny girl. I believe anyone will like a gentle and optimistic girl like Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzu stepped on the gas pedal and Maserati had a strong pushback. Amid the roar of engine acceleration, this red Maserati drove to the door of the flower shop. Yifei got off the car quickly and walked quickly to the door of the flower shop. Su Qingzu followed closely. Ms. Luo. Yifei walked to the flower shop and saw Chen Luo at first sight. Chen Luo was dressed in casual clothes. He dressed up specially today with a very sunny haircut and looks very handsome. Chen Luo also noticed Yifei. The moment Yifei entered the door, Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly and swept over Yifei's body. Chen Luo is very clever. He glanced at Yifei's clothes and could roughly tell that the man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Not only was he rich, but his temperament was far from those of ordinary upstarts. It seems a little troublesome. Yifei's eyes only stayed on Chen Luo's body for a moment, then turned to look at Luo Weiyu. When Luo Weiyu saw Yifei, there was a hint of joy in those crystal-like eyes, as if relying on them. Mr. Yi. In addition to Chen Luo and Luo Weiyu, there is another person in the flower shop, Haiwu. Miss Luo. Yifei stood in front of Luo Weiyu and patted her on the shoulder gently to signal her peace of mind. Luo Weiyu's nervous heart immediately settled down. What is going on? Yifei frowned slightly, and finally asked. More. Chapter 20. Is this a misunderstanding? For more, ask for evaluation votes. The moment Chen Luo saw Yifei, he felt that things were a little out of his control. As the protagonist of the original book, Chen Luo is a smart man. Not only does he have good medical skills, but his strength is not low. His only minor flaw is that he likes beautiful women. Yesterday Chen Luo had just arrived in Yanjing. He took a fresh look, wandered for a while, admiring Yanjing's beauties. Yanjing is as beautiful as a cloud, and Chen Luo alone sees more than a dozen top beauties with a score of more than 7. There are even 2 sub-beauties. Sure enough, it is an imperial capital, but big cities are different. Chen Luo studied medicine in the mountains with his master since he was a child. There is only a small remote town at the foot of the mountain. Where have you seen so many beautiful women? What is more, he is still young, and he likes beautiful women because of his nature. Yesterday, because he was anxious to experience the prosperity of Yanjing, Chen Luo did not rush to find a place to stay. In fact, Master gave him several contact information, all of whom were big wealthy Yanjing family members, and asked him to find a place to stay. When Master Chen Luo was young, he was the first doctor in Yanjing and his name moved Yanqing. His master rejuvenated his life in a wonderful way, saving a lot of the lives of the dignitaries of Yanjing, and even 2 big bosses owed favors to his master. With this level of relationship, Chen Luo could walk sideways in Yanjing. And Chen Luo's ambition is not small. He came to Yanqing just to become the first doctor in Yanqing just like his master at the time. But before that, I still have to experience the prosperity of Yanjing. Chen Luo wandered about in the street, and suddenly saw a small flower shop on the side of the street. Soon after, Chen Luo met the boss in the flower shop. A gentle girl like water. At least 9 points, even very top beauties. Chen Luo divided beauties into 10 grades. 7-point beauties are rare enough to be regarded as goddesses by ordinary people. As for the division of beautiful women, it is rarer. Not only the face is better, but the figure is more stringent. Such beauties are eye-catching everywhere. 9-point beauties are one of the best in a million, regardless of body size and appearance, and more importantly, they must have a unique temperament. Very beautiful, is absolutely perfect in every aspect, almost non-existent. And yesterday afternoon, he actually saw a beauty with at least 9 points in the flower shop, and can even be rated as 10 points. At the first sight of the girl, Chen Luo was shocked. The girl was clean and pure, like a crystal. The girl not only has a beautiful face, but also has a clear and dusty face, especially her eyes, which are crystal clear and extremely clean. This is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. The only fly in the ointment is that she is in a wheelchair. But for this Chen Luo, it was great news because his medical skills came into use. So Chen Luo had a plan brewing in his heart. Approach this girl first. So Chen Luo entered the flower shop on the grounds of buying flowers and tried to chat with the girl several times. As a result, the girl always treated him with a plain attitude, and from time to time, the girl looked at a pot of orchids on the windowsill, showing a sweet smile. What is so good about a pot of broken orchid? Is there anything wrong with this orchid? Chen Luo thought to himself. He tried to ask the girl to buy this orchid. The result was, of course, Luo Weiyu's decisive rejection. He actually touched a grey nose, but Chen Luo didn't panic at all, and he said sincerely that his medical skills are very good, and maybe he can help Luo Weiyu treat her foot injuries. When Chen Luo wanted to come, this was definitely Luo Weiyu's fate. It is impossible for such a beautiful girl to live a normal life without treating her foot injuries. As a result, to Chen Luo's surprise, Luo Weiyu calmly refused again. Chen Luo was very puzzled, and in the end he could only buy potted flowers casually and left dingy. The first time to strike up a conversation was close to failing miserably. But Chen Luo did not give up. He planned to come again tomorrow. Such a superb beauty, he will never let it go. Isn't he just a rejection? As the saying goes, the fierce girl is afraid of the stalker. As long as he continues to approach the girl, there will definitely be a chance. Therefore, Chen Luo first wandered around the flower shop and found a hotel nearby to stay. After waiting all night, Chen Luo came again the next day. The next day, Chen Luo went to find Luo Weiyu again. As a result, he eagerly came to the door and chatted with Luo Weiyu by buying flowers and wanted to chat with her again. But Luo Weiyu's attitude towards him was never salty or indifferent. Luo Weiyu is a smart girl with ice and snow. She knew Chen Luo's intentions when she saw Chen Luo. Chen Luo's excuse was very lame. He came to buy flowers on the first day and bought flowers on the second day. During several conversations, Luo Weiyu also knew very well that he knew nothing about flowers. Luo Weiyu didn't catch a cold with this way of chatting up, and her attitude towards Chen Luo was also alienated. This immediately made Chen Luo a little annoyed. Chen Luo stayed in the flower shop all the time when Black Friday appeared. He Wu always remembered Yifei's instructions. He first sent a text message to Yifei, and then he acted immediately, appeared at the flower shop and stopped in front of Yifei. The appearance of Black Friday made Chen Luo very vigilant. On Black Friday, according to Yifei's instructions, he confronted Chen Luo and even provoked Chen Luo, which immediately annoyed Chen Luo even more. The two clashed fiercely. At this time, Luo Weiyu called Yifei. Yifei and Su Qingzu arrived at the right time, and Yifei also saw the scene. Yifei glanced at Haiwu and saw that Haiwu's arm was injured. It seems that he was injured when he was in conflict with Chen Luo. What the asterisk is going on? Yifei frowned, his tone indifferent. Chen Luo looked at Yifei. Although he knew Yifei was not easy to provoke, his expression was calm. My friend, I think this is a misunderstanding. Chen Luo glanced at Yifei, knowing that this must be a rich young man, and he was probably here to pick up girls. Unfortunately, this beauty is destined to be mine. Although this kind of rich elder brother is extraordinary, he is not afraid. If it doesn't work, use medical techniques to insult him first. Chen Luo thought to himself, but there was a harmless smile on his face. 4 more, please ask for flowers and vary evaluation votes. The evaluation votes are a little bit small, please give me some when you vote for flowers. Chapter 21. He is ill-intentioned. 1 more, please support. Chen Luo took the initiative to speak. He sneered in his heart, but his face was sincere. Friend, I think this may be a misunderstanding. I kindly want to help this young lady. I am a doctor and I just want to help her treat her leg injuries. She misunderstood. Chen Luo's tone was very sincere, with a smile on his face which seemed very comfortable on the surface. This is also one of the characteristics of Chen Luo in the original book. He is very good at disguising his inner thoughts. Even though his heart is full of disdain and disgust for Yifei at this moment, there is still a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Really, Yifei was non-committal. Chen Luo nodded again and again. It is really just a misunderstanding. This gentleman is your bodyguard. He insists that I have an attempt to this young lady. Chen Luo explained patiently. At this time, Su Qingzu, who was 1 step behind Yifei, walked into the flower shop and she heard Chen Luo's explanation. Su Qingzu was relieved. It seemed that it was just a misunderstanding, but the other party was very sincere, not like a bad person. However, Su Qingzu heard a message in Chen Luo's words. Was Yifei's bodyguard and Chen Luo just now in conflict? Yifei actually sent a bodyguard to protect Luo Weiyu. Does he really have ideas about Luo Weiyu? Su Qingzu looked at Yifei subconsciously. The moment Su Qingzu walked into the flower shop, Chen Luo also saw it, and he was also taken aback. What an iceberg beauty. When Chen Luo saw Su Qingzu, his eyes flashed with surprise, and his heart became even more unhappy with Yifei. Chen Luo could see that Su Qingzu had come with Yifei. This elder brother Xiao Bailian is actually related to two top beauties who can score 9 or even 10 points at least. His grandma asked. Chen Luo scolded an asterisk in his heart, and was extremely envious of Yifei, but still kept a smile on his face. Chen Luo said again, if you don't believe me, you can ask this lady, I just want to help her heal her leg injury. Really Black Friday, what the asterisk is going on? Yifei did not ask Luo Weiyu, but directly asked Black Friday. Luo Weiyu has a quiet and gentle personality. If she was asked to talk about it, she would definitely not want to conflict with Chen Luo. It was not that she was afraid of Chen Luo, but that she was worried about causing trouble to Yifei. This girl is such a gentle and pleasant character. That is why Yifei let Haiwu say. Black Friday was clutching his injured right arm at this time. His injury was not serious. After all, Yifei quickly arrived after the 2 clashes. Haiwu said with a rough voice, then I will say, Xiao Yi. Since the last time the gangsters troubled Ms. Luo, you were afraid that similar things would happen again, so let me protect Ms. Luo secretly, afraid of those little ones. The gangsters come to harass again. Yifei nodded. The sentence of Black Friday explains why he appeared, otherwise the explanation for following Chen Luo was not clear. This explanation is very reasonable and logical. Su Qingzu was relieved slightly. After Luo Weiyu listened, she was even more moved. She looked at Yifei with bright eyes, and her eyes were shining. It turned out that Yifei cared about him so much. Yifei was very thorough, not only helped her to solve the small gangsters but also sent someone to protect her secretly. For a while, Luo Weiyu felt safe in her heart. Ding, congratulations to the host, get some experience points. You don't need to think about this experience value and know that it comes from Luo Weiyu. Originally, you didn't allow me to come forward, only let me protect Ms. Luo secretly, but this person is ill-intentioned. He pointed at Chen Luo and said decisively. The smile on Chen Luo's face froze. Both Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu frowned slightly. Ye Fei said faintly, you speak clearly, Dante wrong the good guy. Chen Luo immediately said, yeah, brother, you may be really mistaken. But Black Friday said with certainty, Yi Xiao, I am right, it is because he has a bad heart. Although Black 5 is tall and mammoth, Ye Fei is honest and honest. Compared to Ye Fei's other bodyguard, he looks simple and honest. What comes out of his mouth is easily convincing. This is also the reason why Ye Fei chose Black Friday to do this thing. What the asterisk is going on? Ye Fei frowned. He Wu pointed at Chen Luo and said, this guy came to the flower shop yesterday. He came to meet Ms. Luo. What is the problem with this? Ye Fei asked, as if he was actively helping Chen Luo to clarify. Hey Wu Dao, I saw this kid in the flower shop yesterday with my own eyes and bought a pot of flowers, but he did not leave immediately after buying the flowers. Instead, he sneaked around here until Ms. Luo's flower shop closed. Just go. Because you said you wouldn't let me disturb Ms. Luo, and he didn't hurt Ms. Luo's actual actions, I didn't report to you. As soon as Hai Wu said these words, Chen Luo's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He never expected that what he did yesterday would be seen by the Black Friday. Yesterday Chen Luo saw Luo Weiyu for the first time, and she was truly amazed. After he left the flower shop, he indeed wandered around, thinking about how to attack Luo Weiyu faster. Unexpectedly, all of this was seen in the eyes of the Black Friday. Not to mention Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu. Originally, Luo Weiyu's senses for Chen Luo were average, or even worse, but now, her eyebrows are frowned and the smile on her face has completely disappeared. Su Qingzu is even more so. Su Qingzu was originally misogynistic. When she saw Chen Luo's first face, she heard Chen Luo's sincere apology, which was fair to Chen Luo's senses. But when He Wu said, her impression of Chen Luo plummeted, and even this man was disgusting. This man was playing tricks, deliberately approaching Luo Weiyu, and found so many high-sounding excuses. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points increase. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingzu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points are increased. 2 consecutive sounds came from the system. Ye Fei was very comfortable. A new day, ask for support and everything. Chapter 22 Chen Luo's mentality collapsed 2 more, please evaluate the flowers. The system prompts twice in succession, prompting Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu that both Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu have lost their affection for Chen Luo. Comfortable. Not only did they get experience points, but Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu had no affection for Chen Luo, which made Ye Fei very happy. Ye Fei was in a cheerful mood, but his tone remained indifferent. This friend, would you please explain what is going on? Irao Chen Luo was still witty, and he couldn't dispute it at this time. With the facts before him, what can he say? Chen Luo also noticed the change in attitudes of Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu. Especially Su Qingzu, her temperament has always been cold, her eyes looking at Chen Luo were even colder, without a hint of color. Chen Luo knew that his impression in the hearts of these 2 superb beauties must have fallen to the freezing point, and it was hard to recover. Chen Luo only felt very aggrieved, he didn't even know what was going on. How could this be? The script is not like this. According to Chen Luo's script, he wanted to act as the savior in front of Luo Weiyu, first to get Luo Weiyu's favor, and then heal Luo Weiyu's foot injury, so that Luo Weiyu was extremely grateful to him. But now, Chen Luo's mentality was a little broken. He just came to Yanjing, just wanted to experience the prosperity of Yanjing, by the way, the bubble beauty, but in the end tragically hit Ye Fei's meticulous layout. Chen Luo thought for a while, his eyes turned, and finally said actually, I had a reason yesterday. I came to Yanjing for the first time and I am not familiar with the place of life here. I saw this lady by accident yesterday, and I really felt that this lady is very beautiful, but I have absolutely no nasty thoughts, just want to appreciate it more. Chen Luo's defense was quite clever. He put himself in the position of the weak, saying that it was the first time that he came to Yanjing, and then he was surprised by Luo Weiyu. People sympathize with the weak. Chen Luo's low-profile remarks are sure to have some effect when placed in normal times. But Ye Fei would not give him a chance. Black Friday said in a loud voice at the right time, Yi Xiao, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I think he is a thief. Yesterday he came to the flower shop once and bought the potted flowers and threw them away. He simply wanted to get close to Ms. Luo. Luo Weiyu's expression became colder after hearing this. Chen Luo's inconsistent behavior undoubtedly made people feel that he was hypocritical. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu has lost a good impression of the original hero Chen Luo, and the hostess experience points increase. Black Friday, good job, go back to raise your salary and add chicken legs. Black Friday worked very well. Ye Fei had already explained to Hai Wu and told him what to do. He Wu looked honest on the surface, but he was not stupid. He firmly remembered Ye Fei's words. Hai Wu continued, Young Xiaoyi, this kid fought with me just now, and he broke your pot of orchids. Black 5 pointed to the ground. Ye Fei only noticed that the orchid on the windowsill had been broken. Fortunately, the orchid is not a big problem. The only thing that is broken is the flower pot. The soil in the flower pot is scattered on the ground, and the flower pot is cracked into several halves. Ye Fei only paid attention to Chen Luo when he entered the house, but he didn't realize that there was another accident. This also made Ye Fei a little unhappy. After all, this orchid is now planted together with Luo Weiyu, and Luo Weiyu himself regards this orchid as a treasure and cultivates it carefully. Luo Weiyu was even more uncomfortable. Luo Weiyu had carefully rearranged the orchid just now, but she was still uncomfortable. Ding, congratulations to the host, Luo Weiyu's affection for the original hero Chen Luo has dropped to the lowest point, and the hostess experience points have increased. Ye Fei received the system reminder that Luo Weiyu's affection for Chen Luo had fallen to the lowest level. Chen Luo completely couldn't argue. Luo Weiyu's voice also contained a hint of anger. She stared at Chen Luo and said, please don't come to my flower shop again. You are not welcome here. It can be seen how angry Luo Weiyu is to make someone as gentle and quiet as Luo Weiyu speak like this. Su Qingzu's eyes were always cold, and she didn't even look at Chen Luo again. Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy, knowing that he had completely lost the opportunity to explain. Chen Luo turned around, dingy about to leave the flower shop. In many more, Ye Fei stopped Chen Luo. Chen Luo raised his head abruptly. He suppressed his anger. Chen Luo was very frustrated at this time. He clenched his fists tightly with both hands and almost wanted to do it. But he held back. Chen Luo knew that the identity of the other party was unusual. Although he was not afraid of Ye Fei, he had just arrived in Yanjing and his eyes were blackened. He didn't even know Ye Fei's specific identity, so he could not confront Ye Fei at this time. But Chen Luo remembered Ye Fei's appearance deeply, he must retaliate. What is the matter? Chen Luo tried to squeeze a smile and asked Ye Fei. Ye Fei said lightly, don't leave in such a hurry, our account hasn't been cleared yet. What do you mean? The smile that Chen Luo squeezed out disappeared again. Yifei said, you wounded my bodyguard, destroyed the things in this flower shop, and were suspected of being unruly towards Miss Luo. What do you think I am going to do? Chen Luo hid his anger and asked, what do you want to do? Yifei smiled, don't worry, I want to take what you do. As a good and outstanding citizen, when encountering this kind of problem, I choose to ask the police for help. Chen Luo was taken aback, but I saw that Yifei had dialed a number, which was the number of the police station. More, please ask for some flowers evaluation votes, please. Chapter 23 is comfortable 3 more, ask for all support. Yifei dialed the number of the police station. He said a few words quickly, and the police arrived in about 15 minutes. During this period, Chen Luo's eyes were gloomy, and finally it was difficult to conceal his inner anger. Chen Luo felt he was scammed. The little white-faced bodyguard in front of him was so disgusting, he couldn't argue with a few words. And his elder brother named Yishao didn't know what his identity was, and he actually hit him on this matter. It has really bad blood mold. Unexpectedly, the first time I picked up a girl in Yanjing, I encountered a hard stubble. In fact, Chen landed in that small remote city and hooked up several women without telling his master. He was also considered a veteran of Wakong. I didn't expect this overturn to be so thorough. Forget it, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Chen Luo still didn't know Yifei's identity, he planned to forbear it first. I'll talk about it when we figure out the identity of this Yishao. Retaliation must be revenge, and it is his character that Javier must retaliate. Chen Luo originally wanted to use his medical skills to first Yifei once. With his medical skills, it is very simple to want a yin person, and he can even use his hands and feet as long as he has physical contact. The human body has many special nerves and acupuncture points. As long as he secretly manipulates his hands and feet, he can make this Yishao make a fool of himself. But Yishao was very vigilant and never had close contact with him. He didn't have any chance. The police finally came. A total of 2 policemen, both policemen in this area, conducted routine interrogations and temporarily detained Chen Luo in the name of fighting and harassing women. Of course, Black Friday can't escape either. After all, fights are also part of the Black Friday, and even he is still the provocative party. This is what Yifei told him to do. Therefore, Black Friday is a bachelor, and he is also detained. Anyway, he doesn't care. As a witness, Yifei went to the police station to take notes very cooperatively. In the police station, the final punishment decision has also come down. Haiwu was detained for 2 days for fighting and fighting, while Chen Luo was punished for both crimes and detained for 10 days for fighting and harassing women. Chen Luo was extremely aggrieved and accepted the punishment. He was completely planted this time. He didn't even know Yifei's name and background, so he was set and cheated for some reason. Chen Luo faintly could feel that he was being caught. To make matters worse, when he arrived at the police station, Yifei approached the police to immediately confiscated Chen Luo's mobile phone, wallet, and ID card. In particular, Chen Luo's mobile phone was immediately accepted, which cut him off from the outside world. This means that Chen Luo wanted to find a relationship and could not dig him out of the police station, so he could only honestly be detained for 10 days. In contrast, the treatment of Black Friday is much more comfortable. Yifei didn't even have to find someone to take care of Black Friday, after all, who would dare to embarrass the Yi family's bodyguard. Black Friday is served with delicious food, it is almost like a tourist. Chen Luo was not reconciled. He was very aggrieved, with a feeling of strength but nowhere to do it. Thinking carefully about what happened today, Chen Luo felt more and more that he might have fallen into the trap carefully designed by the other party. But why? He and Yifei had no grievances, why did this Yishao target him? Although Chen Luo had been inexplicably hostile towards Yifei from the first moment he saw Yifei, Chen Luo asked himself that he was hiding well. Chen Luo clenched his fists, his knuckles were slightly whitish, he suppressed the anger in his heart, his eyes darkened. When he thought of Yifei, his heart burst into flames, and he completely hated Yifei. When I get out of the police station, I must find all your information and then retaliate fiercely. Wait for me. Yifei came out of the police station gate, the sun was shining brightly, as if he was in a good mood. He calculated Chen Luo ruthlessly with a mental arithmetic and unintentional. When Yifei knew that Chen Luo was going to strike up a conversation and harass Luo Weiyu, Yifei figured out how to deal with Chen Luo. He deliberately did not drive out today, so that Su Qingzu carried himself to the flower shop. In order to let Su Qingzu also see Chen Luo's ugly attitude. Things went smoother than he thought. In Yifei's original plan, it was designed so that Su Qingzu could see Chen Luo harass Luo Weiyu, so that Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu would reduce Chen Luo's favor. By the way, Yifei also arranged for the Black Friday to actively protect Luo Weiyu at a critical moment, and deliberately let the Black Friday provoke Chen Luo between words, in order to let Chen Luo do something on the Black Friday. In this way, Yifei can justly put Chen Luo in the bureau in the name of fighting and harassing women. Detained for 10 days. These 10 days are enough for Yifei to do a lot of things. Especially Yifei knew that within these 10 days, there was still a big event to happen. The occurrence of this incident allowed Chen Luo to seize the opportunity and begin to make a name for himself in the original book. Now, Chen Luo is detained. Unless he has wings, it is impossible to participate in the next incident. This time it was a huge gain, especially because Chen Luo knew nothing about him. Yifei had mental arithmetic and unintentional, so that Chen Luo completely fell into the trap he set. The classic asymmetric use of information. Yifei took advantage of Chen Luo's love for beautiful women and fought a beautiful victory. After Yifei came out of the police station, he went back to the flower shop to acupuncture Luo Weiyu. Su Qingzu was still in the flower shop, and she accompanied Luo Weiyu, who had limited mobility. This was the first time the two women met in name. Of course, the two had met before, and they both hid it from Yifei tacitly. Su Qingzu left first, and Yifei finished acupuncture for Luo Weiyu, chatted with her for a while, and then planted the orchid again. This orchid is very important to Luo Weiyu and Yifei, of course he has to take care of it. More. Chapter 24 Luo Weiyu asks thanks for more, please evaluate the flowers. Yifei replanted orchids, replaced them with a more delicate flower pot, and placed the orchid on the windowsill. The windowsill is sunny, just like Luo Weiyu's mood. Yifei watered the orchid carefully, then smiled and asked, how do you feel after acupuncture today? Luo Weiyu's voice was soft and soft. My legs seem to be a lot more flexible. Now when I walk on the ground, I don't have to struggle so much. The acupuncture effect is very good. That is good. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. My expert will perform the operation for you in 5 days. The operation of Western medicine is combined with the acupuncture of my Chinese medicine. As long as it goes well, you will be fully recovered within 2 months. Yifei is at least 90% sure that Luo Weiyu can recover within 2 months. Even the worst result would be to postpone recovery for 1 month. Luo Weiyu felt relieved by Yifei's words. She smiled softly, her crystal eyes filled with expectations for the future. This is the expectation that Yifei brought to her. After your leg hurts, what do you want to do? Yifei asked with a smile. What do you want to do after the leg injury heals? This sentence made Luo Weiyu full of longing. Luo Weiyu tilted her head and thought about it seriously before saying, I want to go to the playground. Playground. Luo Weiyu smiled softly and said, yes, since I hurt my leg, I haven't gone to the playground again. I want to ride on the merry-go-round and play a roller coaster. Luo Weiyu looked longing. Yifei was silent. Indeed, after Luo Weiyu's leg injury, let alone going to the playground, even normal people's lives have become extravagant hopes. That car accident not only left her legs disabled, but also took the lives of her parents. But despite this, her heart is always full of sunshine, calm and peaceful. Yifei was silent for a while, then smiled and said, okay, when your legs are better, we will go to the playground. Yifei used the word we which meant to go with Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong, she gave a gentle benevolence, and a satisfied smile quietly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Go to the playground together. This sentence shortened the distance between Luo Weiyu and Yifei. When a girl is willing to go to the playground along with you, congratulations, you have a good chance. Luo Weiyu suddenly seemed to think of something, her cheeks turned red, and she looked at Yifei and said, Mr. Yi, when you were making orchids, there was a little dirt on your face. Really? Yifei touched his face subconsciously, but didn't he touch anything. Luo Weiyu said, it's not there, you lower your head and I will clean it for you. Oh, good. Yifei didn't doubt that he was there, bent down and lowered his head. Luo Weiyu was sitting in a wheelchair, only in this way could she get it. A little bit lower. Luo Weiyu's voice was soft, and Yifei could already feel the slight heat next to his ears. Yifei lowered his body again. Immediately afterwards, Yifei only felt a warm touch on his face, accompanied by a gust of fragrance. Was kissed. Although it was just a touch like a dragonfly, Yifei was full of heart. Unexpectedly, Luo Weiyu took the initiative. She also used such a small routine to directly tease Yifei. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu. At this time, she lowered her head shyly, her face was hot, and her heart was pounding. I am thank you. Luo Weiyu's voice became smaller as she said. Seeing Luo Weiyu blushing and bowing his head, Yifei thought of a poem by poet Shuda. The most gentle one bowed his head, shy like a water lotus flower that cannot beat the cool breeze. Luo Weiyu has always been gentle and generous, even with a foot injury and disability, she can face it calmly, which shows her strong character. But now it is so blushing, it is really an interesting scenery. After staying with Luo Weiyu for a while, Luo Weiyu quickly returned to normal, but the gaze looking at Yifei was even more gentle. In the evening, after Yifei sent Luo Weiyu home, he also returned to his private villa. In the system can wait to communicate with Yifei host, good job, you got a total of 4 experience points today. Yifei shrugged. In fact, the experience point is second. He is mainly the connection between Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu and the male protagonist Chen Luo, which has been completely cut off by him. Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu's attitude towards Chen Luo was already very disgusting. By the way, the host took the initiative to provoke Chen Luo and exposed yourself. Don't you worry, the system asked. Yifei smiled and said, as if I didn't provoke Chen Luo, he wouldn't be in conflict with me. 2. Since Yifei wanted to seize the protagonist's luck, of course he was not afraid of conflict with Chen Luo. But as soon as Chen Luo arrived in Yanjing, you had a conflict with him. Does it make any sense? Besides, it was only detained for 10 days, and it didn't do any substantial harm to Chen Luo. The system said. Yifei said lightly, so you don't understand. Why don't I understand? The system has a feeling of being shown IQ. Yifei said, you also know the plot in the original book. I let Chen Luo be detained for 10 days. Do you think it is just as simple as cheating him? Don't forget, Chen Luo's first rise was when he met an important person in the book a few days after entering Yanjing, and then embarked on the road to rise. Yifei explained lightly. I see. In this way, he missed the opportunity to rise. The system reacted. Yifei said, yes, I just want him to miss the opportunity these days. The host did a great job. Yifei said, but before that, I have to increase my attributes and skills. 4 more, continue to ask for support, straighten out the outline and plot today, and strive to speed up the update later. Chapter 25. Lend me a billion one more, please evaluate the flowers. While chatting with the system, Yifei said to the system, adjust the layout of my attributes. Soon, an attribute layout similar to that in the game appeared in front of Yifei's eyes. Host Yifei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm very friendly. Lucky value. Note standard for normal adult males. After that, there's a long list of skills, but Yifei has only 2 advanced skills in medicine and martial arts, while a few skills such as piano and horsemanship are intermediate, and the rest are basically elementary skills. Yifei has gained a lot of experience points these few times, and now he has some experience points, enough for him to upgrade his skill to a high level or add some attributes. Yifei groaned, I still seem to underestimate Chen Luo. His current medical skills and martial arts should still be slightly better than mine. Although Yifei did not see the Black Friday and Chen Luo's match today, it was clear that Black Friday was not Chen Luo's opponent. Black Friday's strength is already pretty good, and ordinary special forces may not be able to match him, but he is still not Chen Luo's opponent. Indeed, Chen Luo's strength and medical skills have been taught by his master for a long time, and they are indeed stronger than the host at present. The system explained, but the gap between you is limited, and the host can handle it. In the original book, Chen Luo's master is not only excellent in medical skills, but also has a higher value of force and has a role similar to a worldly expert. Chen Luo's medical skills and martial arts are all inherited from his master. Chen Luo started medical martial arts in elementary school, and he had expert advice. He was indeed better than Yifei in terms of experience, but due to the existence of the system, this gap has been infinitely narrowed. Yifei calmly analyzed, and more than that, Chen Luo has his master's contacts, and he has a lot of backers in Yanjing, and even has friendship with several big men, which is difficult to deal with. Chen Lauren is also considered smart. This time he suffered because he didn't understand me. Next time, he will definitely be well prepared. The system said Chen Luo's background and contacts mainly come from his master. Many of the famous and prominent families in Yanjing owe favors. Although the host currently has an advantage, it should not be careless. Don't worry, I know. Yifei said lightly. Yifei chatted with the system for a few words, and then said, give me attribute points. I have a total of experience points, so I can add attributes. How does the host want to add more? First add the charm value to the point. Yifei said. After communicating with the system, Yifei already understood the role of the charm value. Charisma is very useful. To put it bluntly, charisma can directly affect other people's affection for Yifei. If Yifei's charm value is high enough, as long as he hooks his fingers, there will be countless girls coming in after him. At present, Yifei's charm value is points, and his charm level is very affinity, which means he is very affinity. According to the introduction of the system, each point of the charm value is a level. So Yifei increased his charm to the point in one breath. Ding, congratulations to the host, your charm value has been raised to point, and the charm level is charm extraordinary. Yifei looked in the mirror. Now Yifei hasn't changed much in his appearance, but for some reason, his temperament has risen another step. With sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome and unrestrained, he has completely exploded the so-called male gods on the internet. Yifei's appearance was already very handsome, but now it doesn't need to be said. Although Yifei's experience points were consumed at once, it was still very cost-effective. Yifei doesn't have the aura of Chen Luo's protagonist in the original book. What he needs to do next needs the help of charisma, so he lost his blood. The experience value is not enough. It seems that if you want to find a way to get some money, you can only go to the gold. Yifei said. Money is also one of Yifei's advantages. After all, as the second generation of super rich, the assets of the Yip Group exceed 100 billion, and the Yip Group can rank in the top 10 or even the top 5 in Yanjing and even the whole country. Anyway, the system can use money to upgrade skills, and Yifei is ready to take advantage of the money and become a Krypton Gold boss. The system responded quickly. Are you going to ask your parents for money? Yifei had this idea for a long time. Of course, go to bed first, and find my cheap parents tomorrow. Yifei said. Asleep till dawn. The next day, Yifei got up early and moved from the private villa to the family villa. Yi's father and Yi's mother are busy people. They usually stay in Yi's villa only in the morning, and they are busy managing the enterprise and some official chores. This is also the reason why Yifei got up so early, because he was looking for cheap parents to borrow money. As for how much to borrow, Yifei's idea is at least 1 billion. After all, skill upgrades cost too much money, and it costs 100 million to upgrade any advanced skill. Of course, the more money is the better. Early in the morning, Yi's father and Yi's mother were eating Cantonese-style morning tea. When they saw Yifei coming, Yi's father and Yi's mother were slightly surprised. Why did you come here early today? Yi Linzu smiled at a large number of suns, and suddenly flashed surprise in her eyes. Xiaofei, why have you changed? Mother, you noticed the changes in her son. I haven't seen my son for a few days now. Why does he seem to have been reborn and changed himself? Yifei was tall, handsome and well-defined. A closer look showed that Yifei's appearance was the same as before, except that his eyes were brighter and his eyes were piercing and charming. And the temperament of the whole person becomes more sunny and more unrestrained. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other, both in shock. More, ask for flowers evaluation. Chapter 26 Solving Hidden Dangers 2 more, please support. Both Yi father and Yi mother were surprised and looked at Yifei. Yi mother first looked at her son carefully before saying, Xiaofei, how did you become handsome? Is there? Yifei pretended to be at a loss. He knew that it was the effect of the charm bonus. With his current appearance and temperament, Yifei is definitely a top male god. Father Yi also looked strange. It looks like it hasn't changed much, but the whole temperament is much better. Strange. Yifei shrugged and said, you two stare at me like this weird. Although Yi father and Yi mother were surprised, they didn't delve into it. They immediately greeted Yifei to have morning tea together. Yifei made a cup of scented tea, then ate Cantonese dim sum, picking up a shrimp dumpling and putting it in his mouth, enjoying the food. Yifei was eating breakfast on the surface, but in fact he was thinking about how to borrow money with Yi father and Yi mother. Of course, if you say it is borrowing money, you actually know it. It is impossible to repay the money borrowed by oneself. Father Yi saw that Yifei seemed thoughtful, and said with a smile, Xiaofei, you must have something to see us early in the morning, let us talk, what is the matter? After all, Father Yi has been in the market for a long time, and he has long been an adult, and he saw that Yifei had something to come. Yifei thought for a while, organizing the language, and said, I am a little short of money recently. Father Yi said, you are short of money, isn't your brilliant entertainment running well? I have read the company's financial report, and the profit has increased a lot last quarter. Father Yi can be regarded as the big dipper in the commercial field, and the Yi family group is a big business, and he is well deserved at the helm. As for Yi's mother, she is also very business-minded, and is Yi's father's wise helper. Parents are not easy to fool. Yifei simply said, actually, I want to borrow some money from you. I want to invest in a project and I need a startup capital. It turns out that it is like this. How big is it that I said? Yi smiled lightly. Xiaofei, how much do you want? 1 billion. Yifei answered truthfully. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other, a little surprised. 1 billion yuan of funds is not too much for them, but what does Yifei want such a large sum of money for? What project is this investment in? Xiaofei, what project do you want to invest in? Yu asked. Yifei pondered how to answer. He couldn't help having a headache. But Yi's father said earnestly, investment must be cautious. Invest 1 billion of funds. You must be careful and cautious. It is best to set a small goal first, not to go far, such as earning him 100 million first. Set a small goal first, earn him 100 million first. Why are these words so familiar? Yifei was startled and bit his head and said, Dad, Mom, I really need this money, so you can lend me first. Isn't 1 billion just a trivial thing to you? Father Yi waved his hand. I can say that. It is a little bit crazy to say that 1 billion is a small thing. I can only say that it is moderate. Yifei chatted with Yi's father and Yi's mother for a while, and finally Yi's father readily agreed to transfer 1 billion to Yifei's account. Yifei is the only child in the family. No matter what, he is still very favored. 1 billion to get it. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. He was more confident. If you don't have enough money, save some money. If you don't have enough money, ask Mom for it. Yu whispered in Yifei's ear at this time. Father Yi was about to say that a loving mother is more defeated, but Yi mother glared fiercely and shut her mouth obediently. Father Yi is a strict wife. In my heart, I silently mourned for Father Yi for 3 seconds, but Yifei put away his laughter, his expression solemn. In fact, Yifei came to find Yi father and Yi mother today, and there's another thing. Yifei asked, Mom and Dad, how's the situation in the group recently? Yifei's question was not abrupt. In the original book, Yifei is not an unlearned rich second generation. His business talent is also quite good. Brilliant Entertainment is also a first-class entertainment company in the entertainment industry. Father Yi took a sip of tea and slowly said, Yes is currently very stable. The situation of the group this year is better than last year. What is wrong? Yifei asked again, what about Uncle Yi Changhai and Vice President Huang He? Yi Changhai, a distant relative of the Yi family, is still Yifei's uncle in terms of seniority. Yi Changhai also holds an important position in the Yip group as a senior vice president. Huang He is also Yi's father's right-hand man. He has followed Yi's father for more than 10 years and has been working in the Yi group. These two people can be said to be Yi's high-level core figures. Yifei mentioned these two people suddenly, making Yi's father startled slightly, and then said, Xiaofei, what do you mean by this? For no reason, Yifei suddenly mentioned what the two of them were doing. Father Yi frowned slightly. Yifei said, I heard some wind. Yi Changhai and Huang He, two people, it is very likely that there's a problem. Yi Linzu subconsciously said, how come? Huang He has been with your father for more than 10 years, back then. Yi's father interrupted Yi's mother and looked at Yifei and said, Xiaofei, where did you get the news? Yi's father has experienced the wind and waves in the Shanghai for decades. Ask calmly. Yifei said, I want to talk about the source, but you can pay close attention to these two people. Father Yi took a deep look at Yifei and said, okay. Father Yi is a wise man, so I don't need Yifei to talk about the rest, just click and stop. Obviously, Yifei's meaning has been conveyed to Father Yi Changhai and Huang He have problems. That's right, in the original book, Yi Changhai and Huang He were bought by Chen Luo and turned to Chen Luo at a critical moment. This is also one of the important reasons why the Yi group was broken in the original book. But Yifei wanted to get rid of hidden dangers in advance. What's more, there are guests at home, sorry for the late update. Chapter 27 The Uncomfortable Woman 3 More support. Yifei clearly remembered the plot in the original book. In the original book, the rich second generation Yifei was obsessed with Su Qingzu and caused a conflict with the original male protagonist Chen Luo. Chen Luo hated Yifei for this reason. Yifei became the subject of Chen Luo pretending to slap her face several times, losing face every time. In the end, Chen Luo even wanted to destroy the entire Yi group in order to retaliate against Yifei. Chen Luo relied on his master-s background, and after he came to Yanjing, he met a few bigwigs. Relying on various forces, Chen Luo abruptly wooed all parties and formed an alliance against the Yi family. Of course, the Yi family also had big roots, and at first it was able to contend with one or two. But with the halo of Chen Luo as protagonist in the original book, the Yi family couldn't hold it anymore. Especially in the end, Chen Luo also used some tricks to make the two high-level members of the Yi group rebel. It was Yi Changhai and Huang He. When Yi Changhai and Huang He rebelled, they did some tricks within the Yi group, which caused problems with several important projects within the Yi group. The two have held important positions in the Yi group for many years. Because of this, their rebellion also made the Yi group's vitality severely injured, and many important middle and high-level leaders also left with it, panic. In the end, the Yi group suffered a problem with an important project, the capital chain was broken, and it plummeted. After that, the wall was pushed down by everyone, and the Yi family group was investigated for some problems, and Yi father and Yi mother became prisoners of the ranks from the top rich and famous. The rich second generation Yifei in the original book was even more miserable, and was finally killed by Chen Luo. The once glorious Yi family group fell apart, and Yi father and Yi mother accumulated a lifetime of wealth to make wedding dresses for others, which made Chen Luo and his allies all the money. This is the plot in the original book. What Yifei can do now is to control the problematic first to prevent it. When it comes to this, Yifei believes that Yi Changhai and Huang He can definitely deal with the two traitors, Yi Changhai and Huang He. Maybe Yi Changhai and Huang He have no signs of betrayal yet, but their loyalty is absolutely unreliable, and they can be found out with a test. Xiaofei, then I'll go to the group headquarters first. I'll let you know if I have news. Yi's father has always been vigorous and resolute. Good, Yifei agreed. Yi father and Yi mother left together. Yifei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and he was a little relieved. After solving the hidden danger, the next step was to **** Chen Luo's chance. In the original book, the opportunity for Chen Luo's first rise was in the last 2 days. This is why Yifei detained Chen Luo for 10 days. He wants to cut off Chen Luo's opportunity. This opportunity is indeed a rare opportunity for Chen Luo to rise. According to the plot in the original book, Chen Luo will meet a very special woman. Because this woman is very special. Her name is Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's identity is the granddaughter of a certain tycoon in Yanjing, a woman who can be called a beauty and a disaster. The special thing about Mu Zijin is that she is not only the granddaughter of the boss, but she is also very powerful. She has studied martial arts, sanda, firearms, horsemanship and many other abilities, and she has achieved proficiency in each of them. Her fighting level and strength are not even inferior to that of the original hero Chen Luo. Mu Zijin learned martial arts since he was a child, and when he grew up, he followed his grandfather to practice in the military. In the army, she is well-deserved and versatile, and she was even hired as an instructor of a special force because of her excellence. Who can conquer such a woman? Even if it is the male protagonist Chen Luo, after several pursuits hit the wall, because of her identity, she dare not play tricks. In the original book, the two have been getting along with ordinary friends. In other words, this woman Chen Luo couldn't handle it either. The reason why Chen Luo knew Mu Zijin in the original book was because he had a vicious robbery at the Hanhuan Road entrance in Yanjing City just a few days after he arrived in Yanjing. The Yanjing Red Ring Road is one of the more prosperous sections of Yanjing. At the corner of the Red Ring Road, there is a large-scale gold jewelry store called Jinyi Jewelry. This Jinyi Jewelry was spotted by several thugs. These criminal gangs committed crimes, and a total of 5 robbers rushed into the gold shop to rob gold and jewelry. It is a coincidence that the book is not made, and I blame the robbers in the original book for being unlucky, and they happened to meet Chen Luo and Mu Zijin who was shopping. Chen Luo and Mu Zijin took action. These robbers, without exception, were all arrested and their cups were full. Chen Luo and Mu Zijin also knew each other. After Chen Luo and Mu Zijin got to know each other, Mu Zijin knew that Chen Luo was good at medicine and invited Chen Luo to treat his elderly and sick grandfather. Only then did Chen Luo get to know Mu Zijin's grandfather through Mu Zijin's line. Then, when Chen Luo encountered a few crises, Grandpa Mu Zijin helped him to save Chen Luo from danger. It can be said that Mu Zijin is one of the key figures. That is why Yifei tried to detain Chen Luo for 10 days to make him miss the opportunity to meet Mu Zijin. And Yifei himself, of course, couldn't let go of this opportunity to meet Mu Zijin. He wanted Chen Luo's opportunity to become his own. In the original book, Mu Zijin herself has a light attitude towards any man, and she does not fake colors. She is a very character woman. Because of this, Yifei only added the charm value when adding attributes. Although Mu Zijin could not fall in love with him at first sight, leaving a better impression would help Yifei take the lead. More support. Chapter 28 There's a handsome guy over there for more support. Host, ISNT at your goal from the beginning, is Mu Zijin the system asked. Of course, Yifei replied. When he knew that Chen Luo had an idea for Luo Weiyu, he made a complete plan. The 10 days that Chen Luo was detained in the police station was enough for him to do a lot of things. Led step by step. The system kindly reminds Mu Zijin is not such an easy woman to attack. Although the host increases your charm value, it may not be effective for her. Of course I know that when we meet for the first time, we just have to leave a positive impression on the other party. Yifei said. He is not in a hurry for success. Let us talk about destroying Chen Luo's opportunity first. 2 days later, Yifei was wearing a navy blue windbreaker and light-colored slacks. He was tall and straight, walking slowly in the shopping mall near the Red Ring Road. Yifei's eyes were very deep, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, unique charm. He wandered around in the mall. Around Yifei, many girls in the mall were secretly looking at Yifei. Some girls blushed and took a sneak peek from time to time, and some bold girls kept staring at Yifei. Of course, there are people who come up directly to try to strike up a conversation. But the girls who hit up with each other were rejected one by one by Yifei. Yifei found a place to sit down in the mall, and the corners of his lips curled up. It seemed that the effect of the charm bonus was very good. Although Yifei was handsome before, it was not enough to cause this effect. Yifei looked at the time. He was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection limited edition watch. The exquisite dial shows the time at this moment. 4:30 in the afternoon. Half an hour left. Yifei sat where he could see the road at the gate of the mall. And the gold shop called Jinyi Jewelry is on the corner across the road. It was a large gold shop covering an area of several hundred square meters. The exterior was gorgeously decorated. There were more than a dozen sets of counters filled with various gold and silver jewelry and jade jewelry. There are so many people at the jewelry counter, and gold and silver jewelry is almost dazzling. Yifei knew that there would be a catastrophe there in half an hour. In the original book, these robbers were all gangsters, and 2 of them even had a record of homicide. They are a group of tough guys who are not afraid of death. This is also very understandable. If it weren't for such a group of lawless elements, how could such a robbery happen? Yifei looked at the Jindian with calm eyes. Host, Musician is on your right, at the corner of the elevator. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted Yifei. Yifei's heart moved. He looked in the direction prompted by the system and saw 2 women walking side by side. One of the women's looks probably only scores points, can only be regarded as a beautiful woman, not stunning. Yifei recognized this woman. This woman was a female partner in the book, Musician's best friend named Wen Shouting. The other woman is Musician. Musician is tall, at least 1.7 meters tall, and her beautiful legs are slender and straight. Surprisingly, such a stunning beauty, her dress is very simple and ordinary, it is very normal tight-fitting sportswear, but it perfectly sets off her body curve. Moreover, there are very few decorations on her body. The only decoration is a bracelet with a delicate hollow pattern on Hao's wrist. Other than that, no such jewelry as earrings and necklaces can be seen. She has a delicate face, but she has no traces of makeup. What is amazing is that her skin is as smooth as jade, although there is no makeup, but there is no trace of blemishes and it is as smooth and exquisite as porcelain. This is Musician. Yifei looked at Musician and sighed softly. This woman is so simple, she doesn't use cosmetics or jewelry, it is easy to feed her. Musician is indeed a strange existence. Musician and Wen Shouting were strolling in the mall. Wen Shouting complained, I said Zijin, we have visited more than a dozen stores in the mall, why don't you buy a single item? Shopping malls are men's natural enemies. Most women show amazing combat effectiveness when they go shopping in the mall. Like Wen Shouting now. Wen Shouting has large bags, small bags, and various handbags together. There are at least 5 or 6 things, all of which are bags, clothes, and shoes that she bought. But looking at Musician again, she has nothing on her hands. Wen Shouting was rather helpless. Every time she went out shopping with this girlfriend, she bought a lot of them, and the other party didn't have anything in their hands. Musician smiled and shook his head. There is nothing to buy, my clothes are enough. What is enough? We women will always lack a piece of clothing in the closet. Wen Shouting looked at Musician and said, hitting iron for not making steel. Musician smiled, it is fine for me now. Forget it, I'll take you. Why don't we go buy some jewelry? There seems to be a good gold store on the opposite side. Wen Shouting said. Musician shook his head. Forget it. Musician, it is really boring to go shopping with you. Wen Shouting groaned angrily with the expression that I had taken you. Musician was not upset, just smiled. Yifei saw this scene in his eyes, he was thoughtful. Musician is the same in the original book. He has always been plain face, no cosmetics, no perfume, and seldom wear jewelry. This woman couldn't eat the fireworks, no wonder the hero Chen Luo was helpless. Of course Chen Luo had a lot of thoughts about Musician, but Musician had always fatally refused, and after hitting a wall several times, he completely gave up. Because Chen Luo knew that if he pursued Musician again, I was afraid that he and Musician would not even have to do anything with ordinary friends, and the gain would outweigh the loss. Yifei was thinking about it, and at this time Wen Shouting and Musician were walking in Yifei's direction while shopping. Wen Shouting's gaze swept over Yifei inadvertently, and then froze the frame. She opened her small mouth and widened her eyes. She yanked Musician next to her, suppressing the excitement in her heart and lowering her voice. Zijin, look, there's a handsome guy over there. 4 more. Chapter 29. Yi flies moving 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Look, Zijin, there's a handsome guy over there. Seeing Yifei inadvertently, Wen Shouting's eyes froze, focusing on Yifei's body, completely unable to move away. What kind of fairy face is this? Wen Shouting's face was amazing, her heart was pounding, and she hurriedly pulled Musician. Musician also saw Yifei, and Yifei happened to notice her at this time, and the 2 looked at each other for a few seconds. Yifei showed a slight smile. This is the first time the 2 have seen each other. A faint surprise flashed through Musician's beautiful eyes, but he recovered quickly and his eyes became calm. He is really handsome. Musician had to admit this. Zijin, this handsome guy smiled at me, my god, would you say he was interesting to me? Wen Shouting blinked, couldn't he help but look in the direction of Yifei and said to her girlfriend. Musician glanced at her girlfriend who was idiotic, and shook her head gently and said, look at your nympho. After hearing Musician's words, Wen Shouting recovered her senses and hurriedly closed her mouth obediently, turning into a ladylike appearance in seconds. Be reserved, you must be reserved in front of handsome guys. Wen Shouting was about to be a lady, but suddenly remembered something. No, she is with Musician now, this handsome guy must be paying attention to Musician, it is impossible to follow her. She still knows the beauty of her girlfriends very well. Although Wen Shouting is also a beautiful woman, she and Musician are walking on the street, and almost everyone will subconsciously ignore her and pay attention to Musician. Thinking of this, Wen Shouting suddenly realized the truth about herself. After doing it for a long time, she turned out to be passionate. Zijin, this handsome guy seemed to be smiling at you just now, and he probably fell in love with you. What, do you have any ideas for others? Wen Shouting asked. Musician just smiled slightly. I just took a look, how can I have any thoughts? You, it is just too demanding. You can even look down on such a handsome guy. This looks like a star male ***** in the entertainment circle. Wen Shouting said. Musician smiled without saying a word. For her looks can really move her. Yifei noticed Musician's expression, and he also had a general impression of Musician in his heart. Needless to say, Musician's face and figure are definitely the best among the best. The key is that she is a very simple woman as can be seen from her dress. The clothes and shoes that Musician wears are all ordinary brands, and he doesn't pay much attention to it. Of course, with her identity and ability, she doesn't need any luxury to decorate. But to Yifei's a little surprise, Musician seemed to have a very good temperament, not at all like a woman proficient in martial arts. Such a woman is indeed very special. Yifei saw Wen Shouting pulling Musician to say something, and then the 2 of them prepared to leave the mall and walked across the street. This street is the Red Ring Road. Yifei looked at Vatrin Constantine's watch at this time. The time is 4:55 in the afternoon. It is only 5 minutes from 5 o'clock. Yifei frowned slightly, he also got up, and walked out of the mall as well. Time is approaching every minute and every second. There are only the last 5 minutes to this golden robbery. The signboard of Jinyi Jewelry is very conspicuous at the intersection, and there's an endless stream of customers buying gold and silver jewelry. There are at least 50 or 60 people in this jewelry store, including customers and clerk. With so many people at the scene, when a robbery happens for a while, one can imagine how chaotic the scene will be. Yifei looked around. At this moment, he saw a very old silver gray van coming quickly in the distance. This silver gray van was deliberately blocked by a black cloth with its license plate. It was the van used by the robbers. Coming. Yifei moved in his heart and stared at the street. The van stopped at the entrance of the street. The door of the van was slammed open, and a few men wearing thick masks jumped out of the car. There are 4 men in total. These 4 men are all powerful and sturdy, almost all over 1 meter big, and they are also very strong. There were 5 robbers, one of whom was a driver, and a total of 4 people got off the bus. After the 4 jumped out of the car, without a word, they rushed into the Ginny jewelry store. There was a strange silence in the jewelry store. But then, all 4 of them took out hammers, fruit knives, and even earthen pistols. Dante moved, robbery. The headed man wore a mask and had a bald head. The bald man yelled, and several other robbers moved together, inevitably screaming at the scene. Robbery, someone run. Run, everyone, run. Robbery. As soon as I heard these 2 words, there was a mess at the scene. Shrieks of horror sounded, and people everywhere fled to the streets, making the scene extremely chaotic. These robbers didn't care about so many, they took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. These robbers had a plan long ago. No matter how panicked the scene was, they directly took out a hammer and hit the glass cabinet at the gold shop counter. Bang! Accompanied by the piercing sound of glass shattering, the glass on the gold shop counter was smashed. These robbers acted swiftly, grabbing large amounts of gold and silver jewelry in the counter and filling them into the burlap bags they carried. The headed bald robber pointed at the trembling female clerk in the Ginny with an earthen pistol, and said, "You all, be honest, open the lock of the cash register and take out the cash." Upon hearing the bald robbers, these female shop assistants trembled with fear, and some female shop assistants even cried on the spot. Cry again, I shot you," the robber boss shouted angrily. The scene was chaotic, and in the face of this sudden situation, Yifei was prepared. The robber has an earthen pistol in his hand. This is the only threat. Fortunately, there is only one handgun. Yifei took a deep breath, ready to do it. At the same time, another shadow has acted. More. Chapter 30. He is amazing. 2 more, please support. Yi Flying moved. Before the action, he had already made a rough judgment on the robbers in this Ginny jewelry store. There are a total of 4 robbers in the Ginny jewelry store. These 4 robbers are also very cunning. They are all standing separately. 2 of them are guarding the counter at the entrance of the Ginny. The other 2 are guarding the cashier counter. The robber boss is holding a handmade pistol and a lot of them. Put gold and silver jewelry in the cloth bag. These gold and silver jewels are worth at least several million. These robbers were greedy and fierce, and quickly loaded up with gold and silver jewelry. The customers in the gold store also reacted differently. Some brave ones can barely maintain their composure, but they also turned pale and frightened. The timid is lying on the spot, shivering, and even crying bitterly. It just so happened that there was a young mother in the gold shop with a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old. The little girl was very cute, but she was obviously frightened by the scene. She couldn't help crying. The little girl cried loudly, and her mother was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her mouth so as not to startle the robbers, but she was a step late. The head of the robber was upset by the little girl's cry. He showed a fierce look and shouted, "Why cry, cry, I will arrest you." The little girl cried louder, she couldn't stop crying loudly. The bald robber's eyes are more fierce, and he stretches out his hand to catch the little girl. And Yifei is making a move at this moment. His target is this headed bald robber. After all, the bald robber had a handmade pistol in his hands, which was the most difficult to deal with. As Yifei moved, a beautiful shadow appeared. It was Muzijin. Muzijin's figure is graceful, and her movements are very dexterous. She moves almost at the same time as Yifei. Muzijin was also slightly startled when he saw Yifei making a move, but the movements in his hands kept moving. Yifei rushed into the gold shop first. Yifei took a leap, his feet were like a wind, moving extremely fast, and he rushed to the gold shop in a blink of an eye. The 4 robbers were taken aback. What is happening here? Someone is so afraid of death. With this stupefying effort of the robber, Yifei has rushed to the counter of the gold shop. And Muzijin also rushed to the gold shop at this time. Without a word, Muzijin first dealt with the 2 robbers at the gate of the gold shop. I saw Muzijin's whip leg. Bang! There was a loud noise in the air, and Muzijin kicked one of the robbers in the stomach. This kick is extremely fast and heavy. Muzijin's martial arts is very mixed. She is good at several types of boxing and legs, and her strength is indeed extraordinary. This kick kicked directly into the robber's stomach. He only heard a scream from the robber, and then fell directly on the ground with his stomach turned, his eyes turned white and he almost fainted. Dante looked at Muzijin's beautiful appearance, but it is really unambiguous when he actually does it. In just an instant, one of the robbers fell to the ground and screamed. Then there was another one. The other robber finally reacted, knowing that he had encountered a hard stubble, and he could not have imagined that this overly beautiful chick in front of him was so powerful. The robber had a fierce look. He waved the hammer in his hand and smashed Muzijin fiercely. Go! Muzijin reacted faster. She stepped a little bit, turned her side, and let the hammer fall through. Then she stretched out her hand, grabbed the robber's arm, and slammed her back in. Click! Just heard a crisp sound of broken bones. The robber's arm was taken off. The robber screamed and wailed loudly, extremely miserable. Muzijin easily solved the 2 robbers at the door, and she couldn't help looking at Yifei with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to make a move just now, but no matter how someone was a step faster than her, it was Yifei. There was a wave of waves in Muzijin's heart, and he didn't expect Yifei to know how to martial arts, and he could see that his martial arts level was not low. At this time, Yifei also easily solved a robber, and he directly faced the robber leader, that is, the bald robber. The bald robbers were a little confused. This gold shop was still under his control just now, but now the situation has reversed. What is the origin of this man and woman? Special forces. The bald robber was frightened. He clenched the earthen pistol in his hand and said loudly, "You." The bald robber wanted to say a very old-fashioned line, "You are not allowed to move, I will shoot if you move again." Who knew that Yifei had already moved when he said the word "you"? Yifei flew up and kicked directly at the back of the bald robber. The earthen pistol was picked up by Yifei and held it in his hand. When the earthen pistol arrived, Yifei kept moving, and he kicked it out again. This time the target was the lower body of the bald robber. Bang! Just listen to a dull sound. The bald robber uttered a sobbing wail, clutching his crotch tightly, with an expression of pain on his face. He couldn't even scream out. Immediately afterwards, Yifei kicked and quickly solved the bald robber. The 4 robbers all fell to the ground and were subdued by Yifei and Muzijin's joint efforts. The guests and shop assistants in the gold shop on the spot were all in a daze, because all this happened so suddenly, and then they were all overwhelmed by the joy of the rest of their lives. No, it's okay, that's great. It scared me to death, it really scared me to death. Here, who are these 2 people? They are so amazing. The rejoicing and joy of the rest of the catastrophe enveloped everyone. These people were scared and looked at Yifei and Muzijin gratefully. Yifei picked up the little girl who was scared to cry just now, put the little girl in her mother's arms, and smiled at okay, don't worry. The corners of Yifei's lips also raised a smile, and in line with his charm value, the people in the gold shop suddenly liked Yifei greatly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cutting off the opportunity of the protagonist Chen Luo and rewarding experience points. Soon, there was another system reminder in Yifei's ears. More seeking flowers evaluation ticket. Chapter 31. It turns out that he is the youngest of the Yi family. 3 more, please evaluate the flowers. A system reminder came from his ear, and Yifei was in a good mood. Cool, he grabbed another opportunity for the hero Chen Luo. The people around you were extremely grateful. The child girl rescued by Yifei was already terrified. She threw herself into her mother's arms and cried. Her mother walked up with the little girl in her arms, and bowed to Yifei again and again to thank you this gentleman, thank you so much, Bo. The little girl was in her mother's arms. At this time, she gradually stopped crying, looking at Yifei with big teary eyes. With a smile on his face, Yifei touched the head of the little girl she rescued, and gently helped the little girl wipe away tears. Yifei said warmly, don't cry, it's okay. Yifei smiled. The sun and warm smile made people feel like a spring breeze. The little girl stared at Yifei with wide eyes, with tears in the corners of her eyes, her nose was still twitching, her cheeks turned red from crying hard. Yifei smiled and touched the girl's face. The gentle smile seemed to dispel the fear in the little girl's heart. The little girl said to Yifei, big brother, thank you. You're welcome, and that big sister also helped. Yifei smiled and pointed to Musician who was standing not far away. The little girl was very cute, and said sweetly, thank you elder sister, which made Musician smile. Musician smiled sweetly, very charming. The surrounding people also thanked Yifei and Musician one after another, and soon someone called the police and the sound of whistle was heard from a distance. At this time, Wen Shouting also rushed up. She was panting, her chest rising and falling, zitching, you are really fast, I want to show my hand. Wen Shouting also came from a military background. She also studied martial arts. Although she is far inferior to Musician, it is not a problem to deal with a few ordinary people. She just wanted to help, who knew that the robber was easily solved by Yifei and Musician. Wen Shouting looked at Yifei and said very familiarly, hello handsome, get to know me, my name is Wen Shouting. You were good at it just now. Wen Shouting took the initiative to approach Yifei and greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Yifei. Yifei smiled, and the sunshine was warm. Wen Shouting felt that her heartbeat suddenly accelerated when Yifei saw it like this. But she seemed to think of something suddenly, looked at Yifei carefully, and said suspiciously, your name is Yifei from the Yi group. It's me, Yifei said. Suddenly, Wen Shouting turned out to be the son of the Yi group. But I've never heard of the Yi family's youngest being so handsome before. This looks. Wen Shouting's family background is also pretty good. Although she is not as good as Musician and Yifei, she is still in the upper circle of Yanjing. Of course she knows Yifei's name. There was a wave of waves in Musician's bright eyes, and the smile was still shallow. Get to know, my name is Wen Shouting, this is Musician. Wen Shouting was very familiar with her, and betrayed her girlfriends by the way. The two sides greeted each other, which was regarded as a formal meeting. Yifei was about to speak when the sirens were getting closer and a group of heavily armed police rushed into the gold shop. Seeing that the robbers were subdued, these policemen were dumbfounded, and they also thanked Yifei and Musician for a while. Yifei and Musician wanted to cooperate with these police officers to go back and make transcripts. During this period, Wen Shouting had been whispering to Musician. To be precise, Wen Shouting has been talking, and Musician nodded in response at most. Wen Shouting took Musician's arm and whispered, Zijin, it turns out that he is the youngest of the Yi family unexpectedly. Not only is he handsome, but he is also from a good background. Well, the key is to be handsome. He faced that guy just now. The comforting smile of the little girl, the girly heart of my old mother. Musician smiled. Yifei's performance just now was indeed very good, whether it was the decisiveness to the robber or the gentle expression when comforting the little girl, it was very attractive. It is no wonder that Wen Shouting will be idiots all the way. By the way, Zijin, he seems to be good at martial arts. How's his martial arts level? Wen Shouting couldn't help asking again. Very awesome. Wow, I can be said to be awesome, that is really strong. Wen Shouting became a star-eye. She knew the martial arts of her best friend is so powerful. In the army, the special forces taught by Musician could form one. Lined up. Musician said that Yifei is great, so his skill is absolutely extraordinary. Unfortunately, for such a man with good looks and strength, I must have no chance. Wen Shouting has self-knowledge. Although she looks good and has a decent family background, she is still a little worse than Yifei. It is my best friend. Wen Shouting rolled her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The three of Yifei quickly finished taking notes at the police station, and then it was 7 o'clock in the evening when they came out of the police station. Yifei looked at Musician and Wen Shouting and said, you two, meeting each other is fate, do you want to have a meal together? Okay. Wen Shouting agreed happily. Yes, Musician did not refuse either. So Yifei found a Chinese restaurant with good taste and took the two girls for dinner. Yifei did not deliberately look for a restaurant with a good environment and a high standard, because Yifei knew that Musician never paid attention to these. As the granddaughter of a big brother, Musician's living conditions are of course not bad, but she has very little emphasis on food, drink, use, and degree. Therefore, Yifei carefully selected a medium-grade restaurant with good taste. Sure enough, this meal was in line with Musician's appetite. During the dinner, Yifei and Musician were slightly familiar, and the two said a word from time to time. It can be seen that Musician had a good impression of Yifei. As for Wen Shouting, she is completely familiar with herself and has been inquiring about various topics with Yifei, such as Yifei's hobbies and so on. Wen Shouting's enthusiasm made Yifei a little bit overwhelmed. Taking advantage of Wen Shouting's time to go out of the bathroom, Yifei had the opportunity to be alone with Musician. More seeking all support. Chapter 32 Slowly, it will be faster for more support. Yifei smiled and said, Miss Mu, you are very skilled, have you studied martial arts for a long time? To chat with girls, you must talk about topics that interest them. Sure enough, when mentioning the topic of martial arts, Musician said slightly, well, I learned martial arts from my grandfather when I was a child, and then I went to a few martial arts teachers and learned Wing Chun and Xing Yi Quan. Musician briefly recounted her experience. Yifei was stunned, although Musician said it lightly, but she could hear that she had put in a lot of effort to learn martial arts, no wonder her strength was extraordinary. Due to frequent martial arts and exercises, Musician is tall, his skin can be broken with bombs, and his temperament is spotless and attractive. I know some of these fist techniques. Yifei said. His words are not false. The system's advanced martial arts skills also include some national martial arts such as Wing Chun, Xing Yi, Jiquan and so on. Hearing this, Musician blinked her bright eyes and said, well, your skill is really good. Musician's martial arts talent is excellent, and he has hardly met an opponent among his peers. Seeing Yifei's martial arts skills today really made her very interested. You can discuss it when you have time. Yifei smiled. Okay, Musician readily agreed. Leave a contact information. You can practice boxing together when you have free time. Musician was very frank and generous, and even took the initiative to ask Yifei for his contact information. Yifei readily agreed, leaving his phone number in WeChat. The two left their contact information. At this time, Wen Shouting came back from the bathroom. She saw this scene and said with wide eyes, I am going to the bathroom now. Did you even add the WeChat ID? No, Yifei, I also want to exchange WeChat ID. Yifei also agreed with a smile. After adding WeChat to each other, seeing that it was getting late, Wen Xiaoting and Yu Zijin also bid farewell, and the three separated at the entrance of the street. Yu Zijin and Wen Xiaoting left, and Yifei also turned into the car. At this time, the female voice of the system sounded pleasantly. Host, you were pretty good. This is the first time I met Muchini and I got WeChat and phone number. The system said. Yifei shrugged. This is a matter of reason, and it is not difficult to get Yu Zijin's contact information. It is really not difficult to get Yu Zijin's contact information. Compared with Su Qingzu's iceberg beauty, she is not as cold as Su Qingzu. Similarly, she is not as quiet and gentle as Luo Weiyu. Yu Zijin's attitude towards anyone is indifferent, neither far nor near. It is not difficult to be friends with Yu Zijin, but it is too difficult to go further with her. Yu Zijin is not only smart but also simple and direct. She can easily ask Yifei how to contact her to prove it. How can ordinary girls be so proactive? She took the initiative to control the rhythm of the communication between the two. Yu Zijin's initiative was not that she had a crush on Yifei, but that she was willing to make friends with Yifei. Of course, this is a very good start, at least it shows that Yu Zijin has a good impression of Yifei. Yu Zijin is not an ordinary woman, after all. So far, Yu Zijin's suitors are like Crucian carp who cross the river, and people who chase her can line up from Yanjing City to outside the 5th Ring Road. But she was always alone. This woman is like a city in the clouds high above, without flaws, it is difficult to attack. The system is a little gloating host. Aren't you very good at analyzing women? You just talk about it, what should you do with Yu Zijin? The gloating system made Yifei frown slightly, and Yifei said lightly, it will be faster to deal with a woman like Yu Zijin. What do you mean? The system asked curiously. Yifei said faintly, a woman like Yu Zijin is too good, so her vision is very normal, and ordinary men can let her see. So what? Yifei said calmly, Yu Zijin has so many suitors, do you think she will pretend to be an ordinary man in front of her? It is best not to forcefully pretend, don't show yourself indiscriminately, otherwise you think you are showing excellent but ridiculous in her eyes. The system said, what should I do then? Yifei tapped the steering wheel with his slender fingers, and said, that is why I said that it will be faster if you take it slowly. I can eat hot tofu in a hurry, first stay familiar with Yu Zijin, and then surprise her in a certain area of her expertise, arouse her interest, and kill her with the last blow. I hope it is exactly what you said. The system is a little looking forward to it. Yifei said, in short, Yu Zijin is very important, especially since she also involves her grandfather. Well, host, you think it is very long term, I hope it really does as you expected. Let us wait and see. Having destroyed an opportunity that should belong to Chen Luo, Yifei was in a good mood and returned to his private villa. After returning to the villa, Yifei flipped through the phone WeChat for a while. Yu Zijin's WeChat is very simple. The WeChat avatar is also the original avatar of the system. The WeChat is empty and has no content. Sure enough, this is in line with Yu Zijin's personality. As for the content of Wen Xiaoting's WeChat, it is similar to that of ordinary girls, all kinds of photos, food, bags, and scenery. Yifei glanced at random before throwing the phone aside. The other side. Wen Xiaoting drove Yu Zijin back to the villa in the suburbs. Because of the long distance, Yifei had already arrived home, but they were still on the way. In the car, Wen Xiaoting couldn't help saying, I said Zijin, it seems that you have a good sense of this family young master. You actually ask for his contact information. It is pretty good, Yu Zijin said calmly. She looked at Wen Xiaoting with her clear eyes. It is you seem to like this young master very much. Wen Xiaoting sighed faintly. I like it, but people definitely look down on me. Wen Xiaoting chuckled and said, I added him on WeChat. It is not bad to harass him occasionally. It is not a good thing to be a boyfriend. I think you two are a good match. Yu Zijin smiled without saying a word. Stop talking again, forget it, or you will be my woman. What kind of man do you want? Only the same asterisk is true love. Wen Xiaoting looked straightforward and confident. In the voice of Wen Xiaoting as twittering, Yu Zijin turned on the phone, glanced at Yifei's name in WeChat, smiled lightly, beautiful eyes, smart and charming. 4 more, please evaluate the flowers. Chapter 33 Luo Weiyu's surgery. 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Time flies, and another few days have passed. In the past few days, Yifei has always gone to the flower shop to give Luo Weiyu acupuncture and moxibustion. Luo Weiyu's leg injury and disability are gradually recovering. Every day, Yifei helped Luo Weiyu to walk around the streets of Yangtze. Luo Weiyu was supported by Yifei with a cane, with a smile on her face brighter than the sun. She was originally an optimistic and cheerful personality. Since Yifei appeared, the smile on her face has become more and sweeter. But today is something special, because today is Luo Weiyu's day of surgery. Yifei deliberately drove a spacious Hummer off-road to pick Luo Weiyu to the hospital. The surgeon in charge is called Zhao Feng, a well-known orthopedic specialist and the leading female doctor in Yanjing. Zhao Feng is 60 years old this year and has rich experience. He has undergone numerous large and small orthopedic surgeries. In order to invite her to perform surgery on Luo Weiyu, Yifei also took a little effort to get it done. Yifei sent Luo Weiyu to the hospital, and Luo Weiyu was immediately placed in the intensive care unit. The hospital arranged a VIP room for intensive care. The environment was quite good and the level of luxury was comparable to a 5-star hotel. When Luo Weiyu saw this, she blushed and was a little embarrassed. She whispered to Yifei, Mr. Yi, you don't have to spend so much trouble for me. The general ward is just fine. Let you live, you live. Yifei couldn't refuse to say this hospital is an industry under my name. A ward is nothing. Given the current relationship between the two of us, you still have to be polite with me. Luo Weiyu gave a cry and nodded obediently, but her heart was a little imaginative because of Yifei's last words. You have the operation today. After the operation is successful, you have to recuperate in the hospital bed for at least half a month. Let it accompany you during this time. Yifei said, pointing to the windowsill. There is a pot of orchids, exactly the pot of orchids in the flower shop. This orchid grows well under the careful care of Luo Weiyu. The leaves are emerald green like emerald, the petals are the same color, and the white petals are light and elegant. A surprise flashed in Luo Weiyu's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Yifei to be so careful that he even brought her this pot of orchids. Don't worry about the flower shop during this time. I will go to water every day to ensure that the flowers will grow well when you recover. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu was even more moved, her beautiful eyes were as bright as crystals. Luo Weiyu said with a happy expression in her eyes. Yifei arranged everything properly. Operation in the afternoon, I will accompany you in the hospital today. Yifei smiled. Luo Weiyu said you were so busy, want you delay your business. Yifei said solemnly, those are all trivial things, how important is you? At this time, Yifei certainly knew what to say. Luo Weiyu's delicate face was rendered blushing, her head was slightly lowered, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart was shy and sweet. You rest here first, I'll talk to the doctor in charge of your situation, and call me whenever I have something to do. Okay, Yifei found the chief surgeon Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was full of silver hair, but was very energetic, and greeted Yifei with a smile. Zhao Feng was very polite when he saw Yifei Yishao. I heard that you also have good medical skills. This time it seems that I have the opportunity to discuss with you. Yifei's rescue of Su Xiaoping was spread by Su Xiaoping's personal doctor Huang Zonglang to the circle of Yanjing famous doctors. Almost all of these famous doctors in Yanjing knew that the Yi family was well versed in medical skills. Yifei waved his hand and said, I will avoid it, but I want to explain to you some of the patient's foot injury. Yifei told Zhao Feng about some of the problems he encountered during the acupuncture and moxibustion of Luo Weiyu. Zhao Feng nodded frequently. She had some doubts about Yifei's medical skills before, and only then did she believe that Yifei's medical skills were absolutely top-notch. He talked a lot about Chinese medicine and how to use acupuncture and Chinese medicine to treat Luo Weiyu's foot injury, which opened his eyes to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng glanced at Yifei deeply and praised Yishao is really good at it. It seems that Yishao can cure this girl even without me. Surgery is quicker. You are an expert in orthopedics. I can trust you, Yifei said. Zhao Feng said seriously, Yishao, please rest assured, since you trust me, I must go all out, and this girl will leave it to me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Weiyu was pushed into the operating room. The door of the operating room was closed tightly, and Yifei stood outside. Luo Weiyu's operation is very important. Although he has a great deal of success, Yifei must be fully prepared. Even Yifei had already thought out the remedial measures after the operation failed. Yifei didn't want to let the sunny girl make any mistakes. A total of nearly 4 hours before and after the operation. Then, the door of the operating room was pushed open, and Luo Weiyu was pushed out from under the operating table. Due to the anesthesia, her consciousness is still fuzzy at the moment, and people are also asleep. She fell asleep very peacefully, like the sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. The attending doctor, Zhao Feng, walked out of the operating room with a sigh of relief, took off the thick mask and said, Yishao, fortunately not insulting your life, the operation was very successful. Yifei was also relaxed when he heard this. Okay, thanks a lot. You were too polite, then I will go to rest first. Zhao Feng and Yifei exchanged a few more words before leaving with tired faces. To perform an operation, it is a very high physical exertion for the doctor, and Zhao Feng is obviously very tired. The operation was successful. This means that Luo Weiyu can finally resume walking like a normal person coupled with Yifei's conditioning with Chinese medicine, acupuncture and other techniques. Her recovery time will be greatly shortened. This strong and gentle girl finally no longer has to bear the pain caused by a foot injury and disability. In the ward, the orchid on the windowsill was full of fragrance and fragrance. More. Chapter 34 Chen Luo goes to Su's house. 2 more, please support. Luo Weiyu woke up soon. The girl opened her eyes like eye water and woke up faintly. When she woke up, she saw Yifei's handsome face and she felt relieved. Mr. Yi, the operation was very successful. Yifei smiled, he knew what Luo Weiyu was thinking. Luo Weiyu was slightly startled, surprise and excitement flashed in those beautiful eyes. Immediately afterwards, her eyes were slightly red. I can walk normally again, Luo Weiyu said softly. Luo Weiyu has always been extremely strong. Although the car accident took the lives of her parents and her healthy legs, she has been working hard to stay alive. Despite numerous difficulties in life, she is always optimistic and cheerful. Although she has no hope for a long time, there is always a trace of hope and expectation in her heart, hoping that one day she can return to a normal life. Even one day is good. Now, her leg injury has been successfully treated with surgery. Hearing this news, Luo Weiyu's eyes turned red, and the joy and excitement in his heart could not be suppressed. Yifei knew how much the girl wanted to return to normal, and now it finally came true. Her excitement can be imagined. He said warmly, Weiyu, you can recover completely within 2 months at most. During this time, I will help you regulate your body. You should eat more foods containing calcium and vitamins. Luo Weiyu listened to Yifei's careful words, and her heart was even more moved. The time between the two was not long, but everything Yifei did made Luo Weiyu remember. Hearing Yifei's instructions, Luo Weiyu suddenly interrupted Yifei's words. Those talking eyes looked at Yifei. Mr. Yi, can I hug you? Before Yifei could answer, Luo Weiyu got into Yifei's arms. The scent of a girl's body entered Yifei's nose. Nice smell. There are not many girls with natural body scent, every one of them is the best. Luo Weiyu hugged Yifei tightly, and the two body skins were pressed together. Luo Weiyu could also clearly hear Yifei's powerful heartbeat. Yifei couldn't help but feel happy with the beautiful woman in her arms. Luo Weiyu is a gentle and charming girl. Although a little green, she occasionally makes 1 or 2 movements very sultry and itchy. For example, the last kiss in the flower shop Luo Weiyu secretly. Another example is now, after being teased by Luo Weiyu twice in a row, Yifei felt that it was necessary for him to find his place. Luo Weiyu was hugging Yifei tightly, but she heard Yifei's very magnetic voice. How about just a hug? Luo Weiyu whispered, what else? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Weiyu's eyes widened in the next second, and her mouth was sealed by Yifei. The touch is very warm and moist, as delicate as mud and white jade, with a hint of sweetness. For a long time, the lips are divided. Luo Weiyu's face was already flushed, and her face was so red that she could bleed. Yifei finally found the place. He smiled and said, okay, take a rest, I will help you get the medicine first, and you can find a nurse if you have something to do. Luo Weiyu said softly. She looked at Yifei's leaving figure, her eyes filled with joy and joy. In the time of taking care of Luo Weiyu, 3 days passed in a flash. Chen Luo has been released from the police station. Because of being detained for 10 days, Chen Luo missed the meeting with Mu Zijin, which also made Yifei take the initiative again. Black Friday, what is Chen Luo's situation now? Yifei asked. As soon as Chen Luo left the police station, Yifei sent someone to follow him. Of course, it was not the Black Friday that followed Chen Luo this time, but the other bodyguards. After all, the Black Friday had been exposed. Heiwu stood in front of Yifei and said in a low voice, Chen Luo, the kid is very cunning. He guessed that some of us were following him. He tried to get rid of our tracking and almost let the kid run away. This is reasonable. Chen Luo had been pitted by Yifei once, and he would definitely be more cautious after suffering such a big loss. Fortunately, our people are also great and found his trail again, but in order to prevent him from discovering, we can only follow him from a distance. Heiwu Dao. Yifei nodded. In fact, he also had some guesses about Chen Luo's whereabouts. Chen Luo went to the Su's house first. I really don't know how this kid got on the relationship with the Su's house, but not long after he went to the Su's house, he came out in despair. Hearing Heiwu's words, Yifei's mouth was filled with a smile. It seems that Chen Luo has run into a wall at Su's house. It is normal to think about it. At present, Su Qingzu doesn't have any good feelings about Chen Luo, and it can even be said to be very disgusting. She was originally suffering from misogyny. After seeing what Chen Luo did, she had a very bad impression of Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo had friendship with the Su family because of his master, the Su and Yi family were also family friends. Moreover, Yifei saved Su Xiaoping's life again. After learning that Yifei had a conflict with Chen Luo, Su Xiaoping must know what to do. Obviously, the Su family chose the Yi family and stood on Yifei's side. Yifei's guess was good. Chen Luo hid a wall at Sue's house. He only found out when he arrived at Sue's house that the iceberg beauty he saw last time was actually from the Sue's family. After arriving at Sue's house, Su Qingzu didn't even look good at him. He didn't even want to say a word to him, and his eyes always showed disgust. Although Su Xiaoping was very polite to him, it was only verbal politeness. Chen Luo didn't please, so he left the Su family in a desperate manner, and he could only find another place. Fortunately, his master was in Yanjing at the beginning, and there are so many people who have received his master's favor. Chen Luo didn't worry about having nowhere to go, but he hated the Su family and Su Qingzu for that reason. What more, roar, I heard that only the big ones can vote for flowers and comments. Chapter 35 Su Qingzu exploring the disease 3 more, ask for everything. Black Friday, then monitor Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo is very vigilant, you ask people not to follow him closely, I only need his general movements. Yifei said. Chen Luo is a wise man. After he is calculated, he will definitely be more careful. Yifei could actually guess who Chen Luo would look for. Duan Qizheng. Duan Qizheng is also an important role in the original book. Duan Qizheng himself is the boss of Qizheng Medicine, a famous pharmaceutical company in Yanjing. Qizheng Medicine is also a giant in the pharmaceutical industry, no worse than the Su family. Duan Qizheng's Qizheng Medicine mainly deals in traditional Chinese medicine. In addition, there are several related cosmeceuticals and cosmetic subsidiaries. It can be said that Duan Qi is highly overlapping with the Su family in the fields of medicine and cosmetics, and the two sides are in a fiercely competitive relationship. In the original book, Duan Qizheng was greatly favored by Master Chen Luo, and he was regarded as a registered disciple of Master Chen Luo. Of course, Duan Qizheng is definitely incomparable with a direct disciple like Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo can be regarded as Duan Qizheng's junior younger brother in name. Duan Qi is acting like asterisk to Master Chen Luo and obeying his words. He didn't even need to say to Chen Luo, the little junior. In the original book, he was called Chen Luo's first dog. In the original book, Duan Qizheng even gave Chen Luo a part of his company's equity, which gave Chen Luo his first fortune. After Chen Luo needed money several times, he was not stingy and lent Chen Luo a large sum of money. When Chen Luo wanted to start a company, he also contributed money and efforts to manage Chen Luo up and down. In short, he was absolutely dedicated to Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo went to Sue's house first, then Duan Qizheng. Now that Chen Luo is hitting a wall at Sue's house, it is highly possible that he will go directly to Duan Qizheng. Yifei made people stare at Chen Luo's movements. After a few hours, Haiwu came back and reported Yishao, that kid went to Qizheng Pharmaceutical Company. I really don't know where he comes from, no. Haiwu looked wondering, where did this kid come from so many contacts? Yifei ignored Black Friday, and said inwardly sure enough, Chen Luo is looking for Duan Qizheng. Yifei is familiar with the plot of the original book. In the original book, there was fierce competition between the Su family and Duan Qizheng, which was later resolved by Chen Luo's dealings. But now, Chen Luo is hitting a wall in Sue's house, and when he goes to Duan Qizheng, things will go in another direction. Chen Luo will retaliate. He will take revenge on Yifei, repay his family, and repay the light bamboo. In the original book, the protagonist Chen Luo has two obvious characteristics in his personality. The second is that Chen Luo is extremely possessive. In the book, as long as he sees a woman, he has to get a hand in any way he can. If you can get it, then destroy it. When Chen Luo first saw Su Qingzu, he was very surprised by Su Qingzu and hated Yifei's peach blossom lock. Because Su Qingzu was misogynistic, after she didn't have a good impression of Chen Luo, she was extremely cold and disgusted with Chen Luo. This attitude will certainly stimulate Chen Luo. With Chen Luo as character, Yifei can imagine that after he encounters the Su family, Chen Luo will definitely find ways to retaliate. Now Chen Luo, I am afraid that he not only wants to avenge Yifei, he even hates Su Qingzu and the Su family. But at present, Duan Qizheng, the senior who only relied on Chen Luo, was unable to deal with the Yi family for the time being. But coincidentally, Duan Qizheng and Su Jia are natural competitors. Therefore, Chen Luo is likely to report to the Revival family first and start with the Su family. Yifei waved his hand at Black Friday and said, Black Friday, let the people following Chen Luo withdraw first. It doesn't make much sense to follow Chen Luo again. After all, Chen Luo is very vigilant now, plus he still has Duan Qi as a backer, and following him rashly may be self-defeating. After all, Chen Luo's force value is very high, and no one of Yifei's bodyguards could deal with him. Yes, Xiao Yi, Heiwu nodded and left immediately. Yifei was lost in thought. For Yifei, a Duan Qizheng is not difficult to deal with. After all, the Yi family is a Yanjing giant. Although it can be compared with those big brothers, is already top-notch. The really tricky thing to deal with Chen Luo is the circle of contacts that Chen Luo relies on his master. As long as they're human, they cannot escape life, old age, sickness, and death. At the beginning, Chen Luo's master was known as the #1 genius doctor in Yanjing. He practiced medicine to save people in Yanjing. Many of the high-ranking officials he rescued were notable. These people owed Master Chen Luo's favor. This is the trouble. Therefore, what Yifei needs is to cut off Chen Luo's contacts and prevent him from rising in Yanjing. As long as the contacts that Chen Luo relied on were cut off, it would be tantamount to cut off Chen Luo's hands and feet. He would be a lonely family member and could not make waves. Yifei already had thoughts. He walked steadily, stayed in the hospital corridor for a while, then returned to the intensive care unit. In the intensive care unit, Luo Weiyu was wearing a loose and neat hospital gown. She was sitting on the hospital bed, smiling sweetly at the orchids on the windowsill, her heart full of sunshine. Yifei walked in, and she also smiled at Yifei, obviously in a very good mood. I'll peel an apple for you, Yifei said, and Luo Weiyu tapped her head lightly, her eyes flashing with joy. Yifei took out the fruit knife, moved his fingers dexterously, and quickly peeled off the peel, then handed the whole apple to Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu ate the apples. The apples were a bit sour, but she was sweet in her heart. After eating the apples, Luo Weiyu was a little tired. She pulled Yifei's arm and said let me lean on for a while. After that, no matter whether Yifei agreed or not, she leaned on Yifei's shoulder. Yifei couldn't help smiling at the faint fragrance of Luo Weiyu's body. Just then, outside the ward, a graceful shadow appeared. Su Qingzu was at the door of the ward. Su Qingzu was holding fruits and flowers in her hands. She was startled when she saw Luo Weiyu leaning against Yifei, and complicated emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes. You, seek all support. Chapter 36 Make her feel uncomfortable for a while. 4 more, please evaluate the flowers. You complex emotions flashed in Su Qingzu's beautiful eyes. In front of the hospital bed, Luo Weiyu closed his eyes and leaned gently on Yifei's shoulder, calm and gentle, very touching. But Yifei straightened up to make Luo Weiyu lean more comfortably. The scene in front of the hospital bed was like a beautiful picture scroll. Su Qingzu saw it in his eyes, feeling a little bored in his heart, surging with surprise, incomprehension, and a trace of loss and sorrow that she hadn't even noticed. Su Qingzu came to visit Luo Weiyu. She knew that Luo Weiyu had an operation in the hospital recently. Since the last time we met, Su Qingzu has a good impression of the sunny and optimistic girl. Perhaps no one can hate Luo Weiyu in the face of it. So when she learned that Luo Weiyu was undergoing an operation in the hospital, she should come to visit her because of her feelings and reason. Unexpectedly, when he came to the ward, Su Qingzu happened to see the scene. Su Qingzu awakened Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw Su Qingzu appear in front of her. She couldn't help but scream, and quickly left from Yifei's shoulder, and hurriedly said, "Miss Su, here you are. Ah, I just slept. Now, you sit down." Okay. Su Qingzu returned to his cold expression, put the fruits and flowers he brought with him in front of the hospital bed, then sat on the seat in front of the hospital bed, and lightly tapped his head towards Yifei as a greeting. As the next generation heir of the Su family, Su Qingzu is mainly responsible for the cosmetics business, and she is mainly responsible for the Hangyan Makeup, the largest cosmetic company under the Su family. Su Qingzu took time to see Luo Weiyu during working hours, so he wore professional attire today. Su Qingzu's shirt is a small water blue suit with a white shirt underneath. The lower body is a short skirt with a plastic waist. The skirt and stockings are wrapped in thin black silk, showing her figure. When she walked into the street in this costume, the rate of turning her head back is absolutely %, which is enough to satisfy all men's fantasies about all costume. Su Qingzu's figure is very good, and it has a kind of burst. Unlike a girl like Luo Weiyu, she is more feminine and full of femininity. Especially the glamorous face with professional attire has more visual impact. The only problem is that she is a stranger to everyone. Su Qingzu briefly inquired about Luo Weiyu's medical condition, and she was relieved when she learned that the operation went well. Luo Weiyu smiled softly, her pure eyes secretly glanced at Yifei. "I am fine here, Miss Su, thank you for coming to see me." Luo Weiyu quietly watched Yifei as seen, although it was subtle, but Su Qingzu got it. A hint of irritation flashed in Su Qingzu's mind. "For no reason, you are welcome." Su Qingzu didn't know what was wrong with him. She felt that she didn't like Yifei, but when she saw Luo Weiyu leaning on Yifei's shoulder, she was stunned in her heart. Even she herself hadn't noticed it, and a trace of sourness surged in her heart. Yifei also noticed Su Qingzu's expression, and a meaningful smile came up at the corner of his lips. Perhaps Su Qingzu himself hadn't noticed what was going on in her state. During this period of time, Yifei has not taken the initiative to contact Su Qingzu. Even when Yifei went to Su's home to treat Su Xiaoping with acupuncture and moxibustion, the two of them simply greeted each other with little in-depth communication. You know, Yifei was enthusiastic and passionate towards her before. But suddenly she was so indifferent to him, which made her a little difficult to adapt to. It is fine if it is just hard to adapt, but today she happened to see Yifei and Luo Weiyu's intimate behavior. This magnified the strangeness in her heart. Inexplicably, her heart twitched. Su Qingzu wanted to remind herself that she didn't like Yifei, but the more she thought about it, the scenes of what Yifei had done for a while came to mind. Su Qingzu's heart became more and more chaotic. It was like dropping a pebble on the surface of a calm lake, with ripples starting from the beginning. Next, Su Qingzu was obviously absent-minded when chatting with Luo Weiyu, and was obviously distracted several times. "Miss Su, are you okay?" Luo Weiyu asked with a sincere expression of concern upon seeing this. "I am fine." Su Qingzu returned to his senses, concealing the waves in his heart. After Su Qingzu stayed in the hospital ward for a few minutes, he found an excuse to leave in a hurry. From beginning to end, Yifei still didn't say a word to Su Qingzu. Miss Su seems to be worried. Luo Weiyu was a little confused about Su Qingzu's state, blinking Xu Lingling's eyes, watching Su Qingzu leave. Yifei smiled, he let Luo Weiyu rest well, and he walked into the hospital corridor. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Yifei's heart. "Host, what is the situation with Su Qingzu? What else can happen? She has a big gap in her heart." Yifei said lightly. "Host, explain. Let us just put it this way, before that Yifei turned around her, he was obsessed with her, very diligent, but now I am very alienated from her, and I don't even bother to say a word to her, she feels a sense of difference in her heart." Yifei said. "But, doesn't Su Qingzu dislike you?" The system was puzzled. Yifei said lightly, "It has nothing to do with this. It is like a toy you played with when you were young. Even if you don't like this toy anymore, you will still feel distressed if you want to give it to others. It is an apt description." Yifei shrugged. "That is why I dangled her. She let the previous Yifei be a dog licker for so long, and now it is time to make her feel uncomfortable for a while." The system wondered, "Don't you look for an opportunity to completely change Su Qingzu's impression of you? What is the hurry? It is not the best time yet, but it should be soon." Yifei's mouth had a confident smile. 4 more ask for support. Chapter 37. A woman is a grace. 1 more, ask for flowers for evaluation votes. Yifei could feel the subtle changes in Su Qingzu's attitude towards him during this period of time. Su Qingzu is misogynistic and treats any man with true colors. That was the psychological shadow of her when she was a child. In fact, she is not all to blame. But recently, Su Qingzu's attitude towards Yifei has become complicated and subtle. Yifei also knew that because of his misogyny, he could no longer treat Su Qingzu as warmly as before, otherwise he would be self-defeating, so he chose cold treatment. So far, the effect is pretty good. It is just a final kick, and an opportunity is needed. The misogyny is a psychological problem in plain terms. Su Qingzu's misogyny has not reached the level of extreme disgust for any man, otherwise she and her grandfather will not be able to get along with each other normally. Chen Luo may have some action soon, I hope it is as I expected. Duan Qizheng also has many weaknesses, you can take advantage of it. Yifei secretly said. Yifei knew that with Chen Luo's must-have character, he would definitely find trouble soon. Hopefully, as he expected, Chen Luo will trouble the Su family first, then there will be a good show. Yifei took care of Luo Weiyu for a while, and he specially tailored a recipe for Luo Weiyu to supplement vitamins, calcium, iron and other elements. Chinese medicine emphasizes on conditioning the body. Luo Weiyu's feet are still tied with a thick bandage, and the stitches have not been removed for the time being, and acupuncture and other methods cannot be used to treat her. So Yifei took care of her body first, and then treated her with acupuncture after the bandage was removed. Then, the result will be more effective. However, Luo Weiyu frowned slightly, her delicate little face was a little worried. "Mr. Yi, will my legs leave scars, and will they be ugly?" Luo Weiyu was a little nervous. In fact, with Luo Weiyu's character, she never worried about this kind of problem before. After all, for her, being able to walk normally is already the greatest happiness. But now, her psychology is different. In case of leaving a scar, Yifei saw it later, wouldn't he it? It is a good thing to say that women are the ones who please themselves. Even a simple and lovely girl like Luo Weiyu, when facing her sweetheart, she also hopes to show her in the most perfect posture. Yifei heard Luo Weiyu's words and looked at her charming appearance. Yifei smiled confidently. "Don't you worry, I can bear to leave a little scar on such beautiful legs, otherwise it is a kind of beauty." Blasphemy. "Don't you worry, I will return you a pair of beautiful legs that any woman envy in time." Yifei blinked, his words were a bit sultry. Luo Weiyu's face was blushed, and a hanging heart finally let go. After taking care of Luo Weiyu for a while, Yifei received a special call, said hello to Luo Weiyu and hurried back to the Yi family villa. Yi family villa. The call was from Yifei's chief father Yi. Father Yi had a serious tone on the phone, and Yifei probably knew what was going on. When I arrived at the Yi family villa, there were no outsiders at home, only Yi father and Yi mother. Seeing Yifei, Yi immediately beckoned Yifei to sit down. After Yifei sat down, Yi slowly said, Xiaofei, you were right. Both Huanghe and Yi Chenghai have problems, and the problem is not small. Yi was straightforward and told Yifei directly. Yi was really quick and resolute, and he found it so quickly. And what surprised Yifei was that Huanghe and Yi Chenghai had problems so early. It has not yet time for Chen Luis to oppose them. It seems that these two people have been unruly for a long time. Yi knew, Lin Shuidai's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes still filled with anger. I really didn't expect these two people to have a problem, knowing that they know each other, they don't know their heart. Yi Chenghai is your father's cousin, and he is also the Yi family, so. Yi was silent for a while, with a disappointed expression on his face, and said indifferently, we have found some clues. Yi Chenghai is suspected of serious corruption, while Huanghe abused his power and had secret contacts with other companies. It turned out that these two people were not clean long ago. Yi held the teacup tightly, his knuckles were slightly whitish, although he also hid his anger, but the hand holding the teacup firmly pinched it, showing that his heart was not at peace. Yifei comforted it would be a good thing to discover the problems of these two people early, otherwise they are like two-time bombs, and Yi might be destroyed in their hands. Father Yi silently nodded slowly. What do you plan to do with these two people? Yifei asked. Yi said solemnly, if you want to deal with both of them, I am afraid there will be turbulence within the Yi group, and the two people have done very cryptic. I only found some traces, and there is no decisive evidence. So I plan to continue to use these two people, put a long line, and catch big fish. Yi continued, of course, I want to let them participate in the real core things of our company. Yifei smiled, his chief father's thoughts coincided with him. Put the long line and catch the big fish. If Chen Luo tried to oppose Huanghe and Yi Chenghai at that time, Yifei could use his plan to make Chen Luo's scheming efforts in vain and get completely wrong information. In this way, these two traitors will turn into advantageous pawns in Yifei's hands. That is good, Yifei said. He doesn't have to worry about Yi's handling. Yi has been up and down in the mall for many years. If he knows that these two people have problems and can handle it, it would be a waste of his reputation. Xiaofei, where did you get the information from? Yi asked, incomparably puzzled. Yifei's intelligence is very accurate, it should be said that it is too accurate. Huanghe and Yi Chenghai did have problems, but both of them did very cryptic. If Yi did not thoroughly investigate them, I am afraid that they would not be able to find any clues. But how did Yifei know? Both Yi and Lin Shui were puzzled. Even more, please ask for votes for flowers, and ask for all support. The data is a bit bleak at the end of the holiday, thank you for your support. Chapter 38, even if it is just eye-catching 2 more, ask for flowers and everything. Both Yi and Lin Shui were surprised, and they marveled at the accuracy of Yifei's intelligence. If it were not for Yifei's intelligence, Yi and his wife were still kept in the dark by these two traitors. Some of the group's high-level cadres even had ghosts in their hearts. This is also a major blow to a large company like Yi's. Fortunately, it did not lead to bad results, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Actually, I still have a batch of lists of middle-level cadres with problems, not many of them. Yifei said. Since the chief father and mother believed in themselves, it would be easier to handle. Through Yi Chenghai and Huanghe, the accuracy of Yifei's intelligence has been proved. Also Yi was taken aback. Well, there are not many people, but there are indeed. Yifei said. The Yip group is a big group with tens of thousands of employees. It is normal that there are a few worms among the tens of thousands, which is not too surprising. But how did Yifei know? Xiaofei, what are you? He was full of doubts at this time and couldn't he help asking. Yifei smiled mysteriously and said, Dad and Mom, I have my source of information, so don't ask. You only need to believe that I will not harm you. I must keep the source of the information confidential. Of course Yi and Lin Shui believed in their son. Just such an only son, don't believe who he believes. Well, your mother and I want to force you to ask. It is just that your kid has become more and more mysterious recently. He felt that his son had changed a lot in the past few days and he couldn't see through. Lin Shui also wondered, yes, why did I hear that you saved the old man of the Su family, mister? Su and I praised your superb medical skills and saved his life. Both Lin Shui and Yi were full of doubts, but Yifei just laughed without saying a word. In fact, Yifei didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell the chief father and mother that he had crossed it, right. Yi finally waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, if you don't want to say, forget it, in short, you must pay attention to it yourself. We will hand it over to you in the future. Shui Lin also nodded again and again, and said if you were short of money, tell Mom. Yi lowered his eyelids and muttered in a low voice about how defeated his loving mother was, but Lin Shui glared at him and he didn't dare to speak anymore. Yifei smiled secretly, this is the sorrow of strict wife control. Immediately afterwards, Yifei wrote another list to Yi. There were less than 10 people on this list, and he only remembered that these people had problems in the original book. After all, these people weren't important roles, and they were taken by one stroke. These people are just middle-level cadres of the Yi group, and their influence on the Yi group is far less than that of Yi Chenghai and Huanghe. After Yifei wrote the list, he chatted briefly with his parents for a while before leaving. For several days thereafter, it was calm. Chen Luo was silent for the time being. And Yifei also accompanies Luo Weiyu every day as usual, and occasionally goes to the company to make soy sauce. This kind of life is also comfortable and comfortable. On this day, Yifei was bored with his mobile phone at Brilliant Entertainment. He played mobile games for a while. After playing a shooting game, Yifei succeeded in eating chicken, and he was in a good mood. At the end of the game, Yifei received a WeChat video communication invitation. When Yifei took a look, the WeChat remarks name When Shouting. When Shouting. Since the last robbery case, When Shouting has often talked to Yifei. This girl has a cheerful and carefree personality, which is quite interesting. Yifei often chats with her. As for Mu Zijin, Yifei only chatted with her twice occasionally. I don't know what When Shouting is doing with herself. Yifei connected to the video communication. In the video, When Shouting smiled brightly and greeted Yifei. Young Master Yi, what are you up to? It is boring to play games. Yifei said, Tisk dusk, it is really comfortable. The weather is good today. Zijin and I are going to swim in the Palm Island clubhouse. Are you coming? When Shouting asked with a smile. The Palm Island Club is a well-known private club in Yanjing. It is only open to the upper circles of Yanjing, where a membership card can start at least 100,000. Yifei's heart moved, and When Shouting actually invited him. Obviously, this was not Mu Zijin's intention, but When Shouting actively invited him. Seeing Yifei surprised, When Shouting lowered her voice and laughed. I and Zijin are the only ones here. Are you coming? This is a rare opportunity to be alone with Zijin. Don't blame me for not helping you. Are you so kind to help me? Yifei frivolous eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curled up. When Yifei saw it like this, when Shouting's face became hot. She secretly said that this guy is so handsome. When Shouting said yeah, no way, this beauty is so helpful, how about it, is it interesting? But Zijin still doesn't know you were coming, I am looking for you without telling her. When Shouting stuck out her tongue. This is indeed a good opportunity to get along with Mu Zijin. When Shouting invited twice, and Yifei also said, well, let me come. But why are you helping me like this? Yifei felt strange. When Shouting was so good for him, she kept betraying Mu Zijin. When Shouting smiled slyly, who makes you handsome if you can become Zijin's boyfriend, I can see it every day. Although you can eat it, it's okay to look seductive. When Shouting's remarks were bold and pungent, and did not shy away from it. This girl is a bit interesting. Okay, let us not talk about it now, Zijin is here, I have to blame her first. Dasha, you owe me one time, come here, bye-bye. Doo-doo. Yifei laughed, he also hung up the video communication, then tidied up his clothes a little, brought swimming equipment and then went out slowly. Even more, ask for flowers evaluation votes, ask for all support. Chapter 39 A Mermaid 3 more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. Palm Island Clubhouse. This is a very low-key private club. The Palm Island Club is located outside the 5th ring of Yanjing, although it is a bit remote, but the environment is elegant and quiet. Yifei walked into the lobby of the clubhouse, and a beautiful manager in professional attire immediately greeted Yifei. Yishao, you haven't been here for a while, is this an appointment today? The beauty manager smiled, obviously familiar with Yifei. Being a manager in this kind of private club requires a lot of vision. People who come here are either rich or noble. They are all VIPs. Of course, they have to be entertained. As Yifei's top second generation, this beauty manager certainly knows him. Yifei also has a diamond VIP card with an annual fee of hundreds of thousands in this Palm Island club. In fact, all Yifei's high-end clubs in Yanjing basically have VIP cards. Well, take me to the number 3 swimming pool, I have an appointment. Yifei said lightly. Please, the Palm Island Club has several swimming pools, of which pool number 3 is the most private and rarely open to the public. Yifei first went to the locker room, after a brief wash, put on swimming trunks, swimming cap and other equipment, and walked out slowly. The beauty manager had already taken a cup of hot tea and was waiting, then handed Yifei towels and other items, and said please. Yifei walked slowly to the number 3 swimming pool. The sunshine and temperature are just right today, so it is very suitable for swimming. Of course, swimming is not the real purpose. The swimming pool facilities in this clubhouse are pretty good, with professional-grade meter-long swimming lanes and a heated indoor swimming pool. As soon as Yifei entered swimming pool number 3, he saw a woman in a bathing suit beckoning at him by the pool. Young Master Yi, here and here of course the woman was When Shouting. When Shouting is wearing a water blue bikini swimsuit, showing a beautiful figure. She has fair skin and a pretty figure, which is far from comparable to those young girls. When Shouting smiled and waved at Yifei. When Shouting walked in and took a look, her eyes brightened. Wow, Yi-Shao, your figure is too good, this abs, this line is simply invincible. Yifei only wore a pair of swimming trunks. The abdominal muscles of the upper body were indeed very conspicuous. The bronzed skin and the abdominal muscles were exposed, but it was not the abdominal muscles of a muscular man, but just right and perfect. This is also the result of Yifei using experience points to increase his strength and learning advanced martial arts. Yifei's body proportions are indeed excellent now, with a height of more than 1 meter, a slender figure, and just the right muscles. When Shouting stared to death. Not only is this Yi family handsome, but he also has such a good figure and good-looking smile. Isn't this too attractive? Yifei's charming voice faintly came. Don't stare at it, I can run. When Shouting blushed, and quickly retracted his gaze, his heart pounding. This Yishao is really sultry and invisible, can stand it, can stand it. Yifei looked around, only When Shouting was by the pool. Mu Zijin was in the swimming pool. Yifei saw a white shadow in the water, it was Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin is wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, she swims in the water in an extremely standard posture. Mu Zijin uses butterfly stroke. In swimming styles, it can be roughly divided into breaststroke, butterfly, backstroke, and freestyle. Among them, the butterfly stroke is the most beautiful and the most beautiful. Mu Zijin has a long body, her body is straight and parallel, her feet are close together, her body sinks slightly, and she swims fast in the water, like a mermaid, with curvy curves and very graceful. Mu Zijin's movements are very professional, and his swimming styles are standard enough to make some city swim teams and even provincial swimmers embarrassed. Watching her swim is simply a visual pleasure. It didn't take a moment for Mu Zijin to swim quickly to the side of the pool. With a light kick on the 2 white and straight legs, she easily went ashore and stepped out of the pool stepping on drops of water. She is still dressed normally, although she has a plain face, but she has a beautiful face. She wears a swimsuit and shows her figure generously. Her skin was like snow jade, with drops of water in it, making her look crystal clear. Due to frequent martial arts practice, her skin is elastic and exquisite enough to kill other beauties in seconds. Even When Shouting was attracted to her, and said with envy, Zijin, your skin is really good, unlike I always have acne. Mu Zijin's charm is extraordinary. There is a reason why she is difficult to conquer in the original book. Regardless of family background and martial arts, she is so good, and even swimming is her strong point. With the level she showed just now when she was swimming, she was already comparable to many city-level and provincial-level professional athletes. Seeing Yifei, Mu Zijin brushed her wet long hair, stepped barefoot on the floor, and smiled. Mr. Yi is here. Just now When Shouting had told her that Yifei was coming. Yifei's lips curled up with a faint smile. I saw Miss Mu's swimming stance when I first came here. When Shouting smiled. Yes, you are fascinated by our family's Zijin's swimming style. Yi-Shao, you may be the first man lucky enough to see Zijin swim. Mu Zijin likes swimming, but doesn't like swimming in front of others. Therefore, she basically comes to the Palm Island Club. The number 3 pool here is basically the same as a private pool, so she is not afraid of being disturbed by people. Mu Zijin leaned on her side, she found a bath towel to put it on, blocking the graceful posture. Yifei listened to When Shouting's words, and secretly said that When Shouting, this chick, was good to him, and it was indeed not easy to see Mu Zijin's swimming style. At this time, When Shouting blinked suddenly and asked with a smile, Yi-Shao, you can swim also, how are you swimming? Just so, it's okay, Yifei said lightly, showing a humble attitude. Do you want to come to BB? When Shouting smiled. Yifei glanced at Mu Zijin, who was wearing a bath towel beside him, and he nodded. Compared, Yifei was confident and indifferent. A woman like Mu Zijin is really hard to conquer. If you want to conquer her, you must first take the first step, which is to defeat her in her area of expertise. Please ask for a flower evaluation vote, which is troublesome. Chapter 40 He is a monster. 4 more, please support. Really? When Shouting looked up and down Yifei suspiciously. Yi-Shao, are you sure you want it better than swimming? Yifei shrugged, his words were humble, but his expression was very confident. Try it, do you plan to come together? It just happens that there's enough lane here. When Shouting coughed awkwardly, waved her hands again and again, and said weakly, I can only do dog digging. Mu Zijin couldn't help but smile. When Shouting was honest enough. When Shouting pointed at Yifei and Mu Zijin and said, you two will compare. I will be the referee and I will time you. Yifei didn't care, yes. While talking, he quietly opened the system page. Yifei didn't hesitate to start upgrading his skills. Consume 100 million yuan. Suddenly, Yifei directly advanced the skill of swimming proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting advanced swimming proficiency, the system voice sounded along with it. Yifei spent 100 million to directly upgrade his skills to a high level. Needless to say, the power of advanced skills, Yifei is also full of confidence because of this. Then please take the two players in their respective positions. Our friendship is first and the competition is second, Wen Shouting said quizzically, letting Yifei and Mu Zijin stand on the two lanes respectively. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, threw the bath towel on the lounger next to him, and walked to a swimming lane. Yifei also walked in front of the swimming lane very simply. Then how is it better than the meter swim? There is no limit to the swimming style, there are 2 laps back and forth. Wen Shouting said with a little excitement. No problem, Yifei had no objection. Good, Mu Zijin also readily agreed. Mu Zijin's eyes flowed, she looked at Yifei, and thought to herself for a while that if it was really compared, she might have to let the water go a little bit so that Yifei could get through. Mu Zijin is confident of his swimming level. In fact, the lap she just swam did not use her full strength. It was not her limit level. Otherwise, even a professional athlete of the provincial team might not be her opponent. Mu Zijin stood straight in front of the swimming lane, showing her perfect figure, and her graceful figure made her eyes hard to move. Okay, then get ready to start. Wen Shouting stretched out her voice and shouted loudly. As soon as her voice fell, she saw Yifei and Mu Zijin both jumped and fell into the water almost at the same time. Like a fish in water. It can only be described with such words, because when Yifei and Mu Zijin fell into the water, they really swam in the water like fish. While the water was splashing, only 2 figures were seen in the water. Mu Zijin's swimming style was beautiful. She used freestyle, her slender legs were dancing in the water, and the arms of Shuang Saishui were also waving during that period. And Yifei also chose freestyle. Freestyle is the fastest of all swimming styles, so both of them chose freestyle by coincidence. Only to see Yifei's swimming style is also a standard, even at textbook level. His legs and hands are very coordinated, and he constantly slaps the surface of the water hard. His body changes back and forth. Yifei has already rushed out a few meters in an instant, and he is very comfortable in the water. When Shouting's eyes widened at such a fast speed, Yifei is actually a master swimmer. Now Zijin may not be able to beat him. In the water, the two colors are very distinct. Yifei and Mu Zijin chose 2 adjacent swim lanes, and Mu Zijin could clearly see Yifei's situation. The current situation is that Yifei is half a stature faster than Mu Zijin. And Mu Zijin also noticed that Yifei's swimming style is extremely standard, not worse than her at all, just like a professional swimmer. After adding system skills, Yifei's physical fitness is already very strong, not to mention that he has added swimming skills to advanced levels. It has become his home ground completely in the water. When Shouting was a little dumbfounded, it was the first time she encountered this situation. She knows Mu Zijin's swimming level very well, but now it seems that Mu Zijin is behind Yifei. Swimming is not like other sports. There is a huge gap between professional and non-professional. Ordinary people may be just like Wen Shouting, who can only do dog planing, and at most can swim styles such as breaststroke. The swimming speed is incomparable to that of professional athletes. So before the start of this small game, Wen Shouting believed that Yifei was absolutely crushed. But now this situation, swim to about 30 meters, Yifei was already 1 position ahead. Moreover, the gap between Yifei and Mu Zijin was slowly widening. 50 meters. Yifei first touched the swimming pool wall, and then slammed his feet, and his body sprang out again. This time, the gap is even greater. Yifei fully embodies the professional level. Mu Zijin's speed is of course very fast, but on the one hand, Yifei has proficient swimming skills, and on the other hand, the inborn differences between men and women also make Mu Zijin lag behind. 10 meters. Yifei had already led by at least 3 meters. 100 meters. Yifei finally sprinted, leading Mu Zijin by at least 5 meters, then he stopped by the pool and waited for Mu Zijin to reach the finish line. After a while, Mu Zijin also reached the end. Her eyes flowed, and Chu Shui's long eyes were filled with surprise. Denko said lightly, Yuan, Yifei, you swim very well. Before she knew it, Mu Zijin had changed Yifei's name from Mr. Yi. Become Yifei. Mu Zijin was very beautiful at the moment, as touching as a lotus flower in the water. Her eyes flashed with surprise and splendor, obviously admiring Yifei's swimming level. If you lose, you lose. Mu Zijin confessed generously. There was also a hint of interest in her eyes. It seemed that she had met an opponent. How many times can you find Yifei to swim in the future? You are not bad either. Yifei said. Mu Zijin is indeed amazing. Her level is enough to make countless men ashamed. But Yifei still won, and he won beautifully. Wow, Yi Dashao, you are such a monster. Martial arts, swimming, what other skills do you have? This is too powerful. When Shouting gave Yifei a thumbs up, sincerely admiring. Ding, congratulations to the host, get some experience points. Yifei's here, the system's voice sounded in due course. 4 more support. Chapter 41. Do you know medical skills? 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully got some experience points. Hearing the sound of the system, Yifei's heart moved. This experience value should have been brought by Mu Zijin. As Mu Zijin is not the heroine in the original book, then the heroine, she has given a lot of experience points. Yifei knew that it was not easy to conquer a woman like Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin is too good in many aspects. If you want to conquer her, the first step must at least arouse her interest. And how to arouse her interest? Beat her in her best field. For example, martial arts or swimming. It can be said that now Yifei has successfully taken the first step. When Shouting was amazed at Yifei's swimming level, and said again and again, young Master Yi, you are too good. This is the first time I have seen someone who can win against Zijin in swimming. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, she was quite calm about her failure. There was no unhappiness in those beautiful and clear eyes, but she admired Yifei very much. Yifei smiled and said modestly, at the right time, it is just a good performance. When Shouting hummed on, tea get cheap and sell well. By the way, Master Yi, you can martial arts and swimming, what else? Well, Yifei touched his chin, and said with a serious face, I know too many things, and I can finish it for a while. When Shouting was taken aback, and said with a smile, really, you really dare to say it? Mu Zijin smiled lightly, and she was also a little interested, wondering what else Yifei could do. When Yifei said that he could swim, he was very humble. But now the answer is very confident, but it does not feel arrogant, but feels true and credible. Yifei smiled, no one believes me, to be honest. Then what else do you have? Give you a chance to perform, give you an example and listen to it. When Shouting smiled. Yifei held his hands together, and he jumped up from the pool to the shore. Then he said unhurriedly, I know some medical skills. Medical skills, really? When Shouting was extremely surprised. Can medical skills? Mu Zijin also looked at Yifei, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Of course it is true. Yifei said that he knows how to heal. After all, Mu Zijin's grandfather should be sick in bed. When Shouting is obviously not convinced. What do you know as Chinese medicine? Yes, Yifei said lightly. Wen Shouting was even more suspicious. In her impression, Chinese medicine practitioners were all grandfathers with gray hair and beard. How about I test you? Wen Shouting smiled and said, don't mind, I'll give you another chance to perform. Yifei didn't reject those who came okay. But how do you test the profession of doctors? Let us do it directly. Practice. Wen Shouting looked puzzled. Yifei nodded. He picked up the cup next to him and took a sip of tea, and then said, I will diagnose your pulse and then tell me your physical condition. Wen Shouting's eyes lit up when she heard the words come on. She stretched out her hand to let Yifei diagnose her pulse. Yifei wiped her hands with a bath towel, then let Wen Shouting sit on the bench, and Yifei diagnosed her pulse. And Mu Zijin also watched quietly from the side, her smart eyes kept focusing on Yifei's body. Yifei diagnosed Wen Shouting's pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to seeing, smelling, inquiring, and cutting. Among them, cutting is cutting and diagnosing the pulse. Yifei reached out and put his hand on Wen Shouting's wrist, concentrating on checking Wen Shouting's pulse, and observing the complexion on Wen Shouting's face. He had a conclusion in his heart. After checking Wen Shouting's pulse for a while, Yifei said, I probably already know it. Wen Shouting was quite curious and said, do you know what? Say it quickly. Yifei smiled nonchalantly. It may involve some of your sex. Do you really want me to say? Say, there's no one else here. Wen Shouting waved his hand carelessly, not paying attention. Yifei said, then I will say, you have an endocrine disorder, and you probably stay up late lately. Wen Shouting's eyes widened slightly, and Yifei was right. It's okay, many people will stay up late. Wen Shouting was still a little hard. Yifei raised his eyelids and said lightly, I haven't finished talking yet. You said. Wen Shouting was a little unconvinced. Yifei said your menstruation last month was postponed for at least 7 days. Staying up late for a long time when you have endocrine disorders, your mood is irritable and your face is prone to acne. Wen Shouting's body was shocked, a little embarrassed, but Yifei was right. Her menstrual affairs last month were indeed delayed for more than 7 days, and the last 2 days were restless and very irritable. Yifei continued also, you have a habit of eating cold drinks, right, so your lower abdomen will be very painful when you come to menstruation, well, that is, dysmenorrhea. Wen Shouting's eyes widened, with a shocked and stunned expression. All hit. She really likes cold drinks, and she knows it's not good, but she just can't help it. Every time she comes to menstrual affairs, she is lying on the bed to death, her lower abdomen is painful, and she is extremely uncomfortable. Wen Shouting didn't know what to say. Also, when you get up after going to the toilet occasionally, you will feel a black eye and a little dizziness. Your blood is weak, it has anemia. That is right again. In addition, Yifei listed 2 more, and they are all right, not bad at all. God. Incredible. Yifei is really a genius doctor. This is also okay. Even Mu Zijin next to him was slightly surprised. Yifei hit it, this man is simply a mystery. When you solve a mystery, when you think you have found the answer, you don't want to have a bigger mystery waiting for you to explore. The attraction and lethality of such men to women is indeed too great. Yifei is so proficient in medicine, he can tell Wen Shouting's situation clearly. Wen Shouting was completely convinced then, is there a way to treat it? A faint smile hung from the corner of Yifei's mouth. Believe me now. Thank you, you are a genius doctor. Wen Shouting nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and continued then how should I treat my body now? Wen Shouting completely believed in Yifei's medical skills. Mu Zijin's eyes flashed brightly, and Wen Shouting's condition could be judged only by examining the pulse, which proved that Yifei's medical skills were superb, perhaps. More. Chapter 42. Please do me a favor. 2 more, please evaluate the flowers. Wen Shouting asked Yifei quickly, wanting to know how to treat her body. Thinking about the pain of each menstruation, and thinking about the state of the recent period, Wen Shouting couldn't wait to ask Yifei. Yifei said lightly, you have to adjust your work and rest time first. You can stay up late. In addition, I will prescribe a prescription for you, all of which are warm and tonic. You just need to take it on time. Yeah, okay. Wen Shouting still had the slightest suspicion, nodding her head with joy, and then exclaimed, Dashao, you are really amazing, it turns out you know so many things. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Mu Zijin also has a general knowledge of Yifei's medical skills. Such a skill in pulse diagnosis is rare even among the many famous Yanjing doctors she has seen. At the moment, Mu Zijin thought for a while, and said sincerely to Yifei, your medical skills are so good, I wonder if you can do me a favor. You said. Yifei had a vague guess in his heart. Mu Zijin said softly, my grandfather has been ill for a while. I would like to ask you for your help to make a diagnosis for him. Mu Zijin's grandfather is also a big brother in the original book. In the original book, Chen Luo took the first step in his rise because he had treated Mu Zijin's grandfather. And Mu Zijin sent an invitation to Yifei and asked Yifei for help. Yifei did not rush to agree, but asked, when? Mu Zijin said if you are free, just take next Monday. There will be an expert consultation next Monday, and there will be several doctors in Yanjing City. Okay, then I should have time. Yifei agreed. Mu Zijin's bright eyes looked at Yifei and said sincerely, thank you, please. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase experience points. The experience value that Mu Zijin brings is really a lot. In a short period of time, Yifei had already added some experience points, which was much faster than usual. Yifei as promised was worthwhile. Host, did a great job, so that Chen Luo's opportunity will be handed. System said. Yifei shrugged. Actually, it may not be, but this is a good start. If you can catch the line of Mu family father, then not only will Chen Luo lose a bit of luck, Yifei will also get help from Mu family. The Mu family is a real wealthy family in Yanjing, and Mu Zijin's grandfather is even more powerful. In this way, Yifei is more comfortable with Chen Luo. But the host, I can imagine that in just one day, Mu Zijin also seems to have made a subtle change to you. Well done. The system said again. Yifei smiled faintly. Mu Zijin's attitude towards him has indeed changed. Mu Zijin has a light attitude towards any man, neither far nor near. It is easy to be friends with Mu Zijin, but it is extremely difficult to go further. But because of the last gold robbery incident, Mu Zijin's impression of Yifei was very good, coupled with Yifei's strength in swimming this time, as well as superb medical skills, it made Mu Zijin quite impressive. Accident. This also caused Mu Zijin to pay attention to Yifei unconsciously, and his attitude changed slightly. On the other hand, Wen Shouting got the prescription left by Yifei, excited and thankful, and thanked Yifei one after another. At the same time, Wen Shouting also said, Dashao, in order to express my gratitude to you, how about my dinner tonight? I will go to Shanghai Dream. Wen Shouting gritted her teeth and said with a painful expression on her face. Shanghai Dream is a Western restaurant, and it can be regarded as a very high-end Western restaurant in Yanjing. Wen Shouting was planning to bleed heavily this time. Well, I am not welcome. Yifei smiled. Let us go, let us set off. Wen Shouting waved his hand boldly and said to the two of them. Yifei returned to the locker room, first took a shower and changed into a formal suit. His high-end customized suit set off his handsomeness. Yifei walked out slowly to join Mu Zijin and Wen Shouting. Mu Zijin and Wen Shouting also changed their clothes. Musician put on a simple but delicate light-colored blouse. Her dressing has always been simple but generous. The plain face is facing the sky, no powder is applied, but the plain face is enough to kill countless women in seconds. When shouting happily took the two to the Shanghai Dream Western restaurant. Shanghai Dream. The environment of this Western restaurant is elegant and generous, and the grade is very high. Generally, there are only places available for previous appointments. However, when shouting's status is pretty good, don't look at her expression of pain, but in fact, although her family conditions are not as good as Yifei and Musician, she also belongs to the upper circle of Yanjing. When shouting has a gold membership card for this restaurant. The environment here is not bad. Let us have a French meal today. I like the steak with Bordeaux wine sauce and the fried foie gras when shouting gushed. Yifei and Musician didn't care, they both ordered 2 meals at random. The environment of this Western restaurant is very good, leaning on the river, overlooking the river. Yifei's position is by the window, so the scenery is unique. Eating in such an environment is still very comfortable. There's a white grand piano in the middle of the restaurant, and a foreign pianist is playing a performance. A piano piece was played. Musician and when shouting were also immersed in the music. After playing a piece, Musician and when shouting both applauded gently in courtesy. The pianist in this restaurant is still very good. Music is one of the most beautiful communication languages. Yi Dashao, you just said that you have a lot of skills. Do you know how to play the piano at this moment? When shouting blinked with a curious look on her face. More, please support. Chapter 43 Mysterious Man 3 more, please evaluate the flowers. When shouting looked at Yifei curiously and asked if Yifei could play the piano. Yifei said a little bit. In fact, this is true. As a noble son of high society, how could Yifei not know how to play the piano? Women from family backgrounds like when shouting and Musician can basically play the piano, but their level varies. This is also the result of childhood. Of course, no matter how bad the piano is, the ability to appreciate piano music is still there. Of course, Yifei can also play the piano, but the original master Yifei can only be regarded as an upper-level piano player. But there's a system that is different. When shouting, his eyes widened slightly. Although Yifei humbly said that he would be a little bit more confident, he seemed confident in his expression. When shouting, couldn't he help saying you are humble again? It seems that your piano skills are good. Would you like to have a song? Yifei smiled. I am afraid I played too well, so that the pianist just now was embarrassed. The pianist is a foreigner who was hired by the restaurant at a high price. His piano skills are still very good. Just now he played a famous piano song and cut everyone's ears. But Yifei actually said that he was afraid that the pianist would be embarrassed after he played it. This, when shouting stuck out her tongue and said, aren't you bragging? Yifei didn't excuse him and smiled without saying a word. But Musician next to her spoke. She blinked her beautiful autumn eyes and actively said, I want to hear it too. Why don't you try? Musician also wanted to listen to piano music. Wow, this is the first time Zijin has asked for it. Young Master Yi, you will save face. When shouting's pleading expression was almost shameless. Yifei thought for a while, he glanced at the grand piano and smiled faintly at okay, then I'll play a song, and I can play freely. Okay. When shouting raised her chin with a look of expectation, she was really curious about Yifei's piano level. Yifei is proficient in martial arts, swimming, and medical skills. Is he really proficient in piano? Musician also smiled lightly. Yifei slowly got up and walked steadily to the white grand piano. No one played the grand piano at this time, and the foreigner pianist was standing aside, taking advantage of this gap to rest. Yifei exchanged a few words with the pianist in English, and the pianist was happy to lend the piano to Yifei. So Yifei sat down in front of the white grand piano. When the guests in the Shanghai Dream restaurant saw a handsome man walking up to the piano, they all subconsciously cast their eyes to the side. Sitting on the piano bench, Yifei played a few notes briefly and tried the sound first. At the same time, Yifei opened the system layout and directly upgraded the 2 skills of piano and scored to advanced. After all, it is not good to be able to play the piano alone, you have to be able to score. This time Yifei intends to play a famous piano piece from his previous life. Yifei was very simple and directly spent another 200 million. Successfully exchanged skills. It cost another 200 million, but Yifei didn't feel distressed at all. Yifei is about to play a famous piano piece in his previous life, Adelina by the Water, a piece by the piano prince Richard Clayderman. This is a piano piece that anyone who knows how to play the piano basically knows. This piece can be called a world-famous piece in the previous life and won the Golden Piano Award. Yifei looked at the 2 women musicians and when shouting. When shouting looked at Yifei with bright eyes. She felt that even though Yifei hadn't played the piano yet, she was so handsome just sitting in front of the piano. This temperament was truly amazing. As for Musician, she watched Yifei's movements with a trace of expectation in her bright eyes. The corner of Yifei's mouth curled up, and he smiled at Musician and when shouting. Then, his gaze became extremely focused, and he stopped looking at the 2 women. He took a deep breath and placed his fingers on the piano keys. After a little brewing, he began to play. Yifei sat on the piano bench. His 10 fingers were long and slender. With a slight movement, Yifei's fingers were very dexterous, like dancing on the piano keys in black and white. Immediately afterwards, the crystal-like piano sound poured out, and a soft melody spread through the microphone throughout the restaurant. The moving notes came out, and the piano sound was as clear as tide, and overflowing like moonlight, overflowing the space of this restaurant. All the guests, the waiter, and the foreign pianist were all taken aback and then slightly intoxicated. Yifei's slender fingers were beating vigorously on the black and white keys, and one after another different high and low notes formed this gorgeous movement. This beautiful and moving melody is like the bright moonlight spilling over the earth, making it comfortable and smooth, washing in the heart like a clear spring. The extremely clear sound of the piano spread to every corner of this restaurant. Everyone couldn't help but stop throwing a cup of chopsticks, staring at Yifei unanimously. At this moment, Yifei sat in the center of the platform and became the only protagonist. The intoxicating movement gave the foreign pianist next to Yifei an unbelievable look, and his eyes looked at Yifei with excitement and shock. Yifei not only has a very high level of piano performance, but more importantly, this piano piece is a golden piece of piano music. This moving melody, beautiful notes, caught everyone's ears. In this world, it is completely different from the time and space of Yifei's previous life. Of course, there are not many classic songs, piano music and other repertoires of the previous life. Therefore, Yifei's performance can only be described as unique. When shouting widened her eyes, opened her small mouth, and looked at the scene in disbelief. She covered her mouth and said this is so amazing, it is so nice, what kind of tune is this, why have I never heard Yifei, is he too strong? Musician's beautiful eyes also bloomed with brilliance. Musician is very good, she has many suitors, and she has seen many good men, but Yifei seems to be the most special and mysterious one. Is there anything he want? Chapter 44 is so good for more, please evaluate the flowers. Shanghai Dream Restaurant. The sound of the piano came melodiously like a crystal, drifting comfortably into everyone's ears, like a clear stream, washing people's hearts. It's like the afternoon sun in the bright moonlight, so cozy and comfortable. This song Adelina by the Water is a famous golden song in the past life. Coupled with Yifei's superb piano playing skills, it can be called a textbook interpretation. Ordinary audience members in the restaurant can only hear the beautiful piano music. But those who really understand the piano can hear how powerful it is. Musician and Wen Shouting both have piano appreciation skills, and the foreign pianist next to Yifei is even more shocked. Musician looked at Yifei with brilliance in her eyes, and her eyes also showed shock. Needless to say, Wen Shouting's face has proved everything. The melodious piano sound, the beautiful movement, the touching note. The emotion expressed in the music is the vague and beautiful love. Yifei is like a bard, and he will tell this story in a musical way, making people nostalgic. Hearing the beauty of the piano sound, Musician was also lost for a moment. Finished playing one piece, Yifei stood on the piano stage in the center, smiling gracefully, and then stood up. Everyone in the restaurant has become Yifei's audience at this moment, and they all have a look on their faces. The tunes played by real piano masters are completely different from the piano tunes heard on the computer and TV. The rendering and shocking power of the scene is far stronger. Moreover, Yifei's superb playing skills, coupled with the addition of a world-famous song, were enough to make the scene mesmerized. The moment Yifei stepped down, everyone in the restaurant applauded spontaneously and thunderous applause. With the warm applause, Yifei also smiled and nodded to the guests in the restaurant before slowly getting up and returning to his seat. Yifei is back. As soon as he took his seat, he saw the foreign pianist in a tuxedo sprinting to Yifei's face, and talking to Yifei in English, his expression was extremely excited. The foreign pianist expressed to Yifei that he was honored to hear and witness this piano piece, and asked Yifei what the name of the piano piece was. The foreign pianist looked at Yifei with admiration, and even took out a blank paper for Yifei to sign. Obviously, the insider looks at the doorway. This foreign pianist has been deeply moved by Yifei's piano skills in this piece, and has become a fan of Yifei. After Yifei smiled and signed, the pianist took the signature paper and left like a treasure. When Shouting exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, you are really almighty, what else can you not?" Yifei smiled and said, "I am showing my ugliness. Actually, it hasn't fully played well just now. The piano has a few unstable sounds." When Shouting looked speechless, and almost worshipped Yifei. How many unstable piano sounds are there? Means that Yifei hasn't exerted his full strength yet. By the way, what is the name of this song? I have never heard it before. Is this your original? When Shouting asked quickly. Now Yifei's image in her mind is really getting bigger and bigger. Yifei said this song is my original. Yifei was not polite at all, and put this world-famous song in his bag. How about it? Can you barely get it in your ears? When Shouting supported her chin and made no secret of her admiration. Yi-Dashao, you are really I don't know what to say. This piece is so good. I have also listened to many concerts and piano performances, but I really like your playing. Today's meal is worth it. By the way, you still didn't say what this song is called. When Shouting couldn't help asking again. Yifei glanced at Musician and said with a light smile, this song is called Adelina by the Water. Adelina by the Water. When Shouting savored the name carefully and felt that something was wrong. Yifei's voice was faint and said, Adelina comes from the story of Greek mythology. There is a beautiful legend in Greek mythology. A long time ago, there was a lonely king who sculpted a beautiful young girl. Looking obsessively, he finally inevitably fell in love with the statue of the girl. So he prayed to the gods. His sincerity and perseverance moved the asterisk of love Aphrodite and gave the sculpture life. When Shouting blinked, she had never heard of this Greek myth. Obviously, Yifei's song was about love. When Shouting suddenly thought of something, there was a flash of light in her mind, and she blinked at Musician. This is a piano song about love. Adelina by the Water. How do I feel that I am talking about Zijin? Well, today Zijin was beautiful when she was by the pool water. When Shouting felt that the name of Yifei's song meant something. Adelina by the Water. Isn't Musician today also by the water when he swims? In fact, Yifei's choice of this song did have such a profound meaning. This song Adelina by the Water is not only a love song, but it also fits well with the scene by the pool this afternoon. When Shouting looked at Musician and Yifei again, she couldn't help but think to herself that the name of Yifei's piano piece is really wonderful. Adelina by the Water. The name is not only the name of the piano, it is more suitable for the scene when swimming this afternoon. This piece is really suitable. Yifei is too good at teasing. When Shouting couldn't help but praise Yifei. This man is so attractive, who can stop him? When Shouting was aware of this, and of course it was impossible to fail to detect it with Musician's ice and snow intelligence. Musician's face blushed slightly. What do you think of this song? Miss Yifei asked with a smile. Musician thought for a while, made a serious evaluation, and said softly, it is really good. This is the best piano piece I've heard recently. 4 more, thank you all for your support. Chapter 45. Drop a time bomb. 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Musician also spoke highly of Yifei's piano music. Musician fixed his gaze on Yifei for a while, then retracted his gaze. With what happened today, she was destined to be deeply impressed by this song Adelina by the Water. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting experience points. More experience points. The corner of Yifei's mouth evokes an arc. When Shouting looked at Yifei with a smile, and looked at Musician with a smile, feeling a little delicate and settled atmosphere in the air. Interesting. Although Musician didn't say much, when Shouting, as Musician's best friend, has clearly felt the subtle changes in Musician's mentality. Although Musician may not like Yifei, she has never seen Musician have such an attitude towards other men. I wonder what would happen if these two people really fell in love. It must be fun. When Shouting's eyes were smiling, and she looked forward to it. The meal at Shanghai Dream Restaurant was a delight for the guests and the host. Of course, when Shouting had a little pain except when paying the bill. Next, Yifei sent Musician and when Shouting away, and then returned to the private villa. Host, you have gained a lot today. The system popped out. Not bad. Yifei shrugged and said lightly, how many experience points do I have now? There is something in common. Today Musician brought him a lot of experience points, which made Yifei a little rich. Then you can add a little attribute and adjust the system layout. Yifei said lightly. Host Yifei. Experience. Personal wealth 100 million. Strength. Speed 4. Wisdom. Charm is extraordinary. Lucky value. Note standard for normal adult males. Seeing his own attribute page, Yifei thought for a while, ready to add more. Yifei groaned. In this way, the system will add some wisdom and luck to me. No problem, host. There are only points of experience, but Yifei's wisdom attribute has increased to a point, while the luck attribute has increased by a point, and it has become a point. These two attributes are relatively hidden attributes. After adding attribute points, the effect may not be displayed immediately. After Yifei increased the attribute points, he felt refreshed, and the thoughts in his mind were clear. Host, what do you plan to do next? The system asked again. With the addition of attribute points, Yifei was in a good mood. He squinted and asked, what do you mean? What else? Of course the host is how you plan to deal with Chen Luo. He has already gone to Qizheng Pharmaceutical Group and found Duan Qizheng, the system said. Furthermore, with Master Chen Luo's contacts, Chen Luo will definitely go to other giants in Yanjing. Don't forget that there were even two big men who owed Master Chen Luo's favor. The system reminded one after another. Yifei said lightly, of course I can forget. Chen Luo has a very wide network, but the thing about human relationship is one less. He will never use it lightly. At present, Duan Qizheng is the most reliable one for Chen Luo. That is right. It is just that Chen Luo who must retaliate. Didn't you say that he will retaliate? The system asked strangely. Yifei said lightly, well, Chen Luo will definitely retaliate. He should be almost ready. Before that, I have to start. What is the host going to do? The system was curious. Yifei said calmly, start with Duan Qizheng. Duan Qizheng is Chen Luo as senior. He has nothing to say to Chen Luo. He is Chen Luo as ironist backer in Yanjing. The system was puzzled in every way. Start with Duan Qizheng, but the relationship between Duan Qizheng and Chen Luo is unbreakable. What do you want to do? Yifei's mouth showed a meaningful smile. You will know tomorrow. Duan Qizheng's relationship with Chen Luo is indeed unbreakable, but there are still people around Duan Qizheng who can use it. The next day, Yifei took care of Luo Weiyu in the morning, spent a while at Brilliant Entertainment at noon, and finally waited for the evening. He is about to act. After evacuating the person who followed Chen Luo secretly, Yifei did not know what Chen Luo was doing during this time. But Yifei was not in a hurry, because he planned to bury a chess piece beside Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo opposed Wang He and Yi Chenghai of the Yi group and planted two-time bombs in the Yi group. And now, Yifei intends to do the same. In the way of the other, return the body to the other. It is 11:30 in the evening. Yifei waited at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. He drove a black McLaren supercar and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Waited for about 10 minutes. Yifei saw a young man wearing a big gold chain and smoking a cigarette, dressed all over his body. He walked into the hotel swaggeringly. Yifei got out of the car calmly and followed behind the man. The man looked less than 30 years old, full of anger, a face of a nouveau riche. He went to the hotel to enter the elevator, and then to the hotel building, the room. The man had just entered the hotel room. He was humming a little song in a good mood, while he took out his phone to find a little girl he had just got to play with. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded outside the door of the hotel. Li Xiangyan, I finally found you. Li Xiangyan was shocked suddenly, almost so scared that he was so scared that he suddenly heard this sound outside the hotel room in the middle of the night, which was indeed a bit scary. Li Xiangyan turned his head abruptly and saw an extremely handsome young man. This man was extremely well dressed and with extraordinary bearing. He was looking at him with a smile. Who are you? Li Xiangyan stepped back abruptly and asked very vigilantly. Yifei smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous, showing up in this hotel so late. You want to make an appointment with the little girl in the nightclub yesterday. How do you know? Li Xiangyan's expression changed, and the other party clearly knew him clearly. Li Xiangyan was frightened and angry. How could the man in front of him know so clearly about his affairs? Yifei glanced at Li Xiangyan. He walked into the hotel room on his own and found a place to sit down. Li Xiangyan is Duan Qizheng's adopted son, and it is his goal this time. More seeking flowers, evaluation and support. Chapter 46 Surrender to more, ask for flowers for evaluation. The room in a 5-star hotel. Yifei calmly sat on the sofa and looked at Li Xiangyan lightly. Li Xiangyan said with a frightened and angry expression, who are you on earth, boy? Don't pretend to be a fool. With that said, Li Xiangyan walked to Yifei's face, as if he was about to prepare to do something. Yifei beckoned. Immediately afterwards, two black-clad bodyguards emerged from behind Li Xiangyan, one of which was the Black Friday. Black 5 pulled Li Xiangyan up like a chicken, and Li Xiangyan was immediately stunned. He wanted to struggle, but he was not the opponent of Black 5 at all. He Wu deliberately smiled coldly and said, you still want to move Xiao Yi because of your ability? Be honest, otherwise your life will be lost today. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangyan immediately did not dare to move. His face was slightly pale, and big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Yifei glanced lightly at Li Xiangyan, and from beginning to end he didn't pay attention to Li Xiangyan's threat. Yifei's fingers tapped the armrest of the sofa, and his voice didn't slow down. Li Xiangyan, this year, Duan Qizheng's son is also the vice president of Qizheng Group. You love going to nightclubs and bars, and you just hooked up with a nightclub yesterday. My little girl, my name is Chen Julian, right? Every time Yifei said something, Li Xiangyan's expression turned pale. Because Yifei said it all. Even Yifei's affairs are not big or small, even the few private little things he has done recently are clear. Li Xiangyan was mentioned several times in the original book. Li Xiangyan is the son of Duan Qizheng, and he is deeply trusted by Duan Qizheng, and his ability to do things is also quite strong, so Duan Qizheng is highly regarded. In the original book, Li Xiangyan was initially dissatisfied with Chen Luo just riding on his head when he came to the group, but after being cleaned up by Chen Luo a few times, he was completely honest and listened to Chen Luo's dispatch. Yifei relied on the introduction in the original book and he asked the Black Friday to investigate Li Xiangyan's information, so he was very familiar with everything about Li Xiangyan. This also caused Li Xiangyan's face to change drastically, and his dark feeling was not good. Yifei glanced at Li Xiangyan, and his voice was calm. Li Xiangyan, don't be nervous, I am here to give you a fortune today. Send me a rich and honorable. Li Xiangyan was in a daze. Yifei said lightly, I want you to do things for me. If you can satisfy me, I promise you that you have no worries about food and clothing, and you are prosperous and wealthy. Li Xiangyan gritted his teeth. He now controls everything in the hands of the mysterious young man in front of him, and has to be obedient. People are knives, I am fish. Li Xiangyan lowered his head and said, what do you want me to do? It is very simple, you know Chen Luo, Yifei said lightly. Li Xiangyan suddenly raised his head, his mind flashed. You are looking for Chen Luo? I see, you're the family youngster. Think of the name Chen Luo often chanted over the past 2 days. Hearing what He Wu called Yifei just now, Li Xiangyan was not stupid, and he immediately knew Yifei's identity. Yifei squinted. Li Xiangyan, you are a bit smarter than I thought. What I want you to do is very simple. I want you to stare at Chen Luo and Duan Qizheng, especially Chen Luo. I want you to report their information to me. Hearing what Yifei said, Li Xiangyan's expression changed and he shook his head violently. No, if my foster father knows, he will definitely not spare me. If I was discovered by him, he would kill me. Yifei glanced at Li Xiangyan and said lightly, if you don't help me, you will die now. Black Friday squeezed Li Xiangyan's neck very cooperatively. Li Xiangyan heard the words, and he collapsed directly on the ground, like a frustrated ball. He knew that he couldn't beat this Yi family young master. He also knows that Chen Luo also suffered from the Yi family young master's hands. Chen Luo has been looking for someone to check the Yi family young master's information for the past 2 days. In addition, there are 2 other women's material. Yifei squinted and said lightly, besides, Li Xiangyan, are you really so willing to subdue to Chen Luo? How Duan Qi has been very clear to Chen Luo in the past 2 days. As Duan Qizheng's son, you could have inherited the equity of Qizheng medicine, and even hope to control Qizheng medicine in the future. Unfortunately, the appearance of Chen Luo made you completely useless. Don't you want to get rid of Chen Luo, or even do Duan Qizheng as the boss? Yifei stood up, looked down at Li Xiangyan who was sitting on the ground, and said faintly, you follow me and I will help you. Li Xiangyan's whole body was shocked, and greed appeared in his eyes. Of course he had thought about everything Yifei said. Duan Qizheng has no children at his knees. As the son of Duan Qizhengi, he is most hopeful of inheriting the Qizheng group. But Chen Luo's appearance made him desperate. He found that Duan Qi was treating Chen Luo much better than his son. Only a few days after Chen Luo came, he was entrusted with heavy responsibility by Duan Qizheng, and Duan Qizheng generously distributed the shares of Chen Luo company. Li Xiangyan was not convinced, but there was nothing he could do. Greed and fear were intertwined in Li Xiangyan's heart. He looked at Yifei and felt that this man was a demon that deceived people's hearts. But he had to make a deal with the devil. Li Xiangyan struggled for a while, but in the end he couldn't resist Yifei's intimidation and temptation. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Yi Xiao, I will leave it to you in the future. Very well, you have embezzled Duan Qizheng several medical purchases, I will help you keep it secret. Yifei said lightly. Li Xiangyan was shocked again. He knew that Yifei was awakening himself, so that he knew that he had a handle in Yifei's hand. Li Xiangyan's head was lowered. Intimidating and lure, Yifei played well. Talk about Chen Luo's movements in the past 2 days, Yifei said lightly. Yes, Li Xiangyan nodded repeatedly, and he explained Chen Luo's situation in the past 2 days. Li Xiangyan is Duan Qizheng's adopted son, and his status is not low. He was watching Chen Luo, which was far more useful than the bodyguards that Yifei said to follow. Li Xiangyan confessed a lot of things and made Yifei nod slightly. One of the things Li Xiangyan confessed also confirmed Yifei's guess. According to Li Xiangyan, Chen Luo collected a lot of information about the Su family and planned to start with the Su family first. More seeking support. Chapter 47. What a coincidence. 3 more. Ask for all support. Chen Luo's movements are consistent with Yifei's previous guesses. Although Chen Luo now has Duan Qi as a backer, he is still unable to attack Yifei and the Yi family for the time being. Therefore, Chen Luo planned to deal with the Su family first. After all, the strength of the Su family is much inferior to that of the Yi family, and the most important thing is that the Su family and Duan Qizheng have a direct competitive conflict, both of which are giants in the pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries. Li Xiangyan didn't dare to make trouble in front of Yifei and explained everything he knew. As the protagonist of the original book, Chen Luo not only likes beautiful women, but also has an extremely selfish personality and a strong vengeance. The last time Chen Luo went to Su's house to run into a wall, he was stimulated by Su Qingzu's indifferent attitude, and he must also hate Su Qingzu. So Chen Luo is ready to report the recovery of light bamboo first. How to report the recovery of light bamboo? Due to misogyny, Su Qingzu has a cold personality and hardly any friends. Chen Luo thought about it and planned to start with Su Qingzu's company. Su Qingzu is the chairman of the Su Group's most profitable subsidiary Hongyan Makeup. Hongyan Makeup, you know by its name, this company mainly deals in women's cosmetics. And Qizheng Pharmaceutical Group also has a cosmetics company that competes with Su Qingzu's beauty makeup. The two businesses are highly overlapped and compete fiercely with each other. For Su Qingzu, she spent almost all of her time and energy in this Hongyan Makeup company. Hongyan Makeup was in her hands for just 3 years, changing from a well-known cosmetics company in China. It is a domestic first-line brand, and even has some international popularity. So Chen Luo's goal this time is Su Qingzu's beauty makeup. He wanted to strike down the company that Su Qingzu cared most about and retaliate fiercely. Chen Luo has the strong support of Duan Qizheng. Anyway, the two companies are in a competitive relationship, and Chen Luo has no scruples, so Chen Luo acted intensively. After listening to Li Xiangyan's report, Yifei also nodded slightly. Li Xiangyan continued, Yi Xiao, Chen Luo has mobilized all the resources of our company, all cosmetics have been reduced in price on counters and online, and they have spent a lot of money on hype, preparing to attack the products of confetti. Yifei's voice was faint. Chen Luo adopts Yangmo, openly mobilize resources, and compete with Hongyan Makeup from the front. In this way, no one can grasp his handle. It is foreseeable that Su Qingzu will definitely feel uncomfortable when Chen Luo comes prepared. You continue to monitor Chen Luo's movements, and if you have any news, send me a cell phone. Yifei reported a cell phone number to Li Xiangyan. Li Xiangyan quickly wrote down the number and said to Yifei, don't worry, Xiao Yi, I will get things done. Yifei nodded nonchalantly, you will be more prosperous in the next half of your life. It depends on your performance this time. Yes. Yifei did not stay too much in the hotel, he left the hotel room. A time bomb was planted beside Chen Luo, and Yifei was very satisfied. At the same time, Yifei did not forget to instruct Black Friday to monitor Li Xiangyan to prevent him from playing tricks. Even if Li Xiangyan had taken refuge in him, Yifei would still keep an eye on him, just in case. Yifei returned to the villa. It is late at night. Yifei was about to take a bath and then went to bed. As he was about to go to the bathroom, a message popped up suddenly on Yifei's WeChat phone. Yifei glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. It was a WeChat from Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu and Yifei had been friends on WeChat for a long time, but Yifei never sent a message to Su Qingzu since they crossed. Su Qingzu took the initiative to look for him this time. Yifei has been dealing with Su Qingzu for a few days. In fact, since the last time I saw Yifei and Luo Wei's intimate behavior, Su Qingzu's mood was extremely complicated. She kept reminding herself in her heart that she didn't like Yifei. If Yifei likes other people, it is a good thing for her. But the more you think about it, the more confused Su Qingzu's heart becomes. Think about Yifei's pursuit and enthusiasm for her before, and now Yifei is so cold towards her, even turning a blind eye to her. Su Qingzu's heart is mixed with 5 flavors. Not knowing what is wrong, Su Qingzu sent a WeChat message to Yifei, are you asleep? When Yifei saw this WeChat, he couldn't help but laugh. He said to his heart how it was so coincidental. As soon as Chen Luo stared at Su's family, Su Qingzu sent him a WeChat. Host, Su Qingzu took the initiative to send you a message. It is incredible. With her character, she will take the initiative to find you. The system was surprised. Yifei shrugged, but he was also a little surprised. In the middle of the night, what was Su Qingzu thinking about without sleeping? Host, take the opportunity, and get back to the news quickly, the system said. Yifei said lightly, what is the hurry, I'll take a bath first. Yifei went to the bathroom to take a bath slowly. He came out of the bathroom in about 20 minutes. The system is more anxious than Yifei, and he even said to Yifei, I said the host, you should reply to the news soon, this is a good opportunity to attack Su Qingzu, it is rare for her to send a message to you. Yifei originally wanted to reply to the news. He paused for a while with the phone in his hand, then put down the phone, and said faintly, you were right, but I suddenly want to sleep now. With that, Yifei threw the phone aside, fell on the bed, changed a comfortable position, and went to sleep. System, Yifei tried Su Qingzu for another night. That night, Su Qingzu could not sleep, staring at the screen of the phone for a long time without seeing Yifei returning a message. She bit her lip and had a complicated mind, and it took a long time to fall asleep. The next day, Yifei didn't get up until 9 o'clock in the morning. By this time Su Qingzu had already arrived at the company's chairman's office. Su Qingzu was upset at work today. He glanced at his mobile phone from time to time, and even lost his mind during the meeting. Even the female secretary was wondering that President Su would be distracted when he went to work. It is really weird. Ding. Su Qingzu's cell phone finally rang. Su Qingzu turned on the phone, and Yifei's reply came late. I fell asleep last night. What's wrong? Su Qingzu looked at the phone screen. She typed the line first, and seemed to delete it inappropriately, and finally typed in slowly. Are you free tonight? Thank you for saving my grandpa last time. I want to invite you. Xinghai Meng, thank you for eating a meal. Yifei looked weird when he received the news. What a coincidence. Is it Xinghai Dream Restaurant again? More, please support. Chapter 48. You have become a male god. For more, ask for flowers. Evaluation votes. Yifei was a little surprised. The place Su Qingzu invited him to dinner turned out to be Xinghai Dream Restaurant. He only went to this restaurant with Mu Zijin and when shouting the day before yesterday. Would it be such a coincidence? Yifei couldn't help but smile when he saw this WeChat. Although Su Qingzu said that he invited him to dinner to thank Yifei for saving Su Shaoqun, but this was just an excuse. Otherwise, on the day Yifei rescued Su Shaoqun, why didn't Su Qingzu invite him to dinner? Oh, woman. Of course, Yifei also knew that with Su Qingzu's character, it was really not easy for her to say such a thing. Yifei replied okay. Su Qingzu received Yifei's reply, and his mood became a little brighter. He finally returned to his usual working state and began to deal with his work seriously. 6 p.m. Su Qingzu appeared in the Xinghai Dream Restaurant. She found a place by the riverside window to sit down, and the environment was elegant. Su Qingzu deliberately changed his outfit instead of the professional outfit he wore at work. Ivory lace blouse, aqua blue hip skirt with bomb body, a pair of high heels, a light lipstick, and a simple and delicate light makeup. Su Qingzu's appearance is quite high at first, and even more so after careful makeup and dressing. His cold temperament is like Tianshan snow lotus, which can only be viewed from a distance. Su Qingzu sat by the window, looking at the river in the distance, listening to the piano accompaniment in the dining room, startled. There were many men around her quietly looking at her, but no one came up to strike up a conversation. Su Qingzu was a famous iceberg beauty in Yanjing. Almost everyone in Yanjing's upper circle knew her. They knew Su Qingzu's daily coldness, so these men only dared to watch. Soon, Yifei also came. Today, Yifei wore a casual, personally made shirt, which was cut delicately to fit the body. His lower body was a pair of light-colored slacks. He walked slowly. The richness of the gods is floating, and the instrument is magnificent. Because of the charm value of Yifei, the whole person has not changed much from the previous 5 senses, but the temperament is completely different. When Su Qingzu saw Yifei, he pointed at Yifei's head slightly, and then softly asked, "You're here, what do you want to eat?" Yifei took the seat casually, but he ordered the dishes unceremoniously. "I have a good appetite today." Yifei ordered a sirloin steak, a truffle mushroom soup, and pan-fried codfish and desserts. After ordering this bunch of things, Yifei smiled at Su Qingzu and said, "Sorry, I am a little hungry today." Fine. Seeing Yifei's casual expression, Su Qingzu felt a little strange. Did he really just come to eat? Su Qingzu's eyes were dim. She just ordered a lasagna at random. After ordering the meal, both of them were silent. Su Qingzu didn't know how to speak, but Yifei didn't want to speak. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Yifei looked at the river outside the window with a faint expression. At this moment, there was a surprised female voice in his ear. "Young Master Yi, are you here for dinner again today?" Yifei looked back and saw that she was an unfamiliar girl. The girl looked pretty. She was a cute type and probably had a good appearance. She was a little beauty. But Yifei didn't know this girl. Su Qingzu's beautiful eyes also looked over. "Just listen to Yifei, you are." The girl blinked and quickly explained, "Oh, Yi Gongzi, you don't know me, but I am a big fan of you. I also ate here the day before yesterday. I happened to hear you play the piano piece. It is so nice. Yes, I recorded it on my own initiative and posted it on our school forum. I am a student of Yanjing Conservatory of Music. Don't you know that our school forums have exploded in the past 2 days, and you are now the male asterisk in the minds of all the girls in our school." Yifei couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It turns out that there is still such a case. The girl obviously knew Yifei and also knew Yifei's identity. "By the way, what is the name of the piano piece you played that day?" The girl looked forward to it. "Our college teacher commented yesterday that your piano piece can be called a classic golden piece." The girl is very cheerful, very lively and familiar. Yifei smiled at called Adelina by the water. The girl wrote down the name, and then stuck her tongue out, a little anxious. "Can I ask for a signature, mister?" "Yi, don't you mind?" "Yes." Yifei smiled gracefully. The girl immediately took out a delicate notebook and handed it to Yifei for her signature. Yifei signed her name, and the girl carefully closed the notebook and put it away, and then said, thank you, I didn't dare to bother you with your female companion today. I finally got my signature today. It's a worthwhile trip. You're welcome. Then I am leaving." The girl politely bowed to Yifei, and then left, humming a small song, obviously happy and excited. After this episode, Su Qingzu looked at Yifei's beautiful eyes with mixed emotions. She is very smart and heard 2 messages from the girl's words just now. First, Yifei was also in the Xinghai Dream Restaurant the day before yesterday, and he also played a piano piece. Obviously, he played very well and surprised the audience. Otherwise, I will never impress the girl just now and post it to the school forum. Moreover, most of this piano music was original by Yifei. Second, Su Qingzu clearly heard that the girl said that when Yifei came the day before yesterday, she was accompanied by a female companion. Who can that be? Is it Luo Weiyu? Probably not. Luo Weiyu's feet had just been operated on just a few days ago, and it was not convenient to move. Su Qingzu's eyes flashed with complicated colors, and her hand holding the cup involuntarily squeezed. It just so happened that the waiter brought the dishes, and Su Qingzu suddenly felt that the usual dishes seemed less attractive. Yifei ate very happily. Yifei ate a piece of steak, which was juicy and tender, indeed delicious. He cut the steak elegantly, and finally asked, "Miss Su, wouldn't you just invite me to eat today?" Su Qingzu was silent for a while, kept calm, and said softly, "Yifei, when did you play the piano so well?" 4 more, ask for flowers for evaluation. Chapter 49 Severe disease needs strong medicine. 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Su Qingzu knew that Yifei could play the piano. But I didn't know that Yifei played the piano so superbly. Listening to the girl's tone just now, she obviously admired Yifei very much. That girl is a student of Yanqing University of Music. Yanqing Conservatory of Music is the highest school of music in China. Can girls who can study at Yanqing Conservatory of Music have poor music literacy? What else more, the girl said that the girls at Yanqing University of Music now regard Yifei as a male god. It is conceivable that Yifei must have played an amazing piano piece. Yifei smiled and said, "Miss Su, my piano level has always been very good, but you have never paid attention to it." Su Qingzu paused slightly with the snow-white jade hand holding the knife and fork. Yifei didn't look at her, but said lightly, I am not only good at piano, but I also have many other abilities, such as the medical skills you have seen, and swimming. Yifei's words were plain, but stingy. Su Qingzu was silent for a while, then said, it seems that I don't know you well enough. Yifei said lightly, yes, of course you don't know me well enough. It should be said that you are not interested in knowing me. Su Qingzu opened her mouth, trying to say something, only to find that she couldn't talk about it at all. Su Qingzu was silent for a while before saying, I used to have a bad attitude towards you. Yifei waved his hand and said calmly, I understand, after all, you have misogyny. Things are over, I didn't take it to heart. Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said, what do you mean by saying that things are over? It's just that I have put it down. You put it down for some reason. Su Qingzu felt a faint pain in his heart. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei's profile, and saw that Yifei's expression was calm, his expression calm, and there was no color of nostalgia. Right. Su Qingzu tightly squeezed the knife and fork with both hands, her white fingers became paler, her face gradually lost its blood, her heart was full of mixed flavors, and her heart was a little flustered. Su Qingzu lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, you mean, you don't like me anymore? After saying this, Su Qingzu felt that he was exhausted. How Yifei treated her before is still vivid. In order to pursue Su Qingzu, the original owner, Yifei, deliberately learned Su Qingzu's favorite equestrianism, specially made surprises and gave her gifts, and even waited for her to go to work every day. It can be said to be attentive and extremely enthusiastic. But now, Yifei doesn't seem to like her anymore. Yifei's attitude towards her was like a strange woman, as if she had never liked her. Su Qingzu only asked this question. Yifei suddenly smiled when he heard Su Qingzu's words. Su Qingzu's beautiful eyes stared at Yifei's sharp face, waiting for Yifei to speak. Yifei narrowed his smile and said lightly, Miss Su, it's not that I don't like you anymore, but I want to understand something. What's up? Yifei asked calmly, why should I like you? Su Qingzu was startled. Yifei continued, I don't need to say more about how I pursued you before. But what about you? Have you ever responded from the beginning to the end? What if I like you again? Miss Su, you protect yourself in your armor with misogyny, pack it tightly, and refuse to contact the outside world at all. What if I like you again? What's more, I, Yifei, are not wanted by anyone, so why should I ask for trouble? It's someone else's thing to lick a dog, and I don't do it anyway. It's okay if you want me to pay, but at least you have to see the rewards. Every time Yifei said a word, Su Qingzu's face paled slightly. Yifei's words were heavy, even a little too much. Su Qingzu was completely silent. She drooped her head slightly, she turned sideways to the window, her long hair covered her delicate and beautiful face, so that Yifei couldn't see her expression. Host, are you talking too much? The voice of the system sounded in Yifei's heart at this time. The system felt that Yifei's words were a bit too radical. These words were like a sharp sword, poking Su Qingzu's heart directly. Yifei also communicated with the system, and Yifei said lightly in his heart, I said too much, isn't that true? But don't you want to attack Su Qingzu? This is counterproductive in case the system expressed concern. Yifei chuckled. Su Qingzu can be won so easily. Su Qingzu is misogynistic. If she can cause enough shock in her heart, it will be impossible to move her. This is the same as treating diseases, severe medicines are needed. Yifei briefly explained that the system silently stopped speaking. But at this moment Su Qingzu still did not speak, she leaned on her side and remained silent. Yifei said lightly, of course, Miss Su, I can actually understand you. I know you are not against me, but you suffer from misogyny and are very repulsive to all the opposite sex. But you trap yourself in your inner world, completely unable to get out of the illness, and you will end up like falling into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. With all due respect, I am just a waste of time in pursuing you like this. Yifei's words were very straightforward, and every sentence stuck in Su Qingzu's heart. Speaking of misogyny, Su Qingzu finally spoke. She turned around, her face still cold, but because of her pale face, she looked weak at this time. Su Qingzu spoke, her voice was slightly hoarse, and her water-clear eyes were slightly dim. I am sorry. It is not easy for an iceberg beauty like Su Qingzu to say the 3 words I am sorry. One can imagine how much Yifei's remarks touched her. More. Chapter 50. Please help me treat 2 more, ask for flowers and everything. You don't need to say sorry to me, because I've already put it down. Miss Su, thank you for your hospitality for this meal. Yifei smiled lightly. Yifei's remarks worked. Although Su Qingzu suffers from male misogyny, but male misogyny also has priority. The most serious misogyny is to see any man completely indifferent, disgusted, and completely enclosed in one's heart. And Su Qingzu's misogyny is far from serious enough. She just repels and hates contact with men. Similarly, on the other hand, Su Qingzu's heart also hoped that he could return to normal. Especially after being told by Yifei last time, Su Qingzu also realized that he could not go on like this. Otherwise, she will get worse and worse, and eventually she will never be able to come out of the shadows. These words of Yifei also touched her heart. Su Qingzu thought about her behavior in the past. It really hurt Yifei's heart and disappointed Yifei so much that she made Yifei say such a thing. Su Qingzu felt guilty. Her body shuddered slightly, she lowered her eyes and whispered, I will try my best to adapt to the change. Su Qingzu put down his posture, with a trace of sincerity in his tone. It's useless, Miss Su. Yifei shook his head. I believe in your sincerity, but as long as you still have misogyny, you will subconsciously reject men. Su Qingzu's body gave a slight pause. Yifei stood up and said, unless you can really open your heart and face your past and future, it will be difficult for you to come out. Yifei stood up, wiped his hands with a wet towel on one side, and said, Miss Su, thank you for your hospitality. Wait. Su Qingzu stopped Yifei. Yifei stopped, turned around and asked, what is the matter? Su Qingzu bit his mouth and whispered, Yifei, don't you know how to heal my misogyny? Can you cure it? I hope you can treat me. Yifei actually saw a gleam in Su Qingzu's eyes. Her inner defenses were almost shattered. Yifei's words were like a sharp sword, shattering the armor of her whole body. Yifei thought for a while and said, Miss Su, I do know how to heal, but you have a psychological problem. No matter how good my medical skills are, I can make you open up. No matter how good my medical skills are, it is impossible for you to let go of the previous shadows. Yifei was right. No matter how brilliant medical skills are, it is also the treatment of bodily wounds. Psychiatrist is another profession, not to mention that misogyny is very complicated, even a psychiatrist may not be able to handle it. Su Qingzu's long eyelashes quivered softly, and she temporarily lost her former coldness at this moment. Su Qingzu at this moment is like a helpless girl. In fact, Su Qingzu was also a victim. Of course, she didn't want to be misogynistic, but the psychological shadow has been with her since she was a child. Her father's long history of domestic violence caused problems in her heart, and it was brewing into today as bitter fruit. Seeing Su Qingzu's state at this time, Yifei knew that the fire was almost over. Going on, it may really be too late, which is counterproductive. Su Qingzu at this time was like a drowning person, and Yifei was her last life-saving straw. Yifei said, actually, you're the only one who helps you. A hint of hope appeared in Su Qingzu's bright eyes, looking at Yifei. Yifei continued, as long as you don't close yourself up, try to have normal contact with men, and don't have a burden on your heart, your illness will naturally be relieved. Su Qingzu nodded silently. Especially if you try to accept a certain man, or even let go of the obstacles in your mind to have a relationship, your illness will naturally heal. Yifei said lightly. In a relationship, this is simply impossible for Su Qingzu, who suffers from misogyny. The current Su Qingzu hates almost all opposite sexes. Of course, Su Qingzu's grandfather Su Shaoqin is better, after all, he is a relative. Besides, it was Yifei. Su Qingzu also doesn't know what kind of emotion he feels towards Yifei. In the past, Su Qingzu's attitude towards Yifei was the same as that of other men, repelling and disgusting. That is because of misogyny. But I don't know when she felt more inexplicable and incomprehensible to Yifei. Su Qingzu didn't know where the courage came from. She suddenly raised her head and looked into Yifei's eyes, and said seriously, I am willing to give it a try. Yifei, can we try to get along? Yifei smiled. You mean, you want to fall in love with me? Yes, Su Qingzu looked a little dodged but finally said. What she meant was already obvious. Yifei smiled at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure? I sure. Su Qingzu took a deep breath and said seriously. After saying this, she felt relieved, and for some reason she became a lot easier. Ding, congratulations to the host. Su Qingzu's impression of you has been completely changed, and his experience points have increased. At this moment, Yifei also received a system prompt. It turned out to be the whole point of experience. It is the experience that Yifei has obtained the most at a time. Moreover, the system also prompts that Su Qingzu's impression of him has completely changed. It seems that Yifei was right this time. Yifei is absolutely unique if Su Qingzu can take the initiative to speak for this purpose. Not only did Yifei bet right, but he also knew Su Qingzu's mind. Yifei said something right before. Strong medicine is needed for severe illnesses. Now it seems that Yifei really gained a lot this time. More, ask for flowers for evaluation. Chapter 51. Can you come and pick me up tomorrow? 3 more, ask for flowers evaluation votes. After Yifei and Su Qingzu finished buying their orders at Xinhai Dream Restaurant, they left the restaurant one after another. Yifei was in front and Su Qingzu was behind. Su Qingzu felt relieved after saying the sentence just now, but Yifei did not give a clear answer, leaving her heart slightly suspended. Su Qingzu's complexion was slightly pale, she bit her lip, stubbornness in her clear eyes. She still looked cold at this time, but she seemed to be holding on. The two went downstairs and walked to the end of the street. Yifei hasn't answered Su Qingzu yet. Miss Su, it is getting late, you should go home first, otherwise Elder Su will be worried. Yifei said, but it was not what Su Qingzu wanted to hear. Su Qingzu shook his head. You haven't answered me yet. She looked at Yifei stubbornly, her eyes fixed on Yifei's handsome face. She needed an answer. Yifei said, Miss Su, are you sure you are not talking angry? Maybe it is not right between us. Su Qingzu placed her hand behind her silently, squeezing her tightly. Her voice was not loud, but she was very determined. I didn't say anything angry, I am serious. Forget it, I'll take you home first. Yifei still didn't answer directly. Su Qingzu didn't drive out tonight, she walked all the way to Xinhai Dream. Yifei opened the door. Today he drove a Bentley. Su Qingzu saw Yifei opening the car door, she was silent, and then sat in the position of the co-pilot. But Yifei had a relaxed mentality. He drove this Bentley, stepped on the accelerator, and galloped out. Along the way, Yifei did not take the initiative to speak to Su Qingzu. Because he knew that Su Qingzu's heart was still in chaos at this time, especially after Su Qingzu had just plucked up the courage to say that he would try to associate with Yifei, and saw that Yifei never answered, she was even more confused. Su Qingzu is usually a very calm woman, but her love experience is zero. Therefore, it is normal for her to be a little flustered in such matters. Along the way, the car was always quiet. Soon, the Su family villa arrived. Yifei parked the car at the entrance of Su's villa. It is late at night. The Bentley slowly stopped. Su Qingzu's jade hand was always tightly held. When the car stopped, Su Qingzu lowered his head and asked Yifei another question. Yifei, can you come and pick me up to work tomorrow? After speaking, she raised her head and looked at Yifei with hope. Su Qingzu changed his questioning method. Since she wanted to let Yifei pick her up to work, it was enough to show that she wanted to take the initiative to get along with Yifei. Moreover, men send women to and from work. This is definitely the treatment that lovers have. Obviously, Su Qingzu is still continuing the topic just now. Yifei didn't avoid the topic this time, but he said, I like to sleep late. I usually get up late. I am afraid the day lily will be cold when I send you to work. It is okay. Su Qingzu's voice was not loud, but Yifei heard it very cluely. She said, actually, I want to be busy at the company tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I go there later. Yes. Yeah, Yifei smiled. He didn't expose Su Qingzu's lie either. In fact, Chen Luo has already started targeting Su Qingzu's company as Hongyan makeup campaign. How could Su Qingzu's company not be busy? Yifei said, well, I will pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Su Qingzu's heart was filled with anticipation, the blush on his delicate face flashed away. Su Qingzu got out of the car, and she entered the Su family villa with a lot of brisk footsteps. Yifei started Bentley and left the Su villa. Yifei's private villa. Yifei didn't sleep after returning home, but lay on the sofa, opened a bottle of Lafite, and enjoyed wine tasting comfortably. Looking at the night outside the window, even though it was late at night, Yanqing was still blooming and brightly lit. Yifei shook the wine glass in his hand, he was not sleepy yet. At this time, Yifei's cell phone rang. Yifei saw that it was a message from an unfamiliar number. The content of the message was very long, probably the content of Chen Luo's movement. This is a message from Li Xiangyan. Li Xiangyan seems to be doing his best, working hard for him. Of course, this is also the reason why Yifei inspired Li Xiangyan's ambition. Now Li Xiangyan and Yifei have become people on the same boat. The two have the same interests, so Li Xiangyan worked hard. Yifei saw the content of the message. The news was all about Chen Luo's current actions. Of course, even Li Xiangyan could not inquire into Chen Luo's meticulous movements. After all, Chen Luo didn't trust Li Xiangyan that much. However, the information sent by Li Xiangyan still revealed many clues, and even more revealing Chen Luo's current major move. This big move is aimed at confident makeup and Su Qingzu. Yifei squinted his eyes slightly. Interesting. It seems that the development of things is getting more and more interesting. It won't be too boring to send Su Qingzu to work tomorrow. Yifei muttered to himself. In fact, in the news that Li Xiangyan revealed to him last time, it was said that Chen Luo was retaliating against Su Qingzu, but Li Xiangyan's news that day was not as detailed as today. So Yifei agreed to pick up Su Qingzu to work. In fact, there's a large part of the reason. He also wanted to go to Su Qingzu's company to see the current situation of Su Qingzu's company. He put away the phone and deleted the message. After that, Yifei shook the red wine glass in his hand and drank it in one fell swoop. Asleep till dawn. When Yifei woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Usually at this time, Su Qingzu had already gone to work, and even the morning meeting was over. But today, Su Qingzu is still waiting in the Suez villa. She was a little nervous, and even changed several clothes and a few lipstick numbers before finally setting her makeup, waiting for Yifei's arrival. At 9:30, Yifei was late at this time. Yifei changed to a very cool red Ferrari today, which was a bit ostentatious and streamlined. When the door opened, it looked like an eagle spreading its wings. The coolness was extremely cool. Yifei wore a navy blue casual suit, slim-fit trousers, and a Patek Philippe star watch. He was handsome and handsome. Yifei arrived at the entrance of Suez villa, and Su Qingzu also came out. More, please support. Chapter 52 Su Qingzu's Crisis 4 More, ask for all support. Yifei glanced at Su Qingzu from a distance. As he was going to work, Su Qingzu wore professional attire, a small beige suit, a white shirt and a hip skirt. She had slender legs, wrapped in a pair of black stockings, and stepped on black exquisite high heels, and walked in front of Yifei. I have to say that Su Qingzu has a great figure. The perfect figure in her exquisite face, cold temperament, can even arouse people's desire to conquer. Su Qingzu got into the car. Ferrari's supercar chassis is very low. After Su Qingzu sat down, there was nowhere to put those beautiful legs, and the long legs could only be slightly bent on the side. Obviously, today Su Qingzu is also carefully dressed. Su Qingzu glanced at Yifei and was slightly disappointed when he saw that he was focusing on driving without paying attention to her appearance. Yifei waited for Su Qingzu to get in the car and sit down. He directly started this cool Ferrari. Amid the roar of the engine, a strong sense of pushing came, and Yifei drove fast on the road. Soon, he arrived at the door of the Su Group. The Su Group has an entire office building in the urban area, and the Hongyan Makeup Company exclusively occupies 3 floors of it. Yifei arrived at the entrance of the Su Clan Group. The two got off the car, and immediately security guards came to part for Yifei. Su Qingzu's face was cold in front of outsiders, returning to his usual coldness. Su Qingzu turned around and invited Yifei, would you like to go up for a cup of tea? Alright, Yifei nodded. Yifei had received information from Li Xiangyan last night. He knew that there was a good show today, so of course he couldn't miss it. Chen Luo is definitely going to make a big move to deal with Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu and Yifei walked side by side into the Su Group. Along the way, Su's employees saluted Su Qingzu. President Su, good for Mr. Su. Of course, there are also more female employees of Su Qingzu's company who are quietly looking at Yifei. This man so handsome, the face like a sculpture, with sharp outlines, sword eyebrows and star eyes, a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, a calm expression, noble temperament, and a fatal attraction to women. Almost all the female staff stared at Yifei subconsciously. Seeing this, Su Qingzu didn't know why, and felt a little unhappy. Su Qingzu and Yifei went directly to the general manager's office of Hongyan Makeup. At the door of the general manager's office, a slightly fat woman in professional attire trot over. There was a trace of anxiety in her voice, and she said to Su Qingzu, Mr. Su, you are finally here. This is Su Qingzu's female secretary. Little Li, what is the matter? Su Qingzu frowned slightly. The secretary, Xiao Li, wondered. Mr. Su has always come to the company on time. He usually arrives at 7 o'clock in the morning. Is it so late today? However, although she was very confused in her heart, she did not dare to speculate on her own, and quickly said, Mr. Su, something has happened. What is the matter? Su Qingzu's face was cold. Secretary Xiao Li said our company's image spokesperson Zhang Feifei was poached by Qizhang Group at a high price a few days later. Our company's new product launch conference, this. Hearing this, Su Qingzu's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his face was frosty, and he was obviously aware of the seriousness of the matter. Hongyan Makeup is the most profitable cosmetics company under the Su Group. Its main business is female cosmetics, focusing on the mid to high-end market. Hongyan Makeup is a top-line makeup brand in China. The Qizhang Group, where Chen Luo is currently working, also has a first-line cosmetics company Mailing International. The two companies are completely competitive, both of which are top domestic brands, and the competition is extremely fierce. Chen Luo wanted to report the revival of Qingzu. First of all, he aimed at confidant makeup. Therefore, Mailing International has been promoting price cuts drastically in the past few days. All the cosmetics under Mailing International are on discount and promotion and crazy publicity. It's all about product competition alone. But now, Chen Luo actually dug Su Qingzu's image spokesperson Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei is a first-line actress, a pure-looking actress who has been very popular since her debut. The most important thing is that the contract between Zhang Feifei and the Hongyan Makeup Company has expired, but because of the happy cooperation between the two parties, Zhang Feifei has promised to renew it. But now, Zhang Feifei was actually poached by Chen Luo. This made Su Qingzu and Dai frown, realizing the problem and seriousness of the matter. Zhang Feifei has been cooperating with Hongyan Makeup for almost 2 years. It can be said that Zhang Feifei's personal image has been bound to Hongyan Makeup. And Zhang Feifei is very popular, which has played a big role in the promotion of Hongyan Makeup as products. However, Zhang Feifei was dug into a competitor's company. Originally, all the products of Confucius Cosmetics had a competitive relationship with the other party, and the other party continued to fight price wars, and it put a large number of advertisements to compete with Confucian Makeup for the market. The most deadly thing is that the image spokesperson was also poached, which made the situation worse. Su Qingzu sat on the chair in the general manager's office, her brows furrowed, and she said nothing. Of course Su Qingzu knew that everything behind this was Chen Luo's ghost. That Chen Luo actually got in touch with Duan Qizhang, controlled the Qizhang Group, and retaliated against her. Hongyan Makeup is what Su Qingzu spent a lot of effort and energy to achieve today. Due to misogyny, Su Qingzu has a cold personality. She hardly interacts with people, but concentrates on her work. Hongyan Makeup is her painstaking efforts for several years. But now, the crisis faced by Hongyan Makeup is very serious, and even if this matter cannot be completely resolved, it is very likely that Hongyan Makeup will never recover. But how can this matter be solved? Chen Luo obviously made sufficient preparations, what should she do? Su Qingzu frowned and said nothing. At this time, a faint voice came from her side. Actually I have a way. 4 more, ask for all support. Chapter 53 I only need half a day, 1 more, please evaluate the flowers. Actually I have a way. Yifei's voice filled with magnetism faintly sounded. Su Qingzu suddenly raised his head, his bright eyes showed hope. Do you really have a way? Could you please help me? Su Qingzu's tone and gesture were very low. Now there are only 2 of them in the office, and the secretary Xiao Li was also invited out by Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei, she was asking Yifei to help her. Originally, Su Qingzu, who had always shown people with coldness, would never speak with other people in this tone. However, because confetti makeup is too important to Su Qingzu, she must seize all hope. The second is that even Su Qingzu didn't realize that Yifei gradually occupied a special place in her heart, so she showed such emotions in front of Yifei. Yifei's lips curled up. Actually, this matter is not difficult for me, I only need half a day to get it done. Half a day. Su Qingzu was startled slightly, her eyes dim again. Things may not be as simple as you think. You want to find other stars to speak for us, I am afraid that won't work. Su Qingzu knew that Yifei had a company called Brilliant Entertainment, and he had signed many star artists. If Yifei greeted him, he could really easily find other celebrity speakers for Su Qingzu. This should be what Yifei thought of, but things are not that simple. First of all, Zhang Feifei is a domestic first-line celebrity, very popular, and has always shown her innocent image, and there are only a handful of actresses who can replace her. Secondly, Zhang Feifei has cooperated with Hangyan Makeup for nearly 2 years. The past 2 years means that Zhang Feifei's personal image has been bound to Hangyan Makeup. If you change your image spokesperson rashly, the effect will be very poor. Yifei believed in himself who said, I want to change other celebrities' endorsements, I only need half a day to make Zhang Feifei appear in front of you obediently and let you send it. Su Qingzu's eyes flashed brightly and her eyebrows frowned. In fact, she still didn't believe it, but she had finally managed to ease the relationship with Yifei and didn't want to embarrass Yifei. You don't believe it, Yifei said lightly. Su Qingzu muttered, this thing really sounds incredible. Su Qingzu's words were very tactful. In fact, if someone else said it, she would have been blasted out a long time ago. But Yifei is special after all. Seeing Yifei's confident and calm expression, Su Qingzu thought maybe he really has a way. Although Su Qingzu didn't believe it, he still held a glimmer of hope deep in his heart. Yifei said calmly, since Chen Luo is the one who is in the middle, I want to stand by and leave it to me. The Su family is an ally of the Yi family. Especially after Chen Luo took the initiative to revive Qingzu, he completely pushed the Su family into the Yi family camp. Therefore, even if the current delicate relationship between Yifei and Su Qingzu is aside, Yifei has to deal with Chen Luo. He must not let Chen Luo grow bigger. The cleverness of Chen Luo's methods this time is that all the methods he used this time were arrogant. Price-cutting promotions, publicity advertisements, and even snatching Zhang Feifei's image spokesperson are all normal business competitions. No one can accuse Chen Luo because he is acting within the business rules. That is why this matter is difficult to handle. Especially Zhang Feifei's image spokesperson was pushed away, and no one can replace Zhang Feifei as the image spokesperson of confetti makeup for a while. This is a particularly troublesome thing. After all, the new product launch conference of Hangyan Makeup is about to proceed, and the time left for Su Qingzu is very urgent. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei, she couldn't figure out what she wanted to do. Do you want me to help? Su Qingzu asked softly. No, you can work normally in the company, just wait for a good show. Yifei smiled faintly, he walked out of the general manager's office slowly, and left in a cool manner. Su Qingzu bit his lip and stared at Yifei as leaving back. His eyes were far away, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yifei left the Su Group building and went straight to his private villa. When he arrived at the villa, Yifei communicated directly with the system without saying a word. System, I want to exchange skills. What skills does the host need to exchange? I want to redeem advanced hacking skills, Yifei said concisely and straightforwardly. Host, points are needed to redeem advanced hacking skills, and your points balance is insufficient. Do you use the amount to redeem? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 100 million yuan, successfully redeemed for advanced hacking skills. Yifei spent 100 million to directly promote advanced hacking skills to advanced. With this skill, Yifei can reverse the situation in front of him. In an instant, there were countless knowledge and skills in Yifei's mind, all of which were skills about hacking techniques. These skills and knowledge appeared in Yifei's mind as if they were innate. As soon as Yifei opened his eyes, he was able to use these hacking techniques at will. Now Yifei has transformed into a hacker expert. Then he turned on the computer. The first thing Yifei had to do was to hack into Zhang Feifei's personal computer with hacking techniques. Yifei clearly remembered that Zhang Feifei was mentioned in the original book. Zhang Feifei is also one of the female partners in the Genius Doctor, but she is a very unpleasant female partner. In the original book, there is not much pen ending description of Zhang Feifei, only a few chapters. Yifei remembered the introduction in the book very clearly. Zhang Feifei, this woman has a problem. The entertainment industry is very deep, many stars are glamorous on the surface, but behind it is a different look. Zhang Feifei is one of the representatives. Regardless of her reputation, she has big problems. As long as you grasp this woman as handle, all problems will be solved. Chapter 54 I want to talk to you two more, please support. After Yifei exchanged advanced hacking skills, he was like a duck. He easily used hacking techniques to hack into Zhang Feifei's computer. Yifei came specifically to find Zhang Feifei's black material. He is very clear about the description of Zhang Feifei in the original book. Zhang Feifei is indeed not a small problem. Although she looks like an innocent lady in the entertainment industry, she was actually raised by a boss for a long time. In addition, her private life is also very disorderly. Of course, this kind of thing is not a special case in the entertainment industry. It is just that Zhang Feifei's playing is more special. Yifei remembered a sentence in the original book, there are many indescribable photos in Zhang Feifei's computer. That is why he upgraded his hacking skills in order to hack into Zhang Feifei's computer and catch her. With hacking skills, Yifei quickly hacked into Zhang Feifei's computer to find what he needed. About half an hour or so, Yifei's harvest is not small, and Zhang Feifei's computer is really wonderful. Of course, Yifei had no interest in those things, it was just a bargaining chip to deal with Zhang Feifei. A woman like Zhang Feifei is just a torn shoe, and he doesn't even want to give it to him. After getting the photos from Zhang Feifei's computer, Yifei copied them all, and then obtained Zhang Feifei's email address. Then, Yifei sent an email to Zhang Feifei with a few photos of Zhang Feifei. At this moment, Zhang Feifei was sitting in a black nanny car. The driver drove very steadily, and the nanny car drove slowly on Yanjing Road. Zhang Feifei is going to Mailing International to find Chen Luo to sign an image spokesperson contract. She was in a very happy mood, humming a little song while playing with her mobile phone. Of course, Zhang Feifei has a reason to be happy, because she is about to enter an expensive endorsement fee, which is 3 times her previous endorsement fee. I don't know why Mailing International is so generous and willing to give her such a high endorsement fee. Zhang Feifei didn't bother to take care of it, anyway, as long as there is money to make. As for the beauty makeup she used to work with, let it go to hell. At this moment, Zhang Feifei received a message, an email from a mobile phone mailbox. Because many of the celebrities' job invitations are handled by email, Zhang Feifei pays special attention to email messages. She glanced at the email, and her face suddenly changed. The content of the email is very simple, just one line, Ms. Zhang, I want to talk to you. After this line of simple words, leave a string of phone numbers. And behind the phone number is the key content, a dozen intimate photos of Zhang Feifei and several different men. Zhang Feifei quickly clicked the exit button subconsciously, her heart suddenly tense, her face pale. Feifei, what is the matter with you? The female agent next to her noticed the change in Zhang Feifei's expression and couldn't help but care. Zhang Feifei smiled reluctantly and said, it's okay. Sister Wang, I am a little uncomfortable. Pull over and park in front. Good. Taking advantage of the effort to pull over and park, Zhang Feifei quickly found a secluded place on the side of the road. She wore a toed mirror and a hat and was not afraid of being recognized. Zhang Feifei immediately dialed the phone number in the email, which of course was Yifei's phone number. Hello. Zhang Feifei heard a faint voice from a man full of magnetism on the phone. Who are you? Why do you have my photo? Zhang Feifei lowered her voice. She asked with a guilty conscience, clutching her mobile phone. Yifei's voice was soft and leisurely. It turned out to be Ms. Zhang. It seems that you have received the gift I gave you. Zhang Feifei gritted her teeth and shouted in a low voice, who are you and what do you want to do? Yifei's voice became cold. Ms. Zhang, you better pay attention to the attitude of talking to me, otherwise I promise that the photos in my hands will be exposed in major media across the country tomorrow. The entire entertainment industry will not have the slightest presence of you, Lan. These words immediately hit Zhang Feifei's biggest weakness, almost causing her to lose all strength. Who is the other party? Although Zhang Feifei had countless doubts and conjectures in her heart, they couldn't prove it. And those photos of her are really hard to see. Once exposed, her star career will come to an end. God's can save her. The opponent has her deadly handle, she can only admit it. Zhang Feifei took a deep breath, tried to keep herself calm, and asked, make a price, how much do you want? Yifei's grinning voice came, money. I am not short of money, Ms. Zhang, I just want you to do one thing. What is the matter? Zhang Feifei was surprised and helpless. The other party didn't come for money. Yifei said lightly, what I want you to do is very simple, terminate the contract with Mailing International and renew the contract with Hangyan Makeup. How do you know? Zhang Feifei's eyes widened, and the other party seemed to know her well, and it turned out to be about this. Zhang Feifei just decided to sign a contract with Mailing International. Before signing, the other party came to the door. Could this man be a beauty makeup person? Several thoughts flashed through Zhang Feifei's mind, but in the end she still looked dispirited and unable to do anything. Even if she knows the identity of the other party has her deadly handle, and she can only accept threats. Yifei's voice reached Zhang Feifei's ears. Just so, I will give you half a day to deal with this matter, otherwise I will see you in the news tomorrow. Zhang Feifei was extremely angry. She held her phone tightly and resisted the urge to yell at her. Yifei ignored Zhang Feifei's anger and said lightly, don't play tricks, I know everything about you and Mr. Liu. Zhang Feifei was taken aback again. That Mr. Liu is the big boss behind Zhang Feifei, her financial father, and also has a close relationship with her. In these photos of Zhang Feifei, there is no picture of her and Mr. Liu. But the other party straightforwardly stated her relationship with President Liu, indicating that the other party knew her very well, and he was not afraid of the President Liu behind her at all. And more importantly, Zhang Feifei's close relationship with other men was kept secret from Mr. Liu behind her. Once exposed, it is unthinkable. She has no choice. Do. Yifei hung up the phone. When Zhang Feifei listened to the busy tone on the phone, she had an urge to scold her mother. She was so depressed and pale and hung up the phone. There is only one way left for Zhang Feifei. She can only abandon Mailing International and re-sign a contract with Hangyan Makeup. The man on the phone was extremely powerful and knew her well. She believed that as long as she dared to defy, the other party would unceremoniously publish her photos. Even if she could find this mysterious person at that time, it would be of no avail. Zhang Feifei returned to the nanny car with a frustrated expression. Even more, ask for flowers for evaluation votes. Chapter 55. What is the matter? 3 more, please evaluate the flowers. Zhang Feifei looked depressed and went back to the nanny car in despair. Sister Wang, the agent, came up and asked with a strange look, Feifei, what is the matter with you? What is uncomfortable? Hearing the agent's concern, Zhang Feifei squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to the agent, Sister Wang, let the driver stop and turn around. Let us not go to Mailing International now. What is the matter? Sister Wang was stunned. Zhang Feifei smiled reluctantly. I suddenly don't want to sign a contract with Mailing International. Sister Wang's voice increased. Are you crazy? That President Chen had talked with us on the phone yesterday. Mailing International is willing to pay you 3 times the endorsement fee. The contract has been drawn up. Have you temporarily changed your mind? Zhang Feifei said with a guilty conscience. Sister Wang, I think that person must have the spirit of contract. I still want to sign a contract with Hangyan Makeup. After all, I first cooperated with them. Sister Wang wanted to curse. Still contract spirit shit, I didn't know who was in the eye when he heard the triple endorsement fee yesterday. Sister Wang is very puzzled. What is going on with Zhang Feifei? Putting a lot of banknotes and not earning money, my head is really broken by the door panel. Zhang Feifei talked to Sister Wang again. Sister Wang couldn't help her, so she could only tell the driver to turn around and return to the hotel. In the hotel, Zhang Feifei paced back and forth in the hotel room, confused. Although Zhang Feifei knew that the handle was in the hands of the other party, she was so unwilling to lose her endorsement of Mailing International. During the period, Zhang Feifei repeatedly checked her computer, mobile phone and other electronic equipment, and found no abnormalities. How did the other party know her secret? Zhang Feifei didn't know that Yifei's hacking skills were terrifying. He hacked Zhang Feifei's computer without leaving any traces at all. How to do? Zhang Feifei subconsciously picked up the phone. She wanted to call the manager Chen from Mailing International for the final struggle. But just as she called, she received another text message on her phone. The content of the text message is simple and straightforward. Ms. Zhang, you'd better not make random calls. Zhang Feifei shuddered when she saw this text message. Her face turned pale, and she almost threw her phone out as soon as she let go. Who is the other party? How could her every move be so clear? Zhang Feifei finally gave up completely, because she knew that the man threatening her was far beyond her imagination. Judging from the phone call, the man didn't want money at all, and he was not interested in her. He only asked her to do one thing, which is to endorse the rosy makeup. What else can I do? Zhang Feifei looks complicated, she has no choice. Zhang Feifei weakly yelled, Sister Wang, ask the driver to drive. I am going out for a visit to Hangyan Makeup. Yifei's private villa. Yifei put down the phone and sat on the sofa with a relaxed look. Zhang Feifei's actions are basically within his grasp. This woman is a little clever, but she is timid and fearful, plus Yifei has grasped her deadly handle, she can only obediently obey. In fact, Zhang Feifei is not the best person to endorse confetti makeup. After all, Zhang Feifei has a lot of black material on her body. Normally, he should push Zhang Feifei to Chen Luo's side, and then the scandal of Zhang Feifei broke out, embarrassing Chen Luo. But the problem is that Zhang Feifei was the spokesperson of confetti makeup for the previous 2 years, and her image has been deeply tied to confetti makeup. If Zhang Feifei's scandal really breaks out, the products of Hangyan Makeup will inevitably be greatly impacted, and Hangyan Makeup will be over. So Zhang Feifei's handling is not that simple. Anyway, he has Zhang Feifei's black material, which can completely control this woman in his hands. As for Chen Luo's side, Yifei can also dig a hole to make him jump. Zhang Feifei should go to Su Qingzu now, right? Yifei thought for a while, edited a WeChat and sent it to Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu is busy in a meeting. Su Qingzu approached several vice presidents of the company and formulated a strategy for the aggressive Mailing International. She is doing her best to deal with the crisis. Due to the meeting time, Su Qingzu did not see Yifei's WeChat. In the conference room of the Hangyan Makeup Company, several vice presidents of the company, as well as the sales director, the heads of the public relations department, and the planning department all gathered for a meeting. Su Qingzu sat in the middle, full of momentum and cold expression. Su Qingzu's voice is very firm. I don't care what the situation is now, whether it is a price war or spending money on advertising, you must keep the company's market share. But President Su, if the problem of our company's image spokesperson cannot be solved, the marketing director hesitated and said cautiously. The manager of the public relations department also said yes, our company's products are of high quality, and they are not afraid of competition, but in this situation, even our spokespersons have been poached. The other high levels also looked at each other. The company as celebrity spokesperson is indeed a very important issue, and generally cannot be changed at will. This is especially true when Hangyan Makeup is about to release new products. How could it be possible to find other female celebrities to replace them at this juncture? Su Qingzu frowned and said lightly, I will try my best to find a way for the spokesperson. You just do your own thing. The spokesperson is indeed troublesome, and Su Qingzu has nothing to do, but she can only hold on, and can show her timidity in front of the company as subordinates. Good President Su. These high-level directors only nodded their heads, but they were full of suspicion in their hearts. Leave the matter of the spokesperson to Mr. Su to figure out a solution. No matter how good Mr. Su was, she would still be incapable of recovering from it. At the same time, Zhang Feifei had already reached the gate of the Su group and walked into this luxurious and high-end office building. Zhang Feifei wore a frog mirror, a mask and a hat, and dressed up and down tightly. Zhang Feifei's appearance can be distinguished. Although she can compare with Su Qingzu's beauties with 9 points or more, she still mixes very well in the entertainment industry. In particular, she has a very deceptive face and looks very pure. Zhang Feifei asked her agent Sister Wang, please call President Su. Zhang Feifei has worked with Hangyan Makeup for 2 years. Of course, she has also met with Su Qingzu and left a phone call. The agent Wang Jia immediately dialed Su Qingzu's phone, and Zhang Feifei answered it. In the meeting room, Su Qingzu looked at the call reminder in surprise, and she answered the phone. Zhang Feifei came out with a slightly flattering voice in the receiver. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Feifei Zhang. I am downstairs in your company now. Is it convenient to meet you? I didn't bother you. If possible, we can talk about the renewal of the spokesperson. When Su Qingzu heard this, he was shocked. How is this going? More ask for support. Zhang Feifei's passages of foreshadowing, and I will talk about it later. Chapter 56 alone is special to you for more. Su Qingzu's inner surprise could not be compounded. How is this going? Zhang Feifei unexpectedly came back to look for her to indoors. At the same time, the moment she turned on the phone, Yifei's WeChat message popped up because of the delay. Yifei's WeChat content is very simple, only 5 words. Zhang Feifei handles it. Su Qingzu's beautiful eyes showed surprise. She took a deep breath and stood up abruptly from the conference room. Yifei's previous words still linger in her ears. When she saw Yifei's WeChat, she remembered Yifei's words just now. I only need half a day to make Zhang Feifei appear in front of you obediently and let you send it. Sure enough, after a long time, Zhang Feifei called to beg her. But how did Yifei do it? President Su, what are you? The other vice presidents also stood up with a look of confusion, and all looked at Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu took a deep breath and said, Zhang Feifei is waiting downstairs. She said she wants to re-sign the contract with us. The executives of these companies looked at each other, and they all suspected that they seemed to have auditory hallucinations. Real or fake? Why did Zhang Feifei suddenly change her mind? Su Qingzu hung up Zhang Feifei's phone, and she invited Zhang Feifei to the office to discuss in detail. Su Qingzu looked at the phone, and his mind was full of Yifei's words. At this time, the subordinates left the meeting room with shocked faces, and Zhang Feifei had not yet gone upstairs. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Qingzu couldn't wait to take the initiative to call Yifei, and she couldn't hold back at all. Yifei stayed in the villa. After the phone rang several times, Yifei answered. As soon as I switched on the phone, Su Qingzu's sincere voice came. Yifei, thank you. Su Qingzu first thanked Yifei. You don't have to be polite, Chen Luo also has a grudge with me. Yifei said. Su Qingzu felt a little disappointed after hearing this, because Yifei didn't mention that it was to help her. Su Qingzu couldn't restrain his inner curiosity, and asked, how did you do it? Zhang Feifei actually listened to you obediently. Su Qingzu felt that Yifei was getting more and more mysterious. How did he do it? Su Qingzu was full of curiosity. Once a woman is curious and interested in a man, it is often the beginning of the fall. In just half a day, Yifei unexpectedly reversed the situation. It can even be said that this is the most critical moment to save the beauty makeup. Yifei's voice was leisurely. I want to talk about the details. But Zhang Feifei has a big problem. After this incident, you should change this celebrity spokesperson. Zhang Feifei has a problem. Su Qingzu subconsciously believed Yifei's words. Oh, good, then I will replace the celebrity spokesperson after this new product launch conference is over. As the new product launch conference is approaching, the spokesperson cannot be easily replaced. But since Yifei has said so, it seems that after this new product launch, she will gradually replace the products endorsed by Zhang Feifei. Yifei said calmly, well, you can handle it specifically. Su Qingzu's commercial talent is not low, as can be seen from her ability to build a first-class cosmetics company. Leave the rest to her. Yeah, Su Qingzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the issue of the celebrity spokesperson for confetti makeup has been solved. This most deadly life has not been pinched by the other party, and all this is because of Yifei's action. That's it. Yifei was about to hang up. Wait, Su Qingzu said suddenly. Yeah. Su Qingzu hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Yifei, thanks to you today, I feel very relieved. For the first time I found out that men don't seem to be that annoying. Su Qingzu's face was reddened, and he plucked up his courage and confided in his heart. If it weren't for Yifei, Zhang Feifei at this time had already signed a contract with Chen Luo. At that time, Hangyan Makeup is definitely in the greatest crisis, and the company she has exhausted her efforts to build is likely to be in the quagmire of business wars. It was Yifei who got back, miraculously reversed the situation. Although the crisis has not been resolved, it is enough for her to deal with it. In this crisis, Yifei's responsibility and composure made her feel at ease. It was a feeling that she had never felt before, very special. That is why Su Qingzu said this to Yifei. In fact, men don't seem to be that annoying. This is Yifei's subtle changes in her inner thoughts. Yifei smiled and said, Miss Su, if you can maintain this mentality, it will be very helpful to your condition. Yeah, after hanging up the phone, Su Qingzu opened his mouth. In fact, Su Qingzu still didn't say a word. In fact, she still hated other men. But I don't know why, to Yifei alone, she no longer has that kind of disgust. Not only did she have no disgust, on the contrary, she even looked forward to getting along with Yifei. Su Qingzu quickly re-signed the contract with Zhang Feifei, but it doesn't count as signing the contract. After all, Su Qingzu also knew from Yifei that there was something wrong with this woman Zhang Feifei. So, Su Qingzu just extended her contract with Zhang Feifei until the new product launch conference of Hangyan Makeup ends. Zhang Feifei had no objection to this, and she even said a lot of good things, both in and out of the way to please Su Qingzu. After the contract was renewed, Su Qingzu also breathed a sigh of relief. The fatal problem of celebrity endorsements has been resolved, and enough time is left for her to find new celebrity endorsements. After renewing the contract with Zhang Feifei, Su Qingzu stayed in the office alone. She unconsciously opened the mobile phone WeChat, holding her delicate chin, looking at the portrait of Yifei and her WeChat friend. She was dazed. Ding, congratulations to the host. Su Qingzu's favor with you has increased, and his experience points have increased. It's the whole point of experience again. Yifei got the system news, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Yifei was going to do another thing. He was going to visit Luo Weiyu. That girl like sunshine, he hasn't seen him for a few days. 4 more flowers, evaluation votes. Testimonials on the shelves. Open black lens bracket. Outbreak notification. Close black lens bracket. This book has been written for almost 2 weeks. I received a notice from the editor that the book will be on the shelves at noon today. Attentive classmates may also find out that I updated it several times at 6 o'clock in the morning. In fact, this book is not updated slowly, and there are still 4,000 words guaranteed every day. I also want to add more changes, but I am really tired from going to work every day. I basically fell asleep on the bed when I came back. It was too difficult for me. I also want to add more to everyone. I rarely take a break in these 2 weekends. I almost didn't go anywhere. I just squatted at home and sat in front of the computer with code words, except for eating and sleeping. So please bear with me. I usually try to update as much as possible after it's on the shelves, and try to break out on weekends. Thank you for your support, and I have also received comments. You are all talking about system problems. I will try my best to reduce the nagging scenes of the system. The first time I wrote this type of book, I was a little bit out of control. I am sorry. Please subscribe to support it. Today, there must be an outbreak. The author has at least 1 chapter of the outbreak today. Try to update it as much as possible. The last few are more likely to be late. After the shelves, I tried my best to stick to the 5 shifts, which can be more, less, more and less. I can only use the free code words at work. Although I am tired, I hope everyone can enjoy it. The author works hard, and I ask everyone to be forgiving. There are many comments in the book review area, but there are really many brainless sunspots. Finally, please subscribe. The author's family conditions are not very good. This book hopes to improve his life, so please everyone. Seeking subscription, seeking subscription, seeking subscription. The important thing is said 3 times. Thanks again everyone. Bow down. Chapter 57. Luo Weiyu's gentleness. A private hospital in Yanjing. Yifei drove there. When he arrived at the intensive care ward of the hospital, Yifei found that the door of the ward was empty. Yifei quietly walked into the room. At this time, Luo Weiyu was sitting on the hospital bed with woolen needles in her hands, which turned out to be knitting. Luo Weiyu sat quietly on the head of the bed. She carefully knitted a circle, which was very beautifully knitted. Obviously she was spending a lot of money. A lot of thoughts. While weaving around, Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, her eyes curled up, as if she was thinking of something. The afternoon sun shone on her face, reflecting her extremely moving face. The temperament of this girl is so comfortable. Even Yifei's heart became peaceful at Z time. Perhaps, there is such a person in everyone's heart. She doesn't need to be more dignified and noble, but when she smiles slightly, she can easily hit your atrium. Luo Weiyu is such a girl. Yifei looked for a while and saw that Luo Weiyu hadn't noticed him, so he coughed slightly. Luo Weiyu heard the sound and raised her head. When she saw Yifei, her star eyes became extremely bright. Mr. Yuan, Luo Weiyu said in surprise. Yifei smiled. I was a little busy these 2 days, so I didn't come to see you. It's okay. Luo Weiyu even put her snowy little hand and said softly, I am also very good here, it's not boring at all. Yifei looked at this girl who was full of sunshine and couldn't help but smiled and asked, what are you doing? Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu's encirclement that was weaving. This is for you to weave. Although it is just beginning to fall, I think it can always be used, so I will weave it for you. Article, Mr. Yi, don't dislike it. Luo Wei's eyes looked at Yifei, her face blushing. Yifei felt warm. This girl is so gentle and lovely. How many girls can knit sweaters and scarves in this era? Yifei stepped forward and looked at the enclosure in Luo Weiyu's hands, only to see that the enclosure was delicate and soft, and every needle was neat and tidy. Full of Luo Weiyu's thoughts too. Yifei. Luo Weiyu smiled brightly at the corner of her mouth. She was totally in love with Yifei, so she heard Yifei say so. Very happy in my heart. Yifei talked about the front turn. Said again, it's just a little bad. Where can I not knit? Luo Weiyu was a little bit lost. Yifei shook his head and said, you only knit a circle for me, but you didn't knit your own. You should knit 2 to make a couple as circle. Time start to wear. Couple scarf. Luo Weiyu seems to think of the scene of shopping with Yifei wearing a scarf and holding hands while for her Shafei cheeks and her starry eyes are brilliant, so she exerts force. Nodded and said, well, I will knit another LBA. Yifei chatted with Luo Weiyu for a while in the hospital, feeling happy. Luo Weiyu's foot injury will have to be removed next week. Yifei will be able to treat her with acupuncture and moxibustion. Hearing this news, Luo Weiyu smiled sweeter. The day when her foot injury healed seems to be getting closer and closer. Mailing International Subsidiary, General Manager's office. Chen Luo brewed a pot of tea. He and Duan Qizhang sat in the office chatting. The fragrance of tea overflows the room. Chen Luo picked up the exquisite teacup, blew out his tea, checked the time of his watch, and said, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Why hasn't Zhang Feifei come yet? Next to Chen Luo, the middle-aged man sitting with a Chinese character face and a fairly correct appearance is Duan Qizhang. Duan Qi was smiling and he said, don't worry, anyway, use your junior brother's ability. This time I can stabilize my strength. Su Qingzu's red makeup is willing. Must be cut 2 somersault. Chen Luo is confident laughing, that is inevitable. Home is forever lost one. Chen Luo when thinking of him going to Su's house, Su Qingzu's eyes were disgusted and cold, and his heart burst into flames. Duan Qizhang also knew that this little junior was very hostile to the Su family. He said, the Su family is easy to handle, but the key is Yi. Duan Qizhang's Qizhang group is also a large group with a lot of money. But compared with the Yi family, that was still a bit worse. Especially Qizhang group can compete with Su Jia because both are in the pharmaceutical industry. However, the Yi family's involvement is a behemoth, mainly in the real estate, finance, and entertainment industries. In his business industry. Nothing to do. Mention the Yi family. Chen Luo's expression sank immediately. Thought of Yifei. In the past few days, Chen Luo was investigating Yifei's information. As a result, he gritted his teeth. That Yifei was actually the only son of the Yi family in the heir of the future 100 billion consortium. The lady in the flower shop fell in love with her and the Su family. That woman seems to be entangled with him too. This made Chen Luo feel jealous. Why? Chen Luo was jealous of Yifei but could not help Yifei temporarily, so he chose Su Qingzu not. Fortunately, Duan Qi is very cooperative with him. Duan Qizhang was very interesting. Not only did he give him part of the equity of Qizhang Group, but also let Chen Luo serve as the head of the subsidiary Mailing International. He mobilized all resources and kept spending a lot of money to compete with Su Qingzu's company. I also spent a lot of money to dig up Su Qingzu's representative. Speaker Zhang Feifei. As long as Zhang Feifei signed the contract today, his plan is half done. Therefore, Chen Luo was waiting for Zhang Feifei to sign the contract with the company. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Chen Luo was a little impatient when he waited. At this time, his mobile phone rang and Chen Luo immediately answered the call. The call was made by Zhang Feifei's agent. The agent apologized for a while on the phone, and Chen Luo listened to it. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Feifei's agent said that she could not terminate her contract with Hangyan Makeup for the time being. Chen Luo listened. Suddenly the blood surged, and he asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing yesterday? The conditions were agreed, but today I changed my mind." The layout he worked so hard to prepare originally seemed to be completed, but now it lacks the key to equals ring. Chen Luo Jibing was so depressed that he wanted Yi Shui. Regardless of the other party's explanation, Chen Luo hung up the phone angrily, his face extremely blocked. Chapter 58 Chen Luo's mentality collapsed again. Chen Luo hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. Junior brother, what is the situation? Duan Qizhang realized what was wrong. Chen Luo didn't speak, his face was full of irritation, he clasped the teacup tightly. With a click, the teacup was crushed directly by him. Chen Luo said coldly, it was Zhang Feifei that who broke the contract. What did her agent say to make me wait for her for another 2 months, too? Sign an endorsement contract with us after a month. Chen Luo was very angry. What he played this time was to attack it. After waiting for another 2 months, the daylily will be cold, and his one cutting the layout is all in vain. Chen Luo yin face. He really couldn't figure it out. The price he offered was already high enough, but Zhang Feifei still chose red as a result. Yan make up. Why is that? Chen Luo was puzzled. Chen Luo's mentality collapsed again. This time his layout is very thorough, and he is also not prepared for it. As long as he takes the lead, he is confident to teach Su Qingzu severely. Women. But now one step is poor, step difference is 09. He may make Hangyan Makeup Company uncomfortable, but it is difficult to cause a heavy blow. Duan Qizhang saw that Chen Luo was in a bad mood, so he comforted him, junior brother, don't worry, if it doesn't work, let us set aside the instructions for dealing with the Su family. Put. Chen Luo was silent, his fist was still tightly squeezed. Su's pre-release release. Duan Qizhang said it lightly, he couldn't bear it with Chen Luo who's character that he would repay. Duan Qi is reminding Chen Luodao, junior brother, don't forget, you have one more important thing to do. You have an appointment on Monday but. Dean Li, let him take you to see a doctor for that old new family. Duan Qizhang reminded Chen Luo. Chen Luo put away the gloom in his eyes and became excited again. Yes, I still have this more important thing. The old man of the Mu family is a big-time figure in the city of Yanjing. If I can treat him, then the time will come. Because of the master, Chen Luo still has a very wide network in Yanjing City. The President Li of the two populations is the president of a hospital in Yanjing City, a second-generation famous doctor. Me and Chen Luo is under Dean Li this time. Invited to have a consultation for the old man of the Mu family. That is right, under the circumstances, Chen Luo actually caught up with the Mu family line again. Duan Qizhang nodded again and again. That is right, as long as the younger brother heals the Mu family, he will be able to get on the Mu family's car. Hey, when the time comes. Waiting for the whole Yanjing who will not let you 3.3. And I also heard that the Mu family has a very beautiful granddaughter. Duan Qi was smiling and reminding Chen Luo. Chen Luo thought of this, and he was in a better mood, and he was full of ambition. Yes, this lawsuit is the consultation of the Mu family, and I have to take good care of it. Opportunity, strive for performance. Chen Luo knew very well that his master had gradually gained fame because he was in Yanjing for many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. And the old man of the Mu family is also too awkward. If he can seize the opportunity to treat the old man of the Mu family well, then he will surely move towards Fei Wang Tengda from now on. Especially Duan Qizhang also said just now. There is also a granddaughter from the Mu family who is very beautiful. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's heart was overwhelmed. Duan Qi was on the side and said, you must be fine, brother, but you have got the true biography of our master. Waiting for you to heal the Mu family. That guy, elder brother, I will rely on you to cover it up, and as for the Yi family young master, it is not a problem. Brother, you are right. Chen Luo also showed a smile on his face. Need. On medical skills, I have confidence. Chen Luo may not dare to be arrogant when it comes to other people, but when it comes to medical skills, he has absolute self-confidence. Chen Luo had also heard of Yi Fei's good medical skills and even saved Su Shaoqun. But Chen Luo sneered at this, thinking that Yi Fei's doctor. It is not worthy to give him shoes if the surgery is in front of him. He must grasp this opportunity. Chen Luo thought for a while and said, brother, you quickly instruct Li Xiangyan to prepare me a brand name suit and a famous watch. I need to use it when. No problem, it is easy. Chen Luo and Duan Qizhang talk and laugh again. Yi Fei. After Luo Wei rested, Yi Fei returned to his private villa. Just got home. Yi Fei's mobile phone suddenly received a text message. Yi Fei took a look at the text message. It was a message from Li Xiangyan. Li Xiangyan has been very active recently. Yi Fei glanced at the content of the message. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The content of this short message from Li Xiangyan. It was to tell Yi Fei that Chen Luo would go to Mu's house to consult for Mr. Mu. Chen Luo will also go to 31. Unexpectedly, although the relationship between Chen Luo and Mu Zijin was broken, Chen Luo still had to go to Mu's family to participate. This consultation. This time it is no longer Yi Fei's intentional calculations, but a real collision. The news from Li Xiangyan is very important. Yi Fei deleted it after reading it. It will be a real collision with Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo's medical skills are indeed brilliant, Yi Fei C503 is not afraid. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? After deleting the message, Yi Fei was not idle either. He took the initiative to send a WeChat message to Mu Zijin. Miss Mu, are you asleep? This is the first time Yi Fei has sent WeChat with Mu Zijin after playing Chin on the piano last time. The relationship between Yi Fei and Mu Zijin has become much closer after the last piano playing. After Yi Fei sent the message, after a while, Mu Zijin quickly replied, I didn't sleep, I just took a bath, what is wrong? Yi Fei's mind immediately showed the image of a beauty going out in a bath. He edited WeChat and sent, I just want to ask your grandpa's current. The condition of the illness makes me know. Mu Zijin's grandfather's condition. Mu Zijin must be very clear. Yi Fei can also know the condition 2 steps first to take the lead. How can we not use this advantage? Mu Zijin quickly replied, thank you for caring about my grandfather. My grandfather is like this at present. Mu Zijin replied very carefully. The reply content is also very detailed. Chapter 59 The smell of gunpowder in the air. Mu Zijin's reply to Yifei was very detailed. She told Yifei all of her grandfather's illness, condition and some current problems equals. Yifei had a bottom in his heart. Thanks, Miss Mu. It should be me, thank you for being so petty about this matter. Mu Zijin replied. It is too late at night, normal men should be when they are picking up girls, but Yifei is actually equal serious and forced to ask Mu Zijin his father. Lord S condition. Yifei even I didn't say any extra words to her. This made Mu Zijin even more favorable. Then I will study the condition, good night. Yifei sent a message. Good night, come on. Mu Zijin actually said cheering at the end, and attached an emoticon pack of a girl clenching a fist and cheering, which made Yifei smile. It seems that Mu Zijin also has a cute side, but he doesn't show it easily. After that, Yifei has been studying the condition of Mr. Mu. He has. With this wonderful book, it is enough to treat many diseases. Monday finally arrived. Early in the morning, Mu Zijin sent Yifei a WeChat message, telling Yifei that someone would pick him up to Mu's house. The place where Mu's family is located is very special, so special that most people can't find it. Yifei waited at the door of the private villa. Later he saw a black red flag car slowly approaching. Afterwards, a man standing upright came out of the red flag car. He asked Yifei, is it Mr. Yimi? Is here to pick you up. It's me, Yifei responded. Please. The man made an inviting gesture. Yifei got in the car. The car drove smoothly and fast. The speed is very fast, and because this car is special, the other cars next to it take the initiative to avoid it. It took a full car to get close to the destination for an hour. This is the outskirts of Yanjing, two very special courtyards. Yifei had never been to this place before, and this place was also very secluded and quiet. At gate 0 of the Seihei-1, two soldiers in military uniforms stood guard. The two soldiers stood upright, both with guns and live ammunition. Make. Surprised. At the gate of the courtyard, the man stepped down to lead Yifei. Mr. Yi, please come with me, attack. Carrot said, good. Yifei followed the man and walked into the Seeming Yuan. In the quadrangle courtyard, the guard was even more tightly guarded than he looked from the outside. Yifei saw the guards in several blind spots, and there were even soldiers. Yifei retracted his gaze. Before he came, he probably had some guesses about Mushang Yard, but it was actually more exaggerated than he thought. The courtyard is very wide. The man took Yifei through the courtyard, bypassing the rockery and ponds, passing flowers and trees before reaching the main hall. In the front hall of the front yard, Yifei didn't see Mu Zijin or the old Mu. There are only 3 people in the main hall, all of them seem to be doctors attending this consultation. Among the 3, 2 of them were familiar to Yifei. One of them was the last time I saw Su Xiaoping's personal doctor Huang Shenlang. The other one, of course, is Chen Luo. Chen Luo came with another old man. When Yifei appeared, Chen Luo immediately saw him. Chen Luo's eyes were startled first and then showed coldness. Chen Luo didn't expect Yifei to appear here. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and sneered. He said first, he is too little. It is a coincidence that we met again. I didn't expect you to. Can come here. When I saw Yifei, Chen Luo's heart burst into flames. With a faint smile on the corner of Yifei's mouth, he spoke gracefully and calmly, saying, Mr. Chen, let us meet again, it is fate. Ah, did you have a good time in the police station last time? Compared to Chen Luo's gnashing of teeth, Yifei seemed very graceful. When talking about the police station, Chen Luo gritted his teeth and knew that Yifei was deliberately agitating him. Chen Luo tried to calm down. Sullenly said, there are too few leaves, so I don't bother you to worry about it. When the old man next to Chen Luo and Huang Zonglang saw this, they all felt the smell of gunpowder in the air. The atmosphere around was a bit stalemate for a while. Huang Zonglang knew Yifei and knew Yifei's identity better, so he proactively greeted Yifei, Master Yi, you. Li Ran also came. I'll just say it. Yifei smiled at Huang Zonglang, hello, Huang Yinyu. Yi Gongzi. Yes, Dean Li, this is Master Yi. His medical skills are absolutely extraordinary because I have personally learned him. Huang Zonglang told Yi. Fei is clearly respected. Dean Li smiled, is that right? It seems that there are a lot of rising stars recently. Chen Luo just sneered. The appearance of Yifei really surprised Chen Luo, but Chen Luo still didn't worry. He has absolute confidence in his medical skills. Chen Luo knows that Yifei knows medical skills, but he is confident that his medical skills are definitely stronger. The doctors in this consultation included Yifei, and there were only 4 in the first place. Although there are few people, but they are all Yanjing's famous doctors. Needless to say Huang Zonglang. He is the distinguished personal doctor of many Yanjing officials and their guest. The identity of Dean Li is even more powerful. He is the dean of the top hospital in Yanjing. Apart from that, I don't know if there will be other famous doctors coming. Chen Luo stared at Yifei with a sneer. At this moment, Dao Chenying appeared in front of everyone. It was a woman with her face facing the sky and no fan-eye. She is wearing a 2-piece plain dress. She has a simple smile, she has a pure face, and there's almost no jewelry or extra dress on her body. This reminds me of a poem, hibiscus comes out of clear water, and it is naturally carved. Even if this woman doesn't play fan-eye, she is beautiful and beautiful. In Chen Luo's heart, she can be rated as a beauty close to full marks. The moment Chen Luo saw the woman, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he stared at the woman closely. And the focus of light is on her body. The heartbeat also accelerated. There is no doubt that the woman who appeared is of course Mu Zijin. Chapter 60 almost laughed out. Mu Zijin is here. Her long eyes looked equals Yifei nodded slightly at Yifei, with a small smile at the corner of her mouth which was regarded as a greeting to Yifei. Yifei also nodded at her. However, Chen Luo always focused his gaze on Mu Zijin's body. He did not notice that Yifei and Mu Zijin greeted him. He was attracted by Mu Zijin. Chen Luo didn't expect this woman to be so beautiful. When Chen Luo came, he also heard that Mr. Mu's granddaughter was very beautiful, but now I see too. This is more than beautiful. Not to mention the background behind this woman, just by her looks. It was enough to make Chen Luo's heart hot. The desire in Chen Luo's eyes flashed away. It was well hidden by him. There are several experts right away. We'll be there. Lin Zijin smiled and smiled. She felt generous. Zijin Xian Daegu thanked you all. Miss Zijin is polite. Chen Luo was the first to stand up. He was very positive. Chen Luo was humble while showing his own self. For a dashing smile, in fact, this is all within our own business. As a doctor, it is our profession to treat illnesses and save people. Chen Luo wanted to express himself in front of Mu Zijin. Today, Chen Luo 763 deliberately changed into a brand name suit, wore a Vacheron Constantine watch and specially trimmed his hairstyle. Chen Luo raised a sunny smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that the image was perfect. I thought that at least a woman named Zijin in front of me would give a response. But what disappointed him was that Mu Zijin just said, thank you. Simple 2 words, distancing and distance S. Of course Mu Zijin saw Chen Luo's dress. Chen Luo's bright clothes are not worth mentioning in front of Mu Zijin. In her capacity, what kind of brother hasn't he seen him? Although Chen Luo looked good, he was also completely ignored by Mu Zijin. More importantly, Chen Luo was here for her grandfather's consultation, but she was dressed up and wearing a famous watch. How does this look like a doctor? This dress is simply for a blind date, and the intention is really obvious. Mu Zijin is Bingxie and smart, how could he fail to see through this? In contrast, Yifei's dress is completely different. Yifei's dress today is very simple, with a casual shirt plus an AJFC piece of light-colored trousers and no watch. Nothing more. Already, after all, Yifei felt that he was here to treat illnesses and save people. He usually wears glamorous and bright clothes, but there is nothing wrong with him. Wu is just for the treatment of New Lao Guzi. Therefore, the simpler the dress, the better. Moreover, Yifei didn't need to rely on clothes to set off himself. He stood there, his looks were sold out, his figure was handsome, and his equipment was extraordinary. It is eye-catching, one exhausted scheming and a simple strategy. The two are simply the difference between clouds and mud. Sure enough, people are afraid of comparison, LO6s. Ding, congratulations to the host. Mu Zijin has a good impression of Chen Luo, the original hero, and you get 100 experience points. Before Yifei said a word, he was prompted by the system, and Chen Luo's favor with Mu Zijin declined. Yifei was slightly startled, but after a little thought, he understood the reason too much. Chen Luo is superfluous, pretending to be overkill. In front of a woman like Mu Zijin, the more pretentious, the easier it is to expose the problem. After a while, another Western doctor arrived. These two doctors are also famous doctors in Yanjing City. They are both over 100.5 years old, and they are familiar with Wang Zonglang and President Li. The attitudes of these doctors towards Yifei were very good, even the Dean Li. After all, Yifei's identity lies there. At any rate, is a wealthy family and noble son, although these famous doctors are not low in status. But I don't want to offend Yi. Several doctors greeted each other, and then chatted about some medical topics. Yifei also blended into it. Only Chen Luo was absent-minded, his mind was full of Mu Zijin's figure. No, you have to find a way to strike up a conversation with Mu Zijin. Chen Luo's eyes wandered. At this moment, Mu Zijin ordered the housekeeper to bring tea several times. After Mu Zijin is brewed, one will be given to every doctor on site. Cup of hot tea. Mu Zijin smiled and said, today I have to work hard for a few people, and I will use tea instead of wine. I will serve a few people first. Thank you for today. Arguably, Zi Jin Xiao, Ms. Jin too, teacup, said repeatedly. Yifei did not speak, but he also raised his glasses with a smile. Everyone took a sip of tea. At this time, Chen Luo took a sip of the tea and savored it carefully, and then said, good tea. This is a big red robe from Wu Mountain. After a long time, the color of the soup, the bright yellow and bright, although not the few big red robe mother trees on the 9 Dragons rock wall, they are also extraordinary. This tea and bubble. The people of tea are all very smart. Chen Luo intends to show off fan. Chen Luo doesn't tea like tea, but his master likes it, and his master can always get some top quality tea, so I can tea help it. Chen Luo knows tea well. Chen Luo first praised the tea. To praise Mu Zijin again, I think it will definitely have an effect. This woman likes to listen to compliments, but Chen Luo immediately found that after he said these words, Mu Zijin's expression remained unchanged, even the thank you. There is none left. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Chen Luo didn't know, Mu Zijin had heard similar words more than once. Those elder brothers who are pursuing Mu Zijin also want to show off their elegance and knowledge in front of Mu Zijin. That is a lot. Moreover, Chen Luo said it deliberately, and the purpose was too obvious. This makes Mu Zijin even more unable to promote a good impression. Ding, congratulations to the host. Mu Zijin's favor with the original hero Chen Luo has declined, and you get 100 experience points. In the ear, another system reminder came. At the moment, Yifei was chatting with several famous doctors. Equals hearing the system prompt in his ear, he almost didn't laugh. Chen Luo's trick to pretend to be forceful may be effective in front of ordinary women, but in the face of Mu Zijin, embarrassment will only backfire. Chen Luo struck up a conversation twice and failed miserably. This made Chen Luo look embarrassed, and his heart was frustrated. In contrast, Yifei is still graceful. At this time, Yifei also spoke to Mu Zijin. Chapter 61 A great opportunity. Yifei also spoke to Mu Zijin at this time. After Yifei finished drinking the cup of tea that Mu Zijin poured, he took the initiative to walk in front of Mu Zijin with the teacup, and said, Miss Mu. I am a little bit. If you are thirsty, have another glass. Chen Luo listened, sneered at the corner of his mouth. He just touched Mu Zijin's nose just now, but Yifei's way of approaching each other was so awkward. Afraid to ask for trouble. But then Chen Luo stayed for a while. Because Chen Luo saw a smile on Mu Zijin's mouth, her smile was bright and moving, she said, okay. With that, Mu Zijin poured another cup of tea for Yifei. Yifei picked up the teacup. He was really thirsty. The conversation with a few famous doctors just now gave him a lot of experience. Yifei picked up the teacup and drank again. Mu Zijin smiled and poured another cup of tea for Yifei, and said, you drink slowly, don't you worry urgent. This scene can be seen. Chen Luo was stunned. What is happening here? Mu Zijin's attitude towards Yifei is completely different from that of him. She not only smiled at Yifei, but also poured tea for him and made him slow down. Ordered to drink up tact. Chen Luo still barely kept calm on the face, but his heart was already turned over, and the sea of jealousy was churning. He was a little confused. He also saw that Mu Zijin's attitude just now was very polite to anyone. Although she was smiling, she was very polite to other people. Also keep a distance, but her attitude towards Yifei is completely different. Her attitude towards Yifei is very sincere. How so? Yifei smiled. He didn't treat Mu Zijin politely, but simply said thank you, and did not continue to speak, so he sat back. In Satu, Yifei is well versed in how to get along with Mu Zijin. To put it bluntly, just let the flow go. Don't deliberately pretend to be ostentatious. Don't talk about it in front of her unless you really have enough skills. Yifei did a good job at this point. When it was time to perform, such as swimming in gangs, his unabashed display of strength was enough to surprise Mu Zijin. When it is time to keep a low profile. For example, he did not strike up a conversation with Mu Zijin when he treated his grandfather Mu Zijin, but focus on discussing with a few famous doctors some illnesses. From the beginning to the end, Mu Zijin felt that Yifei gave her a very comfortable feeling, and she was very comfortable with Yifei. There was another chatter, and the butler walked over to Mu Zijin's side. He whispered a few words. Mu Zijin said a little, and then said to the doctors, a few, my grandfather is awake. Please come with me. Good. As soon as I heard that Mr. Mu woke up, each of these doctors got up immediately. Mu Zijin led the way. This courtyard house is indeed very big. The place where Yifei and others sat just now was the front yard of the courtyard. The backyard is the core of the courtyard. Cross the rockery in the yard and a small stream. Mu Zijin took everyone to equals a small independent courtyard surrounded by red tiles. High walls, quiet is a rare good place to rest and recuperate body and mind. Immediately afterwards, Yifei saw the master of this time. Father Mu family. The old man was lying on a wicker chair, he was closed and rested. Yifei saw that this old man was tall, probably at least 8 meters or more. Although he was old, his appearance was still very good, and his hair and the beard they are also well taken care of. As if hearing the movement, the old man opened his eyes. The old man opened his eyes and sat up slightly. Grandpa, slow down. Mu Zijin quickly supported the old man, but the old man waved his hand to refuse Mu Zijin's support, speaking voice. Somewhat hoarse, but very powerful. Maybe I am not sick enough to get up and need help. This old man is very powerful and a bit stubborn. Yifei immediately remembered that when he was chatting with Mu Zijin had revealed 2 things about his grandfather, and combined with the original book, he felt right. This old Mu has already understood. Mu Lao Rongma's life. Outstanding meritorious service, is a respectable old man. Now he is very old but still very powerful. When the other doctors saw Mu Lao, they were respectful and took the initiative to step forward. Old Mu smiled. Although he is full of momentum, he is still very kind to others. He only listens to him. Thanks for your hard work this time. My old bone can't run anymore. I can only trouble you to take a trip. You are too polite. It is our honor to be able to treat you. Huang Zonglang and others are Lian Dao. When Lao Mu saw so many doctors here, he frowned and said, I think you have done a lot of madams. You are so. Why are so many people around me holding old bones today? Just leave one doctor to see me. Others returned to their posts. Go, don't waste national resources for me. After Mu Lao had said this, he coughed a few times, and the housekeeper next to him quickly offered him tea to moisturize his throat. It can be seen that Mu Lao's body is indeed not very good. Hearing Mu Lao's words, the other doctors just nodded. But Chen Luo's eyes lit up. What Elder Mu meant, he only needs to leave a doctor behind. In this way, as long as Mr. Mu's requirements are met, there will be a doctor who will treat Mr. Mu for a long period of time. This is simply heaven. Good opportunity. If you can follow Mu Lao for a long time, the benefits are definitely self-evident. Not to mention this is a good opportunity to get the moon first. After all, you can often see Mu Zijin here. Chen Luo thought immediately became active. He has to behave well one. Of course, Yifei also heard the meaning of Mu's old saying, knowing that this was indeed a good opportunity. Mu Zijin knows his grandfather's character well. His old man is very stubborn, and once things are decided, they will never change. Mu Zijin said softly, otherwise, let these doctors see the disease for you separately. Whichever one do you think is suitable, stay. Down. Lao Mu looked at these doctors, watching Tu Fei and others, and he slowly nodded the ground is good. Then this bad old man, please. Doctors. Chapter 62. After listening to Mu Lao's words, Mu Zijin also lightened his head, and showed his face to Yifei and the others laughed, then please ask the doctors to see for my grandfather. Get sick. Hearing this, the doctors present nodded their heads. Huang Zonglang first asked 12, I don't know where Mu Lao have you been feeling sick recently? Mu Lao coughed a few times, and waited until his body calmed down before speaking, I have always felt dizzy since the last half month. Coughing and sleeping is not peaceful. In particular, I always want to go to sleep when my limbs are lacking, but I can fall asleep, and my body has a fever some time ago. Even when he said a few words, he had to take a few breaths. However, Yifei also saw that Mu Lao had a very strong mental will. Although he was weak in body, his spirit was very good. Mu Lao's words silenced the doctors on the scene slightly, and they were a little embarrassed. 6 or 9 scholars. Because these diseases mentioned by Mu Lao are actually not a big problem. Among the doctors, Huang Zonglang reacted first. He pondered a little and asked, Mu Lao, can I get your pulse for you? Of course, please, Dr. Huang. Mu Lao stretched out his hand readily. Huang Zonglang stepped forward to get Mu Lao's pulse. After a while, he put down his hand and said, looking from calm Mu's pulse, there is indeed. These are weak. As for your specific illness one I still need to study. Lao Mu didn't urge Huang Zonglang to ask him. He looked at other doctors and said, that is good. Who else wants to see the pulse my old man? The bones will be tossed with you today. It is all here. Several other doctors also took care of Mu Lao's pulse. Yifei also stepped forward to take care of Mu Lao, and of course Chen Luo did the same. Mu Lao caught a glimpse of Yifei and Chen Luo. His expression was slightly surprised. Zijin, these 2 young men turned out to be the famous doctors you invited. The little baby who is going to be young is terrible. Lao Mu's surprise is natural. Most of the people who come here today are Chinese medicine practitioners. In Chinese medicine, young doctors are rarely seen. Why? Traditional Chinese medicine requires accumulation and experience. The older you are, the more experienced you are. Of course, the same is true of Western medicine. However, Western medicine can make up for this with the help of equipment and technology equals. However, Chinese medicine relies entirely on the judgment and experience of doctors. It looks like Yifei is only in his 20s. How many patients can he see? Mu Zijin hadn't spoken yet. The dean Li next to Chen Luo smiled and said, Mu Lao, this young man is called Chen Luo, he is the former apprentice of Yan Jing's genius Dr. Wu. He has excellent medical skills at a young age, and I strongly recommend him this time. Oh, it turned out to be the apprentice of Dr. Wu. Mu Lao's expression was slightly moved. Dr. Wu is the master of Chen Luo. Even Lao Mu has heard of his name. Next to him, Huang Zonglang also smiled and introduced the treacherous waterway to Lao Mu. Mu Lao, this master Yi is also extraordinary in medical skills. I have seen. His technique of acupuncture and moxibustion is unceremoniously far better than mine. Mu Lao looked at Yifei again, slightly surprised. Mu Zijin was also lighthearted. Grandpa, Yifei was specially invited by me. I have also seen his medical skills, and it is indeed amazing. Mu Zijin took the initiative to speak for Yifei. Lao Mu was relieved and said solemnly, it turns out that they are 2 young talents, but I underestimate the young people. I wonder if you two are right. What is my opinion on this condition? Yifei and Chen Luo have also completed the pulse diagnosis for Mu Lao. Listening to Mu Lao's question, Chen Luo was preparing to speak, but was preempted by Yifei. Yifei actually asked Mu Zijin about her grandfather's condition the day before yesterday. So I have a bomb in my heart. I saw Yifei slightly waiting for his attitude to be neither humble nor overbearing, and he appeared very polite. He first said, Mu Lao, with all due respect. Actually you are not sick. Are you sick? Mu Lao was startled. The other doctors are too stunned, but there was no sound. Yifei nodded and said, yes, the symptoms you just mentioned, such as weakness in limbs, dizziness, sweating when moving, and drowsiness. Problems like sleep are not actually sickness, but your body is aging. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are human nature. When people get old, their body functions are degenerating and aging. This is a normal phenomenon, not a disease. Yifei answered very clearly. During this period of time, Yu Lao has been unwell, until he was sleeping in bed. It was not because of illness but physical aging. The normal phenomenon. People are getting old. Of course, the body is not as good as before, and there will be various symptoms and the whole body will be uncomfortable. Yu Lao thoughtfully glanced at the other doctors and asked, do you think? Is this Dr. Yi right? Huang Zonglang and others looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, all agreed. 0. Yu Lao, this Dr. Yi is right. That is the truth. Yes, Yu Lao, that is how it compares. The other doctors also nodded their heads to acknowledge. Lao Mu stared, not angered, then you didn't talk about it just now. Yifei smiled and said, Yu Lao, in fact, you can blame the other doctors, they are just to be on the safe side. This is also easy to understand. Being seen by other doctors that there's indeed a problem with Yu Lao's body, wouldn't it be that he said that his medical skills were inadequate who lost it? This person. And it is even more embarrassing if a doctor makes a mistake after saying it first. So these doctors are very shrewd, they are deliberately reluctant to talk about the disease and keep equals hands. It is Yifei. Anyway, his chief job is not a doctor, and he is not afraid of smashing the signboard. And Yifei got news from Musician in advance. He had made sufficient preparations long ago, and he just said straightforwardly. What a character Yu Lao is. He immediately understood the careful thinking of these doctors. These Yunjing famous doctors are all very famous, and they naturally cherish feathers. They dare not talk nonsense for fear of smashing their signs. This is human nature, but the young man in front of him is 5.6 bold. Yu Lao looked at Yifei. He thought this young man was very good and had a great appetite. Lao Mu glanced at the other doctors and said, you old doctors, it is not as bold as a young man. Yes, Yu Lao, we are negligent. Huang Zonglang said even more, Mr. Yi is skilled in medicine, and he is indeed bold and careful. I sigh. Several doctors at the scene also praised Yifei and praised him again and again. Chen Luo standing next to him, he also wanted to speak, but he was a step late. Hearing everyone's praise of Yifei, Chen Luo's expression turned again. It sank slightly and felt angry. Chapter 63 Chen Luo wants to be one step 1. Chen Luo's complexion was heavy, and his heart was very angry. With Chen Luo's medical skills, he can of course also see that Yu Lao is not a serious illness but an aging problem. He was phrasing just now, and wanted to be more euphemistic, but he was preempted by Yifei. Lost opportunities. This made Chen Luo annoyed and angry. Yifei always comes to bat him, why is he everywhere? But Chen Luo suppressed the flame in his heart, knowing that it will never happen right now. Judging from Yu Lao's attitude, he has a very good impression of Yifei, and Chen Luo must find a way to win back one game. There is still a chance, there is still a chance. Chen Luo kept reminding himself to keep calm. Chen Luo is a smart man. He has realized that the situation is not good, so he is very wise not to refute Yifei. Following the others, a doctor pretended to praise Yifei. Facing the compliments of these doctors, Yifei remained humble and never looked proud. Seeing this, Yu Lao nodded secretly. 09. I had a better impression of Yifei. Old Mu slowly said, then since I am not sick, I want to bother you guys. This is the end of today's consultation. With that said, Yu Lao was ready to let the butler see off the guests. Yifei shook his head and said, Mu, don't you worry, although you have no symptoms. But your physical problems are not small. Yu Lao coughed, his body was indeed still a little uncomfortable. Yifei continued, because Mu Lao, when you were young, you fought with the army. Big body. You lost too much blood when you were young, now. These symptoms are caused when you are too old, have loss of energy and blood, and have old injuries. So although you have no symptoms, you still need treatment for your body, and you need treatment urgently. Yifei said seriously. These words made other doctors nod their heads frequently, quite agreeing with what Yifei said. Old Mu also felt reasonable. In that case, what do you think should be treated? Yifei thought without hesitation, I know acupuncture and moxibustion, and use acupuncture and moxibustion to cooperate with me to prescribe a prescription for nourishing your body. Old Mu agreed, okay, then try it. Seeing Yifei and Yu Lao communicate fairly smoothly, Yu Lao seemed to appreciate Yifei more and more. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel anxious. Chen Luo finally couldn't help but said, Yu Lao, I can also use acupuncture and moxibustion. Acupuncture, please let me try the treatment for you. Hearing what Chen Luo said, Yu Lao was also somewhat interested. He had heard of the name of Dr. Wu a long time ago, and he knew that Dr. Wu's 9-dragon needle method was a unique technique of acupuncture and moxibustion. Therefore, Yu Lao did not refuse Chen Luo. Several other doctors were silent. They were either not proficient in acupuncture, or because Pai was the opponent of Chen Luo's 9-dragon needling method. After all, Dr. Wu's name in Yanjing was really too loud. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. These doctors are not going to compare acupuncture to Chen Luo, otherwise it would be too ugly to lose to a 20-year-old boy. Even Huang Zonglang shook his head and said, I have seen Yi Gengzi's acupuncture and moxibustion technique. Yu Lao looked at Yifei and Chen Luo, encouraging him, well, let you two young people come to me for treatment. I look forward to you. Our acupuncture, please. Two people. Yifei and Chen Luo looked at each other. Yifei looked calm and composed, but Chen Luo took a breath, calmly on the surface but sneered in his heart. Yifei wants to compare acupuncture with him. Really bored one. Chen Luo's strength and long needle method were inherited from his master. It is the secret technique of acupuncture and moxibustion. Therefore, Chen Luo smiled confidently. Yu Lao, let me treat you first. Front. Yifei saw Chen Luo take the lead. He was not in a hurry, watching Chen Luo perform with expressionless expression. Alright, Yu Lao did not refuse, he lay flat on the wicker chair, indicating that Chen Luo could start at any time. Of course, Chen Luo also brought the silver needles with him. After disinfecting the silver needles, he pinched the needles with 2 fingers and then acupunctured Yu Lao. Chen Luo's acupuncture technique is really good. I saw him spinning the silver needles quickly and slightly shaking his fingers while acupuncturing moxibustion. Very rhythmic and extremely fast. This acupuncture technique amazed several other old doctors. Especially Dean Li, who recommended Chen Luo, said with a smile, it is a good one-handed 9-dragon needle. Good ability. Chen Luo smiled complacently. Although his acupuncture level is not as good as master, it is enough to beat these Yanjing famous doctors. This is his capital. About half an hour, Chen Luo completed acupuncture. Lao Mu slowly got up, took a long sigh of relief, and felt the subtle changes in his body. He was a little surprised and said, this 9-dragon needle method really has miraculous effect. Of course, it is impossible to be so exaggerated if the needle is lost once, but Yu Lao does feel that his body is a lot easier. Chen Luo was proud of his heart, but showed a humble smile on the surface. My 9-dragon's needle method was inherited from master, and it is all the merits of his old man. Labor. Chen Luo is humble on the surface, but in fact he always advertises that he is a disciple of the supernatural Dr. Wu. Dante let him try. After listening to the granddaughter, Mu 883 smiled and said, yes, I am also very curious about Mr. Yi's acupuncture technique. Mr. Yi, please. Good. Yifei was not in a hurry, he smiled and agreed, and he stepped forward slowly. Yifei also took out the prepared silver needles, and after disinfecting them with alcohol, he was ready to acupuncture from Yu Lao. Mu Zijin staring at Yifei with her beautiful eyes. Obviously, she was also curious about Yifei's acupuncture technique. As for other famous doctors, they are also a little curious but not interested. Everyone thinks about it, Yifei's acupuncture technique is stronger. Is it comparable to Chen Luo's power, but the dragon needle method is not successful. Yifei pinched the silver needle with 2 fingers, and his expression became extremely focused, with no distractions. Holding the silver needle, he quickly pierced Mu Lao's Guanyuan, Shank, Zhongwan, and Qihai acupoints, these 4 Tai acupoints. They are extremely important acupuncture points. Along with Yifei's quick needle application, his technique was even more brisk and steady, which made the doctors on the scene quiet. Surprised. Chapter 64. The famous doctors at the scene watched Yifei's acupuncture technique one by one, with surprise in their eyes. Even Chen Luo was the same. Chen Luo was when Yifei shot a needle. There was an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, but after the leaf moved, the sneer froze immediately. Face up, because Yifei's acupuncture techniques are not only extremely skilled, but also very mysterious. Chen Luo is indeed a professional in the field of medicine. So when Yifei applied the acupuncture, Chen Luo knew that Yifei not only knew thorium moxibustion, but also had superb acupuncture techniques. Even if he hates Yifei, he has to admit it. This acupuncture technique, not even worse than him, and the acupuncture technique used by Yifei is more mysterious than he is proud of. The stitches are not inferior. How is this going? Chen Luo was a little confused again. Traditional Chinese medicine always pays attention to the same origin. To be an excellent Chinese medicine doctor, you absolutely need a good teacher to teach you. Like Chen Fall, he has been apprentice since childhood. Followed master to study medicine for many years. K.F.A. Is this equals body medicine, especially where did Kong come from the acupuncture skills? The famous doctors next to him were completely attracted by Yifei's acupuncture and moxibustion techniques. It is like a dragon, simple and mysterious, it is not even better than the Julong needle. This is like a lost Yimu Shenzhen. I once read it in a fragment of an ancient medical book. 2 of the old Chinese doctors stroked their beards. Muttered, Yimu magic needle. The layman sees the excitement, the insider sees the doorway. Hearing from the old Chinese doctor, everyone focused their attention on Yifei's needle application technique. Think equals peek into the meaning. This is the legendary Yimu divine needle that has been lost. Is this Yi family master really proficient in front of him? Yifei's needle application speed is fast and steady. Every time he applies the needle, he spins the silver needle lightly and pierces it into the acupuncture tract. He doesn't even need to look at it. Enough to show Yifei's superb acupuncture technique. This is due to Yifei. The Yellow Emperor's internal classic is recognized as the earliest legendary medical book, and it is an ancient book. Wangdi Neijing Ling Shu Wan is also known as acupuncture Jing, which focuses on the meridians, acupoints and acupuncture. Method of moxibustion. In other words, if Chen Luo and Yifei had other medical skills, such as seeing a doctor and grabbing medicine, Yifei might indeed be inferior to Chen. After all, Chen Luo has studied medicine for many years and has more experience. Create a small. But the two are better than acupuncture. That is definitely Yifei's strong point. Yifei used the needle quickly, and the silver needle in his hand accurately and quickly pierced several acupuncture points on Yu Lao's body. Guanyuan point, Shank point 2, Zhongwan point and 6 Qihai point are 4 large points. After acupuncture and moxibustion at the 4 type points, there is the power of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Immediately afterwards, there were other acupuncture points, and Yifei also applied acupuncture. Use the characteristics of Odomodo god thorium to stimulate these acupuncture points. After about half an hour, Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped the injection. Yu Lao, how do you feel? Yifei wiped Wang Zuo's smile on his head. Acupuncture is not only technical work, and it is also physical work, not easy. Lao Mu moved his body and felt the changes in his body carefully. He only felt that his whole body was relaxed and comfortable, and there was an indescribable comfort. He was surprised again. It is very effective. This acupuncture technique is not worse than the Julong acupuncture method just now. Yifei smiled. The other doctors also looked at each other. Fortunately, they didn't come forward to compete, otherwise they would be embarrassed in front of the 2 younger generations. N.S. Mu Zijin's eyes waved, and his eyes circled around Yifei's body. She was also amazed by Yifei's medical skills. Yu Lao judged, the acupuncture techniques of both of you have opened my eyes too much. As expected, both of you are young talents, but both of you have first-class acupuncture techniques. It is hard to distinguish, but it makes me embarrass this old man. In all fairness, Yu Lao admired Yifei more. He felt that this kid had an appetite, and the acupuncture technique just now was quite mysterious. Very powerful. But Chen Luo is not bad, and he is a descendant of a genius doctor, so he naturally has to be a little bit thin. Seeing Lao Mu said this, Chen Luo couldn't help but anxious. He said, Lao Mu, although I and Mr. Yi are evenly divided in acupuncture and moxibustion. But there is a prescription. I don't think so. Mr. Yi and I will write for you separately a prescription for restoring your body. Medical experts on site. Let us make a comment. Chen Luo does not believe in evil. Yifei's acupuncture techniques are indeed superb, but his ability to prescribe prescriptions is not necessarily great, right? Old Mu said in deep thought, it is okay to have one, then I will bother you again. Chen Luo saw that Yu Lao agreed, and he smiled confidently. He took a pen and paper and immediately wrote down the prescription. Yifei also took the pen and paper and wrote the prescription on the paper. Chen Luo wrote quickly. He quickly finished writing the prescription and handed it to the famous doctors at the scene. At the same time, he confidently introduced him Yu Lao. Said Yu Lao, all I use are nourishing recipes. For your qi and blood deficiency, I use deer antler, wild ginseng and other medicines to nourish you. As long as you follow my prescription, your body can be initially recuperated for at most 1 month. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he glanced at Yifei confidently. Chen Luo's prescription uses a lot of tonics, and all of them are precious medicinal materials. The drug is strong and effective, very fast, so he is very confident. Old Mu nodded. He was not in a hurry to express his position. At this time, Yifei also stood up, and he handed the prescription to several famous doctors, and let these famous doctors judge Li's judgment. Yifei also introduced his own prescription. The prescription I wrote is actually very simple. It uses yam, longan, sesame, and red dates. Common ingredients and medicinal materials are used as food, with food tonic instead of medicinal. It takes at least 3 months for your physique to be effective. Yifei's prescription is indeed simple, and it is a bit slow to take effect. It takes 3 months to take effect, which is 2 months longer than Chen Luo's foot. Chen Luo listened to the prescription Yifei said, and he sneered at it. With a triumphant smile on his mouth, he felt that he was determined to win. At this time, several medical experts also spoke. Chapter 65 I know people as hearts better than you. With a triumphant smile on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, he thought that he had no reason not to win. Indeed, the prescriptions he prescribes are all expensive tonic medicinal materials, and the medicinal properties are also very strong, and the medicinal effect is faster, and only one is needed. Month time will be effective, but He Fei's prescription was very ordinary. They all use yam, longan, sesame, red dates, which are things that are popular in Lutai, and they have to be matched. Combine exercise and massage. The effect is slow, and it takes 3 months. No matter how you look at it, he wins. At this time, several famous doctors on the scene also spoke and judged. Huang Zonglang spoke first. He expressed his opinion and said, I think the two prescriptions are compared. Yi Gongzi's prescription is better and more suitable for mums. Old. Chen Luo's smile stiff. In addition, an old Chinese doctor also said, I also think that Yi Xiaoyu's prescription is better. This old Chinese doctor just pointed out that the acupuncture method used by Fei may be the old Chinese doctor of Yabing Xinjiang. Chen Luo was in a daze again. 2 people actually supported EK3 at the scene. Then Dean Li expressed his opinion. He certainly did not hesitate to choose to support Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo was the person he recommended. There was the last doctor, and the doctor said slowly, I also think Mr. Yi's prescription is better. 3 to 1 up tack. Except for the 250 chief of Li Yuan, the other 3 have chosen to support Yi Fei KL. Chen Luo's face was dull and stunned. He really didn't understand how this situation could become like this. Yi Fei wasn't surprised by this result. He smiled and looked calm. Why my prescription works faster and better than his prescription, but you all support him? Chen Luo clenched his fists, he suppressed. He restrained his anger, but looked at Huang Zonglang and other 3 doctors who voted for Yi Fei very unconvinced. Huang Zonglang smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chen Luo, right, you won't be wrong if you lose. If I compare prescriptions with Yi Gongzi only, I am afraid that I will lose. Chen Luo frowned, and he clenched his fists, still puzzled. Huang Zonglang tan. He sighed again, said, Yu Lao's physical condition is indeed a loss of qi and blood. So he needs to replenish qi and blood, and your medicine. Although the prescription is good, it is indeed a precious medicinal material. But you have forgotten Yu Lao's current physical condition. Chen Luo startled, he seemed to understand a little bit. Huang Zonglang looked at Yan Yifei said, Yu Lao is weak now, we have a good saying in Chinese medicine equals deficiency is not tonic. The prescriptions you prescribe are all tonics and strong medicines, although the effect is fast, but you are too impatient. Chen Luo stopped talking. Huang Zonglang said again, moreover, it has sanotoxin. Since we want to restore Mu Lao's body, we should first base Mu Lao's body. Lay well, although these tonics are good, but now you let me take it too hastily. Chen Luo remained silent. A1N. Huang Zonglang sighed and said, this is also the cleverness of Kai Gongzi in prescribing prescriptions. He did not use any precious Chinese medicine, but used food tonic instead of medicine tonic, massage, exercise, acupuncture, and food tonic instead of medicine, although the effect is slow, but it is really good for conditioning the body. Good idea. To be honest, I also wanted to use nourishing prescriptions and precious Chinese herbal medicines to restore Mu Lao's body. But when I heard Yi Gongzi's the prescription, I knew I was wrong. Huang Zonglang looked at Yifei and he was convinced. The other 2 medical experts also nodded slowly, saying, that is the reason. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly. He is not stupid. Chen Luo reacted when Huang Zonglang explained the first sentence. Yifei's prescription seemed slow, but he was extremely considerate, for the sake of Mu Lao's body. If it is a young and middle-aged person who is losing energy and blood, then Chen Luo's prescription is absolutely effective and stronger than Yifei's prescription. Much, but Lao Mu is an old man. The body of the elderly is very fragile. 2 tonic drugs are good, but they may not be suitable. And it has the third part of the medicine, the old bought people. Do not take medicine at will, otherwise it will easily increase the burden on the body. Therefore, Yifei, although the results are slow, but stable, there will be no mistakes. Strictly speaking, Yifei's prescription was not a prescription at all, but a recipe. But although it is not a prescription, it is better than a prescription. Yifei smiled slightly, and said, you were overwhelmed by the yellow doctor. I only considered Mu Lao's physical condition, so I chose to compare. That is it in a conservative way. I think the doctor not only prescribes the right medicine, but also depends on the person to prescribe the medicine. Hearing this, Mu Lao couldn't help laughing. Haha, it is a good sentence that not only needs to prescribe the right medicine, but also depends on the person to prescribe the medicine. Well said. Xiao Yi, I will ask you from now on this old bone. Obviously, Mu Lao's words are equal to finalizing, and he chose Yifei to treat him and restore him. Moreover, Mu Lao also changed Yifei's name from Mr. Kai to Xiao Yi, which is also an expression of being close to Yifei. Yifei smiled. It is okay. I'll leave your body conditioning to me, sir. Yifei Ruo looked at it equals Chen Luo's gloomy face was very comfortable in his heart. In fact, from the beginning, when Chen Luo was anxious to compare acupuncture with Yifei, Chen Luo's mentality was wrong. Chen Luo was too anxious. He always felt that Tufei could not take the upper hand, so he was so anxious that he was also negligent when prescribing the prescription. Suddenly, just to see results quickly, but forgot Mu Lao's age and physical problems. But Yifei was different. He was always calm, even deliberately making Chen Luo anxious. Chen Luo therefore fell into the trap. If you really prescribe a prescription to compare medical skills, Yifei may not be Chen Luo's opponent. However, although Yifei is not more medically skilled than Chen Luo, he understands people's minds better than him. Ding! Congratulations to host 1 for successfully cutting off Chen Luo's opportunity and rewarding 500 experience points. At this moment, the system reminder sounded in Yifei's ear again. A full 500 experience points. The experience value gained this time is really not small. Moreover, Chen Luo caught up with the Mu family line, and was completely cut off by Tufei. Chapter 66 Mu Zijin's favor. Yifei heard the prompt sound of the system in his ear, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Things are going more smoothly than he thought. Chen Luo was too anxious. Instead, he made a mistake. Since entering the Mu family courtyard, Chen Luo has always wanted to express himself. As a result, he just lost in the eagerness for quick success. Superior. It is not that he doesn't understand the principles of Chinese medicine, but still lose to Yi. This comparison is not medical skills, but human heart. Lao Mu directly asked Yifei to heal and restore his body. At this moment, Mu Lao was obviously in a good mood and smiled. The next generation is terrible. Today, this old man of mine is too eye-opening. The future development of Chinese medicine seems to be a successor. Although Mu Lao's words are praise, but instead, Chen Luo listened very harshly. Chen Luo put his hands behind his back, squeezed his fists tightly. The knuckles turned pale due to the force. Chen Luo felt uncomfortable, but still pretended to be generous. Seeing Chen Luo's reluctant expression on his face, Yifei felt more comfortable. It is so cool to see Chen Luo's expression that is so angry that he has to make a strong smile. Yifei was smiling and personable. He said to Lao Mu, Mu Lao, you overwhelmed the prize. I just happened to respond. Things to do. Huang Zonglang shook his head and said, Yi Gongzi, you are really humble. To be honest, whether it is acupuncture, district or gangbang, you convinced me of all the prescriptions. Huang Zonglang spoke very straightforwardly, and since the last time he rescued Su Xiaoping at the Su family Yifei, Huang Zonglang has always respected Yifei. It has become a professional fan. The other doctors also agreed and gave Yifei a lot of face. They all knew Yifei's identity. Actually, if it was changed to Chen Luo, he would win. These doctors would never praise Chen Luo in such a way, and they would treat each other lightly. But Yifei is completely different. Strictly speaking, Yifei is not a doctor at all, but the second-generation super rich in Yanjing City. The doctors don't have to worry about Yifei's robbing of their jobs. Yi Gongzi will make great achievements. How is it possible to be a doctor? This time it was only because of the special status of Muj. Everyone knew it well. Therefore, these famous doctors are not stingy about Yifei's words. Anyway, they praise a few packs and Danti need money, and they can win the favor of Yi Gongzi. Since, why not do it? Seeing these famous Yanjing doctors admiring Yifei, Chen Luo's face was even more blue. He should have deserved all this. Lao Mu also laughed and chatted with the other doctors, and then asked the housekeeper to bring tea. Meaning, these doctors were also very acquainted and sold their remarks one after another. Although Chen Luo was unwilling, he could only leave in anguish. He lowered his head so as not to let people see the iron complexion on his face. Yifei was also about to get up to say goodbye, but Su Xiao smiled and waved, Xiao Yi, Zongsheng will stay here for dinner, and my name will accompany me. Chief, for a while, don't you mind? Yifei was slightly surprised, but knowing that this is a good thing, he smiled and agreed. It is approaching noon. Yifei was busy for a while and felt a little hungry. Mu Lao asked the butler to prepare lunch, which is mainly light diet, and only 4 dishes equal soup. It is very simple. During the period, Mu Lao seemed very interested and talked with Yifei about some of his deeds in his youth. Yifei was also in awe of the old man. Mu Lao Zhenma born and made countless contributions, regardless of his identity. It is definitely worthy of respect. Mr. Mu, there are 3 sons, all of whom are promising, all of whom hold important positions, but these 3 sons are busy with work and have little time. Come to see him. Mu Zijin was born to Mu Lao's 3rd son, the youngest of Mu Lao's grandchildren, and the most favored by Mu Lao. During the dinner, Yifei was really hungry. He doesn't have to take into account his image and demeanor. He eats quickly as if he eats his food like a raging cloud. Mu Lao looked and laughed too much. Xiao Yi, your meal is the same as when I was young. You were both impatient. I was in the army. Mu Lao had a very good impression of Yifei. Mu is always a military background, and his famous military life has developed his straightforward character. And Yifei was simple and direct in front of him. After eating this meal, seeing Yifei eating so fragrant, Mu always had an appetite and ate half a bowl of rice. 0 seeking flowers Q. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin also smiled slightly, watching Yifei chatting with Mu Lao. She didn't interrupt for too much time, just Shuang Chushui. Long eyes look at Yifei from time to time. After eating, Yifei also set a specific recipe for Mu Lao's 3 meals a day, as Mu Lao's healthcare. Yifei Mian. I was wrong. Although Mu Lao's body is not sick, the problem is very serious and he needs to be nursed urgently. Mu Lao also expressed his gratitude to Yifei. He smiled and pointed at Yifei and Mu Zijin and said, I'm old and have to rest, you two are young. Many people chat, Zijin equals will you help me give me a small fortune? Yifei silently praised Mu Lao in his heart. Mu Zijin happily laughed, good grandpa. Old Mu entered the house. Only Yifei and Mu Zijin remained in the small courtyard. Yifei smiled and touched his stomach. Said, finally eat and drink enough, just now acupuncture and moxibustion was quite exhausting. Mu Zijin gently smiled too, blinked at Yifei, so are you asking me for credit? Mu Zijin also admired Yifei. She also saw Yifei's acupuncture technique this time. Unlike Chen Luo is the apprentice of Wu's superb doctor, and his acupuncture skills are very good and normal. But Yifei's acupuncture and moxibustion method he showed just now is not inferior to Chen Luo. She even heard other doctors say that Yifei. This is the lost method of acupuncture. Mu Zijin looked at Yifei. This man was really getting more and more mysterious. Hearing Mu Zijin's words, Yifei smiled slightly, and directly answered Mu Zijin's words, yes, I am just asking you for credit. Mu Zijin's lips smile more intensely. She also knows that Yifei has been studying Grandpa's condition these days, and it must be for her Grandpa's expense. A lot of energy. Mu Zijin's red lips slightly opened, and his voice was soft. Thank you, Yifei. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's impression of you has improved. Chapter 67. Ding, congratulations to the host, Mu Zijin's impression of you has improved, and his experience value has increased by 100 points. A system reminder came from his ear, and Yifei was in a good mood. Getting along with a woman like Mu Zijin is actually very simple. You don't need to show yourself indiscriminately. There is no need to deliberately show off. With Mu Zijin's eyes and no cleverness, it is useless to be careful in front of her. Sure enough, Yifei did a good job. Mu Zijin has a better impression of him. Miss Mu, you don't have to be polite. Mr. Mu has dedicated her life to the country. I should treat him. Yifei, these words are true. Mu Lao is indeed worthy of respect. Mu Zijin smiled softly and said, it is because you have bothered too much. Well, you don't need to be so distracted. Just call me Zijin. Just call me Zijin. Mu Zijin's words 2, 5, 3 brought the two closer together again. Yifei couldn't help but smiled and said, okay, during this period, I will come every 3 days for acupuncture from Mu Lao. About 3 months later, Mu Lao's physical condition will get better. Mu Zijin's smart eyes flowed. She whispered, okay. Because of Mu Lao's relationship, Yifei must come to Yi's house frequently during the next period of time. This is definitely a good opportunity to get the moon first, and Yifei also has no worries about not being able to touch Mu Maojian. Then I will leave first. I send you. Mu Zijin and Yifei walked side by side, and Mu Zijin sent Yifei out of the Mu's yard and then recruited the driver. Send Yifei back. Yifei got on the red flag car and left the Mu's courtyard, his expression thoughtful. Chen Luo was finally cut off from the Mu family, but he still couldn't relax his vigilance. After all, in the book, Chen Luo climbed more than the Mu family. In the original book, because of Master Chen Luo's relationship, there are 2 elder brothers who owe Master Chen Luo's favor. These 2 elder brothers also worked in Chen Luo. Helped Chen Luo when he destroyed the Yi family. In the original book, there are many big wealthy families in Yanjing City, but those who are qualified to be called Daimen, such as the Mu's family, are also. There are only 3 or 4. In the original book, the Mu family can be said to be transcendent. In addition to the Mu family, Yanjing certainly has other wealthy families, and the Yi family is one of them. There are not many Yanjing giants at the level of the Yi family, but not many. After all, this is the imperial capital. Focus. After all, Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura, and this time the Mu family's affairs caused him to participate in the mistakes, which is enough to prove this. There is still some luck in him. Especially Chen Luo has his master S contacts. Many families in Yanjing City wanted to give him face. Fei secretly guessed Chen Luo's next move, closing his eyes to rest. After that, about an hour too long, Yi Fei arrived at the private villa. As soon as he got out of the car, Yi Fei saw a few acquaintances. These acquaintances are the three famous doctors Huang Zonglang who diagnosed Niu Lao at 6 noon. Except for Dean Li, who was familiar with Chen Luo, The famous doctors were waiting at the door of Yi Fei's house. Several seniors, why are you here? Yi Fei stepped forward and greeted these famous doctors. Obviously these doctors are all coming to him. Huang Zonglang enthusiastically introduced Yi Fei, Master Yi. These two beside me are Dr. Kai and Dr. Xie. They are both are the vice hospitals of the two major hospitals in Yanjing City. The three seniors are good, Yi Fei said with a smile. All three of them are at least 50 or 60 years old and have been in medicine for decades. He can call him seniors too much. Dr. Kai was a little excited. Yi Gongzi, these few of us really couldn't help but want to come to you. I just want to ask, you. The acupuncture method used, is it in the legend B? Ben Shenzhen S. Upper. Kai Yinyu was the one who recognized Yi Fei's needle method like B. Mu Shen needle, and he was also very knowledgeable in medical skills. Yi Fei said, yes, it SB. Mu Shenzhen, sure enough, it Setsuki God needle. Hearing Yi Fei's admission, Kai Yinyu and Huang Zonglang were extremely excited. B. This magic needle, that is the legendary needle method. Young Master Yi, dare to ask your B. Who is Mu Shenzhen from Dr. Kai asked quickly. This long-lost method of acupuncture in moxibustion. It must come from working as a genius doctor, E. Yi Fei smiled, this is a secret. That's right, the expert who knows B. Mu Shenzhen would definitely not want to show others easily, but I was abroad. Dr. Kai continued, he has already shown. To make up for it, he thought that Yi Fei must be a coincidence to worship a master as his teacher. Yi Fei smiled without saying a word. Dr. Kai hurriedly asked Master Yi, we don't ask for anything else. We just want to see and feel with our own eyes equals Ari Mu Shenzhen. Can you enlighten me? Of course, several famous medical experts are very interested in this lost method of acupuncture. Yi Fei laughed blankly. In the original book, it was Chen Luo who showed extraordinary medical skills and convinced Huang Zonglang, Dr. Kai and others. Finally, these famous doctors all admire Chen Luo too. But now, it seems that these famous doctors have approached Yi Fei. This is of course a great thing. He not only wants to take away Chen Luo's luck and opportunity, more to take away Chen Luo's contacts. Don't underestimate these famous doctors, such as Huang Zonglang and others. They are all the guests of many dignitaries in Yanjing City. So Yi Fei smiled and said, several seniors are too polite. For example, I went to my villa to discuss in detail experienced medical skills. Well, haha, Yi Gongzi is refreshing. The three famous doctors readily agreed to enter the private villa with Yi Fei. 0.7 in the villa, Yi Fei talked about medical skills with three famous doctors, and also showed the second magic needle, which attracted the admiration of Huang Zonglang. Already, Yi Fei and they had a good time chatting with them. These famous doctors have very good senses to Yi Fei. But the sudden technique is wonderful, and approachable. Yi Fei's lips curled up with a smile. What he has to do now is to make his enemies less and Chen Luo's enemies more and more. At that time, it is time to close the net. Chapter 68 Chen Luo, anxious and depraved. After chatting with Huang Zonglang and other three medical experts, Huang Zonglang and the others had an excellent impression of Yi Fei. Huang Zonglang smiled and said, Yi Gongzi, you have excellent medical skills, let us admire it very much. I don't know if you are interested in joining Chinese Medicine Association. Yes, it is better for Yi Gongzi to join the Chinese Medicine Association, and you can visit each other if you have something to do in the future. Kai Yinyu is also Liandao. The Chinese Medicine Association is a national organization. The influence is not small. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows. He remembered that in the original book, Chen Luo joined the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In the end, he also became the chairman. Light is infinite. It is Dr. Kai and the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Kai Yinyu also enthusiastically invited him. Yeah, it is better for Yi Gongzi to put up a name in the Chinese Medicine Association. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with him. Yi Fei changed his mind thought. Chen Luo Bafeng wants to join the Chinese Medicine Association. He first adds a, maybe it will come in handy later. Anyway, it is just a name, so Yi Fei readily agreed. These doctors are very happy. Joining the Chinese Medicine Association as Yi Fei is definitely saving face. Yi Fei Ten and Huang Zonglang chatted for a while, and the three of them got up and left and returned with great joy. Back at the villa, Yi Fei was at ease, lying on the sofa and enjoying a relaxing time comfortably. Yi Fei was very comfortable, but Chen Luo felt uncomfortable over there. Qizhang Group, Mailing International Subsidiary Office Building. General Manager S office, slap on. Just listen to the extremely crisp sound, and the sound of broken porcelain came from the General Manager S office. The office is a mess, and the floor is full of porcelain shards. The porcelain smashed by Chen Luo is very valuable, a small antique, and the price starts at least 10,000 yuan. Chen Luo's face was pale. After he smashed this antique porcelain, the anger in his heart could not be vented. Hearing the movement of the General Manager's office, the employees of Mailing International were all trembling. In a corner not far away, when Li Xiangyan saw this tomb, the mouthfish sneered. Li Xiangyan knows, Chen Luo must have hit a wall at Mu's house. When he learned that Chen Luo was going to Mu's house, Li Xiangyan was still very panicked. He Yun equals Chen Luo caught up with Mu's house. Li Xiangyan was afraid that he would never turn over. And if Chen Luo knew about the connection between Li Xiangyan and Shi Fei, he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. It now appears that Chen Luo as staying at Mu's house is definitely not going well. Although Li Xiangyan didn't know the specific situation, he could guess what Yi Fei Kongchang must have done that made Chen Luo so furious. Do not. All the employees of Mailing International were silent and afraid to speak. At this moment, Duan Qi happened to be here. He wanted to come here to see what exactly happened to Chen Luo, but when he walked to the door of the General Manager's office, he heard the sound of broken porcelain. Duan Qizhang walked in again and saw Chen Luo, a man sitting on the mahogany sofa with a pale face. He was smoking a cigarette in the office. It was also full of smoke. Junior brother, you. Duan Qizhang also guessed the probabilities in his heart, he couldn't help asking. Hearing that Duan Qi was saying that Chen Luo had sneered, he did not hide his feelings before Duan Qi was facing, brother, Dan Ti. Mention it, this time I was ruined by that Yi family young master again, that guy is really asterisk. Chen Luo clenched his fists tightly, with blue veins visible in his hands, full of anger. Xingjun also frowned, and that Yi family is too few. No wonder the junior is so angry. Also, I got into the hands of the same person twice in a row, with the proud personality of my junior. I really can stand it. Duan Qizhang opened his mouth and wanted to persuade Chen Luo, but there's no way to say it. What can he persuade? Chen Luo is angry now, he can hear anything, what is the point? Chen Luo did not need Duan Qizhang's persuasion. Seeing Chen Luo squinting, he blocked and said, even if I use all means, I will. Let Yifei die brother, tomorrow I will visit the Tuhuo master favor. You help me prepare some meeting gifts. Teacher Duan Qizhang originally wanted to say, junior brother, don't be impulsive, but you can talk to your lips. Seeing Chen Luoyan's ruthless look, he swallowed again. Went back. Duan Qizhang sighed zero in his heart, and could only say, well, then I will let someone prepare a few exquisite gadgets, and you can give them as gifts. Giving gifts to wealthy families is also very enterprising. After all, those rich and powerful families have never seen anything. Therefore, Duan Qizhang can only give away some exquisite and exotic gadgets, which should not be too expensive, otherwise it would be out of the ordinary. Chen Luo planned to use the contacts left by his master. Originally, Chen Luochu came to Yanjing. He didn't plan to use these networks so quickly. After all, the thing of wrenching is used less than one litigation, not to mention others are just for the face of his master, not his. But when he thought of Yifei, Chen Luo was extremely angry. If it wasn't for Yifei to disrupt the situation, he might have already climbed into the Mu family and there's that Ms. Zijin think of Mu Zijin again. 253 Chen Luo's heart is even more itchy. Available now. Chen Luo also knew that Yifei was not only leaning against the Yi family at this moment, but also seeing that the relationship with the Mu family was about to become closer. Here again. Let it go on like this, Chen Luo feared that there would never be a chance to retaliate against Yifei. Now I can only rely on the network of contacts left by Master. Fortunately, Master was famous in Yanjing, and even now he has a huge reputation in Yanjing. Chen Luo intends to visit all the Yanjing wealthy families whom Master had made in the first place. Especially for the rich family where the two big brothers belong, he even had to pay a visit to build a relationship with the Nasi family. This time, he can't make any more mistakes. As long as there is no problem with this visit, at least he still has the capital to fight Yifei. Chen Luo stood up, he tried to calm his irritable heart, thinking of Tu Fei's handsome face and the anger in his heart. Fire and jealousy couldn't stop. After a long while, he took a bite of gas. Time is not too late, he still has the opportunity to come back. Chapter 69. Yifei's private villa. Chen Luo was in a state of desperation. Yifei was enjoying the beauty-ass massage. The one who helped Yifei massage was his personal housekeeper, named Ji Yun'er, who was a beautiful girl. Ji Yun'er has been with Yifei for many years, and is regarded as the confidant of the original master Yifei. The girl's soft hands were massaging his shoulders, neck, back, waist, etc. Yifei was comfortable, turning on the phone on both sides. Reading mobile news casually. At this time, Yifei's WeChat sounded a reminder. Yifei look, it has the message that pops up in the WeChat group chat. The name of this WeChat group is for my little buddies and I, a little bit. Mo's name, equals the message is still before Yifei's crossing. This is the first time that a WeChat group message has popped up after crossing, so Yifei also clicked on it slightly curiously. After opening it, Yifei saw that this message was sent by a person who noted by you on WeChat. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I am going to have a small party in my villa, who will come? By Bao, there are too few Bai family. The Bai family is as famous as the Yi family and the Yang family, making it the top 3 business giants in Yanjing. Because these 3 are hugely wealthy, they are very well known in Yanwang country. Yifei, Bai Bao, and Yang Zimo were also. Those who do good things are called the 3 young masters of the capital. Bai Yu is a very high profile, and he likes to show off his wealth on the internet very much. He is the most famous one in Beijing Shanshaoshan. And Bai Yu has a habit. This guy likes to find internet celebrities as his female companions. The nets he changed over the years. Red girlfriend, ISNT that. There are at least dozens of wins. Bai Bao said so. This WeChat group became active immediately. Many diving parties bubbling instantly. The mascot of this group, party what kind of party CX feast? I have something tomorrow, so I don't have time to participate. Are you not going then I want to go either. So handsome to break through the galaxy hehe, I am not interested. I just asked will your sister Bai, go. Chat in the group to become lively. Yifei read a few WeChat messages. These WeChat messages made him laugh. It seems that Bai Yu is planning to hold a party tomorrow, but no one buys it. Bai Bao sent a message in the group again. Sao, are you also shameless? I'll talk to my sister, she will be tomorrow. Young Master Bai, your sister will go. I suddenly feel that I have time again. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Sister, it doesn't matter what. The key is that Bai Shao can help but give her face. So handsome to break through the galaxy my brother-in-law, I will definitely be there tomorrow. FCK, you idiots who have forgotten friends, Ziyu swears in the group. Yifei browsed the group of messages for a while and then turned off the phone. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ruoxi, Bai Yu's sister, has a great reputation in the upper circles of Yanjing, and it can be said to be the most famous in the upper circles of Yanjing. One of the women, because Bai Ruoxi is not only beautiful, she is a peerless beauty, but more importantly, Bai Ruoxi is the head of the former Bai family. That's right, Bai Ruoxi is a bit more than Yifei. She was 27 years old a month ago, but she is already the head of the Bai group. She is in business. With extremely high talent, he controls this company with a market value of 100 billion yuan. The name of Bai Ruoxi is known to everyone in the upper circles of Yanjing. In the original book, Bai Ruoxi is also an extremely brilliant and perfect female character, just like Mu Zijin. Bai Ruoxi was pursued by Chen Luo, but never gave a response. Until the end of the original book, Bai Ruoxi was also single. Yifei recalled the information in the original book in his mind. The Bai family went through an accident in the early years. Bai Ruoxi's father, who was also the head of the Bai family at the time, passed away due to an accident. The family business can only be supported by Bai Ruoxi's mother. But Bai Ruoxi's mother's ability equals average. Soon the industry of the Bai family could not be sustained. At this time, Bai Ruoxi stood up. She showed amazing business talent, not only turned the tide, but also put the Bai family on the right track, even one step further. Since then, Bai Ruoxi has taken control of the Bai group and became the head of the Bai group. This is indeed a brilliant woman. The reason why Bai Ruoxi is famous in Yanjing is not only because of her beauty, but also because of her worth. The second generation rich generations like Yifei are already regarded as the top rich generations in China. According to the system calculation, Yifei its worth, including assets and cash, is more than 8 billion. After all, no matter how rich the Yi family is, it doesn't belong to Yifei, at least not yet. But Bai Ruoxi is different one. She is the owner of the Bai group down pointing arrow. Hundreds of billions worth of L. This worth, it can be called a no. One Beifume in Yanjing have hundreds of billions of worth as a foundation. To put it ugly, even a soil fat circle is especially moving in the eyes of some people. What else more, Bai Ruoxi is still a top beautiful daughter. No wonder the WeChat group just exploded. In the eyes of the second generation of Yunjing City, Bai Ruoxi's attraction is of course needless to say. Yifei was about to leave the phone on the side and continue to enjoy Ji Yunner's massage. At this time, the phone popped up a short message again. It was a text message from Li Xiangyan. Li Xiangyan to Li Hao sent Yifei and some of Chen Luo's trends, such as Chen Luzheng entrusting him to buy some exquisite finds. To such things as small gifts, Yifei received the news. He was not surprised. He can also guess what Chen Luo will do next. Chen Luo will definitely go visit those famous Yunjing wealthy families, especially the ones that have a good relationship with Master Chen Luo. Yifei had anticipated this. This is also a matter of time. Moreover, it was difficult for him to cut off Chen Luo's all connections, which was also unrealistic. However, Yifei also completed the secret layout and Z-Day layout, and he would give Chen Luo a fatal blow. Chapter 70. He is the center of the magnetic field. The next day, night, Bai Yu's private villa. It is also called the third master of Yunjing by those who do good things. But Yifei as three people acted in a completely different style. Among the three young masters of Yunjing, Yifei is the lowest profile, while Ziyu is the highest profile and the most ostentatious company. Bai Yu is keen to brush up on the sense of existence. He likes to comment on the female stars of the entertainment circle. I like all kinds of interview festivals and, of course, his favorite is still net celebrity beauties. The reason why he is holding a party tonight is for one of his new girlfriends. Bai Yu's private villa is very large, on the outskirts of Yunjing. This guy lives very luxuriously. His villa can no longer be called a villa. It has simply a manor, a huge open-air swimming pool, a terrace garden, and even a chess and card room, sports club, and a small theater. Parked a row of luxury cars at the door of the villa, all types of luxury cars. There are sports cars and off-road, just like a luxury car exhibition. Of course, these luxury cars were driven by the noble boys who attended the party. As soon as Bai Ruoxi heard that Bai Yu's sister Bai Ruoxi would attend the banquet, these wealthy and young people became interested and rushed. Bai Bao called a large number of internet celebrity beauties, as well as a few second and third tier starlets to accompany him, and the atmosphere in the villa was very lively. Gradually, more and more people After a while, Yang Zimo, another member of the Yunjing third young master, also came. Yang Zimo's name in the WeChat group is 253 handsome break through the Milky Way. Actually, Yang Zimo grows barely. Not bad, in the Yunjing group of big and young people are considered high valued. Yang Zimo and Bai Yu were considered the most eye-catching among all the sons on the scene. After all, it is the third young master of Yunjing, whose name lies there. Although the other elder brothers are also good, they are still not as good as Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. In the large hall of the villa, Bai Yu sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs tilted, and he hugged a beauty. This beauty has a superb body, but her face is a standard net red. His face was sitting next to Bai Bao gracefully. There are also many beautiful women around Bai Yu, so uncomfortable. Bai Yu smiled and said to Yang Zimo, "Hey, I don't know if Yisha will come today. If he comes, our three will be complete." Yang Zi said quietly, "I don't care if Yifei comes or not. I only care if your sister will come, my brother-in-law." Roll. Bai Yu gave him an angry look. Yang Zimo is a fanatical suitor of his sister, but it is a pity that Bai Ruoxi never waits to see him. Yang Zimo is also a standard playboy. He is also hugged from left to right at the moment, and he is happy. Bah. While Yang Zimo and Bai Yu were chatting, the other elder brothers all smiled and came forward to chat. It is not lively. At this time, the door of the villa's lobby was slowly pushed open. Yifei is here. Of course, attending such a banquet is not the same as going to Mu's house to see a doctor from Yu Lao, so Yifei also changed into a casual outfit. In a suit, walking briskly, walked into the banquet hall. When Yifei appeared, everyone's eyes were subconsciously focused on Yifei. For such a moment, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn away, and it became very quiet. Yifei now has a 300 charm bonus. He is like the center of the magnetic field, attracting everyone's attention. FCK, this is Xiaoyi. How do you feel better than before? Grass, did you go to the stick? No. Yifei's appearance hasn't changed much, but it seems that his eyes have become more energetic and his temperament has also changed. Someone in the crowd whispered. Even the son-in-law at the scene could perceive Yifei's change. Not to mention women. When the women on the scene appeared at Yifei, Jiping's eyes were also shining, and Yifei's line of sight could not be separated from him. The moment Bai Yu and Yang Zimo saw Yifei, also a look of astonishment. How did Yifei become so handsome? Bai Yu actually looks pretty good. After all, the Bai family's genes are very strong, otherwise his sister would not be so high. However, Bai Yu's appearance tends to be feminine and lacks masculinity. He is often mistaken for a woman, and Yifei is as handsome as. Masculinity is completely of two types. Should this **** really go for plastic surgery? Bai Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Yang Zimo also coughed, and said with a sad face, "It is over, all the limelight today has been wrong." Isn't it Yifei's appearance has almost become the center of the magnetic field? Yang Zimo felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Yifei smiled and walked in front of Bai Yu and Yang Zimo. The three young masters of Yunjing had a good relationship with each other. More importantly, in the original book, the three young masters of Yunjing were all targeted by the male protagonist Chen Luo. In the original book, Chen Luo once madly pursued Bai Ruoxi, but Bai Yu was dissatisfied and Bai Yu was beaten severely in the face. Yang Zimo is also rivals in love because he loves Bai Ruoxi and Chen Luo, although Chen Luo did not chase Bai Ruoxi, but to love rival Yang Zimo. It is also a cruelty. In the original book, the three young masters of Yunjing, except for Bai Yu's sister, had escaped, but Yifei and Yang Zimo ended up miserably. Yang Zimo was even more unlucky than Yifei, because he offended Chen Luo. Yang Zimo was tricked by Chen Luo's medical skills, and his limbs were broken. Can make him unable to touch a woman forever. So from this point of view, Yifei had a good impression of Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. After all, the three of them had the same stand. Yifei sat on the sofa with a leisurely look and smiled. "Come here uninvited, want to you be unwelcome." "How come, Yifei, you came to give me face?" Bai Yu smiled and welcomed him. He is a lively character. Yohara. Master Yifei also has a good relationship. Yifei is considered the lowest key among the three young masters of Yunjing. Yang Zimo glanced at Yifei. He snorted, "Come on, so handsome, what do you think you are attending the celebrity ceremony?" What? When Yifei heard it, his face suddenly smiled, and his smile was extremely lethal. Many beautiful women around were swayed and intoxicated by it. Yifei, the value is like this, almost like Picasso's abstract paintings. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing suddenly, and the beauties next to him all covered their mouths and chuckled. However, Yang Zimo's face was dark and the corners of his mouth twitched. Is he so ugly he still has Picasso's abstract paintings? Yifei's mouth is too bad. Chapter 71. How to attract Bai Ruoxi. I heard Yifei describe that. Bai Yu and the beautiful beauties around him couldn't help laughing. Yang Zimo stared at an angry eye. Yifei, did you describe people that way? Don't blame me for turning your face when you talk nonsense. Uptack. Yifei laughed and didn't say anything. In fact, Yang Zimo was not ugly, and he was still handsome among the second-generation elder brothers. But people are more dead than people, and they have to be thrown away. Compared with Yifei, Yang Zimo is really not a handsome guy. Many beauties at the scene secretly looked at Yifei and felt that this young man from the Yi family was not only handsome but also humorous. Harmony. Yang Zimo also caught a glimpse of the expressions of the beauties around him, and sighed in his heart, knowing that he and Yifei were incomparable. Yang Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. He decided that he would definitely not invite Yifei if he had a party in the future. This guy is really eye-catching. Yifei is a rare admiration today. The three of us get together, come and go. Baiyu smiled and picked up the red wine glass and shook it. The red wine. In the face of this superb red wine, Baiyu had no intention of tasting it all. Instead, he drank half a glass of red wine. Yifei and Yang Zimo also toast with Baiyu, and the three clinked drinking. Yang Zimo licked his mouth after drinking the red wine, and said, I said, what about your sister? Why didn't you say that Ms. Bai will come today? Yang Zimo can wait. With these words, the other sons and buddies around, all smiled and looked at Baiyu. There were more than a dozen elder brothers at the scene, and they were very familiar with each other. To tell the truth, at least half of the guys and buddies present here came for Bai Ruoxi. Bai Bao put his arms around his newly dating online celebrity girlfriend and said with a smile, my sister, she is already here. Here where? Is there? I almost went to the women's bathroom just now, and I didn't even see the figure. That is right, there's no one at all. The elder brothers jokingly asked with doubts. Yifei was also a little strange. One of the important reasons he came to the party was for Bai Ruoxi. Of course, he did not come to pursue Bai Ruoxi, but to negotiate a deal with Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi is the ruler of the Bai family, and her weight in Yanjing City is extremely heavy. In the original book, although Bai Ruoxi is not Chen Luo's woman, she has chosen to become an ally with Chen Luo because of commercial interests. Let Chen Luofeng generate water, and Yifei must change the situation in the original book. Therefore, taking advantage of Chen Luo's chance to visit Yanjing's major wealthy families, Dufei chose to approach Bai Ruoxi. But now, Bai Ruoxi is indeed not in the villa lobby. Seeing that these princes were all curious and expectant, Baiyu curled his lips. I said you were too impatient. For my sister. Yes, Yang Zimo nodded solemnly. Everyone laughed. Yang Zimo was really straightforward. Baiyu couldn't help but feel sad. He originally wanted to set up a party to show off his new online celebrity girlfriend, so that she could see and see what is called high-end 2 gas on the grade. As a result, all of these brothers came to his sister one by one. I treat you as friends, but you all want to be my brother-in-law. Baiyu glared at Yang Zimo and said lightly, my sister is upstairs. She doesn't like places with too many people and environment, so she didn't tea. Come down. Baiyu's villa has 4 floors. It seems that Bai Ruoxi is resting on the upper floor of the villa and does not want to participate in this noisy party. Equals hearing that Bai Ruoxi is upstairs in the villa, these sons and buddies are suddenly excited. Especially Yang Zimo, excited, slapped his thigh, pushed away the female companion beside him, and said, your sister is on a few floors. 2 I will go upstairs and ask her to go down. Baiyu snorted, it is useless. Do you think I don't want to invite her down? You don't know my sister's temper, unless she knows her original intention, otherwise no one can ask her to move her. Yang Zimo and others suddenly went silent. Think about it as if this is true. Yang Zimo doesn't have that great face, so he can please Bai Ruoxi. Seeing these fox and dog friends deflated, Baiyu felt relieved. Baiyu squinted at the crowd, slowly said, what is wrong? Usually equals isn't all of them quite capable, now they are all scared. If you have the ability, let my sister take the initiative to go downstairs. This group of rich second-generation sons and buddies were silent. They seemed to have nothing to do. In the middle of the hall, he said, Ms. Bai likes the piano. Don't you like the piano too, or whoever of you plays the song, her up. Let it down. Good way. Xiao Guo, you really have your Yang Zimo's eyes lit up and immediately gave the young man a thumbs up. Yang Zimo couldn't wait to stand up, and exclaimed, I'll play a piece first. During this period of time, I've been practicing piano hard, and finally I have room for display 12. Yang Zimo couldn't wait to walk up to the piano. He learned the piano entirely for Bai Ruoxi. I want to show my talents in front of a beautiful woman. Although Yang Zimo is a playboy, he is also Bai Ruoxi's #1 suitor. It is a pity that Bai Ruoxi has always turned a blind eye to him. Yang Zimo was sitting on the stool of the piano at this time. He asked the servant to bring a microphone, so that the sound of the piano could be transmitted farther. Then Yang Zimo took a deep breath and began to play guns. Yang Zimo played a piano masterpiece in this world. The name is Autumn Night Sky. Not to mention, Yang Zimo's piano performance is quite good, at least it is a relatively high level, except for some inaccurate notes. Besides, everything else is pretty good. The piano sound was melodious and light, spreading to every corner of the villa. Bai Ruoxi upstairs must have heard it too. Equals after Chin Chin was finished, many people at the scene applauded. Even Yifei nodded slightly, his impression of Yang Zimo changed a little, this guy really worked hard. However, there was no movement upstairs. Obviously, this piano piece didn't move Bai Ruoxi, she didn't mean to go downstairs. Bai Ruoxi didn't go downstairs, Yang Zimo sighed in disappointment. Zimo, your piano level is actually pretty good, but it is a pity that my sister has appreciation. The vision is too high. She often goes to concerts, and she can hear all the piano master's performances. You want to touch her ears with the piano sound, I advise you to give up. At this moment, Yifei stood up slowly and said, how about I try soil? Chapter 72 A beautiful surprise. Yifei stood up slowly and said, how about I try? Seeing Yifei getting up, Yang Zimo faced unbelieving, stop making trouble. Yifei, I haven't seen you play the piano, are you sure? Yang Zimo knew that Yifei could play the piano, but he had never seen Yifei play the piano, and subconsciously thought Yifei could play the piano at an average level. Baiyu looked at the lively expression, said with a smile, Yifei, are you sure you want to play the piano? Well, that would be very embarrassing. FCK, Yang Zimo was annoyed. Yifei, other talents. What special talent? Yang Zimo asked curiously. Yifei said slowly, I have a special talent called picking up girls. 2, 5, 3. Don't come to this, said Yang Zimo snorted, you haven't gotten that lady from the Su family. Are you sure you? Little girl. Yang Zimo and others all knew about the original master Yifei's pursuit of Su Qingzu. Of course, they didn't know the recent progress of Yifei and Su Qingzu. Yifei smiled faintly, then wait and see. With that said, Yifei had already walked towards the black three-fish steel. The piano is a Steinway piano, the world's top steel CER. The table is fine and simple. This Steinway piano is much better than that of Shanghai Dream. Yifei seated gracefully on the piano bench. He didn't immediately play Chin Gangsaku because he was thinking about what song Chin should play. Yifei sits quietly on the piano bench but has attracted everyone's attention, especially the beauties on the scene, almost can't move away. Eye up, elegant and indifferent, clear sail, such an image. It definitely attracts the hearts of the beauties on the scene. Yifei pondered for a while, and countless famous piano songs appeared in his mind, and finally he chose a piano song. Yifei's 10 fingers are as long as jade. In an instant, his fingertips poured out like crystals. Piano sound. The perfect sound quality of the Steinway piano is coupled with Yifei's superb playing skills. Even more on this piano music is a past life. Equals piano divine comedy well known to all composers. Do the three complement each other, burst out beautiful notes. The sound of steel rustling is like a trickle, flowing comfortably into everyone's ears. Just when Yifei played the second bar of Gangs, the moving note made everyone in Jipping feel moved. It's great, it's great. So Yi Gongzi is so good at playing the piano. What kind of tune is this? Why I have never heard of it. Who said Yifei can play the piano? He plays the piano so smoothly. It's really enjoyable to watch him play. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but sigh in a low voice and was completely attracted by this piano piece. It's just because of the study of words that everyone didn't know how to describe this piano piece for a while. Yifei's 10 fingers danced on the various ranges of the piano keys, and the beautiful steel sound was very contagious, making everyone on the scene float. Want to join in? A top-level piano, excellent piano skills, as well as world-class piano masterpieces. This moving scale, like a crystal-clear piano sound, spread to the top of the villa. Bai Yu looked surprised. Yan Zimo was taken aback first. Then he smiled bitterly, and it was him who had been embarrassed for a long time. Yifei is too ruthless, right? Usually hidden and tucked, come this hand at the critical moment. The other boys, brothers, beauties and beauties were all attracted. The piano sound is dim and clear, detailed and quiet, with a little melancholy, just like a piano player is whispering something. The piano piece played by Yifei is indeed a classic masterpiece equals S Moonlight Sonata. It is also commonly known as the Song 1. The beautiful notes of this piano melody overflowed in the villa lobby. Art can infect people. In particular, Yifei's chin playing skills are extremely superb, which can be called a master-level performance. Coupled with this Steinway piano worth more than 1 million, there are also world-class classics. These three are combined into one, and the brute notes are even more touching. Perfect L. This kind of superb live performance is indeed very infectious, and it is completely different from the music heard on TV and headphones. In the language, 0. Yifei played this piano piece and entered into a state, and he also became focused on it and selfless. Moonlight. There are 3 movements. Yifei played the first movement. The piano murmured, as if lingering in everyone's ears. The piano sound is like moonlight reflected in the lake, clear and gentle, bright and moving. Intoxicated. Dreamlike. Unknowingly, a woman walked down the stairs of the villa. This woman saw Yifei playing Chin's piano in the hall. Slightly surprised. However, everyone in the room was immersed in this piece of Yifei's piano music, and no one spotted the woman at 2 o'clock. Yifei was also focused on playing, with no distractions. This piano finally came to an end under Yifei's playing. When the last note slowly ended, Yifei's song also came to an end. It is finally over. Everyone on the scene had an unfinished look on their faces. After a short while, someone let out a long sigh of relief with an indescribable ease and comfort. Immediately afterwards, there was a wave of applause. There were not many people at the scene, but they did not hesitate to applaud. These second-generation sons, although they are all dudes, but because of family circumstances, they have been familiar with the piano since childhood. The appreciation ability is still there. This piano piece is truly incredible. Yifei was sitting on the bench, and almost all the beautiful women around looked at Yifei, their eyes filled with brilliance. Yifei was about to get up, when a light voice came from the upper stairs. Yi Gongzi, I don't know what the name of this piano piece is. Word 2. Hearing this sound, almost everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the stairwell. There, a beautiful woman stood at the top of the stairs. It is Bai Ruoxi. She was attracted by Yifei's piano music, and Hong took the initiative to go downstairs. Chapter 73 Classical Beauty. Bai Ruoxi. She was attracted by Yifei's moonlight and took the initiative to go downstairs. I saw Bai Ruoxi wearing a modified ivory white cheongsam, exquisite and graceful, very charming. Cheongsam used to be the iconic clothing of Yangwang country women, which can perfectly show the charm of women. However, the traditional cheongsam has some defects due to the time. Bai Ruoxi's dress is an improved cheongsam, and the craftsmanship is more sophisticated. It also reflects the figure of women. Ordinary women don't dare to wear cheongsam, because the cheongsam is to test the requirements for the female figure. If there is fat in places like lower abdomen and arms, wearing a cheongsam will be special. But this cheongsam is just right when worn on Bai Ruoxi's body. With her graceful figure, almost perfect S-shaped lines, her classic and graceful temperament, and her body full of grace, she is suitable for wearing such a cheongsam. Bai Ruoxi's cheongsam showed tender lotus root-like arms and thin and smooth calves. In fact, the dress is very conservative, but it is very attractive. Very 10 goals. Yifei couldn't help comparing Bai Ruoxi with Mu Zijin, Luo Weiyu, Su Qingzu and other female works. In terms of appearance, the 4 women are comparable, but their temperaments are completely different. Luo Weiyu belongs to the leading girl, Su Qingzu is the beauty of the iceberg, and Mu Zijin does not eat the fireworks in the world, and is alien to everyone. Distance. And Bai Ruoxi is a standard classical beauty, graceful and graceful, graceful and graceful. The appearance of Bai Ruoxi also let the whole audience focus on her body. Yifei's moonlight also stayed on Bai Ruoxi's body, then smiled faintly, and said, the moonlight tonight is beautiful, this song. Just the moonlight tonight. It is called Moonlight. Hear the name of this piano piece. Everyone was silent for a moment, as if they were still reminiscing about the piano music. Bai Ruoxi whispered, a good name, indeed like moonlight, hazy and graceful, clean and flawless. Thank you for the compliment. Yifei smiled. Ding, congratulations to the host and Bai Ruoxi for improving your impression and increasing your experience points by 100 points. A system reminder came from his ear. Yifei was in a good mood. Bai Ruoxi blinked and cut the water. Said, I watched a video on the internet, the song Adelina by the Water, also. Yi Gongzi's masterpiece, right. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei with a hint of curiosity. A pianist who can play Adelina by the Water and Moonlight is definitely a great pianist. Although there are only 2 songs. But each one is a classic. Especially this one. Yes, I played it. I didn't expect Ms. Bai to have seen it. Yifei was slightly different. He played the video of Adelina by the Water actually spread the fire like this, even Bai Ruoxi had seen it. In fact, Yifei was thinking about it. The video of his playing Adelina by the Water was not widely circulated. Just in music. It has just circulated in a small area. After all, not everyone has the ability to appraise steel. However, Bai Ruoxi likes piano music very much, so I saw this video. That is also a classic song. I haven't heard of Yi Gongzi's talent in this area before. It is really hidden. Not exposed. Bai Ruoxi said again. She slowly walked down the stairs and smiled softly. Originally, Bai Ruoxi didn't plan to go downstairs. It's just that she was completely attracted by this piano music, and she walked out of the room unconsciously. Yifei got up from the piano bench and put away the microphone. Bai Yu was the first one of the crowd to react. He clapped his hands suddenly and said, FCK, Yifei, you are really amazing, you. His piano skills are so strong, really awesome. Compared with Bai Ruoxi's praise, Bai Yu's praise is simple and rude. Listening to Bai Yu's compliment, Yifei suddenly thought of a sentence, but he himself is uneducated, and he is in the world. The corners of Yang Zimo's mouth twitched slightly, and he saw that the audience was snatched by Yifei, and even Bai Ruoxi went downstairs because of Yifei. Yang Zimo couldn't help but smile. People are more popular than others. Who knows that Yifei still hides such a hand? Although Yifei was out of the limelight, Yang Zimo didn't hate Yifei, he was just a little jealous. So mutually in a circle. It's just a piano piece again, and Yang Zimo doesn't need to make enemies with Yifei for this. Others are also amazed by Yifei as this song, even if some people don't understand piano music, see so many at this time. Everyone admired Yifei, and pretended to be very understanding, nodded frequently, and complimented Yifei. Yifei just smiled faintly. Yifei didn't care about the praise of these people. He played this piano piece just to attract Bai Ruoxi downstairs. The reason why Bai Ruoxi went downstairs was because Yifei wanted to talk to Bai Ruoxi about something. To be precise, Yifei and Jian want to make a deal with Bai Ruoxi. Now Yifei's purpose has been half successful, and Bai Ruoxi has come downstairs. Although Bai Ruoxi went downstairs, she did not like places that were too noisy and lively. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the corner. Asked her to think, Daimei frowned slightly at what she was thinking. At the scene, many elder brothers saw Bai Ruoxi, who was sitting far away, concentrating and thinking, and they hesitated to come forward and interrupt the conversation. If they were to change to ordinary women, they would have been courageous. But in the face of a woman like Bai Ruoxi, many brothers are looking forward to it. Step away. Young 253 Zemo did the same, hesitated and did not dare to step forward. Seeing this, Yifei couldn't help but smile. It's weird that Young Zemo and others' mentality can catch up to a goddess like Bai Ruoxi. To put it harshly, this is licking a dog-ass heart. State, hesitate, too many scruples. In fact, goddesses are also human beings. Although goddesses have auras, they are still women. They have to eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are sleepy. If you always treat the goddess as a goddess, feeling that you can only watch from a distance and not play, then the goddess can really only be a goddess. Therefore, it is most important to take the first step too boldly. Seeing that these princes and buddies were hesitant to approach Yifei, Yifei strolled in the courtyard and walked forward with a smile. Ms. Bai, are you free to chat? Yifei sat quietly beside Bai Ruoxi. Yifei's sitting position is very clever, a position away from Bai Ruoxi, is not too far, but not too close. Distance. This distance belongs to the category of safe distance. Beyond this distance, it is easy for people to feel vigilant. Chapter 74. Do you want to go outside to see the moonlight? Bai Ruoxi looked up. Those beautiful and moving eyes looked at Yifei. She smiled softly, and said, Sorry Master Yi, I just... Thinking of trivial matters, didn't he notice you? Yifei waved his hand. Ms. Bai, who was in charge of the Bai group, thinking that business is normal. Yifei was right, Bai Ruoxi was indeed very famous. It is a big group of Bais. After all the big and small things are summarized, she almost has to make a decision. It would be strange if she is not busy. Even tonight, Bai Ruoxi was busy and took the time to attend this party. Otherwise she has no time at all. In front of you. Yifei looked at the woman, the two got closer, and Yifei could even smell the faint scent of her. Bai Ruoxi had her long hair rolled up. Between her slender neck is a glazed Buddha jade pendant. Does it reflect her snow-white skin even more? Very eye-catching. She is very feminine and charming. The impression of Yifei by Ruoxi is good. The piano music played by Yifei just now left a deep impression on her. The piano music Moonlight really surprised her. Bai Ruoxi smiled lightly. It is my wife's best to hear Yi Gongzi play this song Moonlight tonight. Bai Ruoxi likes listening to piano music, which is a rare way for her to relax and relieve stress, to eat when there is some free time. She would stop to listen to piano music, and fall asleep listening to piano music more often. What Bai Ruoxi didn't say is that the first piano song she often listens to recently is. It seems that Moonlight will be added in the future. Ms. Bai just likes it. This piano piece is also what I got accidentally, Yifei said modestly. Bai Ruoxi said, however, this song Moonlight seems to be unfinished, as if it hasn't finished playing. Yifei smiled. Bai Ruoxi's ability to appreciate piano music is really strong. He did only play just now. Coming, the topic of the two brought the gangs, and Bai Ruoxi also said a few packets by name. The chatting between the two was also seen by the son-in-law at the scene. Although Yifei was just talking about the piano with Bai Ruoxi normally, in the eyes of these brothers, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had a chat. Very happy. All of these young masters admire Yifei's book. Yifei K, this is simply amazing. I haven't heard of anyone getting Bai Ruoxi's favor before, and even Yang Zimo is hitting the wall in various ways. It is not that Bai Ruoxi didn't want to pay attention to Yang Zimo, but that the two of them usually had nothing to say after a few conversations. After all, one is a who is proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun, and the other is a woman who holds up half of the sky in the Bai family. It is normal, but Yifei is different. He and Bai Ruoxi have a natural topic of piano. Yifei smiled and said, well, this piano piece is not complete yet, wait for a chance to complete it. Okay, you must tell me then. If you are a pianist, it will be great. I will be the first to buy a piano record. Bai Ruo. Haruka is serious and looking forward to it. Yifei smiled and said, it is impossible to record a piano, but this song Moonlight will make up for me, I will let you know. Okay, that is it. Bai Ruoxi was very direct. Yifei said, turning, in fact, compared to the piano music Moonlight, the moonlight in the evening is also very charming. Really I haven't seen the moon for a long time. Bai Ruoxi subconsciously looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa. The moonlight is indeed beautiful. The bright moonlight filled the ground, but the view in the villa was somewhat blocked, and I couldn't see clearly. Bai Ruoxi, don't talk about watching the moon. She often worked all night and didn't even have time to sleep. Yifei is also very aware of Bai Ruoxi's situation, and he said these words deliberately. Yifei said, Ms. Bai, you are too busy at work, you should give yourself a chance to relax, otherwise you will get too tight and cause your heart burden. According to the introduction in the original book, Yifei knew Bai Ruoxi very well. In fact, Bai Ruoxi is a very distressing woman, this woman accepts carrying all the important responsibilities of the Bai family. The busy work and trivial matters make her completely without her own personal space. She can never live like an ordinary girl. Huge work and mental pressure can easily crush her. Yifei knew that, in fact, Bai Ruoxi's heart needed to vent, but she didn't even know about it. Bai Ruoxi said, I often relax, listening to piano music is relaxing for me. Yifei shook his head. This way of relaxing is too gentle. Bai Ruoxi pulled back the Qingxi and pulled her long hair to her ears. She looked at Yifei, then what other suggestions do you have? Yifei pointed to the door of the villa. Why don't I take you for a drive? By the way, appreciate the evening moonlight. Bai Ruoxi smiled softly. Are you making an appointment with me? Bai Ruoxi is an extremely smart woman. She could see that Yifei seemed to be able to ask her out from the beginning. But Yifei's appointment with her is not like a date between a man and a woman, but something else. This also caused a trace of curiosity to pass through Bai Ruoxi's heart. That's it. Yifei smiled. Then go. Bai Ruoxi also readily agreed. As a strong woman in the workplace, she has always acted straightforwardly. Bai Ruoxi simply stood up and stepped on high heel shoes, walked ahead. In fact, Yifei was right. Bai Ruoxi was busy with work during this period. Is she really depressed in her heart? She needs to release her pressure. Li, it seemed like a good opportunity right now. She agreed to Yifei's invitation along the way. Yifei saw that Bai Ruoxi agreed. He also got up and walked out of the villa's door slowly, leaving only for the elder brothers in the villa. In the villa, the generations who saw this scene looked at each other, and several second generations even rubbed their eyes, feeling that they appeared hallucinations. Li Jiao. After Yifei and Bai Ruoxi chatted for a while, they actually went out together directly. What is the situation? Dating. Yang Zimo was even more dumbfounded on the spot. He watched Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. The front and back came out of the villa, but it was still far away. Saw Bai Ruoxi got on Yifei's car. Looking at the backs of Yifei and Bai Ruoxi, Yang Zimo's mind reverberated with what he said before playing chin piano. Actually, I have a special talent called picking up girls. Yang Zimo feels that his mentality has collapsed. Chapter 75. Many first time. Under the full moon, Bai Ruoxi and Yifei walked out of the villa hall. Yang Zimo was dumbfounded. Bai Yu was also dumbfounded. This group of rich second generation and young men are even more surprised. What is the situation? Bai Ruoxi and Yifei went out. And they saw Bai Ruoxi getting on Yifei's car from a distance. Yifei's car was changed again. It was a white Lamborghini. Ni. FCK. Younger Bai, what is the situation with your sister? Yifei actually took her away. Equals a rich second generation asked with a dazed look. Road. Yes, what is the matter? Bai Yu also looked depressed. Why do you ask me? Who do I ask? He also wonders what is going on with his sister. Yifei's Lamborghini is the same model that was hit by small fresh meat in the previous life. It has excellent streamline and bright white, plus high profile cuts. Knife door is the characteristic of this Lamborghini. Bai Ruoxi was sitting in the co-pilot. Bai Ruoxi looked at the exquisite and technological interior of the car. She felt a little fresh. Bai Ruoxi has never experienced supercars. Her car is a Rolls Royce and she is picked up by a full-time driver. So Bai Ruoxi has some time. After the drive, Yifei said she wanted to know if it was a kind of official 257. In fact, what Yifei said just now convinced her that she was busy at work during this time. The pressure is too great. Piano music. It can only relieve her pressure by one, but it can release her pressure. She needs a way to relieve her pressure. Yifei is a skilled starter. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, these two Lamborghini's beautiful reversing tails drove directly out of the car. Villa Manor. Just started to start. The speed of the car is not fast, but a strong feeling of pushing back makes Bai Ruoxi feel excited. Yifei deliberately opened the rear window to let the roar of the engine roar and exhaust sound reach her ears. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be different. Bai Ruoxi's face was slightly red. She pressed the lower edge of the cheongsam with her bare hand slightly to avoid exposure, and her heart was beating with excitement. The strong excitement and freshness brought by this kind of drag racing really gave her a sense of fun. This is completely different from listening to piano music. Yifei was right just now. Listening to piano music is a way to relieve stress. Is too gentle. The road near the Villa Manor is sparsely populated. There are almost no vehicles, especially now that it is late at night. Yifei feels relieved to drive too courageously. Vehicle. Ms. Bai, how do you feel, or should I drive faster? Yifei asked faintly, focusing on driving. He looked at this woman with double pupils and she was full of graceful air, vomiting flying, knowing that under the gentle appearance of this woman, it was actually hidden. With a crazy heart. This woman is a contradiction. Hurry up. Bai Ruoxi's answer was very brief. Yifei smiled. He actually went through the system deliberately before getting in the car, and spent billion to directly click on the item of advanced driving proficiency. Skills. Yifei's drag racing level is now comparable to some professional racers. Yifei stepped on the accelerator and the speed of the car soared violently. The breathtaking sense of acceleration rushed to his face. Bai Ruoxi's heart is inevitably tense and irritating. She subconsciously presses her red lips tightly, and she looks extraordinarily red with her cheeks red. Charming. Feeling the speed of the wheels pressing over the road, Yifei twisted the heavy but extremely precise steering wheel, and the sound of firing a gun was backfired. It is to drive these two Lamborghini to the extreme. The front is Crescent Mountain. There is a section of winding road. It is better for us to go up the mountain. Yifei said. Good. Bai Ruoxi's heart is beating violently. Yifei drives this Lamborghini. Let keep increasing the speed. Because of his driving skills, he can still remain calm. But Bai Ruoxi experienced this kind of fast racing for the first time. Her adrenaline was soaring, her snow-white palms were sweating, her face was red, and her ears were red. The heart beats wildly. This kind of novel and exciting experience made her even have a kind of screaming action. This way, it is really stressful. At this moment, she really fell in love with this feeling of rapid madness. But the speed is still fast. Lamborghini is speeding on the highway like white lightning under the night. For today's party, Bai Yu also begged her several times before she reluctantly attended it. But even so, she was upstairs just now, and she was still thinking about tomorrow's corporate plans, as well as the next few preparations. Business negotiations. I've been overwhelmed by this a long time ago when I changed to other ordinary women. After reading the original book, Yifei knew Bai Ruoxi's mental state very well. Sure enough, Bai Ruoxi enjoyed the experience of drag racing. Bai Ruoxi is not an ordinary woman. At such a violent speed, ordinary women are already peeing their pants in fright or screaming in shock. But Bai Ruoxi did not. She even made Yifei speed up just now. Because of the winding mountain highway, Yifei's speed also gradually decreased. After all, there are a lot of corners here. If you are a little careless, it is easy. There was an accident. Yifei dropped down quickly. He opened the rear window of the car completely, and at the same time opened the windows on both sides of the car at 2 o'clock. Suddenly, the wind came in, and Bai Ruoxi's long hair was disturbed. Finally, after reaching the top of the mountain, Yifei stopped the Lamborghini. Chapter 76. Remember the accident 6 years ago. Crescent Mountain Project. The Lamborghini parked on the side of the road, and Yifei and Bai Ruoxi got out of the car, and they sat side by side on the bench in front. And the color is very beautiful. The bright moonlight is like milky white, spreading all over the earth, like a cage equals layers of veil. After the drag racing just now, Bai Ruoxi's inner pressure was relieved a lot. Very comfortable. Bai Ruoxi smiled, her expression relaxed a lot. Seeing Yi Fei sincerely said, young Master Yi, thank you for taking me out for a ride. Ms. Bai, you don't have to be polite, but you can rest assured that you dare to come out along with me. Yi Fei shrugged. Bai Ruoxi gave Yi Fei a white look. Her eyes turned out to be a little charming. Why don't I dare? Of course she was relieved. After all, Yi Fei are acquaintances with each other and have a good relationship with her brother. If you change to someone who is not familiar with, Bai Ruoxi will never get in the car. Bai Ruoxi smiled softly. She looked up at the stars and moonlight. Today was an extremely relaxing and comfortable day for her. Since taking over the authority of the Bai group, she has never had such a moment again. Bai Ruoxi admired the beautiful scenery for a while, and said, but Yi Gongzi, you take me out, not just for a ride. 2. Yi Fei smiled. He readily admitted, yes, I know I can hide Ms. Bai. Bai Ruoxi could tell that Yi Fei had something to say to her. However, there was a lot of noisy people in the main hall of the villa, and what Yi Fei said next involved a certain secret, so Yi Fei took Bai Ruoxi brought out from the villa, and then took Bai Ruoxi all the way to the top of Crescent Mountain. Now Yi Fei is a very mysterious male in Bai Ruoxi's heart. Bai Ruoxi had also seen Yi Fei before, but he had only seen it once or twice from a distance and had very little conversation. But just one night, Bai Ruoxi's impression of Yi Fei has changed drastically. First, the song Moonlight attracted her downstairs. She had a very special impression of Yi Fei. In terms of his attainments, he is definitely at the Taishi level or even stronger. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei took her to drag racing, which was an unprecedented novel experience for her. Very comfortable, very cool. So Bai Ruoxi had a very good impression of Yi Fei a month ago, and she had a feeling that Yi Fei seemed to be very familiar with her and knew her. What do you like? Of course, if you want to say that you have a good impression of Yi Fei or like Yi Fei, it is still worse. But at least, she is not too tired of getting along with Yi Fei at the moment. What do you want to say to me? Bai Ruoxi asked. Yi Fei said lightly, Ms. Bai, I want to make a deal with you. Bai Ruoxi's eyes suddenly became serious. Deal? What deal? She resumed her business attitude. I hope that the Bai group can support the Yi family. Exchange secrets for the Bai group and Yi family to form an alliance. Bai Ruoxi was a little surprised. What secret is so valuable? I know that although they are both part of the Yongjing City Third Dai Consortium, the three families of Yi, Bai, and Yang do not have much commercial cooperation. On the contrary, there is a lot of commercial competition. After all, there is too much arrogance, and conflicts are inevitable. Taijia as well water does not offend the river. Now Yi Fei actually exchanged a secret for the West to form an alliance. Yes, the ES group is currently in good condition, and there is no need to form an alliance with me, right? Bai Ruoxi said again. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Of course there is no problem with the Yip group now, he is just a guard against Chen Luo. He wants to make friends with the Bai group before Chen Luo, at least not to let the Bai family go to Chen Luo's camp and avoid appearing the game in the original book. Noodle. Of course, the Bai family can win, and Bai Ruoxi's attitude is the key. Yi Fei said lightly, does Ms. Bai Danti want to hear the secret I am going to tell? Talk about it. Bai Ruoxi blinked. Yi Fei said, Ms. Bai, you must remember the accident 6 years ago, the accident that changed your Bai family. Hear the words. Bai Ruoxi frowned slightly, she suddenly raised her head, staring at Yi Fei with her eyes. It is as if there are flowers on Yi Fei's face. The accident 6 years ago. The accidental death of Bai Ruoxi's father. It can be said that it was the accident that changed Bai Ruoxi's destiny. If her father was still alive, Bai Ruoxi wouldn't have to work so hard now, and she would be able to enjoy life with peace of mind. Bai Ruoxi stared at Yi Fei closely. What do you know? Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth. I know a lot. For example, your father died not by accident, but by homicide. Yes, the death of Bai Ruoxi's father was not an accidental death at all, but a deliberately planned murder. Bai Ruoxi has no expression on her face, I know this too. In fact, Bai Ruoxi has always known that his father died unexpectedly because his father died strangely. He died in a car accident. Many suspicious points were also discovered at the scene of the car accident. This case caused a sensation in Yongjing and caused a great impact. After all, Bai Ruoxi's father was quite famous. Despite the many doubts, no suspects surfaced in the end, so this case was not resolved and became a case pending. After that, Bai Ruoxi tried to investigate this case several times, but gave up because there was no clue. For Bai Ruoxi, this is the biggest thing in her heart. Seeing Bai Ruoxi's expression, Yi Fei knew that she had taken the bait. In the original book, Bai Ruoxi originally intended to help Chen Luo because Chen Luo helped her solve the matter by coincidence. Bai Ruoxi hopes to owe Chen Luo a grown-up favor. Otherwise, with Bai Ruoxi's character, really may not form an alliance with Chen Luo. And now, Yi Fei once again preempted Chen Luo to cut off his connection with Bai Ruoxi. Yi Fei said lightly, Ms. Bai, I have a piece of information about the accident 6 years ago, which involved the key. The clue is related to the secret of your father's death. As soon as she said this, Bai Ruoxi's beautiful eyes stared at Tu Fei unblinkingly, and even her emotions became agitated. Chapter 77. The experience value has increased again. The death of her father has always been a hindrance in Bai Ruoxi's heart, and it is also the truth she most wants to know. She knew that her father died very strangely, but several investigations had no results. Although several consecutive investigations have also found some clues. Trace, but the clue is broken every time at a critical moment. But now Yi Fei told her that he has a clue. How can this not make Bai Ruoxi excited? Ms. Bai, control your emotions, you are too excited. Yi Fei reminded. Of course, Yi Fei has clues. Yi Fei, who is familiar with the original book, also knows the truth of the accident 6 years ago, and he still knows a lot of wrongdoing. Known details. Bai Ruoxi tried to calm down, but the impact of this incident on her was not small, and it was difficult for her to remain calm even if she was always calm. Yi Fei took out an exquisite and compact USB flash drive, handed the iDrive to Bai Ruoxi's hand, and said lightly, Ms. Bai 25/7. What you want to know is in this plate, take it back and have a look. Yi Fei also deliberately left the hand. There are a lot of clues and information about Bai Ruoxi's father's accident in this disc, but one. Some of the most critical information and evidence were hidden by Yi Fei. I believe that Bai Ruoxi will take the initiative to look for him again after seeing the content of the iDisc. Bai Ruoxi took the USB flash drive and held the USB flash drive tightly in her hand. She did not speak, but the jade hand that she was holding tightly showed her hard hand. Not calm. After a few seconds, it was too long for Bai Ruoxi, and she barely calmed down. Bai Ruoxi smiled reluctantly and said, Master Yi, thank you very much. You're welcome, I just have a plan. Tu Fei was very direct. Hearing this, Bai Ruoxi held the USB flash drive tightly. She said very seriously, to young Master Yi, if the content in this USB flash drive is true, Bai Ruoxi inherits your favor if the Yi family needs it in the future. My Bai group will do my best to help you. Yi Fei smiled. He was waiting for Bai Ruoxi's words. For Bai Ruoxi, the accidental death of her father was the knot of her wife's heart. She always wanted to track down the murderer, but the other party was too secretive. Although she had a few suspects, she still gained nothing, and with the passage of time, this case is getting harder and harder to investigate. Now Yifei appeared, let her see the dawn of hope again. Once the content on the USB flash drive is true, she definitely owes Yifei a favor from Tiantai. Yifei smiled and said, okay, Ms. Bai is really refreshed. Let us go back, Bai Ruoxi said immediately, she is completely out of the mood to reward her now. Good, Yifei started driving, carrying Bai Ruoxi down the mountain. In the night, Lamborghini walked through the night at lightning speed and disappeared into the night. Lamborghini galloped all the way. When Yifei descended the mountain, the speed was still very fast, making Bai Ruoxi continue to be immersed in the feeling of drag racing. The feeling of drag racing made her a little addicted. Especially when she is under pressure, these two racing games are simply the best way to relieve her pressure. Bai Ruoxi held the U-disc tightly, the wind disturbed her blue silk, but she did not lift up her long hair, and her bright eyes were always in focus on Yifei. Body, where did Yifei learn the news? Are the things on this plate true or not? Bai Ruoxi had a lot of doubts in her heart, but she never said anything. All of this must wait for her to confirm that the things in the USB disc are true, otherwise there is no meaning. In just 10 minutes, Yifei drove RMB Bochini down the mountain. Getting closer to Bai's villa, you can see the dimly lit lights ahead. Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoxi gently sighed. 14. She always feels that the body and mind that has just been released is about to return to the cage of insects, just like Vicio, let her be completely restrained. Bai Ruoxi suddenly uttered a soft voice, young Master Yi, if I want to experience drag racing in the future, can I see you again? Yifei was slightly startled, then smiled, certainly. Thanks. Yifei looked at Bai Ruoxi as slightly tired expression and look, even Yifei couldn't help but sigh. Bai Ruoxi is a stressed wife. Bai Ruoxi was one of the strongest women he had ever seen, and she almost supported the entire Bai family alone. 6 years ago, when Bai Ruoxi's father had an accident, she was only 21 years old. But she suffered. To be hit by such a blow, it is necessary to take the burden of the Bai family alone. As a woman, the difficulties outsiders can hardly imagine, is not. Soon this Lamborghini had stopped at the door of the villa. Bai Ruoxi was about to get off the bus. Before getting off the bus, she said to Yifei, young Master Yi, please keep secret tonight. 0. Yifei smiled and said, Ms. Bai is assured that this matter will only be a little secret between the two of us. When you and a woman keep a secret together, your distance will be much closer. Sure enough, Bai Ruoxi's expression was much softer after hearing what Yifei said. Ding, congratulations to the host, increase the experience value by 100 points. Hearing the sound of the system in his ears, Yifei was refreshed. Feel better. The experience value also increased a lot this evening, and Yifei's harvest was quite good. Bai Ruoxi and Yifei returned to the villa together. At this time, the party in the villa hadn't finished yet. Bai Yu sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs up and his arms around his internet celebrity girlfriend. At this moment, seeing his sister came back, he was sitting in distress. The gentleman's expression on the face greeted Bai Ruoxi. Bai Yu was very afraid of his sister. Bai Ruoxi nodded at Bai Yu, motioned to Yifei again, and went straight upstairs regardless of other people's gazes. Bai Ruoxi can't wait to verify the content recorded in the next disc. Yifei. The prince buddies all around looked at Yifei with weird expressions. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi went out for at least 2 hours. 2 people were alone. Where did they go? This is the common doubt of all the second generations and brothers at the scene. Especially Yang Zimo asked Yifei with a dark face, Yifei, where have you been with Ms. Bai? Yang Zimo's mentality has long since collapsed. Not only did Bai Ruoxi go out with Yifei, it took you to go out for 2 hours. In the middle of the night, Yifei took Bai Ruoxi out for 2 hours. This would definitely make people think about it. Seeing Yang Zimo's black face, Yifei smiled deliberately, want to know I want to tell you. Chapter 78. Yang Zimo listened to Yifei said so. Suddenly his face was speechless, his face was dark, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he pointed to Yifei helpless expression on his face. Yang Zimo said angrily, Yifei, you are too much. Bai Yu, look at this guy's triumphant look, he said. I want to be your sister. Get off. Bai Yu glared at Yang Zimo angrily, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Zimo was scratching his heart at the moment, and he wanted to catch Yifei and squeeze him out. What exactly did he do with Bai Ruoxi? Yifei and Chang Yang Zimo said, I have told you that I have a special talent called picking up girls. To be honest, you still don't believe it. Yang Zimo and Bai Yu stared at him speechlessly at the same time. This guy said he was fat and he was still breathing. Yang Zimo actually knew that with Bai Ruoxi's personality, it was basically unrealistic for Yifei to have something to happen to her within these 2 hours. But Yifei's performance tonight was so brilliant. Even Yang Zimo has to admit that Yifei is really impeccable tonight. Compared with Yifei, he seems to have a chance to get 10 chances. Nothing. Yang Zimo sat a little dejected. Is he really going to give up pursuing Bai Ruoxi? Alright, in fact, it is not a pursuit. It has just unrequited love. In fact, although Yang Zimo has the desire to pursue Bai Ruoxi, he also made a lot of girls during the period, and he does the same to many women. No one refuses to come. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem so uncomfortable anymore. But Yang Zimo was still a little depressed, sitting depressed by equals drinking. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, okay, Tai's family are all friends, so please stop quarreling between you two. Otherwise, I will invite you tomorrow. Go to the music bar in Haohai to get together. I called a few starlets to accompany Xiaoyang. Yang Zimo was a little moved. Bai Yu seemed to be pretty good. Bai Yu knows so many internet celebrities and starlets, and among them there are really many beauties with good quality. Although Yifei didn't like such an internet celebrity beauty, Bai Yu always enjoyed it. Then it is a deal. Let us get together tomorrow. Bai Bao smiled. Yang Zimo agreed. Yifei also had no objection. Things are so settled. That is it. I am going to get someone out first. Yifei smiled. The goal has been achieved, and Yifei is about to withdraw. Are you sure I still have the second half? Bai Yu said. This group of second generations had a great time, and it took at least 3 or 4 in the middle of the night to end. Yifei shook his head. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Yifei went straight home. He drove the Lamborghini all the way. Private villa. Before going to bed, Yifei glanced at the phone message and there was no message from Li Xiangyan. It seems that Chen Luo's movements will happen for a while. I can't find it yet. Chen Luo is very vigilant and thoughtful. Even if Yifei placed a chess piece like Li Xiangyan next to him, he might not be able to completely obtain the news and intelligence of Chen Luo. However, based on the plot of the original book, Yifei can guess something too. Chen Luo must be visiting Yanjing's big powers now. Almost a half of these Yanjing's rich and powerful people are Wu. Heal the favor. These connections are an extremely powerful force. It seems that we have to find a chance to get rid of it. Yifei secretly said. When Yifei was about to turn off his phone to sleep, suddenly his phone rang. It is an unfamiliar number, but Yifei knew right away that it was Bairuoxi's call. Yifei left his contact information on the disk, and Bairuoxi should have finished reading the contents of the USB disk. The information in the iDisk is written by Yifei using his hacking skills and combined with the plot in the original book. The authenticity is easy. The inspection, especially Yifei, also provided Bairuoxi with some clues, enough for her to verify the authenticity. Yifei answered the phone. Bairuoxi's light voice came from the phone. Young Master Yi, where did Kong come from? Although Bairuoxi's words were brief, Yifei still heard her suppressed excitement. Yifei said lightly, I naturally have my channel, Ms. Baidanti inquire about this. Bairuoxi was slightly silent before saying, okay, Yi Gongzi, this time I owe you this favor. As long as you send me in the future, I will. There is no difference, this is easy to imagine. Yifei knew what Bairuoxi meant. He smiled, okay, I have some key information here. I will send it to you later. Bairuoxi heard this. She couldn't help but startled. Of course she knew Yifei had left a hand, and she could understand it. But listening to what Yifei meant, did he take the initiative to give her the key part of the information? Bairuoxi's voice was grateful, thank you. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has increased by 40 points. The experience value has increased by 1. Yifei smiled and hung up the phone and then sent the remaining part of the stolen materials to Bairuoxi. Yifei is not worried about Bairuoxi's change, Bairuoxi's personality has always been the same. I keep my promises, this is enough proof in the original book. Secondly, even if Bairuoxi had any small actions or repented, Yifei still had a way to deal with her. After Yifei sent the information to Bairuoxi, he slept beautifully. Yifei got up too early. He had a rich breakfast prepared by the housekeeper Ji Yuner, then went out and went straight to Mujiabaoyuan. Yi-257 Fei is going to acupuncture from Yulao. Mujiabaoyuan. When Yifei arrived at Mujiabao courtyard, Mu Zijin was practicing boxing in the courtyard, and Yulao was watching from the side. Seeing Mu Zijin practicing boxing, there's indeed something special. Mu Zijin is tall and graceful. She was wearing white sportswear, her hair was rolled up and tied into a ponytail. She still looks like her face facing the sky, but Mu Zijin's face is slightly red from exercise, and her skin looks even more pale and red. To be honest, Mu Zijin's skin is definitely one of the best among the former women that Tufei has seen. This is inseparable from Mu Zijin's regular exercise. Mu Zijin was playing Wing Chun. Wing Chun Quan was originally created by a woman, and was later carried forward by Yuan and other masters. It is a gem of national martial arts. Mu Zijin was practicing with the wooden pegs unique to Wing Chun, and Yifei seemed to admire him from the side. Mu Zijin was serious when practicing boxing, and she looked beautiful. Yifei watched by the side for about 5 minutes before Mu Zijin slowly closed his fists. Chapter 79 Mu Zijin's got assist. Mu Zijin slowly closed her fists, her smooth forehead was dripping with fragrance and sweat, her cheeks were rosy and pleasant, and she had an indescribable beauty. Mu Zijin also noticed Yifei at this time. Her eyes were smiling. Yifei, you are here. The housekeeper actually took Yifei aside long ago, but Yifei admired Mu Zijin's boxing exercises, so he didn't bother. Old Mu also greeted with a smile. Shall you sit down quickly? Lao Mu, Zijin. Yifei greeted the two of them, and then sat aside. Said, I just watched Zijin practice boxing, hard and soft. Together, the horses are flexible, and they are quite popular. Mu Zijin is proficient in martial arts, and with her advanced strength, she is not even inferior to the hero Chen Luo. Of course, because Chen Luo has the protagonist's aura in the book, he will not mention it in a later stage. Hearing Yifei's comments, Mu Lao smiled. Oh, Xiao Yi seems to be very proficient in martial arts. Yifei smiled. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts are not divided into families, I really know a little bit. Mu Zijin said on the side, you know more than a little. At the moment, Mu Zijin smiled and recounted the scene of her and Yifei's first encounter with the gold shop robbery. After listening, Mu Lao had a better impression of Yifei. Old Mu caressed his palm and praised, Xiao Yi, you are very heroic. Facing those gangsters, you still dared to act bravely. Now you are like you. There are not many young people. Mu Lao smiled at Yifei's feeling of intimacy. Yes, very much like me when I was young, with passion and courage. Mu Zijin covered her mouth and chuckled, Grandpa, how can you boast so much? You are obviously boasting yourself too. Mu Lao laughed too much. Yifei couldn't help but smile. This old man is really interesting. Ding, congratulations to the host. How important person Mu Lao has improved your impression, and the experience value has increased by 100 points. Let us add more experience. Mu Lao's impression of him has improved, and he can also increase his experience. But it is relieved to think about it. After all, Mu Lao is the second of the few elder brothers in the original book. Definitely an important person, and Yifei this. Ju can be regarded as cutting off Chen Luo's chance. It is normal to get experience points. This is simply Mu Zijin's ***** assist. Yifei was in a good mood. Lao Mu smiled again. It is rare that Xiao Yi can also martial arts. It seems that you in the sub-society are very talkative. This girl Zijin has liked it since she was a child. Martial arts, you can talk more. This is a bit of a match-up. Mu Zijin's wife is rather Fang. She smiled and said, actually, I am just about to invite Tufei. There will be no martial arts competition next week. Do you want to take a look together? Okay, Yifei agreed. After he traversed, although he had moved his hand several times, except for Mu Zijin, he hadn't met any real masters. This martial arts competition may be a good opportunity. Then it has settled. Mu Zijin smiled lightly, her smart eyes very attractive. Yifei smiled and nodded, and looked at the old man again. Mu Lao, it has time to acupuncture for you. Okay, excuse me, Xiao Yi. Mu Lao smiled and nodded. 530 greater than. Yifei is Mu Lao acupuncture and saw that Yifei's Yimu Shen needle is more proficient. The system also has the term proficiency. In the system, according to the system's assessment of skills, it is divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and ***** level. High-level skills are enough to beat ordinary people and become the best in a certain field. After the proficiency of advanced skills reaches 100%, you can spend 300 million to upgrade to the master level. Master level skills can go a step further. Yifei looked at equals his medical proficiency is currently 20%, but there's still a bit of rumors indefinitely. Of course, the current advanced skills are enough. Yifei spent half an hour on Mu Lao's acupuncture and moxibustion, focusing on the Guanyuan, Shank, Zhongwan and Qihai points of Mu Lao's body. There are other various points for conditioning. After half an hour, Yifei said, Mu Lao, it's all right. Xiao Yi, your medical skills are really amazing. It reminds me of the genius Dr. Wu in Yanjing back then. Mu Lao said with emotion. Yifei smiled and said, that genius Dr. Wu is indeed an expert. Dr. Wu is the master of Chen Luo. It is also Chen Luo's biggest backer, indeed a master outside the world. Of course, Yifei's previous medical skills were not enough to compare with that genius Dr. Wu. Yu Lao said this politely. That being said, but Yifei, it is worthwhile. After all, medical skills are not omnipotent. What is more, he still has the system and layout, and it is not far away to catch up with the Dr. Wu. After acupuncture from Yu Lao, Yifei closed the needle and was about to talk. At this time, Mu Zijin came with Zhao County. She went to the room and changed her clothes, but she still wears a plain dress without any fan. Mu Zijin brought tea and smiled. Drink tea. Good. Yu Lao also smiled beside equals. Xiao Yi, you have a good taste. Zijin's ability to make tea is excellent, but most people can't. Can tea taste it? Mu Zijin Qianshan laughing. She handed the teacup to Yifei. Yifei took the teacup and touched Mu Zijin's fingertips gently. Equals the silky feeling lingered immediately. Yifei picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then tasted the tea. The tea is the best in the West Lake Longjing before Ming Dynasty. The buds and leaves in the teacup are stretched, and the pieces are floating and sinking in the water. Yifei drank zero. Indeed, the fragrance of his lips and teeth, and the fragrance of tea overflowed. If you change to Chen Luo here, you will definitely have to pretend that he is right. Tea is proficient and understood, but Yifei said very directly, it is delicious. For it is a pity that I don't know much about tea, and I can tell so many tricks. Yifei knew, it is meaningless to forcefully pretend to be in front of a woman like Mu Zijin and Li Jiao, not to mention that he does not so much. No tea, so tell the truth. But Mu Zijin smiled softly, this tea was originally used to quench your thirst, so there is no such eloquent rhetoric. Compared with Chen Luo's triumphant comment on tea last time, Mu Zijin's ching smile, Mu Zijin obviously prefers Yifei's answer. Yifei put down his teacup, the fragrance of tea filled the house with a fresh fragrance. Mu Zijin blinked his eyes and took away the teacup for Yifei. The fragrance of tea is elegant, and the beauty is like jade. Chapter 80. Are you jealous? Yifei stayed at Mu's house for a while before leaving. Gao Kaimu's house, Yifei went to his company, Brilliant Entertainment. Brilliant Entertainment is a well-known film and television company in the entertainment circle, and many artists have signed contracts. But the main contract is the director and strength. Send actors to invest specifically in filming movies. The company has someone to take care of it. Yeah, you don't have to worry about things at all, you just need to be leisurely throwing your hands at the shopkeeper. Yifei arrived at the company and walked through the company lobby. Many female employees stared at Yifei, unable to hide the stars. Handsome, young and rich. Who doesn't tea like such a man? However, Yifei has always missed the end of the dragon at Brilliant Entertainment, which makes these female employees quite regretful. Sitting in the office, Yifei used his personal computer to look up information. Now that Yifei is proficient in hacking technology, it is much more convenient to read a lot of information. It is expected that many of them were found through hacking techniques. Soon, the leisurely time passed by. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Yifei was about to leave the company when his mobile phone rang suddenly. Yifei looked at the phone. The corner of the mouth evokes an arc. 260. It was from Su Qingzu. In the past few days, Yifei still didn't take the initiative to find Su Qingzu, and the relationship between the two became more and more delicate, especially after the last incident of Zhang Feifei. After the pieces, between Su Qingzu and Yifei, there was almost a thin layer of window paper. Yifei picked up the phone and heard Su Qingzu's clear noise. Su Qingzu took the initiative to speak. She first chatted with Yifei equals some unnutritious topics. Yifei responded briefly. At this time, I heard Su Qingzu speak hesitantly. Yifei, I heard that you went to the White House yesterday. U.S. party. Yes, you know. Well, I heard. I also heard that you played a piano song, and I can chat with Ms. Bai very well. Su Qingzu's tone was unclear. Yifei raised his eyebrows. Su Qingzu actually knew so clearly. What Yifei didn't know was that among the female cows at the party yesterday, there was a girl who had a good relationship with Su Qingzu. It was this girl who added fuel to what happened last night and told Su Qingzu. Many people in the upper circles of Yanjing know that the original master Yifei used to pursue Su Qingzu's affairs. Therefore, the girl told Su Qingzu what happened last night. After Su Qingzu listened, his heart felt strange. Su Qingzu didn't bother to go to work all morning. He was distracted several times. He was reminded by the secretary. Until the afternoon, Su Qingzu finally couldn't help but call Yifei. The corner of Yifei's mouth raised. Miss Su, are you jealous? Yes, Yifei, I heard the sour vinegar in Su Qingzu's tone. Su Qingzu was startled. She plucked up the courage to make this phone call with Yifei, but Yifei explained her words and pointed out that she was jealous. Jealous of tact. Su Qingzu thought about her behavior. She didn't think about it just now. The ghost in the envoy directly gave Yifei the phone. In the eyes of others, this kind of behavior is clearly jealous, just like being jealous between boy and girl friends. Su Qingzu was flustered for a while. Miss Su. No. It is okay, I want to ask you, is H free tonight? Su Qingzu asked, trying to maintain his cold voice. Yifei's voice lazily. I am afraid it won't work. I have an appointment with Baiyu and Yang Zimo tonight. They said they are going to the Haohai music bar. Gather together. Yifei is going to the bar 3. Hearing the news, Su Qingzu bit his lip. The bar is a mixed bag, and she knows Baiyu's character very well, and she will definitely accompany a group of beautiful women. Thinking of this, Su Qingzu couldn't help blurting out, can I go? Are you going? Yifei was slightly surprised. Su Qingzu has never been to a place like a bar before, so she actually asked to go with Yifei. After Su Qingzu said these words, she also realized that she was a little impulsive. But he bit his lip and said, can I go? I want tea. It has delayed your business. Su Qingzu's tone was a little cautious. It is not easy for her who is misogynistic to say such things. Yifei said, well then, I will send you a WeChat message at 10 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Su Qingzu's tone became brisk, his cheeks a little hot. Su Qingzu hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up, after the call, she checked the time, it was still early to 10 o'clock. But for some reason she was a little restless. Su Qingzu thought for a while and called the secretary Xiao Li, the fat girl. Little Li, well, what can you do? President Su secretary Xiao Li asked quickly. Help me go to the company's employee office to find a makeup artist. Before the people, Su Qingzu returned to his cold expression. Xiao Li froze. What is President Su doing? Hongyan Makeup is a well-known cosmetics company. There are a lot of makeup artists, and they are all well-known makeup artists. Su Qingzu hesitated and said with a guilty conscience, I want to see an important client in the evening and ask a makeup artist to do some makeup for me. Oh, okay. Xiao Li nodded without hesitation, and immediately went to call a makeup artist. It is just that Xiao Li is wondering in his heart. What client is so important to you at night? This customer doesn't know who is sacred. I've never seen a customer that President Su attaches so much importance to before. It is really strange. In the office, Su Qingzu looked down at the phone address book, his eyes were bright, and he didn't know what he was thinking. 10 p.m. Yifei sent the address to Su Qingzu and then walked to the bar first. Yanjing Haohai Bar Street 2 is the second largest gathering place for bars in Yanjing. This place is very famous even in the entire Yangwang country, equals in the evening, it is even more lively. When Yifei arrived at the bar named Dark Knight Rose, Westerners like Baiyu and Yang Zimo had been waiting for a long time. Baiyu did not book a box, but found a quiet deck in the lobby, which was more atmospheric. Seeing Yifei's arrival, Baiyu greeted Yifei enthusiastically. Chapter 81 Yi Gongzi, I am completely taken. Seeing Yifei, Baiyu was enthusiastic. He greeted Yifei, Yi Xiao is here, sit down, Xiao Yu, Moer, accompany Yi for me. Xiao, a toast to Yi Xiao. As soon as Beibao's voice fell, there were two beauties sitting on the left and right sides of Yifei, with two beautiful women who looked too roughly and looked towards Yifei. Toast, Zibao has really lost his blood, and has brought in such a batch of yin and yang. Yang Zimo was sitting on the other side, and he also hugged left and right, happily. Baiyu was particularly enthusiastic about Yifei, and it was for the beauty to accompany him, and he dragged Yifei to drink, which made Yifei slightly surprised. This kid was afraid. Didn't you take the wrong medicine? What Yifei didn't know was that Bai Ruoxi, Baiyu's sister, gave Baiyu a special order this morning and asked Bai Bao to see Yifei. Pay attention to attitude, respect Yifei, although Bai Bao couldn't figure it out. I don't know why my elder sister takes Yifei so seriously, and she even ordered them specifically, but there's only Lao Lao. Really promised. Fortunately, the relationship between Baiyu and Yifei was not wrong. The two beauties named Xiao Yu and Moer pour wine for Tufei to persuade them to drink, their words are soft, and the two pairs are two eyes their eyes flicker. Yifei saw two beauties sticking up. He smiled faintly, although these two women are beautiful women in the eyes of others. But in Yifei's opinion, is a vulgar fan. Yifei waved his hand and said, I brought my female companions here today, equals I will come later, and I don't need them to accompany me. You brought your female companion, who is it? Baiyu stunned. Yang Zimo over there also pricked his ears, very interested. Yifei smiled mysteriously. You'll know in a while. Yang Zimo sneered, I said Yifei, what are you selling me are all our own. Who doesn't know you, 80% are. Which star of your entertainment company is it? Yang Zimo thought Yifei had invited a star to accompany him. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo, number. No, are you sure could it be that you brought Su Qingzu? Yang Zimo he equals laughed, deliberately angry with Yifei. The upper circles in Yanjing knew that Yifei had been struggling to pursue Su Qingzu. Yang Zimo also knows that Su Qingzu's personality is cold, and he doesn't show a false color to any man. In the upper circle of Yanjing, Su Qingzu's reputation is not low, and he is definitely a goddess-level figure. But because of Su Qingzu's character, no man can approach her at all. Countless men tried to talk to Su Qingzu, but they were all persuaded by Su Qingzu's cold eyes. Of course Yang Zimo knew about Yifei's pursuit of Su Qingzu, so Yang Zimo was deliberately mocking Yifei. Yifei glanced at Yang Zimo and said lightly, yeah, you guessed it right. Yang Zimo suddenly stayed clear. He and Baiyu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Real or fake? Did Yifei call Su Qingzu as his female companion? Su Qingzu's kind of woman who doesn't show a fake color to any man would actually accompany Yifei to a bar to drink. Yang Zimo snorted, Don't come here, don't die, the duck-ass mouth is hard, Su Qingzu can come to have ghosts. Yifei sat firmly on the Daoyudai, took a sip from the wine glass slowly, and said, then wait and see. Seeing that Yifei was so determined, Yang Zimo was even more willing to accept the army. Is it true that Yifei said it? Yang Zimo peeked at the door of the bar, very curious. About 5 minutes later, Su Qingzu came. Su Qingzu entered the bar. She wore a beret, hiding her delicate face, only showing her exquisite figure. She wore a Dior starry sky dress, exposing her fragrant shoulders, and her snow-white skin was like fat, leaning against the dim light of the bar. Old conspicuous, although the beret blocked her face, many men in the bar subconsciously focused their eyes on her, feeling. This woman has a special temperament and a good figure, she must be a great beauty. After entering the bar, Su Qingzu followed the table and found the stand of Yifei and the others. Yang Zimo and Baiyu both looked straight at Su Qingzu, they were wondering if Su Qingzu was here. Because the beret blocked Su Qingzu's face, he couldn't see clearly from a distance. When Su Qingzu approached Yifei, she saw Yifei and then she took off her millinery, revealing a cold and beautiful face. Su Qingzu is well dressed tonight. She deliberately went to a makeup artist for light makeup. Originally, she would be regarded as a beauty above 9 points if she didn't play Fendai, and she was even more perfect at the moment. 0 seeking flowers 0. A cold and delicate face, bright eyes and white teeth, slender fingers and red lips, and skin more like snow jade, standing there with cold stains and light. It freezes on Yifei's body. Both Yang Zimo and Baiyu are stunning. Baiyu is okay. After all, I often see my sister have a certain resistance to beautiful women. In Yang Zimo's eyes, there was an unbelievable color. Not only was he surprised by Su Qingzu's appearance, it was even harder to imagine Su Qingzu's true appearance. Come on. With a faint smile on Yifei's mouth, he waved to Su Qingzu, come and sit down. Then Su Qingzu sat beside Yifei. The faint body scent spreads between Yifei's mouth and nose, and it smells very good. Su Qingzu was seated like this. The other yin and yang around were eclipsed and became vulgar fans. Compared with the top beauty like Su Qingzu, the girls Baiyu invited to accompany them are really worthless mention. Yifei raised the wine glass and took a sip of wine gracefully and indifferently. He smiled and looked at Yang Zimo. Young Master Yang, what do you say now? Yang Zimo was a little dazed. He almost didn't react to the situation in front of him. Su Qingzu, who has always been cold and arrogant, as if being tamed by Yifei, he sat beside Yifei obediently. This completely subverted Yang Zimo's impression. Isn't this a fake Su Qingzu? Not to mention Yang Zimo, even Baiyu was surprised. Yang Zimo looked at Yifei and smiled calmly, and somehow Yifei's last sentence appeared in his heart. In fact, there's a kind of. The special talent is called picking up girls. Think about Bai Ruoxi's closeness with Yifei last night, and then look at the current relationship between Su Qingzu and Yifei. This made Yang Zimo stare too much and had to believe it. Yifei, Yi Gongzi, I am taking it. Yang Zimo held out the wine glass and drank it. Although he was still a little confused, Yifei's hand. Duan forced him to obey. Chapter 82. Yang Zimo picked up the wine glass and drank it, expressing his admiration at Yifei's level of picking up girls. Yang Zimo and Yifei didn't have much conflict at first, but he was a little unhappy with Yifei before. But now, Yang Zimo has only one thought in his mind. Yifei's words back and forth in his mind are always Yifei's previous sentence, I have a. This special talent is called picking up girls. Now it seems that Yifei's this is almost compelling for him to believe. Otherwise, how do you explain that Bai Ruoxi, the Yanjing number 1 by Fumei, favors Yifei? In Su Qingzu, Yang Zimo couldn't imagine that an iceberg beauty like Su Qingzu would be so smooth for a man. Yang Zimo completely took a. Su Qingzu sat beside Yifei, she frowned slightly, a little uncomfortable with the atmosphere of the bar. light. However, Yifei was by the side. Su Qingzu glanced at the profile of the man beside him. Very handsome, noble and elegant. By the side of this deck, almost all the girls that Baiyu had brought were carrying Yifei secretly. Su Qingzu saw the eyes of these girls. She frowned subconsciously and sat a little closer to Yifei, seeming to be declares sovereignty. Yifei saw Su Qingzu as small movements in his eyes and smiled at the corners of his lips. Perhaps even Su Qingzu himself hadn't noticed the quiet change in her mentality. Su Qingzu still hates men. After she came to the bar and sat down, she nodded to Yang Zimo and Baiyu at first. Unexpectedly, there was no communication between the two of them. But her attitude towards Yifei alone is special. Because of Su Qingzu's arrival, although Yang Zimo and Baiyu both admired Yifei's methods of picking up girls, they were in front of Su Qingzu. It is inconvenient to speak. Slightly embarrassed when scene equals Z. Su Qingzu was very clever to see through this. She used to go to the bathroom as an excuse to leave room for Yifei and the three to talk. As soon as Su Qingzu left, taking advantage of this effort to Yang Zimo, he immediately leaned to Yifei's side, and asked mysteriously, Yi. Fei, do you accept apprentices? Yifei was startled, looking at Yang Zimo somewhat unclearly. Yang Zimo said with a look of excitement, didn't you say that you have a special talent for picking up girls? Can you teach me? I want to learn. Yang Zimo has a very straight personality. Not too careful, although he was a little unhappy with Yifei before, it quickly disappeared, very. At this time, he had directly taught Yifei how to pick up girls. For Yifei's ability to pick up girls, Yang Zimo was completely convinced, the kind of five body throwing on the ground. Yifei raised his eyebrows. That was just a joke by Yifei, but Yang Zimo actually took it seriously. I was joking back then, did you believe it? Yifei shrugged. Yang Zimo nodded with a firm face, you would learn from me, and I would believe everything you say now. Yifei was silent and Baiyu next to Yang Zimo covered his face and looked at Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo's thoughts are very clear, if you don't have the talent for picking up girls, how can you explain Baiyu Ruoxi and Su Qingzu? Yifei felt that it was not clear for a while, so he simply said, I don't want to teach you how to pick up girls. No, you think, Bai Bao hurriedly pulled Yang Zimo and said, Yang Zimo, don't disturb Yifei. You can learn his ability to pick up girls. Yang Zimo glared at Bai Bao, unconvinced. Baiyu faintly said, no way. It looks bad, I think you'd better use money to hit it. Yang Zimo was deeply hit and sat back in silence. Yifei laughed dumbfounded. After such a disturbance, he felt that Yang Zimo was a bit interesting. Soon, Su Qingzu returned from the bathroom too. Su Qingzu sat next to Yifei again, she sat next to Yifei, and vomiting Fei and Yang Zimo and Baiyu to fight wine, she did not drink, but watching from the side. After a while, taking advantage of Yifei's effort to put down the wine glass, she quietly cared about Yifei, are you hungry? It's kind of. Yifei told the truth that he didn't eat much for dinner, and he just drank after coming to the bar. Oh, Su Qingzu listened, picked up the fruit plate on the table, and unexpectedly took the initiative to strip Yifei. Yang Zimo and Baiyu next to them were even more stunned when they saw the scene. Su Qingzu took the initiative to peel fruit for a man 3. If it spreads out, I am afraid it will become the breaking news in the upper circles of Yanjing tomorrow. Yifei took the orange peeled by Su Qingzu. He was also a little surprised. Q. Su Qingzu also seemed to realize that her actions were a little ambiguous. It was exactly like the feeling of a girlfriend taking care of others, her face. A moving blush can't help but appear on the top. Xiao Fei's cheeks are bright and moving. This scene will actually appear on this iceberg beauty. It is also a visual pleasure to look at her ruddy face. Bye. Su Qingzu lowered his head, and his delicate ear tips were dyed with a slight pink. Yifei ate Kazi unceremoniously. And, it tastes good. Yifei was eating fruit while drinking and playing dice with Bai Bao Yang Zimo. The other girls who accompanied the wine also participated. Very lively. The three played for about half an hour. Su Qingzu suddenly said in Yifei's ear, Yifei. That Chen Luo is here, right at the door. Su Qingzu exhaled warmth as he spoke. Yifei's ears were hot. Yifei also looked up at the door of the bar at this time, then narrowed his eyes. It's really a narrow road. It really is Chen Luo. He actually came to this bar too. At the entrance of the bar, Chen Luo and 3 men walked into the bar side by side. Chen Luo was talking and laughing with these people, obviously not related to each other. In the past, we got along very well. Of the 3 men next to Chen Luo, Yifei knew 2, one was Chen Luo's senior brother Duan Qizhang, and the other 2 were Li Xiangyan. There is also a man. Yifei actually knows him, but he hasn't seen it after crossing 0.7, only has an impression in his memory. This man is tall and looks good, with a beard, and looks about 3 years old. The man's name is Lei Heoran. He is also a famous elder brother in Yanjing City. Chen Luo and the 4 also came to the bar. Found a location. Yifei et al. Sitting in a quiet corner, Chen Luo equals she. I haven't found Yifei for a while. Yifei slowly retracted the moonlight. Chen Luo, this guy is really lingering. You can come across all drinks when you come out. Chapter 83 Yifei and Chen Luo's complete turnover. The 4th Chen Luo also sat in the bar's deck, not far from Yifei's side, but not too close. Chen Luo hasn't found Yifei yet. Yifei retracted his gaze and was about to continue drinking and playing dice with Yang Zimo and Baiyu. At this time, Baiyu also had a strange face, huh? Isn't he that from the Lei family? Baiyu doesn't know Chen Luo. He only knows the son of the Lei family whom Chen Luo gang met. Lei Heoran, the son of the Lei family, is not small in the upper circles of Yanjing. The Lei family is a behemoth not inferior to the Yi family. The Yi family is a wealthy chaebol in the Yangwang kingdom, while the Lei family is rich and powerful. Although the wealth is worse than the Yi family, the power is not. It's worse. Lei Heoran is the son of Lei's family and is highly valued in Lei's family and is regarded as the successor to the next generation. Lei Heoran is also very well known in the upper circle of Yanjing, and is the same level as Yifei, Baiyu, and Yang Zimo. Moreover, Lei Heoran had several skirmishes with Baiyu and Yang Zimo, and the 2 sides were unhappy with each other. 10 is in the original book. Chen Luo also wooed Lei Heoran and the Lei family behind Lei Heoran. When Chen Luo destroyed the Yi family, the Lei family made a lot of effort from beginning to end, making it one of the core promoters of the demolition 2 family. After the destruction of the Yi family in the original book, the Lei family also gained a lot of benefits. Earned a lot. Looking at the current situation, Chen Luo and Lei Heoran have obviously come together, and the relationship is very good. Yang Zimo also saw Lei Heoran. She also sneered at the corner of her mouth. It really is Lei Heoran. Hey, I can actually see him here. Lei Heoran had pursued Bai Ruoxi frantically, but he had been unsuccessful. He even wanted to use shameless little tricks to get Bai Ruoxi away. Ruthlessly debunked. After that, both Baiyu and Yang Zimo looked at Lei Heoran very upset. Yifei squinted his eyes. Said, let us play ours, don't bother about it. 2. Both Baiyu and Yang Zimo nod their heads. Although they are not happy with each other, they are in the bar after all, and everyone is here to drink. They are not going to pick things up either. The three continue to drink and play dice. And Yifei playing dice, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. It seems that Chen Luo used his master's contacts. I visited many of Yanjing's wealthy families, and Lei's family must be among them. Chen Luo probably got to know Lei Haoran because of this and hit it off with Lei Haoran. In a short while, Chen Luo and Lei's family may appear, and even with the acquiescence and help of the two big brothers, they will destroy Yi. Home situation. This also indicates that Yifei and Chen Luo are completely torn apart, and a full-scale battle is about to begin. Yifei was calm. With Yifei's current layout, the situation is completely different from the previous life. In the previous life, the Yi family was troubled internally and externally. And now, the Yi family's momentum is extremely good. Yifei also Wu Su and by his allies. He also maintains a good relationship with Niu Lao. The situation has quietly changed. Yifei glanced at Lei Haoran. Daisy also thought about how to deal with Lei's family. As for now, Yifei intends to pit Chen Luo first. Just when Yifei thought about it, at this time, Chen Luo and others, who were drinking in the other corner of the bar in the distance, also found Yi. Chen Luo was talking to Lei Haoran, and he paused slightly with the hand holding the wine glass, his eyes showing a depressive look. Brother Chen, what is the matter? Lei Haoran followed Chen Luo's gaze curiously. Also saw Yifei and others. Lei Haoran suddenly laughed. It turned out to be them. Brother Chen, you mentioned Tu Fei with me just now, and now you meet these few people. NS, you guys are really destined. Chen Luo had already told Lei Haoran about his hatred with Yifei. Chen Luo's face was pale. When he saw Yifei, he remembered Yifei's performance last time at Niu's house, and Chen Luo's heart rose with flames. The beauty of the iceberg dismissed him, but in front of Yifei she seemed a little behaved. Chen Luo's beautiful appearance made Chen Luo hate Yifei. Seeing Chen Luo's expression a little ugly, Lei Haoran smiled and patted Chen Luo's shoulder, and said, Brother Chen, you and I hit it right away, and the genius Dr. Wu once showed great kindness to our Lei family. Don't you worry, I will definitely help you. Chen Luo showed gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lei. What are you? Polite Lei Haoran smiled. Your business is my business, and I also see that Yifei's fellows are the same. Long time. Chen Luo rolled his eyes. What is Lei Jie going to do? Lei Haoran said, Yi family equals I want to be able to move for a while, so let me help you vent your anger and find someone to teach them. With that, Lei Haoran picked up the phone and dialed the number. Chen Luo's eyes equals bright. He wanted to teach EKZ a long time ago. It is just that he was inconvenient to shoot directly. After squatting the game last time, Chen Luo felt obstructed in his heart. But Lei Haoran asked people to deal with Yifei. It was completely irrelevant to him. Lei Haoran wanted to teach Yifei. Of course he would be happy to see the result. Finally, he was able to teach Yifei 260-handedly, so that Yifei also tasted the uncomfortable taste. Chen Luo reminded Lei Haoran, Lei Jie, Tu Fei may have bodyguards by his side. Just one or two bodyguards. Little meaning. Lei Haoran answered the phone and said a few words before hanging up the phone. Hanging up the phone, Lei Haoran smiled confidently. Said, Brother Chen, wait for a good show later. Okay, Brother Lei, I will toast you a glass. Chen Luo was in a good mood and quickly raised his glass. Easy to say, easy to say. Chen Luo's eyes rolled around and he was dragging Lei Haoran into the water this time. He was only waiting for a good show now. In Chen Luo's heart. Lei Haoran was just he used to deal with Yifei. I really look forward to Yifei's next embarrassed appearance. Chen Luo only feels that the obstruction in his heart is swept away, extremely happy. What Chen Luo didn't know was that Yifei was always observing the movements of Chen Luo and Lei Haoran with his eyes. Seeing Lei Haoran picking up the phone and carrying the phone, the corner of Yifei's lips also evoked a two-wire arc. Chapter 84. The most intense conflict. The corner of Yifei's mouth was curved. He could guess what Lei Haoran was doing. It is nothing more than to teach Yifei and the third master of Yanjing. A security company that has specially trained a group of people with excellent skills. Usually to the rich and powerful. Provide bodyguards. Also, it has Lei Haoran as thug too. In the original book, Lei Haoran once let his men shade Yifei once. In the original book, Yifei was so overcast by Lei Haoran, but now Yifei was thinking about pitting Chen Luo. As a result, he ran into Lei Haoran calling. He suddenly had an idea, and Lei Haoran was just right. Take advantage of one under. Lei Haoran made the call, and he took Chen Luo and the others to leave the Dark Night Rose Bar, but did not go far, ready to watch. Good show. Soon it was wee hours. It was late, there were few people on the street, but the bar was still lively. Yifei checked the time of his watch. Said, that's it for today, let us go. Yang Zimo was surprised, leave too so early. The Z generations of them are all playing crazy, and they are not going to leave until 2 or 3 o'clock if they don't play. Yifei looked at Su Qingzu next to him. In fact, Su Qingzu had long been tired, but he still sat beside Yifei forcibly. Su Qingzu's work and rest time has always been very regular. She rarely stays up late, and basically fell asleep before 2 o'clock in the morning. Tonight Su Qingzu was like a little woman next to Yifei, and even took the initiative to peel fruit for Yifei, the other men. It was still cold, but his attitude towards Yifei was completely different. Yifei smiled lightly. Qingzu seems to be sleepy, let us evacuate first. Su Qingzu felt a little shock in his heart. This was the first time Yifei called her light bamboo, and she felt 2 strange things in her heart. His face was blushing, and my heart slightly. Sweet. She has always been tired of men. At this moment, there is no even the slightest disgust, but the other side feels sweet. Tisk tisk, young master, you really pity the beauty, then let us listen to you, let us drop it, let us drop it. Bai Yu was very kind to he. Fei Mianzi, he waved his hand to disperse the celebrities around him, and then walked out of the bar with Tu Fei and Yang Zimo. The street outside the bar is deserted. Although it is autumn, the night in Yanjing is a bit cold. Yifei and others parked their cars outside the street, so they had to walk some distance to get the car. Yifei walked towards the entrance of the street and passed by a small alley. As soon as I entered this hutong, a group of people suddenly appeared around them. There were probably a dozen people. Mada, his body is very muscular, and they all have sticks. The head is a full face, full of tattoos. To this big man joked at Su Qingzu beside your Fei, yeah. What a beautiful chick, such a rare beauty, why don't you want to come and play with your buddies for a while? Speaking of the net, really bad acting. Yifei was sure that this group of people was definitely brought by Lei Haoran, and their target was not Su Qingzu but Yifei and the others. How can there be more than a dozen people holding sticks and weapons? Waiting at the entrance of the alley in the middle of the night but only to tease women. Su Qingzu's face is cold, but his eyes are slightly flustered. Yang Zimo and Bai Yu both noticed something wrong. Ziyu reacted quickly and immediately wanted to pick up the phone and call the bodyguard. Seeing Bai Yu took out his mobile phone to make a call. The look of the man changed slightly. This big guy didn't care about so much. He just wanted to complete Lei Xiao's explanation on the phone. He immediately shouted, hands. As they spoke, these dozen people were extremely vicious and they shot with sticks. Yifei and others were quickly surrounded. Both Baiyu and Yang Zimo are only young, and their physique may be slightly stronger than ordinary people. And these more than a dozen people know that they are Lianjiazi at a glance, how can they be opponents? It was the first time Bai Bao and Yang Zimo met this blast, but although the two of them turned pale, they were also hard-bodied. Grass, Yifei and Yang Zimo, let us call the bodyguard over for a while, Baiyu shouted too much. Yang Zimo also shouted, Yifei, you protect Miss Su, don't resist. Yifei was slightly surprised, Yang Zimo and Baiyu were still loyal at the critical moment. At this moment, the leading Taihan rushed over, raising the stick in his hand and slamming it directly in Su Qingzu's direction. The scene began to become chaotic. The Taihan didn't care about so much, so he started directly. Since Su Qingzu and Ye Fei were standing there, and Su Qingzu was closer to him, he lifted his club and hit Su first. Light bamboo, Su Qingzu's face turned pale, she took a step back subconsciously, and closed her eyes when she faced the sudden drop of the stick. But the next second, the expected pain did not strike. Su Qingzu felt like he was being pulled. I saw Ye Fei standing in front of her. Then Su Qingzu saw Ye Fei kicking his feet, fast as lightning, sinking vigorously, and angled fiercely. Bang! There was an explosion in the air, and the big man was kicked several meters by Ye Fei, and the stick in his hand was also released. That big man was solved by Ye Foot. This scene made Yang Zimo and Baiyu stunned, while Su Qingzu was stunned, and his head was filled with Ye Fei just now. The scene in front of her extraordinarily safe. Stand behind me obediently and don't move. I promise that this bunch of trash won't touch your fingers. At the same time, Ye Fei's faint noise rang in Su Qingzu's ears. Hear the words. Su Qingzu raised her head and looked at the man's back subconsciously. Ye Fei's figure is not burly, but just right, but it gives Su Qingzu an indescribable sense of security. Su Qingzu listened to Ye Fei's words, obediently stood behind him. The king immediately afterwards, Dushi saw another amazing scene. Ye Fei snatched the weapon of a big man with his hand. With the weapon, Ye Fei became more vigorous, like a tiger entering the flock. None of these people are Ye Fei's opponents. At this moment, Ye Fei's force value is not inferior to Chen Luo, he is definitely a master. With his previous force value, even if it deals with special. The soldiers are more than enough, not to mention these half buckets of water. Accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones in the night sky, screams followed. Ye Fei easily solved the three of them, and then saw Baiyu and Yang Zimo not far away in trouble. Chapter 85. Ye Fei was skilled enough to deal with these people, but Yang Zimo and Baiyu were miserable. Yang Zimo and Baiyu were at the level of ordinary people, how can they beat this group of bears with weapons only Yang Zimo and Baiyu are seen? Yu was beaten several times. Fortunately, the injury is not serious, but the arms and back are already in good condition. Especially Yang Zimo, this guy is even worse. There is a long bruise on Yang Zimo's arm, and the suit he is wearing also has a big hole torn, looking very wolf. Awkward. However, although Yang Zimo was injured, his eyes were fierce. His grandma, you have the ability to kill me today, otherwise I make you all regret one. Yang Zimo angrily sipped a. Hear what Yang Zimo said. One of the big guys showed a fierce glow, and his long stick slammed into Yang Zimo's head. Yang Zimo's expression changed too much, he wanted to dodge, but his body reaction slowed down equal shoot. Can T dodge? If the stick comes down. He was afraid of a concussion. When Yang Zimo saw the stick smash down, he was covered in cold sweat and his face was earthy. It is too late to say, then it is fast. Ye Fei's figure flashed, and he yanked Yang Zimo over. This stick 260 missed directly and hit the ground hard. Hearing the dull sound of wooden sticks hitting the ground, Yang Zimo's heart was full of fear, and he was sweating coldly and his hands and feet were cold. Yang Zimo was relaxed angry, almost buttocks slumped on the ground 9. Don T looked at him screaming harshly, but Yang Zimo also knew in his heart that if he really wants to eat this stick, he will at least lie down a few in the hospital. Month, it is even more serious. Ye Fei saved him. Yang Zimo looked at Ye Fei with gratitude in his eyes, and couldn't he help but smoke his mouth. Ye Fei, thank you. I owe you this time. Ye Fei's voice filled with magnetism came, you all stand back, be careful. What about your bodyguards, why haven't you come yet? Bai Bao clutched the wound, he gritted his teeth and said, it is coming soon, Ye Fei, can you hold on for a while? Ye Fei looked at the 8 Taihan remaining in front of him, with a calm expression, and said, don't worry. This group of goods can hurt me. It can only be said that Lei Haoran had wrongly estimated Ye Fei's strength. These 10 big guys are indeed good at skills, but they are a bit close to dealing with Tu Fei. Ye Fei's current skill is enough to deal with a few adult men without a problem. No matter it was Lei Haoran or Chen Luo, they didn't know Ye Fei's skill, and didn't even know Ye Fei could fight so much. Ye Fei's fighting method was very fierce, almost grabbing a weapon and hitting the opponent's most vulnerable part. Hit in the shortest time. Defeat the opponent. This street fighting method is the simplest and most direct, most effective. Right now, the situation has changed. Ye Fei stood in front alone, and the remaining 7 or 8 big men who were still standing were actually deterred by Ye Fei's aura and hesitated. Dared to step forward. After waiting for a while, Baiu's bodyguard arrived. Bai Bao's 2 bodyguards are also good, although they are not as good as Ye Fei, but they are definitely carefully selected and better than these thugs. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining carry RS were all persuaded, and even a few thugs ran away quickly. These fight. The hands are also very experienced. Not only do they run very fast, but they are also scattered and fleeing, so they are not easy to pursue. But it doesn't matter if you run a few thugs. Now the situation is completely reversed. All the 5 or 6 thugs who fell on the ground were restrained by Baiu's bodyguards. The situation was finally brought under control. Baiyu was furious, and he told the bodyguard too loudly, you guys will search for me, check it out for me, I want to see who sent this group of people. Come on. Bai Bao was very angry, he wanted to investigate thoroughly. He is not stupid, of course he can see that these thugs are very strange, most of the night. Where did this group of thugs come from? Ye Fei slowly said, it is useless. Since the other party can send people, their identities and background must be. It is very clean, we can find it. Upon hearing this, both Yang Zimo and Baiyu were silent for a moment. Think about it, since the other party sent someone out, it is impossible to leave such an obvious flaw. Yuuoke Su Qingzu was standing next to Ye Fei, her concern was beyond words. I am fine. Ye Fei smiled. Ye Fei glanced at the subdued thugs on the ground, and said lightly, 80% of these people were sent by Chen Luo and Lei Haoran. Su Qingzu said, it must be Chen Luo. This man has a wrong mind. Chen Luo. Both Baiyu and Yang Zimo were taken aback. They didn't know Chen Luo, only Lei Haoran. Actually, Baiyu He just now. Yang Zimo was also suspicious of Lei Haoran. After all, they didn't deal with Lei Haoran, especially Lei Haoran appeared in the bar today. It is just that they have no evidence. Su Qingzu's remarks just helped Ye Fei to prove, and Ye Fei said, Chen Luo is the man who followed Lei Haoran today. He used to be with me. There are grievances. Right now, Ye Fei briefly talked about the matter between him and Chen Luo. After hearing what Yifei said, Bai Yu and Yang Zimo looked at each other, both extremely disgusted with Chen Luo. Especially Yang Zimo, he was in danger just now, almost cold. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. That can be wrong. It must be them who went to Lei Haoran and Chen Luo. I remember these two people. Play this insidious trick. Yang Zimo also said viciously, if it weren't for Yifei to save me, my asterisk would be lying in the hospital right now. Yifei, you. When do you have to deal with Chen Luo? Count me, I want him to die. Bai Yu and Yang Zimo were not easy to provoke. Especially Yang Zimo, he ate Dian this time and hated Chen Luo. Ding, congratulations to the host. Bai Yu has become extremely hostile to Chen Luo. The experience value is increased by 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. It made Yang Zimo feel extremely hostile to Chen Luo, and his experience value increased by 100 points. Yifei heard the system prompt, and the corners of his lips curled up. Experience points are here again. In fact, this matter is being calculated by Yifei. When Yifei noticed that Lei Haoran was about to do something against them, he took the plan and cooperated with Lei Haoran to do it. As a result, now, not only did Yifei have nothing to do, but instead made Ziyu and Yang Zimo the same enemy as him. These two people are now facing each other. Chen Luo and Lei Haoran both tickled their teeth with hatred. Not only was Lei Haoran's scheming against Yifei easily solved by him, but Yifei also dragged Bai Bao and Yang Zimo into the water and led them. I hate Chen Luo too. Chapter 86 Su Qingzu's devotion. Seeing Bai Yu and Yang Zimo hating Chen Luo, he felt very happy when Yifei's experience value soared. In any case, Yang Zimo and Bai Yu were dragged into the water by him. This is in full compliance with Yifei's plan. In fact, in Yifei's opinion, there were two reasons why the Yi family in the original book was destroyed. The first, of course, is the halo of the protagonist of the original book Chen Luo, that has not to mention that. The second one is that the Yi family had too few friends and too many enemies in the original book. Chen Luo relied on his master's vast network and relationship to win many Yanjing wealthy families, such as the Lei family, all of whom were Chen allies falling. In contrast, the Yi family was fighting alone. No matter how the Yi family has great roots, it is impossible to beat Yanjing's tycoons. The door, coupled with internal and external troubles, was eventually destroyed. Of course, Yifei will not repeat the same mistakes. What he has to do now is very simple. He must win over anyone who can become Chen Luo's enemy. Anything that can be formed in alliances. He also wants to make friends. Again, Yifei only needs to make his friends more and more. With fewer enemies, he can easily win Chen Luo. But now Bai Yu and Yang Zimo's angry attitude towards Chen Luo has achieved Yifei's goal. Yifei persuaded Bai Yu and Yang Zimo a few words, and then said, you go back first. You are all hurt, go back quickly. Rub medicine, these people will leave it to me. Yifei pointed to the subdued thugs on the ground. Alright, I beg you. Yifei, I owe you today. Both Bai Bao and Yang Zimo said, the injuries on their bodies are indeed serious, it is time to go back and rub the medicine. After all, the injuries of the two of them were not minor, and they hurriedly went home to treat their wounds. Yifei. He called Black Five and asked him to come over and deal with those who were subdued. Haiwu brought people here soon, he had always done things very securely, and Yifei was also relieved. At this point, things tonight finally come to an end. It is late at night. Only Yifei and Su Qingzu were left. Yifei said to Su Qingzu, I will send you back. Good. Su Qingzu's voice was exceptionally soft. The other side, Lei Haoran was in a tea house under his own name, and he and Chen Luo were ready to watch the show. Just waiting to see Yifei's three people being severely taught. Look like, at this moment, Lei Haoran's cell phone rang, he answered the phone, and then said a few words, his face was cold. Brother Lei, what's wrong? Chen Luo had a bad feeling in his heart. Lei Haoran's face was low and he hung up the phone and muttered to himself, that's right, Yifei can call such a boy he used to be. Did you hide your hand? Brother Lei, what the asterisk is going on? Chen Luo's bad premonition grew stronger. Lei Haoran said solemnly, we failed. 17 my people told me that the guy Tufei is very capable. The person I sent out has a small. Half of them were subdued by Yifei. What Chen Luo's voice couldn't he help raising an octave? This fact makes it difficult for Chen Luo to accept. Chen Luo had never seen Yifei make a move, but he always thought that Yifei was just a little white face and embroidered pillow. Although Yifei looks. He is handsome, but his physical fitness is weak and worrying, and he is not his opponent at all. But now it seems that Yifei's force value is actually quite terrifying. Although the thugs sent by Lei Haoran were not worth mentioning in Chen Luo's eyes, they were more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Fly with a bodyguard. It is also difficult to stop. After all, no matter how good the bodyguard is, at most, it will only deal with one or two people. It is said that 2 punches are hard to beat 4 hands. This is not a lie. But Lei Haoran told him, Yifei is very capable, and the thugs sent by Lei Haoran are not his opponents. Chen Luo's complexion became cloudy. Chen Luo has always been very disdainful of Yifei, because in Chen Luo's eyes, Yifei is just a lucky second-generation rich. It has nothing more than being reborn and having a good father. What is so great about this kind of person? But the facts tell him that Yifei is also proficient in medical skills, and even martial arts level is extremely high, at least enough to threaten him. Chen Luo was silent. Lei Haoran also flickered. He was a little embarrassed. He wanted to stop Yifei, but he didn't steal the rice, so he went in. After more than a dozen thugs, these people will not be able to appear in Yanjing in the short term. Especially after the few thugs who ran away, Lei Haoran asked them to put a sum of money in their accounts and told them to go to the countryside to avoid the limelight. So as not to get into trouble with the upper body. Lei Haoran was also sullen. This time it is a big loss, who knows that Tufei still hides his strength. Late at night, Yifei sent Su Qingzu home. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Su's villa. Su Qingzu kept her head down. She glanced at Yifei secretly from time to time, and then quietly retracted her gaze, not knowing what she was thinking. Yifei parked the car at the entrance of Su's villa and said, Miss Su, here it is. Miss Su. This title made Su Qingzu bit his mouth. He was slightly disappointed in his heart. After hearing Yifei scream light bamboo, she had already caused ripples in her heart. She prefers the term light bamboo. Su Qingzu gave an energetic voice. Although she arrived home, she did not get out of the car immediately. She plucked up the courage and asked, Yifei, can you talk? Yifei met Su Qingzu's clear eyes. What do you want to talk about? Thank you for standing in front of me tonight. Su Qingzu's voice was not quite, but Tufei could hear it clearly. Yifei said, I can watch you being bullied. I invited you to the bar. Su Qingzu's eyes were slightly dim without the answer he had hoped for. Su Qingzu whispered, when you stand in front of me, I feel very at ease. This feeling of being protected, I used to. Never had. Yifei noticed that Su Qingzu's face was flushed, like a drunk red. Very bright and moving. He also noticed that the iceberg beauty in front of him, the frost in her heart seemed to melt little by little. Chapter 87. Sex. They are all frosty attitude. But now, in front of Yifei, the frost had melted bit by bit. When did it start? 3. Perhaps from the beginning of Yifei's journey, he broke the secret in Su Qingzu's heart and learned that Su Qingzu's male symptom has been buried. C. Perhaps Su Qingzu accidentally ran into Tu Fei's intimate behavior with Luo Weiyu in the ward. My heart started strangely. Or when Yifei helped her deal with Zhang Feifei as spokesperson issue. Or perhaps it was tonight that Yifei's sense of security in front of her touched her. Su Qingzu's heart came up with a little bit of her and Yifei's acquaintance, and there was a strange feeling of 260 lingering in her heart. The pictures of the screen flashed through her mind like a movie. Due to the psychological shadow of his childhood, Su Qingzu suffered from misogyny. For any male, she is instinctively repulsive, even disgust, but her attitude towards Yifei alone is getting more and more special. Yifei smiled slightly. He also saw the slight change in Su Qingzu's state of mind at this time. Su Qingzu lowered his head and said, anyway, thank you for protecting me today. You're welcome, it's getting late. I'll take you back to the villa, Yifei said. He opened the car door and let Su Qingzu get out of the car. The cold wind in the autumn night of Yanjing was a bit bitter, and Su Qingzu got off the car and felt the chill. Yifei sent Su Qingzu to the door of the villa and said warmly, it's late today. Go back and rest. Wait, Su Qingzu stopped Yifei, who was about to leave, only to see Su Qingzu plucking up courage, looking at you with long autumn eyes. Fei said, Yifei, I know I used to have a bad attitude towards you. Yifei smiled, it's okay, it's all the same. Su Qingzu bit his lip, you also know that I have misogyny. I didn't target you before, but I did play music with the opposite sex. Place, Su Qingzu was explaining very seriously. Yifei's tone softened, I know. Strictly speaking, Su Qingzu was right about this incident. The disease of misogyny is beyond her control, and her psychological shadow is also great. Haunted herself, let her live in a small world. Su Qingzu himself is the biggest victim of misogyny. Su Qing's head drooped slightly and her eyes were slightly flustered. She looked at the concrete floor in front of the villa with a very quiet voice. What you said last time. I thought about it for a long time, you were right. I can't go on like this anymore, I want to come out of self-enclosure. It's good for you to think so, Yifei said. Su Qingzu said, but I have tried my best to adapt to the outside world, but the effect is still not good. I always give back to other men in my heart. Is exclusive, but, alone treats you alone, it doesn't seem to be the same. Su Qingzu whispered. With Su Qingzu's cold personality, she was able to say such words as the limit. This sentence is no different from confession. Yifei was a little surprised when he looked at Su Qingzu and the light became a little softer. Noting the change in Yifei's expression, Su Qingzu's eyes trembled slightly, and his voice became even smaller, so, I am thinking, even if I ask. It's okay to hate other men. Yeah. Su Qingzu plucked up the courage to say, Yifei couldn't help being moved by these words. Yifei stared at Su Qingzu and saw that she was under the street lamp and moonlight. Her face was beautiful, the blush spread, her pupils cut water, she was beautiful and beautiful. In the cold wind, Su Qingzu plucked up his courage and proactively stretched out his jade hand, grabbing Yifei's sleeve. Because of the cold, Su Qingzu's body trembled slightly because of the chill, but she was a little stubborn and refused to return to Su's villa, instead standing. In front of the villa's gate, Yifei's sleeve was pulled. Su Qingzu moonlight looked at the ground. She gently tugged at the corner of Yifei's clothes, as if she could get closer to Yifei in this way. She looked up at the man's Qingjun face, her long eyelashes quivered, her lips moved slightly, her voice still a little quiet. Since I got misogyny, I have been closing my heart, but I don't want to go on like this anymore. 0. Su Qingzu thought of the memory of the past. The painful color flashed in her eyes, and she saw her father and mother repeatedly domestic violence when she was a child, therefore. The subconscious fear and rejection of men gradually evolved into misogyny. But tonight, the 2 moments when Yifei was in front of her, made her feel an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. This kind of peace of mind is Su Qing. Bamboo has never been experienced. Su Qingzu felt very warm in his heart that this man would protect her. That's why Su Qingzu summoned his courage to express his heart to Yifei. Yifei looked at the woman in front of him. She stood in the cold wind, and the dim light couldn't hide her stunning face. At this moment, she took off her icy coat, unexpectedly. It looked a little weak, especially the eyes that looked like a homeless child. She tugged at the corner of Yifei's clothes. I didn't grasp it tightly, but it never loosened it. The iceberg beauty, who has always been cold and arrogant, has completely removed the armor of defense in front of Yifei, becoming weak and helpless. Perhaps this is the truest aspect of Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu lowered his head, his red lips slightly open. He wanted to speak but didn't know how to speak, and his body trembled in the cold wind, extremely weak. This scene was frozen in Yifei's sight, making Yifei move and move. This woman, at this moment, makes people feel painful. Yifei's noise was 0.7 magnetic, and then she remembered, don't think too much. 1 late now, go back and rest. Bar, didn't he get the answer he imagined? Su Qingzu talked inwardly with bright eyes. But the next moment, Su Qingzu saw Yifei take off his coat and put the coat on Su Qingzu's body. Yifei's body temperature remained in her coat, which made Su Qingzu warm up instantly, her cheeks became more rosy, and her dim eyes changed. It is shining. The autumn wind in the cold test seems to have become less cold. That can you come and pick me up to work tomorrow? Su Qingzu's eyes flashed with expectation, and couldn't he help it? Okay, Yifei agreed. Su Qingzu heard the words. The little haze in her heart disappeared instantly, and she smiled sweetly, and her smile bloomed. Very bright. Chapter 88. Su Qingzu's smile is beautiful. Use 4 words to describe E. Relieved. It is like ice thawing, very charming. Yifei. Su Qingzu put on Yifei's coat, walked into the villa door, and then went straight to the room. It was the first time that she came home so late and lay on the bed after taking a shower. Su Qingzu tossed and couldn't sleep, but was thinking about a problem. What should I wear tomorrow morning? Yifei also returned to his private villa. As soon as the front foot arrived, Yifei received the system prompt immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host Su Qingzu for his love for you, and the experience value has increased by 300 points. After receiving the system prompt, to Yifei. Su Qingzu fell in love with him. Yifei had also received Luo Weiyu's hint that he was enamored of him before, but he knew the meaning of this system hint very well. Among the women that Jian Yefei came into contact with were Luo Weiyu and Su Qingzu. All fell in love with him. System, what is my previous experience value? Yifei hasn't talked to the system for a long time, and the system has been relatively silent recently. Host, you had 200 points and 10 experience points a month ago. The pleasant female voice of the system came. Hearing the voice of the system, Yifei shrugged and said lightly, I see. Yifei Ui's previous experience points are 2,200. You can add attributes again E. Yifei thought about it and prepared to consume 500 points to increase the power attribute and increase the power to 200 points. There is also speed. He also increased to 200 points, consuming 600 experience points. There are 100 experience points left. Yifei smoothly added another 100 points of wisdom. Moreover, the strength and speed of the former Yifei reached 200 points, and the wisdom was 195 points. Yifei has 10 experience points left to spare. Oh. Using the system to increase the attributes, Yifei's body has undergone subtle changes again, and his physical fitness has improved again. Yifei now has a higher level of strength. I don't know what the situation will be when I fight Chen Luo now too, Yifei secretly said in his heart. After adding the attributes, Yifei lay on the bed and slept beautifully, equals it was dawn. Early the next morning, Yifei drove the cool white Bocini to the Suez villa. Arrived at the entrance of Suez villa, Su Qingzu hadn't come out yet, so he went straight to the villa and waited. The lobby of Suez villa. Novel. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Yifei took the seat and unexpectedly ran into Master Su Shaoqun. Su Shaoqun was a little surprised when he saw Yifei. Xiaofei, why are you here today? Su Shaoqun had a very good impression of Yifei straight, especially after Yifei rescued him once. I am here to pick up Qingzu. Yifei smiled. You come to take the light. Su Shaoqun was taken aback and then surprised. It was Qingzu who asked you to come too. Yifei smiled slightly. Yes, I will pick her up to work. Good, good. Su Shaoqun nodded in surprise and laughed comfortingly. Qingzu's head is finally open, I'll just say. Well, Xiaofei, you are so good too. Su Shaoqun also, I don't know when the relationship between his granddaughter and Yifei has made such obvious progress. Su Qingzu also took the initiative to let Yifei send. She goes to work. As the department progresses, this old man is not too happy. Yifei sat in the Tai hall for about 10 minutes. I saw Su Qingzu stepping out of the stairs with high heels. The first thing I noticed was the pair of black stockings. The thin stockings were wrapped around a pair of slender legs. Su Qingzu's slender feet are stepping on black high heels, and his calves are as smooth as jade wrapped in black silk. Su Qingzu also deliberately put on light makeup, and even changed several sets of clothes. That's why it was delayed for a while. Let you wait a long time. Su Qingzu walked to Yifei and said softly. Yifei shook his head and smiled. For a while, he looked at Su Qingzu's makeup carefully. Well, it is beautiful today. Yifei did not compliment against his will. Su Qingzu does look more beautiful today. In front of Yifei, although her temperament was still cold and cold, she was not as iceberg as before, but rather bright and charming. Tender and beautiful. If you really want to describe it, it is like a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow, although it is cold. But touching. Su Qingzu heard compliments. My heart was slightly sweet, and my face quietly climbed into a blush. There was joy in Su Qingzu's bright eyes. Just about to say something, he suddenly realized that his grandfather Su Shaoqun was also there, and he was even more embarrassed and embarrassed. Upward, there's a feeling that the little secret in my heart has been punctured. Su Shaoqun said with a smile, it is nice to be young, my old man seems superfluous here, you guys talk about it. With that said, Su Shaoqun was about to go outside. Su Qingzu's embarrassment grew stronger. Yifei smiled, Master, don't leave, I'll take Qingzu to work, let us go. And Su Qingzu followed Yifei's side, half a position behind him. Su Shaoqun smiled while looking at the backs of Yifei and Su Qingzu with two relieved smiles. When we arrived in the car, Su Qingzu said in a low voice, this is the first time I saw my grandfather so happy. It seems that it was really my fault before. It is not too late to wake up. Yifei laughed. Su Qingzu nodded his head, his voice was soft, and soon, Yifei galloped steadily all the way and drove to the gate of the Su 260 group. Su Qingzu took the initiative to invite Yifei upstairs. This was also the second time Yifei came to the Su group. Su Qingzu and Yifei side by side, she took the initiative to hold Yifei's arm. After Yilu's heartfelt voice last night, Su Qingzu had taken off guard in front of Yifei, and her attitude towards Yifei was completely different. The same, Yifei laughed. He also took the initiative to hold Su Qingzu's little snow white hand. Su Qingzu's cheeks flushed with a faint blush, but with joy in his heart, the two entered the Su group building side by side. The employees of the Su group have already started to work. Of course they also know Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu is well deserved in the Su group. The goddess, the popularity is needless to say. It is a pity that Su Qingzu never fakes colors for men, and can only let the second group of employees silently regard her as a goddess in their hearts. But the moment Su Qingzu appeared holding Yifei's hand, countless employees of the Su group were shocked. President Su actually showed up at the company holding a man's hand and her cheek looks red. Is this shy? The employees were very surprised. Unbelievable, the sun is coming out from the west today. Chapter 89. You were pretending to sleep. When Su Qingzu took Yifei and appeared in the Su group, it immediately caused a large group of employees to be amazed. These employees are hard to imagine. Equal Shang Gaolang, like President Su, would actually hold a man's hand, and Su Qingzu still had an expression. Shame, clearly like a little woman in love. This. Yifei and Su Qingzu walked into the elevator side by side, leaving only the staff in the lobby who were all astonished. Arrived at the general manager's office. Su Qingzu is going to have a morning meeting. She is very busy this time. Because Zhang Feifei has a problem. Her image spokesperson must be changed quickly, and there is not much time left for Su Qingzu to deal with the product. In addition, Chen Luo also controls the cosmetics company Mailing International, and robs the domestic cosmetics market with Su Qingzu. Both companies are domestic cosmetic giants, and they have started fierce competition in terms of prices, publicity, and products. So Su Qingzu has been really busy recently. Yifei also understood. He smiled. Go ahead, I'll just sit in your office for a while. Okay. Su Qingzu blinked his eyes and walked quickly to the meeting room. While boring in the office, Yifei uses Su Qingzu's computer to browse news and websites at will. There are traces of her recent internet access on Su Qingzu's computer. Yifei noticed that some of the web pages Su Qingzu recently browsed are all closed. For cosmetics, cosmeceuticals, many of which are related to Mailing International. Chen Luo became the general manager of Mailing International. He wanted to bring down the Su group. After Chen Luo failed his last plan, he was still unhappy. Chen Luo relies on Duan Qizheng and has a lot of funds in his hands. It seems that he has to find a way to cut off his funds. Yifei secretly. Head, Mailing International, a cosmetics company with huge profits, is the second core industry under Duan Qizheng. However, Duan Qi was very generous to Chen Luo, and the company gave it away as soon as he said it. He transferred the shares of Mailing International to Chen Luo. Fall. According to Duan Qizheng's words, the reason why he is able to achieve his current achievements is all given by the genius Dr. Wu. But Dr. Wu is unwilling to accept him. So he transferred the company as shares to Chen Luo, all of which was lost to Chen Luo. Chen Luo is now worth a lot. In addition, he still has a network of contacts in his hands, and his life is very chic. Yifei was already thinking about it. He was going to dig a big hole and put Chen Luo in the hole again. Yifei, after browsing the web, turned off the computer. It was still early, and Yifei was lying on the sofa in the office, preparing to sleep for a while. I don't know how much time passed. When Yifei slept in a daze, he suddenly smelled two faint fragrances. Body scent. Yifei's sleepiness disappeared. I was a little awake in an instant. You don't need to think about it, but you know that the person here is Su Qingzu. Yifei is still quiet, closed. Bull. Pretend to sleep. Yifei pretended to be asleep. He felt that the fragrance was getting closer and closer to him. Can. Immediately, Yifei felt a warm touch. His mouth was lightly touched by something soft, but it was a touch like a dragonfly. But it felt like an electric shock. Yifei immediately understood what was going on. He opened his eyes, his mouth was smiling, and he happened to face Su Qingzu's eyes. Su Qingzu's face was flushed, holding a blanket in his hand, his expression extremely flustered. Su Qingzu saw Yifei sleeping just now. She was worried that Yifei wanted to cover Yifei with a blanket, but as a result, the ghost sent him a kiss. Who knew Yifei would wake up immediately? In seeing the narrow smile on his face, Su Qingzu still doesn't understand that he is pretending to be asleep. You lie to me, pretend to sleep. Su Qingzu's blush spread. Yifei smiled and said, this is not to lie to me. While talking, Yifei held Su Qingzu's slender waist with one hand to prevent her from running away. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei a little flustered. People are getting closer and closer. Yifei could clearly see her own look in her clear eyes. You can also see her long eyelashes trembling gently, showing that the female. The panic and shame of people too. Yifei's magnetic noise rang in Su Qingzu's ears. It is not like you kissed just now, I will teach you. After that, Yifei got up, he hugged Su Qingzu and moved forward. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei with a dazed and flustered look, and was immediately blocked by Fei's damn lips. Su Qingzu suddenly opened his eyes too much, as if being electrocuted, his cheeks quickly spread blush. Su Qingzu was astringent and clumsy. I don't know how to respond to Yifei. Fortunately, Yifei was guiding. After a while, Yifei let go of her panting. Su Qingzu's eyes were sweaty, and there was no ordinary coldness. She looked at Yifei with various emotions in her heart, shy, nervous, flustered, except that there is no disgust, but full of sweetness. Point 1. How does it taste? Yifei laughed, with a few points deliberately teasing too. Su Qingzu was embarrassed. She couldn't wait to find a hole to drill down. She hurriedly said, I suddenly thought that there's still a document to do. I'll go out for a while first. After that, she left in a hurry. The high heel stepped on the ground very lightly, showing her mood at the moment. The woman actually ran away. Yifei looked at her graceful back and found it interesting. After staying at Su Qingzu's company for a while, Yifei received Z-text messages from Li Xiangyan. Li Xiangyan wanted to meet Yifei. As a hidden child buried beside Chen Luo, Li Xiangyan is still very important. Yifei promised to meet him, and the two of them made an appointment. Face location. Yifei and Su Qingzu greeted them and left the Su group to meet with Li Xiangyan. He and Li Xiangyan met at a remote coffee shop in Yanjing. When Yifei arrived, Li Xiangyan had already arrived, and he was sitting awkwardly in the corner of the coffee shop. When Yifei arrived, Li Xiangyan quickly got up and greeted Yifei, Yi Xiao. Sit, you don't have to be polite. Yifei waved his hand, go ahead. What is the matter with asking me out? As an important chess piece, Tufei didn't want him to be exposed, so the two of them should meet as few as possible. Li Xiangyan of course. He also understood this truth, he was looking for Yifei in such a hurry, it was indeed something important to do. Chapter 90. Let us talk, what are you looking for? Yifei faintly. He glanced around, there are very few people in this cafe, and there's no one around them. Yifei and Li Xiangyan can communicate with confidence. Li Xiangyan hurriedly said, Yi Xiao, I was actually at the bar yesterday, but it was too late to send you a message. Li Xiangyan explained. Yifei said lightly, well. Yifei did not expect Li Xiangyan to give him information anytime and anywhere, which is not realistic. After all, things like spies only need a key to play a role or two. As long as there is second-time heavy 2 information, it is enough to make. Yifei caused a fatal blow to Chen Luo. Seeing that he or Fei didn't seem to blame him, Li Xiangyan was relieved immediately. Yesterday's incident happened suddenly and he really didn't do anything. Fa told Yifei otherwise he was afraid that he would expose it directly. Li Xiangyan continued. Chen Luo has acted very frequently these days, and I don't know how he knew many famous people in Yanjing. He has been visiting these people these days. Yifei just nodded when he heard this. This was what he expected, Yifei knew very well. And he didn't panic at all about it. The so-called Yan 263 famous gates in Beijing that Chen Luo visited were far inferior to the Yi family. And there are quite a few of them. It has a wall of brass, it has nothing to worry about. Only a few Yanjing giants deserve Yifei's attention, such as the Lei family and the two big men who once owed Master Chen Luo's favor. Although Yifei was calm, Li Xiangyan was frightened. Li Xiangyan didn't know the details of Chen Luo, only that Chen Luo was Duan Qizheng's younger brother, but the details were not clear. Li Xiangyan had. He thought that Chen Luo was just a hillbilly who came out of the ravine. But who knew that Chen Luo knew such a rich man in Yanjing? Li Xiangyan was shocked, especially the Lei Heiran yesterday. There are too few well-known Lei family in Yanjing city. Not necessarily worse than Yifei in terms of status, he is also known as brother to Chen Luo. This made Li Xiangyan shiver, suddenly discovered that Chen Luo was terrible. He hurriedly made an appointment with Yifei. One aspect was to tell Yifei what happened to him yesterday. On the other hand, he was panicking now. Seeing Li Xiangyan's expression, Yifei probably knew what he was thinking. Yifei said lightly, Li Bap Xiangyan. Are you scared? Yi Xiao, I am indeed a little worried. Li Xiangyan said, shivering a little. Li Xiangyan has discovered it. Yifei and Chen Luo couldn't afford to offend him. Yifei took out a black bank card that he had prepared a long time ago, handed it to Li Xiangyan, and said, this card contains 10 million, you take it first. NS. Greed in Li Xiangyan's eyes flashed away, but still hesitated. Yifei said coldly, follow me, money is not a problem, you should be very clear about this. In addition, since you have already done this, there is no turning back, we are now on the eastern shift. If you are found betrayed by Chen Luo or Duan Qizheng, you should know how miserable the end is. Hear the words. Li Xiangyan shivered again, his eyes flashed with horror. Yifei was right, he had no way out. Li Xiangyan gritted his teeth and nodded. Yifei glanced at Li Xiangyan. Seeing that his expression was still changing, he said, whether it is Chen Luo or Lei's family, this. Some people I have my own way to deal with, you don't have to worry about each other. My whole cards are no less than Chen Luo. He is always within my calculations. Seeing Yifei's self-confident expression, Li Xiangyan felt a little bit more determined that Yifei's methods were indeed more clever than Chen Luo. In fact, Li Xiangyan also thinks that Chen Luo is definitely not Yifei's opponent, but it is actually Chen Luo who doesn't know where the contacts come from. The net made Li Xiangyan stunned. You act for me honestly, there are people I have inserted in Chen Luo's side, and they will cooperate with you when necessary. Yifei said lightly. Listening to Yifei, saying that he had planted other people beside Chen Luo, Li Xiangyan suddenly felt awkward, lowered his head, and said with a more respectful attitude. I see, Xiao Yi. In fact, Yifei didn't plant anyone beside Chen Luo at all, just cheating Li Xiangyan. Hearing what Yifei said, Li Xiangyan was even more afraid to deceive Yifei. Anyone, in case he is caught playing small tricks, it will be hard to suffer. Well, is there anything else, Yifei asked. As expected, Li Xiangyan was much more honest, and gave an account of some of the news he had recently known. One of the messages is quite useful. According to Li Xiangyan's account, Chen Luo has recently prepared to research and produce a kind of Chinese medicine cosmetics, which is similar to powder for removing scars. He plans to putting into production in Mailing International, ready to make a fortune too. Chen Luo also needs money very much now, especially since he plans to target the Su family and the Yi family and need a lot of funds. Yifei listened to this information from Li Xiangyan. I had an idea in my heart. He is about to dig a hole for Chen Luo. Now Yifei knows how to do it. Well, I know. Yifei slightly chinned his head. Li Xiangyan said, Yi Xiao, then I will go on first if there is nothing else to do. Well, I will rarely see you in the future, and I will contact you if necessary for information contact. Yifei's voice was cold. Yes, Xiao Yi. Li Xiangyan hurried away, and Yifei drank the latte in the cup and stayed in the coffee shop for a while. Sort out your thinking. Chen Luo planned to research and produce a new scar removal medicine powder. The news reminded Yifei of the original book. In the original book, Chen Luo did use his superb medical skills to configure and invent a kind of scar removing powder called Dingjin JB powder. After this ice skin JB powder went on the market, it was well received because of its first class effect in removing scars and whitening, so it quickly became popular all over the country and earned a lot of money for Chen Luo. Now it seems that Chen Luo is ready to develop this ice muscle JB powder. If Chen Luo came up with this ice skin JB powder in one day, then Su Qingzu's cosmetics company Hong Yin makeup would be really dangerous. And Chen Lui will make a big profit because of this. It's a pity that Chen Luo ran into my ice muscle. I remember the formula of JB powder. Yifei remembered the plot in the original book, and the corners of his mouth quickly aroused. He thought of a good way to kill Chen Luo. Chapter 91 by Ruoxi's Great Gift. Yifei figured out ***** Chen Luo. In fact, Yifei buried a lot of chess pieces, including Zhang Feifei, who will also have usefulness. Chen Luo wants to rise impossible. Yifei would give him a taste of despair. Yifei sat in the cafe for a while and waited until noon. The cafe crowd gradually increased. Especially the female clerk in the coffee shop and the female customers in the shop. They all happened to look at Yifei's side. Yifei. It is too attractive. Even the waitress took advantage of the opportunity to collect the tableware and secretly handed Yifei a small note. Yifei laughed blankly. He got up and left the cafe. In the next few days, Yifei finally had free time life. Yifei goes to Nurse Mulao every 3 days. Other than that, it is to study the ice muscle JB powder. Yifei remembers that in the original book, this ice muscle JB powder is made of 5 unique Chinese herbal medicines, plus 2 kinds of special black honey equals mix. This ice muscle JB powder has strong whitening and scar removal effects. Chen Luo quickly occupied the domestic cosmetics market with ice muscle JB powder. The market, earning a lot of money, provided him with a lot of funds. And Chen Luo Qichin was like studying this ice muscle JB powder. Of course, Yifei couldn't let Chen Luo succeed. Yifei knows the formula of this ice muscle JB powder. He also knows several shortcomings of this ice muscle JB powder mentioned in the original book. Therefore, Yifei used his medical skills in the past 2 days to also try to improve the ice muscle JB powder. In addition, before Yifei, the progress of soil separation went smoothly. Wang knew the formula, but it was only improved on the basis of the original formula. It is very simple, it won't take long to get it done. On this day, in the Yi family villa. Today, Father Yi specially asked Yifei to visit the Yi family villa. Because there are some distinguished guests from the Yi family today. Bai Ruoxi, chairman of the Bai's group, personally visited the house. In addition, and Yang Dongsheng, chairman of Wanhua Group, brought Yang Zimo to the villa. The 3 big business giants of Yi, Bai, and Yang gathered in Beijing. After Yifei rescued Yang Zimo last time, Yifei had a better friendship with Yang Zimo and Bai Yu. Yang Zimo's father, Yang Dongsheng, came to Yi's family to thank Yifei this time. Needless to say, Bai Ruoxi, after vomiting Fei to Bai Ruoxi last time, Yifei and Bai Ruoxi reached an alliance. Allied. According to Bai Ruoxi's statement, as long as Yifei said a word, she and the Bai family let them be sent. Bai Ruoxi is a saying the best woman can say so. It is enough to prove how much favor Yifei is owed. Bai Ruoxi and Yang Dongsheng came to visit Yi's house. Yi father and Yi mother were surprised and greeted him personally, and then they quickly called Yifei. Come, speaking of the net, Yijia, Beishi Group, and Wanhua Group were the top 3 business giants in Yanjing and even Yanwang. The relationship is not harmonious. After all, the business is too much to avoid competing with each other. For example, in real estate the 3 industries are extremely competitive. It has always been an opponent. The same is true for other fields such as the internet and finance. Therefore, the 3 companies have always kept the well water in the river. But what Yifei has done in the past few days has obviously brought harmony between the 3 families. Especially the relationship between the Yi family and the Bai family. When Bai Ruoxi took out a business contract and handed it to Father Yi to see, Yifei was a little bit surprised and unsure. Although Bai Ruoxi is young, she is extremely capable and skilled, and she is also well known in the Yanjing business circle. Otherwise it would never be possible to. At her age, she has mastered the commercial aircraft carrier of the Bai family. This woman has always been known for her strength, and no one knows that the Yanjing business district is almost flat. But the commercial contract that Bai Ruoxi gave out was friendly and preferential to the Yi family. The commercial contract stipulated that there were only 2. The cooperation has also sold 10 lands in several prime locations. The 2 are jointly developed. This completely meant to form an alliance with the Yi family, and he was full of sincerity. Ms. Bai, this Yi Father Yi was surprised after reading the content of the contract. He looked at the com Bai. Ruoxi looked at Yifei with a smile on his face again, which was really unimaginable. What is this situation too? Bai Ruoxi no longer wears a cheongsam, but a professional suit. Her temperament is as graceful as water. She lifts the blue silk, and lightly opens her mouth. Uncle Yi, I owe Yifei a big love. This is a small reward for me. Yifei was actually a little surprised. He didn't expect Bai Ruoxi to act so decisively and send such 2 big gifts to the door. In this way, the alliance relationship between Yi and Bai will be unbreakable. In fact, to put it bluntly, oral covenants and treaties are all fake, only benefits are real. So Bai Ruoxi was very straightforward. Once she gave the Yi family very good terms, and even took the initiative to let the Yi family and the 2 have a basis for cooperation. Foundation. Once the interests are tied together, the 2 are the most reliable allies. Father Yi gave a surprised and weird look at Yifei and didn't he know when his son had this ability to make Bai Ruoxi owe him. Under affection. Not only Yi father and Yi mother. To even Yang Dongsheng, the chairman of the Yang group and Yang Zimo's daddy Yang Dongsheng, secretly said in his heart. This is really going to change in the Yanjing business district. Yang Dongsheng was also smiling now, and he even had the urge to form an alliance with Yi and Bai. Since Bai Ruoxi took the initiative to ask for an alliance and also let Li and the Yi family, Tu Fu certainly had no reason to refuse. After confirming the contract. After the question, Father Yi no longer hesitated to sign. Bai Ruoxi also acted very simply. After Yi's father signed her, she took the initiative to get up and leave. But Yi Fei sent her out. Ms. Bai is interested. I will accept this gift. Yi Fei smiled. Bai Ruoxi's eyes are as clear as water. She said, you deserve it, I should thank you. Then we will cooperate happily from now on. Happy cooperation. Bai Ruoxi took the initiative to stretch out her weak boneless hand and shook Yi Fei's hand. Bai Ruoxi turned around and prepared to leave, and at the same time suddenly remembered something. Yi Fei said, remember to call me if you were driving a car when you send it down. Waiting. Yi Fei heard this. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, no problem. The peerless beauty in front of her is very interesting. Under her gentle and watery appearance, there are actually 2 fiery hearts hidden. Chapter 92. Bai Ruoxi left cleanly. She still has other important things to deal with today. So after Yi's father signed the contract, he set up. Say goodbye. In addition, Yang Zimo's father, Yang Dongsheng, was also staying at Yi's house after taking the initiative to express his gratitude and kindness to Yi Fei. He also opened up. Yi Fei. Obviously, after Yang Dongsheng realized the alliance between Yi and Bai, he treated the Yi family differently. After all, judging from the alliance between the Yi family and the Bai family, there's even a faint tendency to rely on the Yi family as the mainstay. Yang Dongsheng was quite surprised when he saw this. He decided to go back to study Fan. Then he rethinked the relationship with the Yi family and the Bai family. Yi Fei didn't know if it was a coincidence or Bai Ruoxi deliberately chose to visit Yi's house at the same time as Yang Dongsheng and ask Yi. The Tuesday 20 alliance between the 2 Belarusians. In short, the final result of the matter is very beneficial to Yi Fei. At least Yang Dongsheng was also touched. His attitude will become more and more leaning toward the Yi family. Yi Fei didn't expect it was unrealistic for everyone to fall to him once in a while. All he had to do was to move faster than Chen Luo. Looking ahead, everything is going well. Yi Fei sent away Yang Zimo and Yang Dongsheng. Before leaving, Yang Zimo patted Tu Fei's shoulder, winked at Yi Fei and said to yes. I'll treat you at time. Let us get together again. I must teach you how to pick up girls. Come on, Yang Zimo is still thinking about Yi Fei's ability to pick up girls. Yang Zimo deeply believes in what Yi Fei said. Yi Fei definitely has an extraordinary talent for picking up girls. Yi Fei I can laugh or cry about it. Send away Yang Zimo and return to the Villa A. The fragrance of tea in the Villa S lobby is still warm. Yi father and Yi mother both looked surprised. Looking strangely at his son, especially Yi's father, he was puzzled and couldn't help but said. Xiao Fei, what the asterisk is going on? Father Yi didn't even think about it. How could Yi Fei get involved with Bai Ruoxi? In that contract, Father Yi has repeatedly determined that it is too beneficial to the Yi family. Although it is also the nature of mutual cooperation between the 2 parties. Bai Ruoxi made a lot of profits, and the Yi family made too much money almost for no reason. Through this kind of in-depth cooperation, the Yi family and the Bai family truly had an inverse relationship and are tied together. Yi Fei looked at the cheap parents with doubts and smiled. Parents, this is my secret with Miss Bai. Say, you only need to know that the Bai family is now in the same boat with us, and that is enough. Father Yi wanted to ask again, but was silent for a while. In the end, there was no time to speak. Yi Fei blinked and continued. This kind of thing may happen again in the future, don't be surprised. Father Yi smiled helplessly. How could this not be surprised? Yi Father Yi and Yi Linzu glanced at each other's eyes. Saw all kinds of doubts. Xiao Fei has become more and more mysterious recently. It is almost like a different person. Soon, Yi Fei also left the Yi family villa. He still has one important thing to do today. More than 10 days have passed since Luo Weiyu's leg injury operation, and the stitches can finally be removed today. After Luo Weiyu's leg injury was removed, Yi Fei can then use acupuncture and medicine to treat her and she can walk down. This is for Luo Weiyu. It is definitely what she is looking forward to most at the moment. Yi Fei went straight to the intensive care unit of the hospital. In the ward, Luo Weiyu's attending doctor, Zhao Feng, removed the stitches for her and then applied medicine. Luo Weiyu is still sitting in a wheelchair. She still needs a few days of rest and recovery before she can try to walk with Abduction Village. Last. Can be free from crutches. Walk normally. When Yi Fei arrived in the ward, Luo Weiyu was extremely surprised to see Yi Fei. Shui Lingling's eyes glowed. Yi Xian. How do you feel after removing the stitches? Yi Fei laughed. Very well, Dr. Zhao takes care of me very much. Luo Weiyu smiled gently. The female doctor Niu Zhaofeng smiled and waved her hand. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to thank you, please thank Mr. Yi. Zhao Feng's impression of Luo Weiyu is also very good and likes this gentle and quiet girl very much. Think about it, too. Who doesn't like such a sunny and optimistic girl? Seeing Yi Fei's arrival, Zhao Feng didn't bother Yi Fei's 2 people very wittily, so he greeted him and left. Yi Fei squatted down. He was going to check Luo Weiyu's leg injury. Let us see how your leg injury is now. Danti, my leg has just been removed. It is a bit ugly. Luo Weiyu said blushingly. Her leg injury is not small, and the stitches have just been removed, which is really not pretty. Yi Fei showed a slight smile, and said, what are you afraid of? Didn't I say that I promise you 2 equals no scars will be left? Yi. One of the reasons why Fei has been studying Bing Muscle JB powder these days is also to help Luo Weiyu get rid of scars. Oh, Luo Weiyu whispered for a while, obediently letting Yi Fei look at the wound. Luo Weiyu's feet are indeed very beautiful. The back of the foot is like a moon arch, the toes are white, and the fingers are crystal clear, like pearls. Qianchin jade feet, small and exquisite. Only because of the operation on her leg, there are a few obvious scars. Yi Fei didn't want to leave scars on such beautiful legs, otherwise it would be a shame. Moxibustion, if it goes well, it won't take long to try to walk. It is more than 2 months to fully return to normal. And Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. Her shining eyes were full of longing, and the gaze that looked at Tu Fei did not hide admiration. Yi Fei smiled and said, when you can walk down the ground normally, I will take you to see the orchids planted in my yard. Yeah, Luo Weiyu readily agreed, smiling like a flower 2.0e. Also, I will find someone to help you decorate your flower shop at that time and then reopen. Yi Fei said again. Good. Luo Weiyu's answer is still soft. Yi Fei was a little surprised. I didn't expect Luo Weiyu to answer so readily. Because it stands to reason that this strong and optimistic girl is unwilling to owe favors, even if Yi Fei took the initiative to do the operation for her this time. Also in the name of borrowing money, Luo Weiyu only agreed. But Yi Fei just said to help redecorate the flower shop. She almost agreed without hesitation. What Yi Fei didn't know was, Luo Weiyu's mood at this time had already changed. Luo Weiyu secretly looked at Yifei and the light was gentle. Owe him one more, I owe him so much anyway. She owes him, she intends to use equals to pay it back in her life. Chapter 93. Yifei checked the foot injury for Luo Weiyu, and after confirming that her foot injury was recovering, he chatted with this Wang Jingren girl. Yifei smiled, he picked up the scarf and looked at it carefully, Equal smiled and asked, where's yours? Last time they agreed, Luo Weiyu knit the couple scarf. Listen to Yifei's words. Luo Weiyu blinked her eyes brightly and looked very happy, she whispered, I am still knitting in my surroundings. Well, I'll wait. We will wear your knitted scarf to go shopping, Yifei said with a smile. And Luo Weiyu's eyes were gentle, full of longing, and nodded happily. While Yifei chatted with Luo Weiyu, the orchid seawater on the windowsill. The elegant fragrance overflows the house, and the 19 fragrances of orchids are very elegant. Yifei also likes this scent. This orchid is in Los Angeles. Under the care of Weiyu and Yifei, they grew better and better. While chatting with Luo Weiyu, Yifei's witty remarks made Luo Weiyu amused and chuckled, his cheeks were extremely ruddy. For a few days thereafter, Yifei provided Luo Weiyu acupuncture and moxibustion every day, by the way, researching the formula of Bingjubi powder. Soon, Yifei, Bingjubi powder, has been researched out. Yifei tried to use 5 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines and black honey with a small bottle, and then gave Luo Weiyu a trial and applied it to Luo Weiyu feet. On the scar, I want to see how effective this ice skin JB powder is for removing scars and whitening. However, although Yifei has researched the Bingji JB powder, it is not enough for Tu Fei. After all, what Chen Luo researched and configured was also ice muscle JB powder, and it didn't make any sense for Yifei to come up with the same thing as Chen Luo. Yifei has to do better than Chen Luo. He tried to improve this ice muscle JB powder, and wanted to research a more perfect product ahead of Chen Luo, so that Chen Luo's wishful thinking all fell through, then pit him hard. Luo Weiyu thus became the first tester of Bingjubi powder. Yifei carefully applied Bingjubi powder on the big long legs, carefully and evenly applied to every wound. Luo Weiyu was blushing, and Yifei touched her leg, making her especially shy. But this ice skin JB powder applied to her wound, it made her feel very comfortable. This powder was cold and a bit numb. Luo Weiyu's face was flushed as she watched Yifei apply the medicine. After applying the medicine, Yifei massaged and massaged briefly, also to get the medicine better absorption, but Luo Weiyu was embarrassed, because she felt like her legs were playing with him. Luo Weiyu felt itchy in her legs. She is ashamed to get through, but she has been obediently patient. Yifei really didn't make fun of Luo Weiyu's night thinking. During the treatment, Yifei Ji was very focused. Of course, Luo Weiyu's face was red like an apple, and it was indeed very good looking, and Yifei couldn't help but look at it more. End of massage and acupuncture for Luo Weiyu 6. Luo Weiyu has endured for a long time at this time, she blushed and said, I am. What is the matter to Yifei couldn't help asking when he saw Luo Weiyu's face flushed. I want to go to the bathroom. You're in, Luo Weiyu whispered with a flushed face, she had endured it for a long time. Luo Weiyu originally wanted to ask the nurses to help, but after Yifei arrived, the nurses all left the ward with a clear understanding and left them to the two. When I was alone for a while, only Yifei and Luo Weiyu were left here. In addition, Yifei helped her massage and made Luo Weiyu tolerate it for a long time. It was a bit unbearable. Yifei startled, and said then I will hold you in and call me when you're done. And Luo Weiyu looked down at the floor, not daring to look at Yifei at all, the roots of her ears were red. Yifei picked Luo Weiyu up as a princess, and walked into the bathroom. Luo Weiyu was a little nervous. Once she didn't dare to look at Yifei, but she could even hear Yifei's heartbeat, which made her blush. Yifei hugged Luo Weiyu onto the toilet, and then said, I'll wait outside. Oh, Luo Weiyu slightly gazes at the floor and still looks at the floor, as if there's something that attracts her. Yifei waited outside the bathroom, but there was no movement in the bathroom for a long time. Weiyu, Yifei yelled. Luo Weiyu's shy and anxious voice came from the bathroom, Mr. Yi, you. Can you go a little farther so I way to go to the toilet. When she thought that Yifei was outside the door, she was really anxious and couldn't use the bathroom. Yifei immediately understood, knowing that Luo Weiyu was shy, he said, okay, I know. Yifei said, he also walked far away. But even if Yifei walked away, he still heard a faint sound of water in the bathroom. After a while, the sound of the toilet bowl also sounded. Yifei heard the sound of the toilet before walking to the door of the contestants again. Mr. Yi, alright. Yifei opened the bathroom door, then couldn't lean over, picking Luo Weiyu. Hug Luo Weiyu into the wheelchair. At this time Luo Weiyu could secretly watch his heartbeat still speed up involuntarily. I was really ashamed just now. It's terrible. 7 Although Luo Weiyu has long been identified as Yifei, but her quiet and gentle personality is destined to make her blush when she faces Yifei. Already, when Yifei carried Luo Weiyu into the wheelchair, Luo Weiyu's face was still flushed, and there was a hint of sweetness in his heart. Yifei smiled and eased her nervous and shy emotions. I'll help you peel an apple. During this time, I will also eat more fruits to add vitamins. Health and nutrition. Oh good, Luo Weiyu said softly. Yifei peeled an apple, then cut it into chunks. Insert the toothpicks. It is convenient for Luo Weiyu to eat. After a while, a little nurse finally came in to clean the room on time. The little protector saw Yifei and took good care of Luo Weiyu. Returning to Luo Weiyu to peel the apples, the eagerness in my heart is too great. I really envy this Miss Luo. Master Yi is handsome and rich, and treats her so well. These two are simply too sweet. Xiao Hushi had just entered the house to clean a room, but the dog food was fed. After cleaning the room in a hurry, he left with a look of envy. Chapter 94 Your Musician's boyfriend. Equals in a blink of an eye, another few days have passed. It was the day when Yifei and Musician agreed to go to the martial arts competition together. This martial arts competition is a private boxing competition among the folks. To put it better, it is a martial arts competition, but to put it badly it is called black boxing. How Yifei had paid attention to martial arts and national martial arts competitions and news before, did not know much about it. Of course, Yifei is still very clear about the Z types of national martial arts schools and techniques. After all, the system has already. The knowledge was deeply imprinted in his mind. It is 30 o'clock in the evening. Musician has arrived at the boxing gym. She sent Yifei a WeChat message with her location. Tell Yifei the location of the boxing gym. Yifei drove a low-key Mercedes-Benz Maybach and quickly arrived at the boxing gym. This boxing gym is so big that it can be ranked in the entire Yanjing. The boxing hall was full of voices, accommodating at least nearly 1,000 spectators, and there were no empty seats. Yifei quickly saw Musician. With Musician's beauty, of course it was very conspicuous in the crowd. She still dressed very simply, pulling up the blue silk and combing it into a ponytail. Snow. The white face, the skin is like fat. Musician waved at Yifei. Her movement immediately caused a stunning sight next to her. Musician bought a very good position. It was in the middle of the front row, closest to the ring, and he could see it clearly. Yifei stepped forward, found that Wen Shouting was also too. Wen Shouting pointed at Yifei. He asked, I am sorry, I am going to be your light bulb today. Yifei didn't care about Wen Shouting as presence. This girl is very active. Wen Shouting is very interested in martial arts boxing matches. She took the initiative to pester Mu Zijin to bring her here. Wen Shouting and Mu Zijin are also soldiers. Born in a brigade, he also learned martial arts, but his strength is far inferior to Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin said with a smile, let us sit down first. I bought a drink. With that, Mu Zijin took out 3 cups of juice and gave Yifei a cup. A glass of lemon grapefruit, a glass of orange juice, and a glass of Sydney juice. Mu Zijin gave Yifei the Sydney juice, and Yifei took a sip. It tasted good and very sweet. Then Yifei saw Mu Zijin holding the lemon grapefruit and drinking. She sucked the straw, her mouth opened slightly. Mu Zijin drank lemon grapefruit. She drank too much. She frowned slightly, and said with a bitter face, it is a little sour. Mu Zijin's expression turned out to be a little cute. Why don't you drink my Yifei's Sydney juice is sweeter? Wen Shouting said with a grin. Yifei silently liked Wen Shouting in his heart. Mu Zijin blinked his eyes brightly, a little moved. She is indeed an informal woman, but shouldn't she drink Yifei's juice for sharing? A straw generally only boyfriends and girlfriends would be so close. Mu Zijin hesitated slightly, looked at the lemon grapefruit in his hand, and then at the Sydney juice in Yifei's hand. Well, it seems that the cup in Yifei's hand is better. Just as Mu Zijin was about to make a decision, a surprised voice suddenly sounded beside him. Zijin, Shouting, are you here too? At this moment, a rough male voice came not far away. I only saw a tall man with a strong back and waist. The face came over in surprise. This man has a strong body, at least. Equals height above 9 meters. It looks very strong. The man's face was rough. He looked at Mu Zijin and Wen Shouting with a surprised face, mainly looking at Mu Zijin but directly ignored. Yifei, Xiangjun, why are you here? Wen Shouting looked suspicious. You don't always say that these martial arts boxing matches are embroidered with fists, no. Do you like it? The man named Xiangjun is a friend of Mu Zijin and Wen Shouting. Xiangjun stood upright. He smiled and scratched his head. His face was diligent and said, I just wanted to see if I was on win today. It is the match. Fate, you are here. Why don't we watch the match together? The acting skills are so bad. You saw me post on moments and pretend to me by chance. Wen Shouting equals her face was speechless. Xiangjun coughed. He stopped talking in silence. But Wen Shouting took the initiative to introduce Yifei. You too young. This is Xiangjun. We grew up in the same yard. Yifei glanced at Xiangjun, knowing that his family background is not simple 9. And looking at Xiangjun's appearance, no matter his posture or figure, he is very military-like and he is mostly a soldier. Xiangjun only looked at Yifei at this time. He grinned at Yifei grinned, and his expression was too grinning. Xiangjun, this is Tu Youngyi and Zijin's boyfriend. When Wen Shouting introduced Yifei, her eyes rolled. Yifei was suddenly assigned the identity of Mu Zijin's boyfriend. Xiangjun was taken aback, then stared at Yifei. This little white face is actually Mu Zijin's boyfriend. When did Mu Zijin have a boyfriend? 3. Xiangjun was a little dazed. Yifei glanced at Wen Shouting and saw that she turned Yifei's tongue towards Yifei and gestured Yifei's cooperation with her eyes. As for Mu Zijin, she didn't even refute it, blinking his eyes, watching this scene with interest. Yifei knew in his heart that this Xiangjun was probably Mu Zijin's suitor, but Mu Zijin didn't seem to have a cold to him. Sun Jin, when did you have a boyfriend? Why don't I know Xiangjun? The reaction was to ask Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin smiled softly. She looked at Yifei. Chu Shui's eyes seemed to be able to speak. From Xiangfeng's point of view, this is the expression in the eyes of lovely. Mu Zijin really had a boyfriend. Xiangjun started to replenish his brain and immediately wailed for 2 bursts of heart. Wen Shouting snorted. Do you still want to tell you when Zijin makes a boyfriend? Let us talk about it. Your identity calls Zijin seems to be incompatible. Right. Xiangjun good King Zhao scratched his head sullenly. I am not in the team. I don't need to call the instructor too. Yifei's heart moved slightly when he heard this. He knew that Mu Zijin had once served as an instructor in a certain team in the army, specializing in instructing martial arts. It seems that Mu Zijin used to be in the same team with Xiangjun, and Mu Zijin served as the instructor. As Xiangjun said, he looked at Yifei very seriously. There was a little suspicion in his eyes, and the little white face in front of him looked weak and weak. Is it really Mu Zijin's boyfriend? Chapter 95. Xiangjun looked at Yifei suspiciously. However, he was also straight-tempered and said with a rough voice, since it is Zijin's own boyfriend. That is my friend, get to know me, my name is Nangjun. Xiangjun did not have the performance that a brain-disabled villain should have. Although he envied Yifei very much, as a friend of Mu Zijin, he. Character is still pass. Xiangjun took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, my name is Yifei. Yifei's mouth curled up and shook hands with Xiangjun. Xiangjun shook hands with Yifei and subconsciously pressed hard. With his size and strength, the handshake strength was already heavy, and he was also trying to test Yifei's meaning. After Xiangjun knew that Yifei was Mu Zijin's boyfriend, although he would not be able to target Yifei, he was still unconvinced. Therefore, the strength of the handshake is slightly increased. But then, Nangjun's expression changed slightly, because he felt that Yifei's hands were like iron tongs, not moving. No matter how hard he tried, Yifei's expression remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his face. Xiangjun realized, Yifei didn't seem to be that simple right now. At least it is by no means an ordinary little white face. Before Xiangjun could react, Yifei also exerted a slight force at this time. Suddenly, Xiangjun felt a strong sensation of pain. Xiangjun immediately changed color. This guy has a lot of strength. Nangjun feels that his hands are all 503 red, but Mu Zijin is here. He resisted letting himself speak out. The 2 handshake ended soon. Xiangjun rubbed his sour right hand, which was a little red and swollen. His face was puzzled. Why is this kid so hard? He looked at it from the outside. Very ordinary, but Yifei smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Yifei is proficient in advanced martial arts and has added strength attributes. His strength value at this time is already quite terrifying. Although Xiangjun is not weak, he still doesn't look enough in the face of Yifei. I caught a glimpse of Nangjun eating when shouting hee laughing. She saw Xiangfeng's little movement just now, knowing who can help it. Test Yifei. Then he kicked the iron plate. She had seen Yifei's martial arts level, and Yifei made a move during the robbery. Let Wen Shouting remember deeply. Even Mu Zijin also said that Yifei is very skilled, and there are not many people who can be described as good by her best friend. Zijin, see how I am thinking about this, now I see how Xiangjun is still pestering you. Wen Shouting quietly said in Mu Zijin's ear. Mu Zijin blinked without speaking. Xiangjun, Mu Zijin, and Wen Shouting have grown up in a yard since they were young. Nangjun has a good impression of Mu Zijin, but Mu Zijin only treats him. Be an ordinary friend. It is just that the guy Xiangjun showed up to Mu Zijin as soon as he sees the opportunity. It was like a dog skin plaster and could not be used. For example, today Shang Jung-A's botched chance encounter was immediately exposed by Wen Shouting. The second aspect is that Shang Jung-A's acting skills are too poor. In addition, this is not the first time. So Wen Shouting thought of this way to help Mu Zijin. It looks good now, at least Shang Jung is much more honest now. The game is about to start. At this moment, Yifei's noise came. Several people in Mu Zijin heard this. They all threw the moonlight into the competition ring, and sure enough, the boxing match was about to begin. Under the stage, the audience was very excited. The lights of the stage were on the ring. Both sides of the boxing competition also appeared. Yifei still knows the content of the martial arts competition too well, so Mu Zijin introduced Yifei very intimately. This time the martial arts competition is a martial arts showdown. Li Rongsheng of Xing Yiquan confronts Du Ji of Wing Chun Quan. Xing Yiquan and Wing Chun Quan equals Yifei squinted slightly, looking at the stage. Liren is a boxing match between traditional martial arts. Xing Yiquan and Wing Chun Quan, both are well known in Chinese martial arts. However, in recent years, with the decline of traditional martial arts, there are fewer and fewer boxers proficient in Chinese martial arts, and even many martial arts are facing failure. And the traditional martial arts business is too deep. There are a lot of liars, and anyone dares to pretend to be a martial arts master these days. But Yifei knew that martial arts did exist, but there were very few real masters. The audience cheered. On the ring, the two traditional martial arts fighters are also in an open posture. Under the witness of the referee, the competition. Pang L. On the stage, a Baia boxer instantly fought against each other. Xing Yiquan is fast and powerful. Wing Chun is flexible and flexible. On the stage, the two boxers are staggered, their bodies collide, and they punch out their punches extremely fast. The audience who watched the audience were very addicted. 1. It is dazzling. The two fighting Xing Yiquan boxer Li Rongsheng seemed to be even better. He let out a low drink, and the attack was like a torrential rain. It is ferocious. Seeing this, Yifei raised his eyebrows slightly. In all fairness, these two boxers are not weak, and they are definitely masters in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Yifei's eyes, it was still unsatisfactory. Even Shang Jung snorted. On the surface, Kung Fu is quite powerful, but in fact it is just a foreign fighter. By Zijin, oh no. You are far worse than the instructor. Shang Jung had a nice grin and praised Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin ignored him. When Yifei saw this, he felt a little bit in his heart, and said that there was no future for being a dog licker. About 10 minutes later, the Wing Chun fighter on the ring finally couldn't hold it. Li Rongsheng who was Xing Yiquan equals fist hit the head. Ministry, he slowly fell down. There was cheers from under the ring. Ordinary audiences enjoyed it, but for experts such as Mu Zijin and Yifei, it is indeed a little disappointed. Even when Shouting expressed disappointment. Traditional martial arts are divided into external power and internal power. The two boxers on this ring are all masters of external power. In the eyes of others, they are very strong warriors. It is a small idea to deal with ordinary people. But in front of real masters, there are still some not enough. For example, the current Yifei. According to the classification of traditional martial arts, he belongs to the inner strength master. It is not the same as ordinary foreign masters. Mu Zijin is the same. She also belongs to the inner strength master. Of course, regardless of whether external power or internal power is just a general term, the physical strength of the county depends on actual combat. When Shouting turned her lips away and said, "It is over, I haven't enjoyed it yet. Why don't we continue to play in the boxing gym for a while? I want to see you practice boxing." Mu Zijin didn't object when she heard this. In fact, she was a little disappointed after watching today's game. There are other arenas in this boxing gym. Why don't we go and play? Shang Jung suggested actively, and he looked at Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin ignored Shang Jung, looked at Yifei with his bright eyes, blinked, and said softly, "What do you think of Yifei? I listen to you." Mu Zijin did not forget that the two were pretending to be lovers. The appearance of going to sing Fu Sui suddenly made Shang Jung's face dark, and he felt that he had suffered equals 10,000 points of damage. When Shang Jung looked dark, Yifei wanted to laugh out loud. Mu Zijin was absolutely deliberate. She actually created a well-behaved girlfriend image, which made Yifei very interesting. Chapter 96. This is so interesting. Mu Zijin's image of a gentle and lovely girlfriend made Yifei smile inwardly. But Yifei's surface is very calm, like Mu Zijin. Often speaking with him in this tone, Yifei also looked at Mu Zijin gently. Ignoring Neng Jung's words completely, he said, "Okay, let us just continue to play for a while." Good. Mu Zijin nodded softly. Yifei and Mu Zijin's acting skills are very good, and they both performed just right. This acting skill is much higher than Shang Jung's forcible equals chance encounter just now attack. When Shouting blinked and saw that Yifei and Mu Zijin were so conscientious and began to pretend to be a couple, and they even acted like this. As if she resisted the urge to laugh, she silently mourned Shang Jung for 3 seconds. Shang Jung saw the expressions of Yifei and Mu Zijin. Suffered equals 10,000 points of damage again. But he bit the bullet and said, "That is fine, let us find a venue in the boxing gym and continue to play." Shang Jung is very familiar with this boxing gym, so he immediately went to find the manager to arrange the venue for them. This boxing gym operates a lot of projects. There are various sports venues such as bowling, archery, boxing and so on. Shang Jung was busy looking for venues, but Yifei was free and followed Mu Zijin side by side. Yifei and Mu Zijin side by side, he asked in a low voice, "Zijin, you should have a lot of suitors, right?" Yifei's voice was deliberately lowered so that Neng Jung couldn't hear it. Mu Zijin's beautiful eyes are like water, what is the matter? Yifei pointed to Shang Jung, who was leading the way with a diligent face, and shrugged, "I just think there should be many suitors who refused." But is this bear so troublesome? When Shouting, who was next to him, heard Mu Zijin and Yifei talking. When Shouting curled her lips and said in a low voice, "Well, there are too few you don't know." Dao, Neng Jung has a thick skin, and everyone grew up in the same yard, although Zijin has explicitly rejected it several times. But he is like a dog skin plaster. Yifei nodded to express understanding. Yifei also noticed that this can be a reckless person. The temper is very straight, there is not too much heart, and the face is not so thick. When Shouting smiled again, "Hey, Yi Dashao, in fact, there are more than just a lot of suitors in our family. In fact, the previous. In the yard, almost all boys like her. Also in the army." Shouting, Mu Zijin motioned to his girlfriend not to talk nonsense. When Shouting he laughed, Yifei was suddenly a little curious, "How do you usually reject suitors?" Mu Zijin thought for a while, blinked his eyes, and said seriously, "Generally speaking, it is fine to take a pause." Sure enough, it is simple and straightforward. Yifei suddenly felt a little sympathetic to those Mu Zijin suitors. When Shouting smiled and added, "It is funny to say that the boys in the yard who used to pursue Zijin were all." Zijin cried, especially the one in front of him. "I've been beaten and cried by Mu Zijin." This description. Yifei thinks about the scene where a group of boys were beaten up by Mu Zijin and cried, and he couldn't help laughing. It is hard to just fill in these pictures. To be too beautiful. In fact, Mu Zijin doesn't like violence. She seldom uses martial arts, and she practiced martial arts because of her hobby. It has not to deceive people with martial arts. But the problem is that there are too many people pursuing Musician. And many suitors couldn't drive away, Musician could only use the simplest and direct method. Hit until all of them were served. Therefore, in the yard since childhood, Musician has been a bit like a big devil. Yifei. It seems that Xiangjung has been beaten by Musician more than once, and this guy is also a strange thing. Maybe he has a tendency to suffer. When shouting whispered towards Yifei, among so many Zijin suitors, this is not the best with Xiangjung, but the most awkward. Annoying. There is too little Yi, you will help Zijin today. Get this Xiangjung done. I will do my best. Yifei smiled. What are you talking about at this moment? Xiangjung turned his head suspiciously, and he caught a glimpse of Wen Shouting talking with Yifei. Wen Shouting curled her lips. I didn't say anything. It is okay, I said, have you gotten the venue? Xiangjung heard this, immediately smiled. It is done, I asked the manager to arrange the best venue for us. Then go. Before Yifei arrived at the venue. Sure enough, it is not bad, the venue is huge. In the middle is a boxing ring and various sports equipment, including archery, feathers. Several items can be played. How about it? Not bad. Brother Yi, you should have practiced martial arts, right? Let us play with the two. Xiangjung jumped into the air. Equals jump on the boxing ring, and asked with a smile. Just saw a boxing match, Ningjung was also a little eager to try. Xiangjung tried Yifei's hand strength just now and knew that Yifei's physique was definitely not weak, so he actively invited him. He is very curious about Yifei's strength. It is even more curious what kind of boyfriend Musician has found. Musician smiled lightly, she took up the soft blue silk and actively said, Xiangjung, if you want to punch, I can play. Hearing that Xiangjung's complexion changed, and he smiled reluctantly, no, I am inviting brother Yi, Zijin, oh no, you instructor. See Musician defending Yifei's appearance. Xiangjung is sour. But Yifei smiled and took off his jacket and said warmly, Zijin, it is okay, I just want to warm up too, so let us have fun. Yifei's tone was very gentle but not greasy, and it was just right. These gentle words matched Yifei's handsome appearance. He and Musician stood together, really like one to the golden girl, very. Match. Musician even nodded obediently, without retorting, yet again, she had a gentle appearance of I listen to you. When shouting as moonlight was turning around on Yifei and Musician. She found it more and more interesting, and she couldn't wait to eat them. Popcorn watching Yifei and Musician acting. These two are both movie kings. The most important thing is that Zijin actually cooperates very much. It is so fun, and Xiangjung on the boxing ring was hit again, his mouth twitched, no such bullying. Chapter 97 This is too handsome. Standing on the boxing ring, Xiangjung twitched the corners of his mouth. He silently ate a ton of dog food, and his heart was hurt by the crit. Xiangjung was sour in his heart. Although he looked at Yifei, he did not feel resentment, but he was sure of not accepting it. Xiangjung said coarsely, brother Yi, please. Yifei faintly laughed. He leapt lightly and jumped onto the ring in place, his movements light and unrestrained. Seeing this, Xiangjung showed a solemn color in his eyes. He knew that Yifei must also have gong, and gong was not weak. Xiangjung made an invitation gesture, then stepped back a little later. Yifei stood on the boxing ring and asked with a smile, since it is a warm-up contest, are there rules? There are no rules. Xiangjung shook his head and stared at Yifei, hit until the opponent gets down or concedes defeat. What do you think? Xiangfeng is a soldier with 9 soldiers and 3 style, and he is very direct, and he doesn't scrabble around. I am fine, Yifei said lightly. He just wanted to move his muscles and bones, and by the way, try his strength after changing his attributes. Yifei's previous strength was very terrifying. After all, the double bonuses of skills and attributes, even ordinary special forces are not his right hand. Now that the attributes are increased, Yifei's strength should go further, not inferior to Chen Luo. Musician and Wen Shouting were both watching in the audience, and the two women were talking in a low voice. Zijin, who do you think will win? It should be too little. Wen Shouting is a loyal fan of Yifei. No way, who made Yifei not only strong, but also handsome, but also a series of skills such as medical skills and martial arts. Musician smiled softly, and Yifei will win. This sentence is a sure package. Xiangjung is also quite good. How long can he last? Wen Shouting curiously asked. When Xiangjung was in the army, he was also an absolute master, although it was far inferior to Musician. But the strength is not weak, individual fighting often. Take the top few. When Shouting blinked, is Xiangjung so vulnerable? Only a few minutes. On the ring, Xiangjung's expression was very cautious. He knew that Yifei was not easy to deal with, but after all, he was still a little dissatisfied. Right, Don T look at Xiangjung's appearance as a rough person, but he is actually quite talented and experienced in fighting. Xiangjung never learned tradition. Martial arts, which is all about fighting skills in the military, is the simplest and most effective way to control the enemy. Compared to Xiangjung's caution, Yifei was very relaxed and indifferent. There was a relaxed smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was not trying or eating and drinking. Xiangjung couldn't help but shoot first. I only saw Xiangjung shouting loudly. His stature moved abruptly, no matter how tall others were, but he acted extremely fast and very imposing. Xiangjung smashed a punch, which was a set of combined punches, directly pounced on Yifei's facade. Yifei seemed to hear the explosion of the air. Pung! With this punch, Yifei reacted faster. He seemed to have predicted the movement of punching, only to see Yifei and his feet move. He dodged sideways and even avoided ahead of time. Xiangjung's punch failed, and then another punch came. He punched very fiercely, and it was a combination punch, so he didn't give Yifei at all. But Yifei's speed is faster. After avoiding Xiangjung's first punch, Yifei's foot suddenly lifted and hit Xiangjung's foot. Xiangjung suffered a pain in his feet, and he subconsciously backed away. The punch in his hand also lost a little strength. But Yifei didn't hesitate to seize this gap, and he acted. Yifei did not use simple traditional martial arts, but a combination of traditional Chinese martial arts and fighting. War, in other words, is also the easiest, most effective and most lethal method. Yifei relieved Xiangjung's strength through the impact of that foot, and then suddenly grabbed the punch in Xiangjung's hand and directly grabbed Xiangjung's arm. Xiangjung was taken aback. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand, but felt that Yifei was holding it tightly. He can do nothing. Immediately afterwards, Yifei pulled hard, and an astonishing scene appeared. Xiangjung's whole body was pulled by Yifei, the bottom plate was unstable, and his center of gravity was completely lost. Then Yifei grabbed and lifted it over the shoulder. That's right, it was a shoulder fall. Xiangjung pulled up the whole person, and then used it hard. Bang! Accompanied by the loud noise, Ningjung lay down on the boxing ring, suffering from severe pain and falling to the ground. Ningjung was stunned. Is it over? And Yifei won the victory in such a relaxed way. This is too handsome. It is too handsome. It is too handsome. Zijin, Don T. You think When Shouting was stunned in the audience, and then there was an exclamation, and there was even an impulse to applaud. Yifei's performance is so handsome. Mu Zijin's star eyes are also very bright. She also thought about Yifei's victory in the official way, but she didn't expect Yifei to win. This is simply so beautiful. This one fell over the shoulder. It is really handsome. And more importantly, Mu Zijin also discovered that Yifei's fighting skills are fully focused on actual combat, simple and effective, and in the shortest. Solve the battle within time. Very powerful. Mu Zijin's mouth raised a smile. I lost. Xiangjun fell into a loss. His body was sore and numb and painful. The pain was the second best thing. The key was that he felt too embarrassed. He didn't hold a few moves in Yifei's hands at all, and it was cold. Just now when shouting, and Mu Zijin also guessed that Xiangjun could hold on for 10 minutes. Whoever thought that this might not be 5 minutes? Xiangjun suddenly felt faceless and ashamed in front of Mu Zijin. Xiangjun struggled, just get up, grinning because of the 0.4 pain, but at this time he is full of admiration for Yifei. Serenity, it turned out to be Zijin's boyfriend, he really has the strength. I took it. Xiangjun gave Yifei a thumbs up. He said in awe, spit brother, you were great. Yifei smiled, Nangjun is not bad, in fact, he has no intentions, just not convinced. Like him in this situation. Just a fight. Sure enough, Xiangjun's attitude towards Yifei has improved a lot, and he took the initiative to apologize to Yifei, I was too reckless just now. Brother Yi, you are a capable person. Chapter 98. After being defeated by Yifei with a shoulder throw, Xiangjun's attitude towards Yifei was obviously different and he became very respectful. Xiangjun is like this. Has a very straightforward temperament and respects people with strength and ability. Especially Yifei's strength was obviously stronger than him, and he easily taught him a lesson. Therefore, he respects Yifei more. Jian Nangjun has a good and sincere attitude. Yifei waved his hand and said modestly, it is just a fluke. No, brother Yi, you are definitely not a fluke, I can beat you. Xiangjun repeatedly said. Xiangjun patted his whole body, and he still felt a hot pain all over his body. Fortunately he has thick skin and thick flesh, and fortunately Yifei has men. Be merciful, otherwise he would have suffered just now. Seeing Xiangjun's convincing expression on his face, when shouting smiled from the sidelines, it turned out to be a thing, it is rare to see Xiangjun. Xiangjun relieved his body, although it was still painful, but after all, in front of Mu Zijin, he still endured it. Xiangjun looked curious at the same time. 19. Brother Yi, you seem to be proficient in traditional martial arts. You are also proficient in martial arts. I don't know you. What kind of school did you learn from, and which high school disciple was it? Xiangjun subconsciously regarded Yifei as a person in the martial arts world. After all, Yifei looked so young, but his strength was quite terrifying, and he could only use terror to describe it. Yifei must be a disciple of a senior in the martial arts world, a disciple of masters. Hearing Xiangjun ask Yifei's teacher in his school, he also saw Xiangjun's curious look. Yifei's heart moved twice, suddenly remembering his previous life. A certain classic fairy tale novel that I have read. He said straightforwardly, I am a teacher from Qingyunmen. Qingyunmen 9 was able to ponder over the name, and felt that the name was very elegant, and it had the flavor of an immortal man, and he was immediately in awe. Sure enough, I learned from a famous school. Brother Yi's tricks just now really opened my eyes. Yifei didn't expect Xiangjun to really believe it. This guy is too real. When shouting next to him almost laughed, and Mu Zijin also snickered, looking at Tufei all the time. Obviously, both women saw that Yifei was fooling Xiangjun, and the key point Xiangjun really believed. Next, Nangjun kept inquiring about the news about the Qingyunmen from Yifei. Brother Yi, how many people do you have in Qingyunmen? What are the requirements for joining Qingyunmen? Can I join? Xiangjun continued. During the inquiry, I was very curious to raise one question after another. Yifei looked at Nangjun, and saw that this guy was still in the drama, and he really wanted to worship Qingyunmen, so he couldn't laugh or cry. Sorry, I don't accept disciples easily, Yifei said simply. It is not easy to accept disciples. Nangjun was very sorry. Otherwise, brother Yi, it is impossible. I can worship you as a teacher. From then on, you can send me as long as you teach me something. I have nothing to say. Nang patted his chest firmly, promised. Xiangjun is a Wukai. He is very keen on fighting in martial arts, but some of them look down on the traditional martial arts of some masters. In Xiangjun's view, Yifei is undoubtedly really hot, completely different from those embroidered legs, so this guy actually moved to apprentice. Thoughts. One says. Hearing what Xiangjun said, Yifei's heart moved. Yifei knows that Nangjun's identity is not simple. After all, he can be with Mu Zijin, a person who is 2D, how bad can it go? Even if Xiangjun's family background is not as good as Mu Zijin, it is definitely not bad. 790. If Xiangjun could be accepted as an apprentice, it would definitely be very good for him. But Yifei did not immediately agree. Instead, he said I think about it. People often don't cherish the things that are too easy to get, and the best things are not. Sure enough, Yifei's attitude has made Nangjun too overjoyed, and he replied, no problem, just consider it. Xiangjun's attitude towards Yifei suddenly changed 180 degrees. Upon seeing this, Mu Zijin couldn't help blinking his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect things to happen like this. Sure enough, one thing can drop one thing. Tu Lil Yi, is this a big dog? When shouting said in Mu Zijin's ears. Mu Zijin said, the difference between the two of them is very big. Yifei is more powerful than I thought. After seeing Yifei's strength just now, Mu Zijin felt that Yifei was stronger than when she saw the golden robbery last time. There are two possibilities. One is that Yifei has made great progress during this period, and the other is that Yifei concealed the truth during the gold robbery. Force. No matter what kind of possibility it is enough to show that Yifei's gong is very powerful. Mu Zijin even wanted to try with Yifei. Tisk tusk, Zijin, this is the first time you comment on a person like this. When shouting smiled. Yifei's strength was indeed amazing. When shouting was also amazed by the clean and neat fall of her shoulders just now. Yifei and Xiangjun both got off the boxing ring. Xiangjun was in awe and solemnly said to Yifei and Mu Zijin, brother Yi. I bless you and Zijin, you two are a very good match. Mu Zijin Chenny laughed, did not speak much, but her eyes were focused on Yifei, and she continued to play with Yifei in front of Xiangjun. Acting lovers, Yifei simply responded thank you. Upon seeing this, Xiangjun was even more sure that Yifei and Mu Zijin were a couple. Have you ever seen Mu Zijin staring at a man so tenderly? At the moment, Xiangjun admired Yifei so much. Hey, brother Yi. After 940, Zijin, the instructor will. I will ask you to take care of X in the future. By the way, brother Yi, have you seen the parents? Xiangjun asked curiously and incomparably gossip. After all, Mu Zijin's identity is extraordinary, and she must agree with her family to fall in love. Mu Zijin is not easy to answer. She is a Yingying man watching Yifei. Let this problem be thrown to Yifei to answer. I only saw Yifei calmly and confidently said, not yet, Zijin and I are not in a hurry to meet our elders and wait until the raw rice is cooked. Let us talk after dinner. Waiting for the rice producer to finish the meal. This rhetoric, when shouting was listening, he almost didn't hold back his laugh and felt that Yifei was so talented. The reason for this was absolutely perfect. Xiangjun didn't think there was anything and nodded in agreement. Musician is not an ordinary family. Yifei didn't seem to have done anything like this. Something wrong. It's Musician. When she heard the raw rice cooking mature rice, she quietly stared at Yifei. A light flush appeared on her delicate face. Chapter 99. I am afraid of you really doing a fake show. When shouting finally couldn't hold back, she snickered aside. Xiangjun scratched his head. He enthusiastically left a phone number for Yifei and said, Brother Yi, if something happens in the future, say hello if you need help sound. In Yanjing, I am still familiar with it. Yifei all doubted whether Xiangjun had a tendency to be abused. After being beaten by him, Xiangjun admired Yifei with great enthusiasm. Xiangjun was also kind, and Yifei smiled and accepted Nangjung's call and said, okay. Thanks a lot. What are you polite? I'll wait for you to think about it and then worship you as a teacher. Xiangjun said with a serious face. After seeing Yifei as martial arts, Nangjung was completely convinced by Yifei and just wanted to follow Yifei to learn martial arts. Xiangjun was obsessed with the apprenticeship, but Yifei smiled non-committal. It's getting late, let us go back. When shouting suggested with a smile at this time. Good, Yifei and others were all preparing to leave the boxing gym. At this time, when shouting smiled, I didn't go in the way with Zijin, so I want send her home. Yida. I beg you. Zijin did not drive. Instead, he came by when shouting's car. When shouting was obviously matching Yifei and Zijin, and she blinked at Yifei. Yifei easily entered the role of Zijin's boyfriend, said. Yes, I just sent Zijin home. That's okay, the big dog can. Let us withdraw, don't delay the young couple. When shouting waved to Xiangjun. Xiangjun glared at her angrily. Don't call me too terrible. I know the big dog, let us go. When shouting dragged and pulled Xiangjun away, leaving Yifei and Zijin to be alone. Space. When shouting and Xiangjun left noisily. And Yifei left the boxing gym side by side with Zijin. Muzian squeezed her hair and whispered softly, your gong seems to be better than last time. The overshoulder fell just now is very beautiful. Yifei was a little surprised. You can see it, I have some experience recently, and I feel that the level of martial arts has indeed improved. Yifei casually made up a reason, and did not reveal the existence of the system. Zijin's eyes are full of water, it seems that you have a good martial arts talent. Yifei shrugged, no way. I also want to keep a low profile, he doesn't allow it. You said you were fat and you were still breathing. Zijin laughed dumbly. As the two talked, they had reached the parking lot. Yifei walked to the front of the car, he opened the black door of the Mercedes-Benz Maybach, and the very elegant gentleman made a gesture to make Zijin first. Boarding. Zijin was sitting in the co-pilot. When the student got in your car, she took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot. That at least shows that she is not too tired of you, even to have the meaning of taking the initiative to get close. After getting in the car, Zijin was still thinking about the martial arts level that Yifei showed just now. She had to admit that she was more and more interested in Yifei. Interesting. Yifei, why don't we have time to discuss it? Xinjin blinked at Yifei. The red lips aroused a smile. Yifei thought for a while, shaking his head and refusing. That is not good, isn't it? What is wrong? Zijin puzzled. Yifei is a righteous manager. If we really compete in martial arts, no matter who you or I win, it seems that there will be domestic violence. Suspected of domestic violence. Hearing the deep meaning in Yifei's words, Zijin couldn't help but glance at Yifei. Yifei's words were very fascinating. It is imaginative. After all, the two people just pretended to be a couple, and Yifei seemed to take it for granted. Zijin's face is beautiful, her facial features are even more exquisite. She doesn't use powder, but she can kill the top beauties just by relying on her bare face. And she stared at Yifei, she was a little charming. Yifei was so excited that he had to admit that Zijin's actions just now were very sultry. Zijin's attitude has always been faint. It is easy to be friends with her, but she wants to be close to her and get better equals. It is difficult. She divided the relationship very clearly. But her demeanor just now was obviously after she became familiar with Yifei. Zijin's eyes are very beautiful, the star-like eyes are focused on Yifei's body, and the smart and charming star eyes make people feel uncomfortable. Sink into it consciously. Zijin usually gets along with others and always talks about the estrangement, like a fairy who does not eat the fireworks in the world, but at this moment in front of Yifei, actually showing a charming side. Zijin's beautiful voice came at the same time. But thank you very much today. If it weren't for your help, it would be really troublesome to be able to survive. Zijin has dealt with the refusal of Xiangjun many times, but this guy is too thick-skinned. Even if you fight, you can get away. Today, thanks to Yifei, it was completely clean. I believe that Xiangjun will not harass her anymore. After all, he knows the relationship between Yifei and Zijin's boyfriend and girlfriend. You're welcome. If he harass you again in the future, I can continue to help for free. Yifei smiled at Zijin, mouth. The fish smile. Yifei's eyes are deep, the corners of his mouth are even more charming, and the noise is also very magnetic. With the addition of the charm value, Yifei can easily kill those ignorant girls in seconds, and is definitely the dream lover in the hearts of countless girls. Zijin's gaze was fixed on Yifei's face, and then softly said, then I dare not. Why? Yifei asked. Zijin smiled lightly, playfully and slyly. I am afraid that you will do the fake show and cook the uncooked rice. I am not at a disadvantage. Of course Zijin is very smart. She is also very clear about her careful thoughts about people, not to mention Yifei's obvious purpose, and she conceals it at all. Isn't it? Can stop her? Seeing Yifei groaning silently, Zijin blinked and said, but Xiangjun has a big mouth. He will definitely be. The other people in the yard revealed our relationship. If it is true then, only ask for your help. I am also on the thief ship. Zijin smiled lightly. Wen Yan, Yifei also smiled. In fact, Yifei is also very clear. With Zijin's cleverness, she does not need to cooperate with when shouting's rhetoric. Yifei, cooperate with pretending couples, but she happened to do so miscellaneously. It really is the girl's mind, don't you guess? Chapter 100 Chen Luo's Crazy Revenge. Yifei sent Zijin to Mu's compound. Zijin smiled at Yifei Qianchen, waved his jade hand, and bid him farewell. In sending Zijin away, Yifei's ear suddenly sounded a system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, Zijin's impression of you has improved, and the experience value will be increased by 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, Zijin's impression of you has improved, and the experience value will be increased by 100 points. 3 consecutive tips, each with the same content, added 300 experience points. A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. He could also feel the change in Zijin's attitude towards him. A woman like Zijin is indeed difficult to conquer. Not only is her family excellent, but she is also stronger. She has countless pursuers, but she is always single equals person. A woman like Mu Zijin must be better than her. Only by convincing her in the field she is good at will it be possible to arouse her interest and conquer her. Yifei drove back to the private villa. In the next period of time, Yifei formulated a strict plan for himself. There are 4 main things Yifei does at present, namely, treating Niu Lao, treating Luo Weiyu, and studying the new formula of Bingjubi powder. Fang, there's to strengthen the exercise of 880 martial arts. Time flickered, and a month passed. During this time, the treatment of Niu Lao and Luo Weiyu, needless to say, the treatment of Niu Lao and Luo Weiyu went well. As for researching the new formula of Bingji Jade powder, Yifei has already done it. He improved the formula of Bingji Jade powder, adding a flavor of Chinese herbal medicine and making it into a liquid form to make Bingji Jade powder. The effect is significantly improved, whether it is whitening or scar removal, the effect is first class. Yifei named the new ice muscle Jade powder he researched. Ice muscle, Jade water, actually changed the word. Already, however, the effect of ice muscle Jade water is several times that of the previous Jade powder. In terms of production cost, there is almost no difference between the two. After Yifei researched Bingji water, he contacted a small cosmetics company under ES Group and started mass production. Certainly, Yifei didn't plan to produce Bingji Jade water by himself, and ultimately he had to use the brand effect of Su Qingzu's Rosy Makeup. Place. In addition, the ice muscle Jade water produced by the small cosmetics company under the former Yip S company is only produced and has not been packaged in OEM. BJIBB. The last thing is to practice martial arts. No matter how busy Yifei is, take time to practice martial arts and strengthen exercises. Yifei didn't know who he and Chen Luo would be better now. After all, this thing needs to be cleared in actual combat. True, during this month, Chen Luo was not idle either. He and the Lei family and other Jedi families have reached cooperation, especially with Lei Hayward. Wait for a few to have a close relationship. Chen Luo's actions became more and more frequent, and he was ready to do it again. This night, lying on the sofa in his villa, Yifei received a text message from Li Xiangyan. Yifei glanced at the content of the text message, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yifei got up from the sofa, looked at the dark night outside the window, and said to himself, Chen Luo finally couldn't bear to do it. I still chose to take the Su clan group for surgery. It seems that this guy not only hates Su Qingzu, but also wants to break the Yi family first equals Arma Yi. There are not many allies of the Yi family. Among them, the Su family is closest to the Yi family. Chen Luo's ultimate goal is definitely to encircle and suppress the Yi family, destroy the Yi family, and leave Yifei dead without a place to be buried. However, the Yi family was not moving. After all, the Yi family is a consortium that ranks among the entire Yangwang kingdom, with big and deep roots. Chen Luo has to do a lot of layouts, such as burying a few. A good piece of chess. Then he found the weakness of the Yi family, and finally defeated the Yi family with all his strength. The Yi family is temporarily unable to move one, and Chen Luo has always had a hatred of Su Qingzu in his heart, so he still chooses to attack the Su family first. It is just that Chen Luo is targeting the entire Su family this time. It is no longer Su Qingzu's beauty makeup company. After Yifei read Li Xiangyan's short message, he chose to delete it. The news that Li Xiangyan brought is very timely. Let Yifei first determine Chen Luo's movement. In fact, Chen Luo's movements and Yifei's guesses were roughly the same. Fei knows Chen Luo's character very well. This guy will report it to Jake C, and will never let the Su family go easily. Therefore, Yifei also had a layout. Whether it is Zhang Feifei, whether it was the ice muscle Jade water he studied during this period of time, it was all part of his layout. Chen Luo took revenge this time around crazy. He did not hesitate to use the connections of the Lei family and other wealthy people just to repay the family. Uptack. The next morning, Yifei received a call from Su Qingzu. Su Qingzu's tone was very anxious and flustered, and he spoke very quickly. Yifei, can you come to Su's house take a trip? My grandpa is sick again. Su Qingzu was very nervous. Her grandfather fell ill again. At this critical moment, the second person in her mind was Yifei. Yifei realized that the matter was not small. Yes, immediately, then hang up and go to Su's house. Su Shaokan, Mr. Su, is very good to Yifei Ji, and he has been matching Yifei and Su Qingzu. He became ill, of course Yifei had to rush to visit him. Arrived at Su's house, Yifei only saw that Su's family was busy with a pot of porridge. Su Shaokan's personal doctor Huang Zonglang had already arrived. He is serving Su Xiao. Kun Shi rescued. Su Shaokan closed his eyes and lay flat on the bed. Su Qingzu was standing by and she was very concerned about Grandpa's condition, her eyebrows frowned. Qingli's face was full of tension. Saw Yifei coming. Su Qingzu seemed to have the backbone, his eyes fixed on Yifei. Master Su, what is going on? Yifei frowned and asked. Su Qingzu calmed down and explained the situation to Yifei. Grandpa answered the phone in the morning and said that someone was right. The Su group was in trouble. After answering this call, his grandpa was emotionally unstable, and then he became ill. Yifei understood. It seems that Chen Luo has already acted. Chen Luo's frantic revenge against the Su family has already begun. After Su Shaokan answered the phone, she realized that the Su family's current situation was very bad. This led to anger, leading to the onset of illness. Su Shaokan's illness is a declining heart. The body has not been very good, and if it is not treated in time, it is very likely that there will be too many problems. It is okay, leave it to me. Let Su Lao's condition stabilize first, Tu Fei said calmly. Infected by Yifei's self-confidence, Su Qingzu's heart warmed and nodded slightly. Seeing Yifei's arrival, her hanging heart finally let go. Chapter 101. Give it to me. A simple sentence made Su Qingzu's heart full of warmth. She lightly tapped her head, her eyes fixed on Yifei's body. With Yifei here, she felt relieved. Yifei walked to the bed and saw Su Shaokan's current situation. Su Shaokan closed his eyes. He seemed to have difficulty breathing. Fortunately, the Su family also has medical equipment. Huang Zonglang can treat him in time. Mr. Yi, you are here. Huang Zonglang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tu Fei's arrival. Yuglina showed the rise of hope and said, I am afraid I will rely on your Yimu magic needle again this time. Huang Zonglang admired Yifei already. Yifei smiled without answering, turning to Su Qingzu and said, Qingzu, go and help me prepare the hair to neutralize the hot water and alcohol. Okay. Su Qingzu obeyed Yifei's instructions and hurriedly went to get things. Soon, everything is ready. Yifei took out the silver needles, disinfected them first, and then used Yimushen needles for acupuncture. Yifei's silver needle stabs the acupoints, only a slight movement of his arm, lightly rotating the silver thorium, he pierces the Niguan, Laogong, and 1 Xiong point and the 3 type points L. These 3 acupuncture points have a great effect. Niguan point can widen the chest, stop vomiting, replenish blood and strengthen the heart. Laogong acupoint can relieve elevated blood pressure. Xiong point relieves angina pectoris. In addition to the other acupuncture points, Yifei also used acupuncture, and the movements were fast. Seeing Yifei's use of acupuncture and moxibustion is simply a kind of enjoyment. Yifei had no distractions and was extremely focused. And Huang Zonglang, a well-known doctor in the capital, was even attacking Yifei at this moment. It became Yifei's assistant. Yifei used acupuncture and medical equipment to relieve Su Xiaoqin's symptoms. The human body is like a treasure, and the role of acupuncture is to stimulate the acupuncture points of the human body to improve the current status of the human body. About 10 minutes past 2. Su Xiaoqin was lying on the bed and coughed with a cry. His wrinkled pale complexion finally returned to 3 traces of blood. Su Xiaoqin slowly opened his eyes. Long leaves equals muddy mouth. Su Xiaoqin was in a semi-comatose state just now. After he woke up, he saw Yifei for the first time, then he sighed and smiled reluctantly. Xiaofei, this time I am bothering you again. My bad old man relied on you for his life twice. Master, don't say that. I am late. It was Dr. Huang who was doing first aid measures just now. Yifei said. Su Xiaoqin's situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Yifei used acupuncture and moxibustion to regulate his body. It relieved his illness a lot. No. Then this time it will be very troublesome. Su Xiaoqin nodded at Huang Zonglang again, still very weak. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? Su Qingzu asked hurriedly, looking nervous. Su Xiaoqin smiled and comforted his granddaughter. Don't worry about me. Grandpa survived so many winds and waves, his life was very hard. Su Qingzu hurriedly brought warm water and pills. 6 Dalton Su Xiaoqin took it. After Su Xiaoqin took the medicine and added Yifei acupuncture, it finally relieved. Speaking of this call, Su Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. He sighed twice and said, Xiaofei, the friendship between our 2 famous families. I also. To tell you the truth, the Su family is now in danger. What happened? Yifei was actually too clear about what was going on, but he still wanted time. Su Xiaoqin waved his hand to signal the servants on the left and right to leave, and Huang Zonglang also wisely said goodbye. Waiting for everyone to get separated, only Yifei and Su Qingzu were left. Su Xiaoqin sighed and said, Su S is being watched. Several key drug registration calls have all encountered obstacles. There are already negative news about Guan Yu is in the market, saying that there is a problem with our medicine. Su S Group is the country's top pharmaceutical company whose main business is traditional Chinese medicine. Recently, Su S plans to launch several new Chinese medicine products, all of which are under review of registration applications. These new drugs have invested a lot of funds in research and development of Su S. Count on new drugs to gain a broader market. Now, registration applications for drugs have all encountered obstacles. Moreover, there are rumors about Su S negative news in the market, and all kinds of news are flying all over the sky. It is said that there is a problem with Su S medicine. There is no doubt that Su clan has been spotted. If you have the ability to make Su S drug registration, please encounter obstacles, and the other party's energy is not the same. And the other party acts definitely came for the Su clan. Does the old man know who the other party is? Kai Fei asked. The man in charge is the person in charge of drugs and only he has the ability to speak against Su Shi. Lei family. Su Qingzu understood right away, her eyebrows frowned. Could it be Chen again? Reminiscent of Chen Luo being very close to Lei Haoran last time, Su Qingzu naturally suspected Chen Luo. Yifei said, it seems so. Of course Yifei knew it was Chen Luo's ghost, and he also knew that Chen Luo just asked the Lei family for help this time. The Lei family is powerful, although not the Yi family as rich and powerful, but the power is still worse. The 2 core figures of the Lei family are the person in charge of drug management, this time it is he who is attacking the Su family. The Su family's main business is medicine, which is equivalent to being directly pinched by the Lei family's throat. Difficult, too difficult. The Su family is definitely in a crisis this time. So when he heard this news, Father Su was anxious. Cause illness. Chen Luo seems to have lost his blood this time, and he is determined to kill the Su family. This was not over yet. After a while, Su Qingzu also received a call from the secretary. The secretary told Su Qingzu on the phone, Hongyan Makeup Company is in crisis again. This cosmetic works great too. In order to promote the new cosmetics mailing international, the company's previous image spokesperson, Zhang Feifei, was poached at a high price. Zhang Feifei had previously renewed his contract with Su Qingzu for 2 months. After this period of time, the renewal has expired. For a while, Su Qingzu's Hongyan Makeup Company was also panicked. Upon receiving the news, Su Qingzu's face was pale and bit his lip. But Yifei was relaxed and calm, and he still wanted to laugh. Chen Luo, the big fish, finally bit the hook. Zhang Feifei is Yifei, and chess piece buried. Now it finally comes in handy. As for Lei's pressure, Yifei also has a way to deal with it. Chapter 102. Chen Luo was so depressed to vomit blood. Su Qingzu hung up the secretary's phone, her delicate and beautiful face paled slightly. Su Qingzu's hand gripped the mobile phone with white joints, biting his lip. Qingzu, what is the matter? Su Xiao asked with concern when he noticed that Su Qingzu's expression was wrong. Su Qingzu shook his head hurriedly. It's okay. She didn't want Su Xiaoqin to worry too much about the labor, otherwise it would easily aggravate Su Xiaoqin's condition. It should be the second little matter of Hongyan Company. Don't worry, father, I will help Qingzu take care of it. Yifei was straightforward. Opening. It doesn't make sense to hide Su Xiaoqin. As the head of the Su family, Su Xiaoqin wants to know the situation is just a matter of words. Su Xiaoqin's brows burst one by one, and his face became even more ugly. There was something wrong with Hongyan Company that was Su Qingzu's painstaking effort. Su Xiaoqin knows very well how much her granddaughter values this Hongyan Company. Su Qingzu opened her mouth. She wanted to explain a few words but found that she didn't know what to say. Moreover, whether it is Sushi or Hongyan Company, the situation has reached the most critical juncture. A little carelessness, Su clan will have a big somersault this time. Yifei was calm and composed. He said, Master, Qingzu, don't worry. Why don't you leave this to me to solve? Yu Xiaofei, do you have a way to deal with Lei's family? There is also Qingzu's Hongyan Company. The problem is not small, right? Su Xiaoqin frowned. These 2 things, Hongyan Company is still second, but the Lei family is really difficult to deal with. Can Yifei handle it? Too difficult. Even Su Xiaoqin was a little helpless, and even felt like a knife in his throat. Yifei smiled confidently. I have a way. Seeing Yifei's confident expression, Su Xiaoqin was puzzled, and he groaned, since Xiaofei, you have said so. It is up to you. Su Xiaoqin was also really helpless. He is ill in bed and can no longer take care of Su's family affairs. And this matter is too complicated, and involving the Lei family, even when he recovers physically, is difficult to solve it. The Lei family is powerful, extremely difficult to deal with. Su Xiaoqin has no clue. It is better to let Yifei try. The result will only be better anyway. It won't be worse. Good. Yifei nodded. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei. There was a deep touch of emotion in his beautiful eyes. In Su Qingzu's view, Yifei did this entirely for the sake of Su Qingzu didn't know the deeper contradiction between Yifei and Chen Luo, she only felt that Yifei did this step to help her. This made Su Qingzu feel even more grateful to Yifei. Ding, congratulations to the host, Su Qingzu's impression of you has improved and he has increased his experience by 200 points. Yifei received the system prompt again. Adding 200 points of experience to the word L, the corner of his lips makes a smile, which is an unexpected gain. Master, you rest first, and Qingzu and I will deal with Hong Company. Yifei said. It's okay. Su Xiaokan agreed 99, you young people get along well, it doesn't matter if things are really not handled well. Well, Grandpa, let us go, Su Qingzu said. Go ahead. Yifei and Su Qingzu left the Su family villa side by side. As soon as he left the gate of the Su family villa, Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said, Yifei, thank you. I really don't know what to do without you. Yifei rescued Su Xiaokan again time. At this critical moment again, he came forward again. Su Qingzu felt warm in her heart, and she took the initiative to hold Yifei's big hand. Su Qingzu's small hands were a bit cold, but Yifei's hands were gripped tightly, and the temperature gradually increased. It's just that the worry in her beautiful eyes still lingers. Su Xiaokan's body is temporarily fine, she is worried about Su and Hong Company. Yifei's magnetic noise sounded faintly in her ears. Chen Luo spent a lot of money this time to dig Zhang Feifei over. Su Qingzu said, well, my secretary said that Chen Luo spent 3 times the market price to poach Zhang Feifei away and let her act as Mailing International's image representative. Speakers. Yifei chuckled softly, Chen Luo really has lost money, and tens of millions have been smashed out like this. Equals generally speaking, the endorsement fee of Zhang Feifei, a first-line star, is around tens of millions. Poaching Zhang Feifei at 3 times the price, Chen Luo is definitely spending money. Zhang Feifei is not worth the price, he just wants us to have no spokesperson available, Su Qingzu said. Of course Yifei knew it, he said, actually, you should thank Chen Luo. He is a good man. Feifei, but helped you dig out a time bomb. Su Qingzu paused, and Qingli's face showed a look of surprise, you mean too? Didn't I tell you, I have Zhang Feifei's black material, and it is very deadly. Yifei's mouth hung. With a faint smile, I am just waiting for Chen Luo to poach Zhang Feifei away. Su Qingzu's eyes bright. Yifei continued, in the past 2 months, all cosmetic packaging and advertisements under the Hong Company have been trying to erase Zhang Feifei as much as possible. Is there any trace of it? Yeah, Su Qingzu tapped his head lightly and pursed his lips. Zhang Feifei has been cooperating with Hong Company to endorse for 2 years, which also means that the image of Hong Company and Zhang Feifei was ***** in the past. Together, therefore, Yifei reminded Su Qingzu last time to try his best to erase the traces of Zhang Feifei on the product. Su Qingzu has been doing this for the past 2 months. Moreover, the packaging and endorsements of the former Hong Company have removed the image of Zhang Feifei, separating the two. That is fine, let us go to the Hong Company first. Tu Fei said. Oh good, Su Qingzu followed Yifei obediently. Yifei drove the road quickly arrived at Hong Company. Upon arriving at the company, the senior executives of Hong Company came to Su Qingzu to report on the situation. Yifei listened to the situation, also knows Chen Luo's movements. Chen Luo was very dynamic this time. This morning, Mailing International spent a lot of money to invite dozens of domestic authoritative media. Then held a brand new product launch. Cloth meeting. At the press conference, Chen Luo will make a high-profile announcement that the first-line actress Zhang Feifei will become the generation of Mailing International 4.1 from today. Speaker. In Mailing International will release a brand new flagship product. It is called Golden Bee Powder. Chen Luo was full of confidence, and he wanted to use Zhang Feifei's popularity as an endorsement for the Golden Bee Powder he developed. Chen Luo is extremely looking forward to it. He feels that Mailing International's new products will inevitably detonate and become the focus of much attention. He will not only be able to put the Hong Company under the foot, and it will be more fame and fortune. Make a lot of money. Only, Chen Luo didn't know that today was destined to make him depressed. Shui Dian. Chapter 103. The location of Chen Luo's new product launch was in the banquet hall of a famous 5-star hotel in Yanjing. Dozens of domestic authoritative media reported on the busy traffic outside the hotel, which created momentum for Chen Luo's behavior. This new product launch will take the most popular live broadcast format at the moment. Chen Luo specially invited Paishao internet celebrities and beauty makeup masters to help out, in order to increase popularity and attention. But the most eye-catching among them, of course, is the spokesperson of Mailing International's latest contract Zhang Feifei. After all, Zhang Feifei is a first-line actress in the entertainment industry. She has starred in several popular film and television dramas. Zhang Feifei leaned on that seemingly pure. His face has attracted many fans. At the new product launch conference, Zhang Feifei herself was also present in costume, attracting attention. The media reporters took various photos of Zhang Feifei, which gave a lot of face. When Chen Luo was under the stage, he saw that the media reporters were paying special attention to Zhang Feifei, and the mouthfish smiled. Very well, his plan is very successful. Chen Luo tried to poach Zhang Feifei away, waited for 2 months. During this period, Chen Luo has developed a brand new cosmetics with traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, which he named Golden Bee Powder. This Golden Bee Powder has a strong whitening and scar removal effect. It can even be said that the whitening and scar removal effect of Golden Bee Powder is 20 fruits per second. All cosmetics in the country. Therefore, Chen Luo is very confident. Today's new product launch is the beginning of his famous reputation and huge profits. Supported by Zhang Feifei's popularity, coupled with the amazing effect of Golden Bee Powder, it will definitely detonate Yanglong's cosmetics market. What Su Qingzu, Shima Hong Company and everything will be stepped on by him. Only Mailing International in his hands will become the top and most profitable cosmetics company. Thinking of this, Chen Luo smiled happily at the corner of his mouth. After Chen Luolian's new product launch conference, he thought about how to celebrate. Chen Luo's eyes wandered over Zhang Feifei's body. This woman was pretty good looking, and her appearance and figure could be as good as that, although she was far inferior. Those stunning beauties around Yifei, but it is also good to vent fire. I'll do a little trick to get her hands on in a while. Chen Luo looked at women very accurately. He knew that Zhang Feifei was not a good girl, and it was easy to get started. Thinking of the beautiful women around Yifei, especially when he went to Su's house that day, Su Qingzu treated his indifferent and evil god. Love, Chen Luo clenched his fists, annoyed. After waiting for today, he wants to let Su Qingzu taste despair. Not only the Hong Company, but also the entire Su family. Chen Luo sat down confidently on the stage, when the secretary next to him came to report, Mr. Chen, all major live broadcast platforms are ready. You can start the live broadcast of the conference. Okay, after the notification, no one is allowed to make mistakes. Today is very important. Chen Luo's smile became stronger and stronger, as if watching. Here it is, the goddess of victory is smiling and waving at him. Yes, Mr. Chen. The secretary hurriedly left. After a while, the live broadcast of Mailing International's new product launch event for the entire network officially began. In front of the lens of dozens of media, under the attention of several live streaming platforms, this brand new product launch conference began. Chen Luo personally took the stage to introduce his golden bee powder. Today he specially changed into a Ning Zheng fancy suit, wearing a Vacheron Constantine watch. Suits and leather shoes, it really looks like that. Calm. Chen Luo took the initiative to introduce the effects of golden bee powder and invited Zhang Feifei to the stage. The two interacted, and the press conference was held on site. The gas ammonia is excellent and enters the peak. And this live broadcast also attracted millions of viewers. Some of these audiences are fans of Zhang Feifei, some are customers who have used Mailing International cosmetics, and more of them are to join in the fun. Audience. But Chen Luo didn't care, anyway, he just needs to attract attention. At the critical moment of the new product launch, Chen Luo interacted with Zhang Feifei on the stage to introduce golden bee powder. At this moment, Yifei also acted. Hongyan Company. Meeting room. Su Qingzu convened a meeting with the executives of Hongyan Company. And the insiders of the former Hongyan Company are panicking. Even the spokesperson Zhang Feifei of Hongyan Company has been poached. How can it come back? And I heard that Mailing International released this new product. The new products of the meeting are even more high-quality hot models. The senior officials of Hongyan Company are at a disadvantage. They are worried. Yifei was also listening in the meeting room. He was sitting in the corner holding two laptops and glanced at it. Executives. For the Hongyan Company's meeting, Yifei didn't care. He has the most leisure time to turn on the phone and watch Chen Luo's new product launch. Seeing Chen Luo and Zhang Feifei come to power, Yifei. Time is almost up. The show begins. Yifei was not in a hurry. Operating his laptop, he used hacking techniques to easily log onto Zhang Feifei's Weibo. Yes, Yifei stole Zhang Feifei's Weibo account. This is easy for Yifei's hacking technique. After Yifei logged on Zhang Feifei's Weibo, he started to post photos on Zhang Feifei's Weibo. Of course, it was Zhang Feifei and different males. Intimate photos of people L. Yifei hacked into Zhang Feifei's computer last time and got a lot of photos. Yifei chose two indescribable photos and uploaded them to Weibo. These photos were successfully sent from Zhang Feifei's Weibo. Suddenly, Weibo exploded directly. Zhang Feifei has 20 million fans at any rate. Although 923 has a lot of zombie fans, there are more active quality fans. When this group of unintelligible photos were released, the entire Weibo exploded. These photos are real at first glance, there is no trace of synthesis at all, and they are still sent through Zhang Feifei's own Weibo. Coming. What is the situation too? Blew it. Zhang Feifei, who has always shown her pure appearance in the entertainment industry, turned out that her private life was so unbearable. It didn't even need Yifei's promotion. In just 10 minutes, it became a hot search headline on Weibo, and there were countless marketing accounts. Follow forwarding. As soon as possible, things fermented quickly and became the headlines of the entertainment industry. I can stop the heat. Zhang Feifei's fans all collapsed. 9. The netizens who eat melons are even more crazy. They all found the platforms that are live broadcast and frantically brushed the barrage. Equals time, no one cares about Chen Luo's new product launch at all, and all the people who eat melons focus on Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei's black material. Fatal enough. Chapter 104 Entire network blocked. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Feifei became the entertainment circle. No, it should have become the second topic of hot discussion on the Xuanwangguo network. All kinds of photos of Zhang Feifei are reposted through Weibo marketing account and eat melon netizens. It spread across the internet like crazy. In a very short period of time, the number of people watching Chen Luo's new product launch on the live platform soared. Of course, the people eating melons didn't come to see Chen Luo's new product launch. They came to watch Zhang Feifei. On the barrage, all kinds of barrage swept wildly. The front row was watching Zhang Feifei, who just finished reading the photos on Weibo. It was wonderful. This woman is pure in appearance, and she has been hailed as a jade girl. I am. Zhang Feifei's video is sold in the front row, 6 minutes and 17 seconds without a cut version. All kinds of barrage madly brush. Where's this live broadcast of a new product launch? It is simply Zhang Feifei's spit. Sitting in front of the computer, Yifei looked at the situation in the live broadcast room with a smile on his mouth. Zhang Feifei finally used this chess piece. Zhang Feifei is indeed a time bomb, and whoever gets her is unlucky. This woman seems pure on the outside, but in fact she is a torn shoe. Yifei knows Zhang Feifei's character well. She is timid and fearful, but greedy. After warning Zhang Feifei last time, he has not been in contact with Zhang Feifei, just waiting for Chen Luo to dig Zhang Feifei into the past. Zhang Feifei's popularity in the entertainment industry is indeed very good, and he is the spokesperson of the Hongyan Company. If Zhang Feifei was able to hire Zhang Feifei and attack Hongyan Company, by the way, Chen Luo would definitely not let it go. As for Zhang Feifei, Yifei didn't contact her anymore during this period, so Zhang Feifei was lucky. In addition, Zhang Feifei is very greedy for money. Will definitely agree to Chen Luo's invitation. Things are as Yifei expected. The cut is very smooth. Then, at the most suitable time, at the most suitable location, Zhang Feifei's time bomb detonated. Chen Luo's carefully planned new product launch event was completely intoxicated. Not only that, this time Chen Luo's new product launch will have an extremely bad impact. You know, once you sign a celebrity endorsement, it means that the product is tied to the celebrity. For example, there was a chewing gum called Xuanmai in the previous life. I once looked for a little fresh meat as an image endorsement. In the end, the little fresh meat was exposed as a drug addict, and the word of mouth of Xuanmai chewing gum plummeted, and sales plummeted and the company suffered. Weightlessness. This is also the reason why Yifei gave Su Qingzu 2 months free. It takes Su Qingzu 2 months to try to eliminate the traces of Zhang Feifei's previous endorsements, including all products, advertisements, packaging, etc. Wait, all traces of Zhang Feifei must be erased. Now, Chen Luo and Zhang Feifei have signed an endorsement contract. Moreover, it took a long time for Chen Luo to sign the contract, equals a total of 3 years. Similarly, in order to prepare for this new product launch, Chen Luo has done a lot of work on the promotion of golden bee powder, and he has spent a lot of time. The funds asked Feifei Zhang to shoot the commercial. She also bought the primetime broadcast of the TV station in the video. Then, Zhang Feifei's time bomb exploded. Zhang Feifei had this kind of scandal that is well known throughout the internet. Her stardom is over. There have been such precedents in the entertainment industry before, and also, the scandal of a certain actress was exposed, and then she was blocked by the entire network. To this day, there is no news of that actress. Zhang Feifei's end is definitely not much better than her. As for the products endorsed by Zhang Feifei, it goes without saying that it is definitely cool. The barrage of the live broadcast is crazy. Chen Luo, who was broadcasting, also gradually realized that something was wrong at the scene, and Zhang Feifei's agent Wang Jio was desperately directed at the audience. Zhang Feifei winked. Chen Luo's secret the book took advantage of the gap between the hostess' speech and hurriedly said a few days in Chen Luo's ear to tell Chen Luo about the current situation. Chen Luo's expression changed, he was a little dumbfounded, and his expression became even more constrained. How so? Zhang Feifei, this woman, has such a deadly black material, such a deadly scandal. To be honest, there are people in the entertainment industry who are more exaggerated than Zhang Feifei, but Zhang Feifei has left a real handle. What is more terrible is that Zhang Feifei's scandal is now known all over the internet, and the impact is extremely bad. With such a bad influence, it is foreseeable that in the next step, the relevant departments of Zhanguo will take the initiative to take precautions and directly block Feifei Zhang. But Chen Luo, he found such a spokesperson. This is enough to bankrupt all Chen Luo's plans. Chen Luo's careful planning turned into a joke. No matter how calm Chen Luo was, he couldn't hold back at this time, his face was completely composed, his complexion pale. Chen Luo's secretary hurriedly whispered a few words into the hostess' ear, and the host also hurriedly announced the suspension of the press conference. Then, the live broadcast of this conference was interrupted. A large number of melon-eating netizens withdrew from the live broadcast room unsuccessfully, but Zhang Feifei's scandal became more and more heated. The scene of the press conference. The press conference was interrupted and the media were not idle. They pointed their cameras at Zhang Feifei and surrounded them unceremoniously. Zhang Feifei asked her various questions. These reporters are well informed, and their words are sharper than ever. Zhang Feifei was stunned. She stood there on the spot. Only then did she know that her special photos were exposed by the entire network. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Feifei fell to the ground. Liu Yushan has no master and is extremely flustered. His face was pale. Seeing that Zhang Feifei was surrounded by a large number of media groups, Chen Luo was so angry that her joints were white and her teeth were gritted. One slut, all were ruined by this slut Zhu attack. Chen Luo's voice was full of irritation and depression. Deep hatred surged. Meaning, from heaven to hell, but in the next second, the cruel facts made Chen Luo extremely depressed, and he suffered a fatal blow. Chen Luo was extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were gloomy and terribly dark. At the scene, Duan Qizheng and Li Xiangyan of course Wang Li's were also one of the invited guests. All the changes happened suddenly, and everyone was stunned. Chen Luo is so Duan Qizheng is also true, but Li Xiangyan was the only one who flickered. He lowered his head to prevent others from discovering the excitement on his face. Li Xiangyan knows. Yi Xiao must have done it. Others may think this is an accident, but Li Xiangyan knows that this is by no means an accident, but a meticulous. Prepared directional blasting. Yi Xiao is indeed Yi Xiao. Once he takes a shot, it is enough to change the situation. Chen Luo's meticulous planning turned into a profit in an instant. This time Chen Luo suffered a heavy loss, enough to make him bleed. Chapter 105 The most critical killing move. The scandal of Zhang Feifei is still fermenting and spreading all over the internet. The moment he learned of the Zhang Feifei scandal, Chen Luo knew that his new product launch was over. Chen Luo suffered heavy losses. Please Zhang Feifei's endorsement fees, advertising fees, etc. All these money are equivalent to thrown into the water, but you can even hear a sound. The money is second. The most important thing is that Chen Luo originally planned to launch the product Golden Bee Powder, but this product made him ambitious and wanted to make a single move. Products that have won the domestic cosmetics market have encountered slippery iron points before they are on the market. Chen Luo hated Zhang Feifei. This had such a big problem, and he would even hurt him if he died. The press conference ended in a hurry. Chen Luo refused the media interview. He went back to the hotel banquet hall with a black face and got in the car. Mailing International. Duan Qizheng sighed softly and sat beside Chen Luo with Chen Luo's complexion always obstructed. Say nothing. Arrived at Mailing International office. Chen Luo's sullen expression didn't get any better day by day. Chen Luo closed the door of the office heavily and made a loud noise. The employees of Mailing International suddenly changed their colors, shivered, and were afraid to speak. Chen Luo entered the office. Duan Qi was following him and sighed, "Junior brother. It hurt so badly, you were 20 off." Duan Qizheng finally turned into a sigh. Duan Qizheng is very clear about Chen Luo's preparations and Chen Luo's ambitions. Chen Luo wanted to make Golden Bee Powder a super explosive cosmetic product so as to enhance the international popularity of Mailing. Earn a lot of money equals Ben. Duan Qizheng has also seen the effects of Golden Bee Powder and feels that it is entirely possible that Golden Bee Powder will become such a hot product. But now, how could this happen? What happened to Zhang Feifei was too coincidental. It just happened that something happened at such an important point. Brother, there must be someone behind the ghost, equals someone must be the ghost. Chen Luo gritted his teeth before leaving the words in a while. Someone is making a ghost. Who can it be? Duan Qizheng frowned and asked. This incident did happen too strangely. After all, Zhang Feifei posted photos through her Weibo, which is completely self-destructive. It is impossible to think about it. After all, Zhang Feifei was attending a new product launch at the time. Who would it be too? Yi Fei. She was Yi. Chen Luo had an extraordinary face in Chen Luo's mind, and hatred burst out in his eyes. If Chen Luo hates the person most, it must be Yi Fei. Every time he encounters Yi Fei, there is no good thing, and Chen Luo is a strong feeling that the matter this time must have something to do with Yi Fei. Yi Fei, are you sure it is him? It is also possible that someone has been Feifei all the time, and you happen to hit him. Duan Qizheng said. Duan Qizheng doubts Chen Luo's judgments. After all, if Yi Fei did this thing, then Yi Fei would be too terrible. He actually pinched every point with great precision, just waiting for Chen Luo to drill into the trap. Yi Fei can really do this step. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. In fact, he also thought it was impossible. If this matter is really Yi Fei's calculation. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, feeling a burst of pressure. Chen Luo's expression became even colder. Chen Luo said coldly, whether it was Yi Fei or not, my plan failed again this time. Chen Luo squeezed his fist tightly, he became more and more angry, and slammed 2 punches in front of him. In Chen Luo's office, there was a punching bag that was as tall as a person. Chen Luo waved his hand and slapped the punching bag hard, making a dull sound, and the bag was directly broken. Seeing that Chen Luo was so angry, Duan Qi was busy comforting him. Junior, don't worry, in fact, we still have a chance. Although, because Zhang Feifei's matter has affected your new product launch, but at least I know the quality of the product Golden Bee Powder. See. We just need to avoid the wind and release the Golden Bee Powder after this period of time. I believe this Golden Bee Powder can still be popular. Market. Duan Qizheng said for Chen Luo. Chen Luo sighed, with a gloomy face. Of course he also knew the truth. In fact, although Zhang Feifei was unlucky and Chen Luo also suffered heavy losses, he has not completely finished yet. He still has a chance to make a comeback. Just wait for a while. After Zhang Feifei's scandal is fully fermented, he will re-release the new product Golden Bee Powder. The only problem, it is time to find a spokesperson again. Although Chen Luo suffered heavy losses, this is the only thing that can happen now, and he still has a chance to rise again. But Chen Luo didn't know that Yi Fei would not give him even the slightest chance. Hong Yan Company. Halfway through the meeting, Su Qingzu learned the news that the Zhang Feifei scandal had been exposed. Immediately, Su Qingzu finally understood what Yifei said Zhang Feifei's black material was. This woman Zhang Feifei really has a big problem. Contemplated. The executives of Hong Yan Company heard that the Zhang Feifei scandal was exposed. All of them were overjoyed and all heaved a sigh of relief. It is Tianju Hong Yan Company. At this critical moment, Chen Luo's new product launch conference became a laughingstock, and he suffered heavy losses. Hong Yan Company was able to breathe. The executives of Hong Yan Company all thought that this was a coincidence, and it was Tianju Hong Yan Company. But Su Qingzu knew that all this was done by the man in front of him. It was definitely Yifei who let Zhang Feifei's scandal be exposed and turned the situation in favor of Hong Yan Company. Su Qingzu announced the dissolution of the meeting and all the executives left the meeting room. After that, Su Qingzu walked to Yifei. Yifei sat in the corner of the conference room. He chose a comfortable and quiet place to listen in. Su Qingzu's beautiful eyes looked at Yifei and asked Yifei to prove, Yifei, you did Zhang Feifei's things, right? 2. Zhang Feifei's matter is just the beginning, and then Yifei's most important and crucial killer move. Chapter 106 Su Qingzu's special. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei. She finally understood that Yifei was actually prepared. At this critical juncture, it was him who stepped forward again. Perhaps Yifei had expected what happened today 2 months ago or even earlier. And reminded her. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Thank you, Yifei. Su Qingzu's voice was very soft. Always as cold as her, he would use such a gentle tone too. The man speaks. It is a miracle, especially Su Qingzu has misogyny. Of course, Su Qingzu's current misogyny has become a bit special. Not to say, Qingzu's misogyny was cured, but Su Qingzu did not have any rejection or negative emotions in his heart when facing Yifei. But facing other men, Su Qingzu is still repelling and disgusting. In other words, only Yifei the individual is special in her heart. The corners of Yifei's mouth curled up and those eyes were extremely deep. He smiled, thank me for it as that simple too. That, she heard it. Su Qingzu didn't know where the courage came from. She walked to Yifei's side and did an amazing move. Only seeing Su Qingzu wrapped her hands around Yifei's neck, her arms were frosted with saishui, and her skin was white and smooth without any blemishes. Su Qingzu took the initiative to hook Yifei's neck, and then she kissed Yifei. Very proactive, very courageous. This is not the first time the two have kissed each other. But it was the first time that Su Qingzu took the initiative. She wrapped her arms around Yifei, and even sat on Yifei's lap, sitting on Yifei's. The two people touched their lips. Yifei only felt a piece of warmth. Although Su Qingzu's movements were bold, he was still very clumsy and awkward, and he needed Yifei's guidance. Guide. Yifei was also unceremonious when the beauty was delivered to the door. Yifei embraced her slender waist. Against the guest, she took the initiative to embrace the insects. After a long time, Su Qingzu's eyes were like water, and her eyes were very undulating. Her cheeks were already red, and her eyes were full of affection. But there is a bit of fanfare. She almost felt guilty just now. When he recovered, Su Qingzu was taken aback by his boldness. She actually took the initiative to kiss Yifei one. But Su Qingzu didn't regret it. She just stared at Yifei and took out a tissue to wipe the corners of Yifei's mouth gently. Wiping the corners of Yifei's mouth carefully and meticulously, he heard Yifei smile and said, well, this is just like thanking me seriously. Su Qingzu's face is slightly red, but he didn't say anything to refute 27. She did thank Yifei, but the action just now was not only thankful but also tempted and sentimental. Su Qingzu's eyes focused on Yifei. She said, if it weren't for you, this time the confetti makeup would be really dangerous and... Even now the crisis of confetti makeup has not been resolved. Chen Luo's new product called Golden Bee Powder I have also paid attention to it. It is indeed a high quality and explosive product. We can delay its time to market. When this product goes on the market, I'm afraid that our company will still find it difficult to overcome the pressure. Su Qingzu analyzed seriously. Su Qingzu alone can control a cosmetics company with a market value of several billion. Of course, she is not foolish. Quite the opposite. Her business talent is very good. Long before Chen Luo was about to launch the Golden Bee Powder, Su Qingzu also received the news, and she even got the actual Gold Bee Powder earlier. The results of the inspection report and various data show that this is an extremely high-quality cosmetic. It is even enough to kill all the whitening and scar removal products on the market before the month. As long as the Golden Bee Powder formula is still in Chen Luo's hands, he may use Golden Bee Powder to make a comeback. Su Qingzu had no choice because this was Chen Luo's hard power. It is difficult for Su Qingzu to develop a similar product, nor can it threaten Golden Bee Powder. On marketing methods, on product promotion, Su Qingzu is not afraid of Chen Luo. But this is hard power. Chen Luo relied on his superb medical skills to develop this product of Golden Bee Powder. Su Qingzu was helpless. Yifei, Wei laughed and said, the Golden Bee Powder that Chen Luo has researched is really good, but if I have a better product than Golden Bee Powder. Su Qingzu was startled. Yifei meant this. Su Qingzu looked at him in surprise. Yifei didn't rush. He took out a delicate translucent vial that he had prepared a long time ago from his jacket pocket, and it was him. Improved Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water. Although Yifei didn't know why Chen Luo didn't name the new product he researched as Ice Muscle Jade Bee Powder, this is not the point either. Zero seeking flowers. The point is that Yifei's Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water is far more effective than Golden Bee Powder. Surprised, Yifei smiled confidently. Don't forget that I can also perform medical skills. I treated Luo Weiyu some time ago. I deliberately researched this. 1. I named it Bingju Feng Shui. Compared with the Golden Bee Powder, the effect is only strong but not weak. I have specially ordered the cosmetics company under the Yi family to mass-produce Bingji Jade Bee Water during this period. We two cooperate. Yifei smiled confidently and calmly talked. Only then did Su Qingzu understand that Yifei had even considered this. He really had prepared it long ago. Yifei Yiren also developed the product. Ice Skin Jade Bee Water. The effect is only stronger than that of Golden Bee Powder. That is enough. With this Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water on the second day, in the case of Chen Luo's new product launch conference failed miserably, Hong Yan Company can definitely take advantage of this. The rise of new products. Zunsu dominates the market. Due to the scandal of Zhang Feifei, Chen Luo's mass-produced Golden Bee Powder is temporarily unavailable and needs to be repackaged, because for those packages, all have Zhang Feifei's endorsement label. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hong Yan Company can take the lead and occupy the market. When it comes to seizing the market, timing is critical. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei with a little excitement, realizing that this was an excellent and precious opportunity. Su Qingzu took a deep breath and said, this Ice Muscle Jade Bee Water is something you have researched. I can take your waste for nothing. Yep, let us do that. If Yifei is willing, I will use the shares of Hong Yan Company in exchange for the formula of Jade Bee Water. Yifei's original intention was to cooperate with Su Qingzu, and he also took the opportunity to make too much money. But Su Qingzu was more decisive than he thought. She actually asked for the shares of Hongyan Company in exchange for Bingjiu water. On the formula, Hongyan Company is Su Qingzu's most important company. She was willing to transfer the shares to Yifei. How special is in her heart? Chapter 107 The beauty gives me the wrong knife. Su Qingzu's proposal made Yifei a little startled, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because of misogyny, when Yifei took a special place in Su Qingzu's heart, Su Qingzu's attitude towards Yifei was. It was completely different from others, so she offered to give Yifei equity. Yifei smiled and said, "Don't worry, you haven't seen the effect of ice muscle. JD water, let us look at the effect first." With that, Yifei turned on the laptop. Su Qingzu was still cuddling in Yifei's arms, and the two were close together. Su Qingzu could feel the breath of Fei, the hot breathing beat. On her face, Su Qingzu's face was blushed again. Yifei opened the laptop and clicked to open the file. This is the file that Yifei transferred. It's in this folder. There are several documents. There is also a video attached. In the video in this folder is exactly the use effect video of 70 in Bingju. JD water. Yifei asked the cosmetics company under ES to find 10 experimental users. Among the 10 users, 2 of them were used. After the JD water, they used them as a case to shoot a video, which shows the feedback effect of Bingji JD water directly. This video can also be used as a gimmick for future advertising. Yifei opened the video. Su Qingzu's eyes were like water, and she looked at the computer without blinking. The video playback starts. In the video, these 10 users have a common feature 2 equals their skin condition is not very good. And there are obvious scars on the body. And with the start of the 30-day usage cycle, the local user in the video also uses Bingji JD water. Then, an amazing scene appeared. After using Bingji JD water for a week, almost all the users' skin became bright, delicate and shiny. After using Bingji JD water for half a month, the scars on the skin are faded and the effect is more obvious. After 1 month of use, the scars on these users disappeared almost completely, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. This amazing whitening and scar removal effect made Su Qingzu immediately aware of the power of this ice muscle JD water in Yifei's hands. Su Qingzu also knows the 4 golden bee powder launched by Chen Luo. It is said that the effect of golden bee powder is to remove scars within 3 months. Whitening skin tone. Even so, this is enough to be called a top cosmetic skincare product. After all, it is currently on the domestic cosmetics market. You can never find such a good effect of removing scars and whitening products. But Yifei's ice muscle JD water is like an upgraded version of golden bee powder. It only takes 1 month, not only can whiten the skin, but also has the effect of removing scars smooth. No need to think about it. This product has been released. It will definitely become a hit. Especially when Chen Luo suffered the impact of Zhang Feifei's impact, he is now lacking in avatars and he is trying to reduce Zhang Feifei's brain. It is impossible to forcefully launch golden bee powder. In other words, taking advantage of this blank period, as long as there is this ice muscle JD water, you can easily occupy the market. What is more, the effect of ice muscle JD water far exceeds that of golden bee powder. In the file transmitted by Year Fei, it also explains the cost of Bingji JD water, which is related to the cost of Bingji JD powder. The cost is roughly the same. In fact, the cost of Bingji JD water should be slightly more expensive. However, the cost gap between the two is completely acceptable. After all, the effect of Bingji JD water is far better than that of golden bee powder. Ice muscle JD water is already producing energy. It can be launched at any time. I am looking forward to giving Chen Luo a surprise. Year Fei's mouth turned up. Smile. He can wait to see Yi Shui's expression on Chen Luo's depression equals it must be wonderful. Yi Fei knew that in Chen Luo's heart, he had already regarded this product as his cash cow, and he was ambitious and wanted to benefit. Open up the market with golden bee powder and make Mailing International the largest cosmetics company in Yanwang country. In the original book, Chen Luo did indeed do so, but now, Yi Fei will not give him any chance. Su Qingzu's eyes are like water. She said, the effect of ice muscle JD water is better than I expected. Payment. If you want, I will use the shares of Hongyan Company and the share of Bingju and JD water to exchange the shares of Bingji JD water with you. Square. Su Qingzu said seriously. Su Qingzu just mentioned the shares of Hongyan Company, but now he has added the share of Bingji JD water. It is simply too generous. Su Qingzu thinks of Yi Fei. Did Yi Fei arrange everything from the beginning? From Zhang Feifei's black material to the ice muscle JD water, it is almost interlocking, as if it had already been planned. Su Qingzu looked at Yi Fei with beautiful eyes and stared at Yi Fei's handsome profile. She felt that she could not see through the man in front of her. However, she likes it very much. I like the strong sense of security that Yi Fei brings. Yi Fei smiled. Then how many shares are you going to use to exchange the formula with me? Yi Fei just said casually and didn't care too much. But Su Qingzu's answer was very serious. If you need a lot of Hongyan Company shares, I can go back and discuss with Grandpa. What I can call the shots is 15% of the shares and 60% of the profit sharing of Bingji JD water. 15% of the shares of Hongyan Company and the 6 ingredients of Bingji water. This is definitely a terrifying number. First of all, the value of 15% of Hongyan Company as shares is amazing. The market value of Hongyan Company is about 8 billion. This 15% of the shares is more than 1 billion. And Hongyan's equity is very scattered. Except for Su Qingzu himself, this 15% stake is enough to make Yi Fei second only to Su Qingzu. Light Bamboo as second shareholder. There are also the 6 ingredients of Bingji JD water, not to mention. As long as Bingji water becomes a hot product, this part of the money is continuously. What is more, Yi Fei still has share dividends. It means that he just lay down and collect money from 4.1. If you don't think you are too small, I'll talk to Grandpa again. Su Qingzu said softly, this is the best condition within her power. She gave Yi Fei without hesitation. Yi Fei shook his head and laughed. This is a lot. One formula will get a 60% profit share, plus Hongyan as second largest shareholder. Yi Fei definitely made this, and it made a lot of money. Up tack. Anyway, Hongyan's company has a turnaround because of you, and I don't want you to suffer. Su Qingzu bit his mouth with a serious look. And firm, Su Qingzu stared at Yi Fei. The frost in his eyes had long since dissipated, but was replaced by gentle gentleness. Chapter 108 Chen Luo was fuzzed. Su Qingzu didn't want Yi Fei to suffer. For Su Qingzu now, Yi Fei is one of the few people in her peace. She has already closed her heart due to misogyny, really. The only person who could make her care about was her grandfather Su Shaoqun. Now, there's another Leaf K. Therefore, Su Qingzu did not hesitate to exchange 15% of the shares and 60% of the profit of Bingji JD water for the formula. This is also the best thick condition that Su Qingzu can give within his previous authority and exceeds this condition. She is going to ask Su Shaoqun for advice. A formula of Bingji JD water, of course, could not be so valuable. But in Su Qingzu's view, if it were not for Yifei's efforts to turn the tide, Hong Yin's ability to survive the crisis would still be two things to say. Su Qingzu even felt that she was missing a. Yifei showed a faint smile. He said, let us do this for the shares. What I want to see most now is the ice muscle jade. Feng Shui is on the market as soon as possible. I am looking forward to what Chen Luo's expression will be when that time comes. Bingji JB water has been mass-produced and can be launched at any time. Now Hong Yin Company still lacks an image spokesperson, Su Qingzu whispered. Then change 1 equals a spokesperson. 22-hour company has a few quasi-first-line female artists, although they are not as popular as Zhang Feifei. But at least knowing the basics, and the private life is relatively clean. Tu Fei said lightly. Yifei's brilliant entertainment does have young artists, but brilliant entertainment's most important thing is to sign directors, screenwriters, and make movies. Invest. Therefore, although there are female artists of brilliant entertainment, they are all quasi-first-line female artists, and their popularity is still worse than before the Zhang Feifei scandal. Su Qingzu groaned a little, and said decisively, the most important thing at the moment is to launch the ice muscle JB water as fast as possible. Just recommend one in your company. That's all right. I'll let Lin Xian come go on. She is also very popular, the key is that there is no black material. Yifei said. Good. Su Qingzu also knew Lin Xian. Lin Xian is a female star who has only debuted in the past 2 years. She has a pure and sweet appearance, and she has a very good rising head. She is brilliant and entertaining. It has been a long time to be in charge. Yifei immediately called Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sitting in the car at the moment, preparing to catch a business show. When she heard Yifei's order, she obediently turned it down, and went straight to the business show. Su's building. Soon, Lin Xian is here. Lin Xian is a beauty with an appearance of 8 in 5 minutes. Although she is not as stunning as Su Qingzu and Luo Weiyu, she is also in the eyes of ordinary people. Be regarded as the top beauty. Lin Xian entered the office and bowed politely to Yifei, the cleverly arranged by Deputy Ting Kong. Yifei simply talked about things with Lin Xian. Lin Xian is even more grateful to Yifei. A few hours later, Su Qingzu and Lin Xian signed an endorsement contract at the market price. After signing the endorsement contract, Su Qingzu was not idle. She immediately convened a meeting with the company's executives and announced that a new meeting would be held tomorrow night. Product launch conference to release the product Ice Muscle JB water. When Su Qingzu borrowed Yifei's video to show the effect of Bingji water, all the executives of Hong Yin Company were shocked. These executives fell into need to shake in ecstasy one by one, and their surprise and shock were also puzzling. Since Mr. Su has such a good product, why didn't he get it out sooner? Anyway, with this Ice Muscle JB water, Hong Yin Company will start to counterattack. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingzu also contacted the media and live broadcast platforms. She wanted to imitate the new product launch event that Chen Luo had carefully planned before. She just wanted to specifically target Chen Luo, deliberately mad at him. Yifei gave all this to Su Qingzu, and he was also happy. Regarding the management of the Hong Yin Company, there is no need for Yifei to intervene. Su Qingzu can do it himself, and Yifei just waits for a good show. Soon, it is the next day. Zhang Feifei's scandal spread throughout the entire network, and it really alarmed the relevant departments of Yangwang Country. Subsequently, Zhang Feifei was blocked by the entire network. There was a lot of scolding on Zhang Feifei on the internet. After all, this woman deceived many fans by relying on her seemingly innocent appearance. Friends followed the vine and dug up more black material of Zhang Feifei. Yifei didn't have any sympathy for Zhang Feifei, and this woman was completely responsible for herself. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Feifei didn't know who was behind the game. Zhang Feifei was blocked by the entire network, and of course the products endorsed by Zhang Feifei could not be listed. Chen Luo could only stay dormant temporarily. After this one-day period, Chen Luo's mood has returned to calm, and he calmed down. Anyway, he still has a chance. As long as the golden bee powder formula is in hand, he will make a lot of money sooner or later. It is nothing more than 2 months later. It is too hard to wait 2 more months, and when Zhang Feifei's negative influence is eliminated, he will look for other actresses to cooperate. Chen Luo tried to calm himself down. Calm down again. The Su family is bound to suffer heavy losses, and Hong Yin Company must be too defeated. He must be steady. Sitting in the general manager's office, Chen Luo pretended to make a pot of hot tea, and he was browsing the news on the web by the way. Because Zhang Feifei was blocked by the entire network, the popularity of many posts discussing Zhang Feifei was also blocked, and it is temporarily not available for hot search. Chen Luo looked at the news and found nothing special. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we will be there at the new product launch conference held by Hong Yin Company. I heard that the new products of Hong Yin makeup are very interesting. Looking forward to it, I will live broadcast the whole process and ask for attention. When Chen Luo saw this Weibo, he was taken aback. What is happening here? Hong Yin Company releases new products. Chen Luo's first reaction is, Su Qingzu is just bluffing and struggling to death. Immediately afterwards, he immediately searched the official Weibo of the Hong Yin Makeup Company. In Hong Yin Makeup's Weibo, Chen Luo saw a video, which was specifically about the new product of Hong Yin Company, Bingji Feng. Introductory video of water. After reading it, Chen Luo borrowed the whole person. How could this be 21? What is happening? The new product called Bingji water released by Hong Yin Company is extremely similar to his golden bee powder, but the effect is very similar. It is far more than his golden bee powder. Chen Luo stood on the spot. Chapter 109. The effect burst instantly. Chen Luo was indeed dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, staring at the news on the web in front of the computer. He couldn't understand why. How could things turn out to be like this? This Ice Muscle JB water launched by Hong Yin Company. The effect is similar to his golden bee powder. Moreover, it is not difficult to see from the promotion of Bingji JB water that the effect of Bingji JB water is too strong, even better than his golden bee powder. How can this be? Chen Luo doesn't believe in tea at all. He stared at the computer screen. He was not in the mood to drink tea at all. He just felt flustered in his heart. If the Ice Muscle JB water launched by Hong Yin Company is as effective as propaganda, his golden bee powder will be completely ruined. Including Chen. The follow-up plans of Chen Luo in Mailing International will all be stranded and all will be chaotic. Thinking of this, Chen Luo gritted his teeth. The anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Chen Luo stared at the computer screen. He waits for red. The Yan Company's press conference was held. Chen Luo didn't give up. He wanted to see if this Ice Muscle JB water from Hong Yin Company was genuine. Soon at 8 o'clock in the evening, Hong Yin Company held a new product launch conference in the banquet hall of a famous 5-star hotel in Yanjing. The specifications and methods adopted by Su Qingzu were almost the same as those of Chen Luo. She did it on purpose. Deliberately. Hong Yin's press conference also took the form of live broadcast, and in order to boost popularity, Yifei also asked Baiyu for help. The internet celebrity did by Bao knows. Celebrities are too much votes, especially internet celebrities. Baiyu also gave Yifei a lot of face. He found 20 or 30 internet celebrity anchors to support the scene. These anchors are the first line of the live broadcast industry. Anchor. Popularity is not even lower than that of celebrities. As for Yifei, he also brought a group of stars of his own brilliant entertainment to the platform. Anyway, the Hongyan company now has his shares, which is for his own business. Su Qingzu brought the equity transfer agreement in the morning. Let Yifei sign. After signing, Yifei immediately became the second largest shareholder of Hongyan company, and he was sitting on 60% of the profit share of Bingjie JB Water. Yifei invited brilliant entertainment stars to do publicity, and immediately hyped this equals new product launch event like a movie premiere. Sample. A lot of attention. Stars and internet celebrities. Coupled with the spread of the media in a short period of time, this conference has become hot. The hype is in place. The next step is to look at the product. Yifei also asked Su Qingzu to spend money to buy many marketing accounts of Weibo, including some bar owners on websites such as B-Station, and ask them to help. Busy propaganda. Everything is in place, only Donfei knows it. And the super effective ice muscle JB Water is this East Wind. When Su Qingzu and Lin Xian stood on the stage, the atmosphere of this new product launch was directly pushed to the highest peak. Compared with Chen Luo, Su Qingzu has an obvious advantage. Z equals Su Qingzu is a beauty, she is a stunning beauty. Even according to Chen Luo's super harsh scoring standards, Su Qingzu is at least a stunning beauty with a score of 9 or more. 10 points of beauty is the most perfect existence. Equals it is impossible to exist. Even the top female celebrities in the entertainment industry, their appearance is generally between 7.5 and 8 points, which can be straight Lin Xian like this in 0.5 points. The face value is already very high, but Su Qingzu's appearance is enough to score 9 points or even higher. Especially Su Qingzu's cool temperament, she stood on the stage, this glamorous iceberg beauty attracted the moonlight on the scene and the audience. After eating melons in the live broadcast room, they found out that Hanko company had such a beautiful female president. Lin Xian, a beautiful star, was eclipsed by her. Immediately, the live broadcast popularity soared, and many viewers came to Su Qingzu. The live broadcast room was also a variety of admirers. Su Qingzu's appearance was greatly admired, and many people instantly changed Su Qingzu's face powder. Subsequently, Su Qingzu and Lin Xian interacted and solemnly introduced this ice muscle jade through live explanations and video case studies. Immediately afterwards, too many viewers were unconsciously attracted by the introduction of Bingjie JB Water. Then they were shaken by each case of this ice muscle JB Water. There is such a good whitening and scar removal skincare product. Beauty is the nature of women. It can be said to be human nature. The best effect of Bingjie JB Water is whitening and scar removal. Although these two effects seem ordinary, they are too useful and practical. Needless to say, whitening 12 as long as it is a female surname, I want to be white and beautiful. And remove scars. Who can guarantee that there will be no scars on the body too, especially scars that can be left by acne marks and small wounds, not to mention, almost people. Everyone has it. After using Bingjie JB Water, it can not only whiten the skin, but also dilute the scars, the effect is obvious. After seeing the effect of Bingjie JB Water, countless girls are ready to move. With such a large-scale campaign, coupled with the effects of Bingjie JB Water, the effect is really good. Bingjie JB Water is instantly on fire. And it has the kind of hotness that can be stocked. When Su Qingzu announced that Bingjie JB Water was on sale, only 1 hour, the sales amount of Hongyan's flagship store on Tmall broke 10 million yuan. The price of Bingjie JB Water is not cheap, the price is 499 yuan equals small bottle. This is equivalent to selling in an hour. 10,000 bottles. Selling crazy up tack. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of various platforms and channels, but this result is absolutely terrifying. Even Yifei, who was also on the scene, didn't he expect it? 20,000 bottles per hour, sales of over 10 million, how much will it be that day, how much will it be in 2 months, how about 2 years? This is definitely an astronomical figure of horror. Of course, Yifei also knew that the initial sales volume must be the largest, and subsequent sales would not be so fast. But even so, it is enough to prove that this product is popular. And it is so hot that it can be fired again. Hongyan company, not only did he fight a beautiful turnover, but he also directly beat Chen Luo, and Chen Luo's ambition was shattered. Powerless to fight back, Chen Luo saw this live broadcast with his own eyes. He saw the sales data of Hongyan company soaring. He punched the computer desk hard with a black face. Noodle. The surface of the computer's tempered glass table was directly broken by him, and the 2 circles of cracks cracked open. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He just saw Yifei sitting in the audience through the live broadcast. Moreover, when Su Qingzu introduced the product, he also specifically stated that this ice muscle JB Water was researched by Yifei. Sure enough, it was Yifei who was making a ghost. It was all Yifei. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, worrying in his heart, with a gloomy expression. Yifei Shu. Chen Luo was really so angry that he was about to explode, and it was Yifei's good deed that he was bad, and this time Chen Luo carefully arranged and he sent the golden bee powder. High hopes, the results were all ruined. All this is due to Yifei. Chapter 110. Taking advantage of the gap between Chen Luo's handling of the Zhang Feifei scandal, the Hongyan company outrageously released a new product, ice muscle JB Water, which was popular all over the country. This ice muscle JB Water is completely on fire. Chen Luo's golden bee powder became a pile of rubbish. After all, the effect of golden bee powder is not as good as Bingjie JB Water. It will be a few days later before it can be launched. By then, the market will already be affected by Bingjie Jade. The bee water has been robbed. There is not even scum left. Chen Luo's plan fell through. Yifei Chen Luo's eyes blocked. His fist smashed the tempered glass tabletop just now. It can be seen that he is extremely angry. Chen Luo's fists were clenched, and the joints were white. FCK it tightly. Yifei bade his good things over and over again and again. As long as Yifei appears, he will always be unlucky. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. The flames of anger couldn't calm down. Chen Luo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the high-altitude scenery outside the window with a cold expression on his face. He can pick up the phone now. As long as he picks up the phone, he will think of Yifei's nasty face. However, what made Chen Luo puzzled was that Yifei seemed to know his movements well. For example, this time Chen Luo is going to release a new product of golden bee powder. His golden bee powder is a better product 743L. Is there A by his side? Chen Luo thought to himself, but this is unreasonable. Because only Chen Luo 2 people know the formula of golden bee powder, even his senior brother Duan Qizhang. It is not clear. Without his formula as a primer, Yifei wanted to study the ice muscle JB water as difficult as it would be to climb the sky. Chen Luo has absolute confidence in this. But what is going on now? Chen Luo thought about the several setbacks he suffered after meeting Yifei, which made Chen Luo's anger more and more intensified. Chen Luo's expression was gloomy. It seems that he has to speed up his action. Chen Luo couldn't wait to destroy the Yi family. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Anyone who offends him must die. Especially Yifei. He wanted to let Yifei taste the broken family, let Yifei care about the miserable end of the people, let Yifei Hong Yin's new product launch event was very successful. Almost overnight, the ice muscle JB water was on fire. The fire can't be fired anymore. In major forums, Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other places, you can see people planting grass and Amway's ice skin JB water everywhere. The sales of Bingji JB water CCEI are soaring, and it is almost out of stock. Overnight, this ice muscle JB water became a star product. Yifei is also in a good mood. Relying on the brand effect of confetti makeup, plus this ice muscle JB water is really powerful, you will definitely make a lot of money. Although Yifei has no shortage of money. But of course, the more the better. After all, system upgrade skills also require a lot of money. Early the next morning, Su's villa, Su Qingzu was sitting on the sofa, and she got the sales data of yesterday's ice muscle JB water for the first time. Su Qingzu looked at the sales statistics, her eyebrows stretched out, and her red lips showed a relaxed smile. Yifei was sitting next to Su Qingzu. He came to stabilize Su Xiaoqin's condition. Su Xiaoqin's father Yuri is ill in bed and he has not yet risen. How is the sales data? Yifei asked with a smile. Su Qingzu raised her head, her delicate and beautiful face was extremely moving, her red lips lifted up lightly, and said, sales data far exceeds expectations. Period, it has sold out. The batch that you ask ES Cosmetics to produce in advance is not enough. The sales data of Bingji JD water is too explosive. Hong Yin Company will not only turn the crisis into peace, but will also take the opportunity to make a lot of money. Occupy the market. When Chen Luo launches Golden Bee powder, it is already the world of Hong Yin Company. The overall situation of Hong Yin Company has been decided. Chen Luo couldn't make any waves anymore. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei. There was emotion in his bright eyes. All this is the credit of Yifei. Yifei took Su Qingzu's weak boneless hand and smiled, no hurry. I'll have breakfast first. Breakfast time 11. Su Qingzu was puzzled. Then she was pulled into her arms by Yifei, and she immediately understood the breakfast meaning. Her face was reddened, but her eyes were like on water. Su Qingzu hooked Yifei's neck, wrapped her lotus arm around Yifei, and then took the initiative to put on red lips. Since Yifei and Su Qingzu determined the relationship, Su Qingzu has not only put down his guard against Yifei and get along with Yifei. Since Yifei willingly become active, of course, only Yifei enjoyed this scene of scenery alone. In front of others, Su Qingzu was still the ice beauty. After a long while, the two people separated their lips and teeth. Yifei let go of Su Qingzu who was panting, and Su Qingzu blushed. Qingxi was in a mess, she nestled on Yifei to organize her clothes and makeup. Jumping but speeding up, I can't help but reminisce about just now. Ahem. At this time, a cough rang at the bedroom door, but I saw Su Xiaoping walking out of the village bedroom with crutches. As soon as Su Xiaoping went out, he didn't see Yifei and Su Qingzu hugging and kissing. But he saw Su Qingzu leaning on Yifei's arms, his face. The egg is rosy, so it is a reminder of deliberate coughing. Su Qingzu blushed and got up. Grandpa, you are awake. Su Xiaoping happily nodded at Yifei and Su Qingzu. It seemed that the relationship between his granddaughter and Yifei was going well. No. Dao's granddaughter's relationship problems finally resolved, and Su Xiaoping was relieved that he had a good home. Grandpa, I have good news for you. Su Qingzu hurriedly told Su Xiaoping what happened in Hong Yin Company in the past 2 days. Su Xiaoping was too shocked after listening. Unexpectedly, Yifei turned the tide and helped his granddaughter keep the Hong Yin Company. Hong Yin Company is more advanced equals rising trend. Su Xiaoping was surprised and sighed. He said, Xiaofei, thanks to you this time. My old bone is too old. Also, there is nothing I can take out to thank you. Why not do this? I will make all the profits of the ice muscle JB water produced by Hong Yin Company to you. Master, this is too much. Yifei was a little surprised that Su Xiaoping was so generous. The entire profit of Bingji JB water returned to Yifei instead of the previous 60%. This is a terrifying figure. Su Xiaoping was in a good mood. He smiled and said, not much, not much. You should be part of Qingzu's dowry, it has too much. It has less. Grandpa you. Listening to Su Xiaoping's words, Su Qingzu couldn't help but blush, and at the same time quietly glanced at Yifei. Chapter 111 Bed with Su Qingzu. If Yifei and Su Qingzu were successful in their cultivation, let alone the profit of this ice muscle JB water won, the entire Su family belongs to Yifei. Furthermore, it was said that Yifei had rescued Su Xiaoping twice, and this time he turned the tide, but Su Lao felt that Yifei should be given. Su Xiaoping smiled, looking at Yifei and his granddaughter, he felt relieved. Especially Su Qingzu Gang's blushing expression made Su Xiaoping sigh with emotion. Have you ever seen my granddaughter blushing at other men? It even feels a little bit coquettish, it is unbelievable. His granddaughter's changes during this period of time are all in his eyes. It seems that the girl Qingzu really likes Yifei, so that he can also be safe. Heart. Su Xiaoping said to Yifei again, Xiaofei. Hong Yin's turn of the crisis is indeed a great thing. However, the entire Su clan's crisis. Not resolved yet. These 2 days, I also spared my old face and used some relationships and connections. But this is very tricky. Su Xiaoping thought of Su's crisis. He sighed, and the joy in his eyes gradually faded. Hong Yin's problem is solved, but the whole Su family is still in crisis. Hong Yin Company is a cosmetics company. It is just a more profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. The real main business of the Su Group is still medicines and Chinese medicines. Su's research and development of several new drugs this year, invested a lot of capital in research and development expenses, and prepares to market new drugs. In Zhanguangduo, any kind of medicine must be approved by the relevant department. The medicine must be registered and approved, otherwise it will not be able to be marketed. Originally, Su's drug approval went well, but just 2 days ago, Su Xiaoping was told by an old friend that all Su's registration and approval of new drugs have been suspended. Rumors about the Su family in the market are also full of rumors. They all say that there is a problem with the Su family as medicines. The Su Group's stock has also been turbulent. The stock price plummeted. One day within 2 days, the limit fell, day fell 5%, and the market value evaporated. Billions. Su Xiaoping has inquired clearly, all this is the Lei family has pressure behind. There is a core figure in the Lei family who is in charge of drugs, and only he has the ability to deal with Su's. And the other party is the person in charge of the drug supervision department, if he wants. It is hard to pick the Su family as fault. It can indeed drag the Su family as drug review, at least a few months will not be a problem. For the Su family, even if the approval is only delayed for 1 day, the loss is huge. In the market, whether it is a distributor or a customer who buys medicines, they will have doubts about the Su family, and they will lose confidence. This of course will cause a serious crisis in the Su family. When Su Xiaoping heard the news, he knew that the situation was not good, and he also began to trust the relationship, using the energy of the Su family to mediate. But the Lei family's power is so great that it is too difficult to deal with. Even Su Xiaoping uses relationships. Equals for a while, it will be difficult to resolve the crisis in the Su family. This is the most troublesome place. The Lei family is very powerful, and it can be regarded as a rich family in Yanjing. Although the wealth is not as good as the Yi family, the power is still worse. Lei Haoran is too young to have a good relationship with Chen Luo. The Lei family once owed the favor of Master Chen Luo to the Dr. Wu. Therefore, the Lei family will help Chen Luo deal with the Su family this time. Now Hung Yan's problem has been solved, but the entire Su clan was still under pressure from the Lei family. Perhaps under Su Xiaoqin's use of the relationship, Su's drug was finally able to pass the trial, but the most precious time was wasted. Competition in the pharmaceutical market is equally fierce and brutal. Time is money. If it was really delayed for a few months before letting the new drug go on the market, it would definitely be a serious injury to the Su family. After listening to Su Xiaoqin's words, Yi Fei smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled. Don't worry, old man, leave the Lei family's affairs to me. Let us deal with it. It just so happens that I am also preparing to deal with Lei's family. In the original book, the Lei family can be regarded as the vanguard to destroy the Yi family, and Lei Haoran, too young from the Lei family, is also making friends with Chen Luo now. It will be sooner or later that we will jointly destroy the Yi family. Lei family was originally Yi Fei's opponent. Therefore, Yi Fei had already planned to lay out the Lei family, and it happened that this time the Su clan's problem was a good opportunity. Xiao Fei, do you want to solve the Lei family? Su Xiaoqin hesitated for a while, with doubts in his heart. The Lei family is a huge monster. There may be hope for Yi Fei's father Yi He to take action, but Yi Fei wants to deal with the Lei family. Difficult, too difficult of tact. Yi Fei smiled brightly, very confident, I have my own way. Although Su Xiaoqin didn't know what method Yi Fei planned to use against the Lei family, he still said, well, then please try Xiao Yifei. Try it, I also asked someone to ask. Maybe Yi Fei really has a way. Su Xiaoqin had this idea in his heart, but he was still full of suspicion. After all, the Lei family can solve it. It has not Hung Yan Company's. Crisis. In the following time, Yi Fei recovered Su Xiaoqin's body with acupuncture and moxibustion. Su Xiaoqin received acupuncture treatment and took medicine again, and then went out. The door is up. Su Xiaoqin is going to the Su group to stabilize the situation. He also has to meet a few old friends and ask them to help. Yi Fei and Su Qingzu stayed in the Su's villa. Su Qingzu raised his head and looked at Yi Fei. Dai's eyebrows frowned slightly, and said softly, Yi Fei, how do you deal with Lei's family? Yi Fei smiled mysteriously, my method will be kept secret first, but I promise that within a day, the Lei family can take the initiative to release the Su. Pressure. Resolve the Lei family as pressure on Su clan within one day. Su Qingzu's clear eyes were full of shock. This is impossible. Su Qingzu thought for a while, and said in deep thought, the Lei family is not easy to deal with, don't mess around. Su Qingzu's words are very tactful, and at the same time, he cares about Yi Fei very much. Don't worry, I have my own measures. Yi Fei raised his eyebrows and raised his eyebrows. You don't believe me equals can you handle Lei's family within a few days? This is really unlikely, Su Qingzu whispered. Equals get Lei's family within days. This is simply a fantasy. If someone else said it, Su Qingzu would have long been regarded as a lunatic. But yet Su Qingzu hopes that Yi Fei can bring miracles, but it is really hard to believe. How about this? What about a bet I bet on whether I can get the Lei family in one day? Yi Fei's mouth curled up. Chapter 112 Let Chen Luzhang betrayal. Su Qingzu raised his head, raised a delicate face, and asked, then what do you want to bet on? There was also a little interest in Su Qingzu's expression. Look at Yi Fei's extremely confident appearance. Su Qingzu was full of curiosity. What exactly would he do to solve the Lei family's treatment in one day? Pressure. If I can solve the Lei family within a day, I will promise you one thing within a reasonable range, and you can ask for it at will. Yi Fei said with a smile. Good. Su Qingzu agreed. She asked again, then you won. The corner of Yi Fei's mouth turned equals a silky smile and smiled at Su Qingzu. If I win, you will. Yi Fei whispered a few words beside Su Qingzu. Only seeing Su Qingzu slowly reddening her face became more and more flushed, as if she was drunk. Su Qingzu's complexion was red and very sultry. Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said, okay, I promise you 07. Then it as so decided. The bet will take effect. Yi Fei's mouth showed a smile. Yi Fei's bet for Su Qingzu was to let Su Qingzu wear a uniform and dance in front of him. Fei knows that Su Qingzu has learned dance, but Su Qingzu has never danced in front of men. She only learns to dance because of her hobby. Su Qingzu's figure is tall and graceful. The legs are also very long, and she must be very beautiful in dancing, so Yi Fei used this as a bet. And he asked Su Qingzu to dance in a special uniform. That picture must be very interesting. More importantly, Yi Fei's drunkard's intention is not to drink, first watch Su Qingzu dance, and then. Yi Fei's fish evokes an art, he is very calm and confident. What are you going to do? Seeing Yi Fei's confident expression, Su Qingzu was still very confused. As cold as her, curiosity is also bursting at this moment. Equals get the Lei family in a day. It is a fantasy. Yi Fei smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone and said, actually, it is very easy to get the Lei family. I only need to carry equals a phone call. Make a call. Su Qingzu was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Fei met a certain high-ranking boss and used this phone call to put pressure on the Lei family? This is also the most normal thought. In fact, Yi Fei did know a big man, that is, Mu Zijin's grandfather, Mu Lao, based on Yi Fei's current relationship with the Mu family. He asked Lao Mu to help call Lei's family. Lao Mu should be able to help him. But for things like wrenching, once you use it, you lose one. Why should others keep helping you? So Yi Fei didn't even want to ask old Mu for help too. He wants to use his own way to let the Lei family take the initiative to relieve the pressure on the Su clan. Yi Fei smiled and said, just watch it obediently. With that, Yi Fei took out his mobile phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Su Qingzu saw this, she leaned over 0 so firmly that she was closer to Yi Fei. She is really curious. Soon, Yi Fei's phone beeped 5 times and was connected. Hey, who are you? There was a baritone on the phone, the voice tube was a little confused and impatient, and the other party seemed to have just woke up. There was a woman's muttering voice beside him, who was calling so early in the morning. It is indeed early now. It is less than midnight in the morning. Yi Fei said lightly, you are so cool, you stayed at the little lover's place again yesterday late, a new generation for the old, it seems. Li Xuechen has been dead for almost 3 years, so she died so unclearly. I was so alarmed for her. Yi Fei's faint voice came out. Suddenly there was no voice on the other side of the phone. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn away. It became very quiet. Immediately afterwards, the voice from the opposite side came from equals Han Jazai, like the sound of a person holding a mobile phone and quickly getting up and getting dressed. Then Yi Fei heard the bang of the door closing, and the surrounding area became quiet again, like the person on the other side was hiding in the airtight with a mobile phone. Room, who are you and how do you know about Li Xuechen? The man opposite lowered his voice and asked Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled faintly, second young master Lei, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that you still care about Li Xuechen. The man Yi Fei called Lei Ershao became short of breath. He said in a deep voice, you have news about Li Xiaoqin. Me let us talk. No hurry, you haven't had breakfast yet, let us have a morning tea half an hour later. At the Tianya Haijiao and Wei Zhuang tea restaurant. Meet in between, although Yifei said in doubt, he didn't give the other party any room for discussion. You rehear the man opposite was puzzled, but Yifei hung up the phone straightforwardly. The call is over. Su Qingzu leaned against Yifei, her eyebrows frowned, not knowing the meaning of Yifei's call. The content of Yifei's phone call was very brief, and the chat with the other party involved person Li Shuizhe. At the same time, it also involved something that happened a few years ago. But what does this have to do with the Lei family? Su Qingzu heard Yifei's address to the man on the phone, Lei young master. Is it? Su Qingzu frowned, are you calling the second young master of the Lei family? That is right, the person Yifei called just now was the second youngest of Lei's family. Lei's second master, Lei Yiming. Of course, Lei Haoran is not the only child of the third generation. Lei Haoran is the eldest son of the Lei family. Sun, and thunder. It is thunder. Compared to his brother Lei Haoran as sharp edge, Lei Ming is a lower key person. You call the second young master of Lei's family, do you want to have asterisk with him? Su Qingzu probably guessed it. After a little bit, she was bright in her eyes. Surprised, Su Qingzu had a good guess, but she didn't know the situation of Lei's family. I don't even know the relationship between Lei Haoran and Lei Ming. But Yifei knew it all. This time, he didn't want to use external force to relieve the Lei family's pressure on the Su family, but to rely on the Lei family's own power. The second young master of Lei's family is the key. The Lei family is indeed very strong, and it is no easy task to defeat the Lei family from the outside. However, no matter how hard a fortress is, it can be breached from within. 49-bit Yifei is familiar with the plot in the original book, and he remembers every detail very clearly. And no more about the characters in the original book. Character, so he can manipulate all this. Yifei is going to do it. It was the same time bomb planted in Leia's house, which made Chen Luo unexpected. When Chen Luo returned to God, it is already a high level of rebellion, and it is completely impossible to turn over. Chapter 113. What exactly do you know? Yifei clearly remembered what the system told him. Yifei can cut off the protagonist's luck by plundering the protagonist's chances and connections in the original book and get rewards. The higher the degree of completion, the greater the reward experience value. Therefore, Yifei Chen Luo has also made a plan long ago. He wants Chen Lujiang to betray his relatives and leave, and the end is so miserable that it can be more miserable. In the original book, Yifei was persecuted by Chen Luo and his family was ruined, and he eventually died tragically. And now, Yifei wants Chen Luo to taste this taste. Kill Chen Luo. It is too cheap for him. Yifei stood up leisurely and said to Su Qingzu, then I will go first, remember our gambling agreement. Wait, Su Qingzu bit his mouth and said, can you take me with you? I am in the next box without interrupting you. Wait for you, and Su Qingzu is really curious about how Yifei will win this bet. Yi 232 Fei saw that Su Qingzu's pretty face was delicate and graceful, and her face showed a curious expression. Yifei thought for a while, and it didn't hurt to bring Su Qingzu, just to convince her to lose. Then go, Yifei said quietly. Good. Su Qingzu followed Yifei aside. Yifei left Su's villa slowly, he was not in a hurry, and went to his private villa first. Before Yifei and Lei's family met rarely, he first had to go back to the villa to get a copy of documents. Yifei didn't rush to get the information. Su Qingzu looked at the time and said, you and someone will meet in half an hour. From the villa too. It takes at least 40 minutes for Wei Zhuang tea restaurant, which seems to be too late. Yifei shrugged and smiled, then let him wait a while. Now he is more anxious than me. Su Qingzu stopped talking. Yifei went out slowly, not in a hurry. He drove with Su Qingzu in the co-pilot. During the period, the second Xiao Lei Ming of the Lei family called 2 calls. Yifei refused to answer one, and Lei Ming called again. Yifei, I picked it up with a Bluetooth headset while driving. Brother, I am already in the Wei Zhuang Tianya Heijiao box. When are you here or not? Do don't be kidding me. Are you going to tell me? What news? Come on. Lei Ming was full of doubts, and asked, vomiting furiously. Second young master Lei, what is the hurry? You first sit in the box and drink tea, there's a traffic jam on my side. It will arrive in about 20 minutes. Yifei slowed down. Swallow the way. Okay, I hope you are not playing tricks on me, otherwise, Lei Ming over there hasn't finished speaking, and Yifei hung up the phone directly. Toot all toot, I heard a busy tone on the phone. Lei Ming frowned in the tea restaurant, extremely impatient. The dining table in the box is full. All kinds of exquisite Cantonese morning tea, but Lei Ming has no appetite. Today he woke up too early, he was woken up by Yifei's phone, and then he heard Yifei say Li Shuechen. Let him one. No drowsiness. Who is the other party and how would he know about Li Shuechen? And what about Li Shuechen, is there really a clue? Lei Yiming was excited and puzzled. At this moment, Yifei hung up the phone, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course Yifei deliberately hung each other. He just wants to make the other party irritable, and for a while, Yifei will make him feel psychologically suppressed and let Yifei take the initiative firmly. After 10 minutes, Yifei finally arrived at the Wei Zhuang tea restaurant. Wei Zhuang tea restaurant is located in Yandu City District, which is regarded as Yandu, a very famous Cantonese tea restaurant. The decoration here is simple and elegant, although there is no magnificent splendor, but it is full of antiques, carved beams and painted buildings, and it seems to be here after entering the door. Ancient times, when Yifei and Su Qingzu entered this tea restaurant, they saw a welcoming waiter who was wearing a cheongsam. With a beautiful face, smiled at the two of them. Hello, do you have any needs? I want a box one by one, Su Qingzu said lightly. Su Qingzu was sitting in the box waiting for Yifei. Okay, the waiters greeted with a smile, you come with me. Su Qingzu fluffed his hair, yes, it is me. Yifei couldn't help but smile. After the live broadcast 2 days ago, Su Qingzu's popularity rose too much. Anyone who knows Hongyan's company. I basically know that Hongyan has such a beautiful president. Seeing that it was the waiter Su of the Hongyan company who was more enthusiastic, she took Su Qingzu to the poppy box. Yifei also sat in the poppy box for a while before he rushed to Su Qingzu and said, you take a break and have morning tea, I'll go next door. Good, Su Qingzu nodded and agreed. Yifei left the private room and went directly to the private room at Tianya Heijiao. The Tianya Haiyu private room is not far away. This private room is also the most luxurious private room in Wei Zhuang tea restaurant. Yifei did not rush, straightened his suit, and then directly opened the door of the box. In the Tianya Heijiao box, Lei Yiming sat a little impatiently. He even wanted to take out his cell phone and give Yifei the phone. Lei Yiming is nearly 30 years old. He is a few years older than Yifei, who is 730 years old. As soon as Yifei entered the door, Lei Yiming suddenly got up, and the two pairs stared at Yifei scorchingly. By Lei Yiming's side, there are several Konghu's powerful bodyguards. These bodyguards look like they are well trained in burly bodies, and there are thick calluses on his hands. It is formed by holding a gun for a long time. Su Laming squinted his eyes, and he waved to the bodyguard, indicating that the bodyguard should not act rashly. Yi Fei glanced at the two bodyguards and chuckled. Lei Shao is careful enough. The bodyguards who go out are all elites. It turned out to be you, Master Yi. Lei Yiming obviously knew Yi Fei, and the two had seen each other several times in public. Lei Yiming frowned slightly. Young Master Yi, how did you know about Li Xuechen? Yi Fei glanced at the bodyguard next to Lei Yiming, and said lightly, Lei Shao brings so many bodyguards, it seems that he takes his own safety very seriously. Well, is it because I am afraid that Li Xuechen's thing will happen again too? Lei Yiming frowned and looked at Yi Fei's Qiguang quite sharply. Shen said, what exactly do you know? Chapter 114 Catch a Big Fish. What do you know? One Lei Yiming stared at Yi Fei shiningly, then stood up suddenly, his eyes sharp. Don't be nervous, Lei Shao. Yi Fei smiled calmly, he poured tea for himself very easily and then slowly drank zero. Tea fragrance overflows in the mouth. Yi Fei smiled and said, it seems that young Master Lei still attaches great importance to Li Xuechen. You are a lover, it is no wonder, after all. Li Xuechen is your first love. Yu Laming squinted, and he didn't expect Yi Fei to know everything about him. Li Xuechen is indeed Lei Ming's first love. Lei Yiming and Li Xuechen began to fall in love in high school. They were also in the same university when they were in college. Loving couple. The relationship is very good, but Li Xuechen is just a girl of ordinary family background. Lei Ming is the second youngest member of the Lei family. There is a natural gap between the identities of the two. Moreover, as the second youngest member of the Lei family, Lei Yiming's marriage cannot be controlled by him. After Lei Yiming and Li Xuechen graduated from university, Lei Ming was soon arranged by his family to get married, and he was right with a wealthy family. The woman gets married. Lei Yiming was unable to resist the family marriage, so he could only obey and marry his current wife. Li Xuechen also broke up with Lei Ming during this time. After Lei Yiming got married, his fate was always unsatisfactory. After all, he and his wife had no relationship basis. So a few years after marriage, Lei Yiming has always been in love with his wife, but in fact they are playing their own roles, no matter who they are. This kind of thing is not uncommon among the wealthy Tai clan, and it is not surprising. If only, Ming and his wife can guarantee that the marriage between the two families is normal, and then they will have no children. After this, no one can take care about their wives' affairs. And Lei Yiming learned that after Li Xuese broke up with him, she has been single in the past few years. As a result, the two quickly rekindled their feelings. From then on, Li Xuese naturally became Thunder Ming's lover. Due to identity, it is impossible for Li Xuese to marry Lei Yiming, so Li Xuese's identity is destined to be hidden from view. To compensate for Li Xuechen, Lei Yiming treats Li Xuechen very well, and the two have been together sweetly for several years. But 3 years ago, Li Xuechen was killed. The fierce hair escapes and goes missing. In the past 3 years, Lei Yiming has worked hard to find the murderer, but he has not gained much. The murderer has escaped long ago, he is the only one. The clue is that 2 photos of the murderer were taken through surveillance. Z is a profile photo, equals is a photo with a mask on the front face. These 2 photos, always remembered by Thunder, he vowed to find the thief. With the passage of time, the hope of finding the murderer has become increasingly diminished, and even Lei Yiming has become a little desperate. This is also the reason why he was so excited when he heard Yi Fei talk about Li Xuechen. Yi Fei glanced at Lei Ming and smiled. Lei Shao, you still carry so many bodyguards when you go out. It seems that you are really very cautious. 32. Lei Yiming stared at Yi Fei sharply for a while and then waved to the bodyguards. I saw in this box. Several bodyguards all left the box. Lei Yiming knew that Yi Fei had something to talk to him next. After these bodyguards all left the box, Lei Ming couldn't wait to say, I am Yi Gongzi. I came here, what did I want to say? If you know about Li Xuechen, please tell me, I must thank you very much. When Yi Fei came to look for Thunder equals Ming, he deliberately killed Thunder as patience, and he kept hanging his stomach from the beginning of the phone call. Lei Yiming has already stepped into Yi Fei's rhythm. He is very anxious and curious at the moment. What exactly does Yi Fei know about Li Xuechen? If you change to someone else, Lei equals Ming would have used tough methods a long time ago. But Yi Fei is different. Yi Fei's identity prevents Lei Yiming from using tough methods. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Second young Master Lei, I heard that you have a bad relationship with your brother Lei Haoran. Young Master Yi, what are you asking about this? This seems to have nothing to do with the topic we are talking about. Lei equals Ming frowned and frowned. That is right. 2 cousins, Lei Haoran and Lei equals Ming, they have a bad relationship with each other. For the same 3 generations of the Lei family, Lei Haoran is the favorite of the Lei family, a grandson, much loved and regarded as the future of the Lei family. Successor, although Lei Ming was also taken seriously, but it is far inferior to Lei Haoran. But in terms of ability and skill, Lei Yiming is no worse than Lei Haoran, and even stronger. In fact, Lei Haoran and Lei equals Ming secretly had a lot of small frictions. Lei Haoran also regards Lei Ming regards him as Lei's most successful competitor E. The two have been fighting secretly for many years, but Lei equals Ming is relatively low-key, and her has been at a disadvantage. But Yi Fei knew that Lei Erming was forbearing. Hidden in your body, wait for time to move. Lei Yiming and Lei Haoran are not the same people, they are worthy of cooperation with Yi Fei. Lei Ming is indeed the key figure to break through the fortress of the Lei family. And more importantly, Lei Yiming's father is the second core figure of the Lei family, and Zhang Wangduo is in charge of medicine. Steward. This time Lei equals Ming's father will help Chen Luo because the Lei family owes Master Chen Luo's favor. But as long as Yi Fei can handle Thunder Yiming, the Su family's troubles will naturally be solved. Good for Zhao Qian. Between the son and the relationship, I believe Lei Yiming's father will also make a choice. Yi Fei smiled at the corner of his mouth, he knew that the big fish Lei Yiming had gradually taken the bait. What are you talking about? Lei Yiming's hand holding the teacup shook suddenly, and the tea overflowed. It is in his hands, but he is not there at all. Instead, he stared at Yi Fei closely. Yi Fei casually drank a sip of tea, and said slowly, the death of Li Xuechen. It is indeed related to your cousin Lei Haoran. Department, and it matters a lot. 115 from now on, you will be my brother. Li Xuechen's death is closely related to Lei Haoran too. This news is really breaking news. Lei Ming took a deep zero breath and said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, do you have any evidence? Lei Yiming remained calm, suppressing mood swings. Yi Fei ignored Lei Yiming's aggressive gaze, and said in a low voice, actually, you have suspected Lei Erman. After all these years. You didn't offend people and enemies, but Li Xuese died very strangely X2. Lei Yiming was silent. When Li Xuechen died, he did doubt Lei Haoran more than just Lei Haoran. He even doubted his wife. Anyone who has conflicts or conflicts of interest with him, he has doubted it. But in the end Lei Ming didn't find any evidence clues, and the murderer seemed to have evaporated. After 3 years, Lei Yiming was not sure where the murderer was. Maybe he was hiding in a remote mountain village, maybe he died. Lei Yiming also knew that Li Xuechen died strangely. He acted low-key over the years and rarely offended people. Li Xuechen usually lived deeply. Jane out, rarely show up. It is so strange that she was murdered like this. So you said this is related to Lei Haoran, what is going on? Lei Yiming spoke again. Yifei said lightly, Lei Haoran was the one who killed Li Xuechen 900. Lei Yiming put down his teacup, frowned, and said solemnly, where's the evidence? Yifei smiled, second young master Lei, do you have a picture of the murderer? Yes, but the photo is blurry. Lei Yiming said, enough, look at this picture. Yifei said. Took out a piece of A4 paper from the document bag he brought with him. A small printed photo, and left this enlarged photo on the tea table. Lei Ming looked intently, and then couldn't he move his eyes away. Of course, the person in this photo is not Lei Haoran. Lei Haoran is not so stupid that he commits the crime himself, it is seeking death. But the person in this photo is a former subordinate of Lei Haoran, and Lei Yiming has also seen it. Although Lei Yiming can't remember this person's name, he is sure that this person is Lei Haoran's subordinate. Yifei said calmly, what? Lei or Xiao, do you think of something now? The person in the photo is Huang Yufeng, who used to be Lei Yiming. The manager of the security company, if you ask someone to check it you will know that Huang Yufeng is Lei Haoran's confidant. When Yifei said this, Lei Ming had already believed in it. Yifei said again, since you have a picture of the murderer, you can compare it with the picture. It is clear in January. Lei Yiming silently took out the photos. He has always carried the murderer's photos with him for the past 3 years. In fact, Lei Yiming doesn't use it. Comparing the looks of the murderer, the moment he saw Yifei take out the photo, he believed that the murderer was this person. Although the pictures of the murderer taken by surveillance covered half of his face with a cover, the look in his eyes, figure, etc. can be seen. The murderer is. It is Huang Yufeng. Lei Ming was silent for a moment, and said, Professor Kai, please wait a moment. Diana. Okay, Yifei smiled, not in a hurry. Lei Ming immediately called, and the people went to check Huang Yufeng's information. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Lei Yiming received a message. Seeing this message, Lei frowned, he was finally determined. The content of the message is very simple, it is to introduce some information about Huang Yufeng. Huang Yufeng indeed once worked in Lei Haoran's security company. Being a manager is Lei Haoran's confidant. 3 years ago, shortly after Li Xuechen's death, Huang Yufeng disappeared. Kang Yanbao resigned. Whether it is time or appearance, Huang Yufeng all agree. Lei Yiming could almost conclude that Huang Yufeng was the murderer, and Huang Yufeng must have been instigated by Lei Haoran. Lei Yiming suppressed his excitement and said, Young Master Yi, do you have any specific news about Huang Yufeng? Lei Ming knew very well. Even if he has Huang Yufeng's information now, it is useless. After all, 3 years have passed. Who knows in which corner Huang Baofeng is hiding? Yifei smiled and said, Ideal second young Master Lei, you believe me this time. Letter, I am here. Lei Yiming nodded fiercely. Young Master Yi, I had a bad attitude before. I apologize to you, as long as you tell me the news about Huang Yufeng. From today on, you are my brother of Lei, and I owe you from Lei equals an adult's favor. Lei Yiming attaches great importance to Li Xuechen, very much. Although Li Xuechen was his lover, and after Li Xuese died, he soon had a new love. But for Lei Ming, Li Xuechen, among all his women, he loves and values the most. And more importantly, Li Xuechen was actually 3 pregnant women before he died. This made Lei equals Ming hated the murderer and vowed to find out the murderer. Unfortunately, Lei Yiming never found the murderer's information until Yifei's appearance gave him hope and dawn. Yifei smiled slightly. Lei or Xiao, I can tell you where Huang Yufeng is. The reason why I came to you is for this. Our goals are the same. Do you want to deal with Lei Haoran? Lei Yiming frowned, then stretched out. Lei Yiming's name is very subtle. He directly called Lei Haoran by name and said he used the word also. The meaning in the tone was obvious. Yifei smiled without saying a word. Li Xuechen was indeed killed by Lei Haoran. There was a conflict of interests between Lei Yiming and Lei Haoran. Endless situation, but Yifei had to do it. Just add 2 fires and light the tomb of the Lei family's internal fighting. No matter how hard the Lei family's fortress was, it can also be breached from the inside. Lei Yiming is the one he can make friends with. Of course, Yifei will not take the initiative to cling to Lei Yiming. He wants Lei Yiming to owe others. Let Lei Ming take the initiative to show his favor. Lei Yiming's thoughts changed sharply, and at this moment, Yifei sent a message to Lei Ming, saying, look at your mobile phone text message. Lei Yiming hurriedly opened the SMS. It says, Langxi Street, Manchi, Baixiang Country. Yifei said lightly, using this address, you can find Huang Yufeng's approximate hiding place. As long as you catch him, he will tell. What happened to you 3 years ago? After Yifei finished speaking, Lei Yiming took a deep breath and immediately sent the address to his confidant, and then called his confidant to check it. After Lei Yiming finished the call, he took a deep look at Yifei and said seriously, young Master Yi. No, brother Yi, this is the old man. Brother, I owe you favors. If you need something or brother can help, just speak up. If I frown, Yiming. I gave you my head and kicked it. Chapter 116. The experience value has risen again. Lei Yiming was extremely excited about Yifei, and he took the initiative to make friends with Yifei and called him a brother. Because Lei Yiming knew that the news that Yifei said was extremely authentic and credible. Of course, Lei Yiming also has some doubts. For example, why did Lei Haoran choose Li Xuechen to start Lei Haoran and Li Xuechen Ji? There is no contradiction between Lei Haoran and Lei Yiming's talent. Although Lei Yiming had doubts, his mind was calm and motionless sensual. Lei Yiming is indeed very grateful to Yifei. As long as the information Yifei provided to him is true, then he can not only find and kill Li Xuechen. The murderer can still seize the opportunity to grasp Lei Haoran's handle. This is also an important bargaining chip for Lei Ming to defeat Lei Haoran. Lei Yiming and Lei Haoran are both Lei family succession. People's identities are in the dark fight. Thunder equals Ming is always down. Had before bear dormant. Lei Yiming was very tolerant. Over the past few years, he has tolerated, made friends secretly, and waited for opportunities. They are also 3 generations of the Lei family. Lei Haoran is more favored by the old man Ping. She is the future of Lei Haoran. Heir. Lei Yiming is not convinced. And the appearance of Yifei gave him a light, giving him a chance to come back. How can this not make Lei Yiming excited? Lei Yiming made up his mind almost instantly, to win Yifei at all costs. With the identity of Yifei, and he also knew that Lei Haoran was so secretive, if Yifei helped him, it would be even more powerful. If it weren't for Yifei, he is afraid he would never find Huang Yufeng after all. Huang Yufeng escaped to the White Elephant Kingdom, and he was just like someone. There is no difference between evaporation. Even if he has the ability, it will be difficult to find Huang Yufeng in the vast crowd. Yifei smiled slightly. Lei Xiao made a serious statement. Brother Yi, you still call me Lei Xiao Don TB, so if you call me Lei Xiao, I will be angry. I am too old for you. Our brothers match up, Lei Ming deliberately said with a straight face. Lei Yiming had the idea of making friends with Yifei, and of course he would not let go of this opportunity. He was very active. Yifei said, alright, then I'll call you Brother Thunder. Thunder is several years older than Yifei, and Brother Thunder didn't make a sound. Problem. Lei Yiming grinned, laughed, and nodded repeatedly. That is right, Brother Yi, nothing to say, I will toast you with tea instead of wine, a cup. Good. Yifei and Lei Yiming clinked their glasses, and Lei Yiming picked up the teacup and drank it, and the relationship between the two became closer. In fact, Yifei chose to contact Lei Yiming for a reason. Thunder equals mean is very good regardless of the means and the disposition even. It's kind of talking about brotherly loyalty, it's a person you can make friends with. In the original book, Lei Yiming was miserable by Chen Luo and Lei Haoran, and finally lost the competition with Lei Haoran. The chance of successor. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. At this point, Yifei and Lei Yiji have a natural interest relationship. The two are natural allies. Talking. The reason why Yifei knew about Li Xuechen was that the person named Lei Yiming was mentioned in the original book about 5 or 6 chapters. The reason why Lei Haoran murdered Li Xuechen was also mentioned. In fact, the reason why Lei Haoran murdered Li Xuese was quite terrible. The cause was that Lei Haoran was drunk one time. In recent years, Lei Haoran has been watching Thunder and Ming in secret, and of course he also knows that Li Xuechen is the love of Thunder and Ming. 3 years ago, Lei Haoran was drunk once. Drunk so drunk, he took advantage of the Thunder and Pai, and went to live with Li Xuechen by Jujin Villa. When he was drunk, seeing Li Xuechen's outstanding appearance, Lei Haoran became enamored and wanted to be strong against Li Xuechen. Lei Haoran thought that he had done it secretly enough, and Huang Yufeng did not leave any traces or important evidence. In fact, it is the same. But Yifei has read the original book, and he knows the truth of the whole thing. At the same time, Yifei sent Black 5 bodyguards to follow the vine and also used his own hacking skills. Found Huang Yufeng's hiding place. This was easy for Yifei. Lei Yiming also acted vigorously. He immediately sent his confidant to Baixiang country to check Huang Yufeng's trail so that the night would not grow. More dreams. Of course, catching Huang Yufeng is only the first step. Lei Yiming enthusiastically invited Lin Yongxing to have TNT. The relationship between the two of them was already good and couldn't be better. Brother Lei, in fact, I really want to trouble you. Yifei smiled at this moment. Lei Ming listened. Suddenly, he became serious. Brother Yi, even if you speak, I still say that, as long as I can do it for you within the scope of my ability. In addition to a calm mind and a forbearing character, Lei Yiming has the most important point that he is very loyal. This is also one of the reasons why Yifei came to him. Otherwise, he was the kind of insidious villain, and Yifei didn't bother to befriend him. Yifei smiled and said, in fact, this incident is also a matter of the Su group. Yifei briefly said the whole story. Kiji also revealed the grievances between him and Chen Luo. Of course Lei Yiming also knew Chen Luo. He was also there when Chen Luo visited Lei's house a few days ago. It turns out that there's still this thing between you, Brother Yi and Chen Luo. Lei Ming said suddenly. Yifei talked lightly, laughed. Yes, if Brother Lei finds things embarrassing, forget it. What a joke. Brother Yi, you look down on me too much. Since Chen Luo has offended you, Brother Yi, then he is me. The enemy go to the special Chen Luo. Isn't he at the Su Group S drug review? This matter is covered by me. I'll fix it, Ray. Yiming patted his heart and packed a ticket to Yifei. For Lei Ming, Yifei and Chen Luo's relationship was a great thing. Because although Master Chen Luo is kind to the Lei family, Chen Luo and his brother Lei Haoran are very close, but Lei Yiming wants to guard against it. Object. But Tu Fei and Chen Luo had a grievance, which was in line with Lei Yiming's heart, and Lei Yiming became more determined to win Yifei's decision. Okay, then please Brother Lei. There was a smile at the corner of Yifei's mouth. He knows. The crisis of the Su Group is lifted. Ding, congratulations to the host. Let Lei Yiming become extremely hostile to Chen Luo and increase his experience by 100 points. At the same time, in Yifei's ears, there was a prompt sound from the system. Chapter 118 Dance. Yifei drove to the Su family. He first sent Su Qingzu back to the Su family villa. Su Qingzu was sitting in the co-pilot, looking sideways from time to time Yifei, with a sense of security in his heart. As soon as Yifei got out of the horse, the Su family's affairs were successfully resolved. It was a turnaround. Yifei not only helped her protect the Hongyan company, but also the Su family. Even though Yifei couldn't make a move, perhaps the Su family could also resist. To live in this crisis, after all, the Su family was also a big family. Father Su Xiaoping is here. Yanqing also has some connections and energy, but even if the Su family can survive this crisis, also known as the half will hurt the muscles and bones, its vitality is greatly injured. As soon as Yifei came forward, not only was the crisis resolved, the Su group was not affected, and even the Hongyan company was improved. In the car, while waiting for the traffic lights to go, he flew towards Su Qingzu and said, Lei Yiming is very efficient in doing things. I think today's Su's problem can almost be solved. And Su Qingzu felt more at ease after hearing this. With Yifei by his side, she felt different after all. Yifei's lips curled up. Don't you forget our gambling agreement. Su Qingzu lowered his head when he heard the words, her long black hair hanging down, and her eyebrows as thin as willow leaves set off those twinkling eyes. Face. 23 The cheeks were rendered blushing, and the light in the eyes looked like joy. Do you really want to dance for him? Su Qingzu felt his heartbeat speed up. Although she has learned to dance, she has never skipped in front of outsiders, and no man has seen her dance. But Yifei, if she changes to someone else, she must be unwilling in her heart, but Yifei with Yifei. The Danti sentence beside Zu's mouth swallowed again. In the end, he nodded slightly. When Yifei saw this, he knew that Su Qingzu's bet could not escape. Su's villa. Su Xiaoqing is still outside and hasn't returned, so he thought he was running around for the Su Group's affairs. Yifei sat on the sofa and Su Qingzu made tea by himself, and brought the tea to Yifei's side. Although Su Qingzu's ability to make tea is not as good as Mu Zijin, but the beauty is on the side, it also has a special taste. Both the servant and the housekeeper retired, and there were only Yifei and Su Qingzu in the villa. Yifei pointing at Su Qingzu, why don't I play some music and you dance? Su Qingzu regretted it again. Thinking about dancing for Yifei, I felt ashamed and unbearable, not to mention that he agreed to wear it at the time. You read talking about resolving the Lei family as pressure within a day, and the Lei family hasn't lifted it yet. Su Qingzu walked out. Yifei laughed dumbly. Is Su Qingzu too shy to fall back on the bill? At this moment, Yifei's mobile phone rang, and Yifei directly pressed hands free after seeing the call reminder. It was a call from Lei Yiming. On the phone, a thunderming voice came. Brother Yi, I have already settled the matter of the Su group. I will save my face and ask. My daddy is interesting enough. Brother Lei is interesting enough, thanks. Yifei smiled. Lei Yiming seemed to be asking for credit, and after a few more days of greetings with Yifei, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Yifei looked at Su Qingzu, and he raised the phone with obvious meaning. This is like God is helping him. It seems that Tian Su Qingzu's dance is doomed to escape, and Thunder's assist is too timely. Su Qingzu's face was flushed unabated. Perplexed again, yes, but I don't have any clothes. In less than half an hour, Ji Yun, the housekeeper, delivered a uniform. Yifei looked, it was actually a stewardess outfit. Su Qingzu went to the room shyly. Is this going to change clothes? Yifei also got up and followed Su Qingzu unhurriedly. Su Qingzu hurried upstairs and then into the room. Yifei hadn't seen Su Qingzu's boudoir, so he was really curious. When I walked into Su Qingzu's room, I saw that Su Qingzu's room layout was very simple. There were almost no dolls for girls. It is an item, simple and 2 square, which is in line with Su Qingzu's character. Su Qingzu was changing clothes in the cloakroom in the room, and there was a faint voice which made Yifei feel a little bit confused. After a while, Su Qingzu opened the cloakroom door and walked out. I saw that she was tall and put on a flight attendant suit, a dark blue uniform, a white shirt, a short skirt, and black socks. I changed my flat dancing shoes on my feet. Su Qingzu lowered her head. She didn't have Moonlight and Kai Fei's eye contact, so she didn't seem to dare to look at Yifei. Yifei Yulu's admiration only feels that Su Qingzu in front of him has a special charm after changing into a flight attendant outfit, but that has. It has saved it fake. Why is it fake? Because I have never seen such a beautiful stewardess at all. Su Qingzu, no matter his appearance or figure. All the flight attendants that Yifei had met were all over. Su Qingzu is ready to dance. Do you want me to play music? Yifei asked with a smile. No, let me play. Su Qingzu turned on his phone and chose a tune, Genie, One Ear. 990 familiar songs. Accompanied by a cheerful and rhythmic melody, Su Qingzu danced lightly. Because of her shyness, she danced gracefully. Nah, but still a little unnatural. But Yifei admired it with gusto. As the music gets better, Su Qingzu's performance becomes more and more natural. She dances lightly and gracefully, swings gracefully, and lifts up. The first and Yifei looked at each other, thinking of Yifei for her since this time. One thing he did for the Su family, Su Qingzu's eyes gradually softened. Especially this time, Yifei not only solved the crisis of Hong and company, but also freed the Su family from Leia's pressure and completely solved the problem. Page, just dance when you dance, in front of him anyway. Su Qingzu didn't know when he started to remove the 2 disguise in front of Yifei, and the frost in his heart also melted. Ding, congratulations to the host, the experience value has been increased by 300 points. The system prompt appeared in Yifei's ear again. Chapter 119 Luo Weiyu's leg healed. Hearing the system prompt from his ear, Yifei smiled. This experience value has grown very comfortably. Yifei knew very well that this increase in experience value was due to Su Qingzu. In a blink of an eye, 300 experience points are credited to the account, and Yifei appears. The experience value of Zai has reached 1900 points. The increase in experience value is still second. The key is Su Qingzu's subtle changes. Su Qingzu's feelings for Yifei gradually piled up, and his attitude towards Yifei has changed from his initial indifference to his current gentleness. She raised her head and looked at Yifei, the two of them intertwined with light, and vomited to see the traces of affection in the clear moonlight that could cling to her. In front of other men, she was still as cold as Su Qingzu, but in front of Yifei, the ice and snow melted, and it was no longer cold. Such Su Qingzu, more feminine, more attractive than before. Su Qingzu's dancing is getting better, and the dance moves in the song Genie show her long legs. It is very attractive. Yifei looked pleasing to the eye, admiring the beauty that only he could see. Su Qingzu was swept by Yifei's eyes. Although his heartbeat speeded up, his dance movements didn't stop, just not so standard. Finally, finished one song. After the dance, Su Qingzu was obviously relieved, and then said, I will change clothes first. This uniform made her wear very awkward. Yifei, but held her, don't you worry, it's over so soon. The two faced each other in April, and Su Qingzu's blush spread bit by bit. Su Qingzu looked at Yifei. He took the initiative to quickly touch the 0 on Yifei's face. This way alright, this is Su Qingzu. The most limited. Yifei laughed, that's it. With that, Yifei held Su Qingzu with his arm, and closed the door of the room with the other hand. Su Qingzu seemed to feel something, her cheeks flushed even more. Yifei moved further. Su Qingzu's body trembled, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her inner tension. She understood what Yifei was doing. Su Qingzu was hugged by Yifei before he could speak. For a long time, Su Qingzu only felt that he was about to breathe. Yifei was also nervous and at a loss when he saw Su Qingzu's star eyes half closed at this time. Su Qingzu faintly knew Yifei's purpose. She saw the man's eyes, suppressed the shame in her heart, and whispered, Yifei. Me, it is not convenient for me today. Inconvenient. Yifei was startled, seeing Su Qingzu's hand clutching the sheet, her body trembled slightly. It is caused by tension. Yifei understood. He also knew what Su Qingzu meant by inconvenience. It seems that Su Qingzu is coming to the moon. It is really unfortunate. It seems that his support is only a waste. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of it. Su Qingzu whispered, wait until my end is over. Yifei's heart was shaken when he heard it, and Su Qingzu lowered his head with a face, and the corners of his mouth divided into 2 touching scenes made a smile. Su Qingzu's performance in front of him is really like a little woman in love. She definitely mustered up the courage by saying this. Yifei held her little hand and didn't say much. Su Qingzu came to the moon, which was only a few days away, and he could still afford it. Su Qingzu buried his head on his shoulders, leaning against Yifei, feeling the warmth of the moment. Leaning on the man's shoulder, Su Qingzu's heart. There is no discomfort, but full of joy. Surprisingly, Su Xiaoping waved his hand. Rejecting Su Qingzu's support, he smiled. Pressure on Su's. Several of our Su's drugs have entered the normal review and registration stage. I believe it will be listed in China soon. Su Xiaoping was obviously in a very good mood and his face was red. The spirit is also quite refreshing. Su Xiaoping's information is very well informed. Laming just got this deal done, and Su Xiaoping received the notice. Seeing his grandfather's face full of joy, Su Qingzu couldn't help but said in a low voice, this is all Yifei's credit, yes. Su Qingzu said simply. It is the matter of making a cow in the morning. Knowing the cause and effect, Su Xiaoping was stunned. In fact, he had already guessed, but he was surprised when he heard Su Qingzu say this. Yifei really did it. In just one morning, he actually moved the Lei family. Su Xiaoping sighed with emotion. Ju is really scary for the next generation. Xiaofei, you actually relieved the pressure of the Lei family. It is really unexpected. Su Xiaoping was deeply shocked. He thought that even if Yifei could solve the Lei family's pressure, it would definitely take a lot of time and effort. Force. But now, it is just one morning. Is the matter resolved satisfactorily? Su Xiaoping couldn't believe it. Even if Yifei's father, Yi, came out in person, or even used contacts, it is impossible to be so easy. To solve Lei's pressure. But Yifei did it. Yifei this kid. Indeed, it can only be described as unexpected. Yifei smiled slightly. Su's matter is resolved. I am relieved. Yes, thanks to you this time, otherwise the Su clan will probably hurt your nerves and bones. Now that something is wrong, my old bones will be relieved. Su Xiaoping's heart was too rocky. Extraordinarily comfortable. Su Shaoqun was pleased to see Yifei and Su Qingzu standing together, the two were exceptionally matched. With Yifei here, good promised he can feel relieved. Even if he is gone one day in the future, his granddaughter will have to rely on. N.S. Su Shaoqun left Yifei for lunch. Dining at the Su's villa, the Argonne atmosphere was also pleasant. After eating, Yifei didn't stay in Su's house for a long time. Because he has another important thing to do. After this period of time, Luo Weiyu's leg injury has recovered very well and has basically recovered. She is discharged from the hospital today. That's right, Luo Weiyu is about to be discharged from the hospital. And Yifei was also going to pick up Luo Weiyu. He wanted to give Luo Weiyu a big surprise at the first time. Chapter 120 Surprise. A private hospital in Yandu. This hospital is the property of the Yi family. Yifei also let Luo Weiyu recuperate here. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifei drove the Bentley to the hospital, parked upstairs, and went straight to the intensive care unit. In the intensive care unit, Yifei saw Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu is wearing a white dress. Wearing a small beige coat, a pair of light canvas shoes are on her feet, her legs are straight, she is sitting sick. By the bed, Luo Weiyu's hair is jet black and her cheeks are moist and moving. The eyes are as bright as stars, and the eyelashes are long and dense. In the afternoon, the sunlight from outside the hospital bed shone on her side face, causing Luo Weiyu's body to be stained with a second layer of faint brilliance. Sure enough, she was a girl like sunshine. When she saw Yifei, Luo Weiyu's eyes flashed with joy and the pair vortex on her lips was shallow. The smile was pure and sweet. You are here. Yes, pick you up and leave the hospital. Yifei became very relaxed when he saw Luo Weiyu. Get along with girls like Luo Weiyu. There's indeed a kind of unspeakable comfort. Oh, okay. Luo Weiyu got up, dressed in a skirt, and walked to Yifei aside. 097. Although the leg injury has basically healed, she is still unable to exercise vigorously and walking is not fast. Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu. During this time, he had come to acupuncture and apply medicine for Luo Weiyu almost every day. The scars on Luo Weiyu's legs were all. After being treated by Bingji Jade water, her legs are as white as jade, and all the long scars have disappeared and returned to their original state. It is precisely because of this that Luo Weiyu dared to wear a skirt. Since the accident, Luo Weiyu has almost never worn skirts, wearing loose trousers. And now she, too, becomes more confident, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. She looked into Yifei's gaze. It also reveals a clear color of admiration. Then let us go back to the flower shop first, Luo Weiyu whispered. Okay, Yifei nodded, let us go. Wait, Luo Weiyu blinked Shui Lingling's eyes. She walked to the windowsill and picked up the pot of orchids that accompanied her. Take this pot of orchids with you. Yifei smiled and went downstairs side by side with Luo Weiyu and let Luo Weiyu get in the car. Luo Weiyu sat in the co-pilot, holding the orchid. The smile is sweet. Soon, Yifei drove to Yangtze Street. It is still the small road on Yangtze Street. There were not many people on the small road, but Yifei's handling was still eye-catching and became the focus of the street. In the corner of Yangtze Street, Luo Weiyu noticed her small flower shop, and then her eyes were slightly bright. Luo Weiyu's small flower shop has been renovated, and the exterior walls and small courtyard have changed, and the exterior walls have turned into a promising light blue. And the yard is made of a fence to enclose the yard and it looks too distorted. Luo Weiyu blinked, moved, and said, you have decorated. Yeah, I told you last time. Kai-Fai Dao Lenghua, I let people decorate and change equal Shawadian, I designed it myself. How do you feel? Luo Weiyu has curved eyebrows and a gentle smile with shallow dimples. I like it very much. Luo Weiyu looked around and looked carefully. Every scene in the flower shop is a different kind of warmth, and there are even traces of Yifei's participation in the design in every detail. This makes the girl as Qiguang more and more gentle. The flowers in the flower shop were also carefully watered and arranged as they were when she was hospitalized, almost unchanged. This everything is so. Familiarity. Everything was fine in the flower shop, and Luo Weiyu was relieved. Where shall we go next? Luo Weiyu carefully put the orchid in place. Then looked at Yifei with a smile and asked. The sun is warm in the afternoon, and there is plenty of time, enough for Yifei and Luo Weiyu to go to other places. Go to my house. I have a yard and I have planted a lot of flowers, so I happened to go take a look together. Yifei smiled. He actually had long been with Luo Weiyu mentioned this and the two agreed to go to see Lanhui together. Luo Weiyu's heart equals sweet. Yifei still remembers the agreement between the two. Okay, Luo Weiyu readily agreed, so Yifei took Luo Weiyu to his private villa. Although Yifei's private villa was not as good as that of Bai Bao. It has same manner, but it is still luxurious. Yifei's private villa is located at the junction of the suburbs in the urban area. Covering an area of several thousand square meters, the front and back gardens are equipped with private swimming pools. As for the garden, not to mention, the garden is full of colorful plants and flowers. Luo Weiyu was a little shocked when she saw this scene in front of her nine. Although he knew that Yifei had a lot of money, can really see this villa and garden, Luo Weiyu can actually feel Yifei's. The status is special. When Luo Weiyu was shocked, Yifei grabbed her weak and boneless hand and took Luo Weiyu into the villa yard. Yifei, the corner of his mouth raised, don't be nervous, I will take you to see the flowers first. Yeah, Luo Weiyu felt Yifei's thoughtfulness, and her heart was even warmer. The two went to the garden hand in hand. Peony, lily, tulip, rose, orchid, Luo Weiyu is so precious, and I also saw her favorite orchid. These orchids are basically cut and cultivated in exquisite flower pots, and all kinds of orchids are blooming and they are really beautiful. Phalaenopsis, Motu. When Luo Weiyu saw orchid, she was immediately overjoyed. She blinked, squatted down, and watched carefully. Orchids in various poses linger in it. Yifei, there are at least dozens of varieties of orchids, which Yifei asked Ji Yun'er, his personal butler, to find. Among them, there are many rare orchid varieties, the price is simply incredible. Xuanwangguo once had an orchid fever for a while, and the prices of many varieties of orchids were very high. For example, the rare varieties of Siguanheading and Dedang Fengyu used to cost millions. Orchid prices now. Although it is back to normal, this precious species of orchids also need to be potted in case. Happiness. This Siguanheading orchid is verdant and waxy, with clear meridians, pavilions like a girl, and pale yellow petals overflowing with fragrance. Luo Weiyu's favorite is orchids, and the so many different varieties of orchids in Kaifei's garden just spoke her heart. Yifei's face was full of joy when he saw Luo Weiyu. He couldn't help but smile. In fact, the surprise Yifei wanted to bring Luo Weiyu had just begun. Chapter 121 Cyclonus Experience Points. The smell of the spleen exuded, which also made Luo Weiyu's mood very good. Yifei didn't lie to her. There were really many orchids in his garden yard. Luo Weiyu only thinks that her mind fits with Yifei. She is very happy. Yifei smiled lightly. Do you like it? Luo Weiyu nodded vigorously. Well, I could only see these orchids on the internet before. I haven't thought that I can see them in reality. Yifei said, you are all yours if you like them. Luo Weiyu shook her head lightly, with a shallow but sweet smile. No need, I have the best orchid. Luo Weiyu said it was the orchid she and Yifei planted together. In fact, that orchid is the most common species and it can't be compared at all. Suguan He Ding Tai Tang Feng Yu is such a rare orchid variety, but it is the most common orchid in this pot. It is her favorite. Yifei understood Luo Weiyu's meaning, and when he saw the smile on the corner of the girl's mouth, his heart felt free. This girl is so comfortable no matter what. Yifei smiled and said, actually, there's another way. If you really like these orchids, you can always come to me to water and take care of them. Luo Weiyu blushed and replied. Should. The eyes are shining, okay. If you often come to the village to look after these orchids, wouldn't it be? Does it mean that you can often see Yifei? Thinking of this, Miss Luo felt sweet in her heart. Luo Weiyu flirted with her hair. The afternoon sun shines on her body, coating her with a layer of gold, and she concentrates on admiring the garden. Orchids. It is like an elf from among flowers. Without the constraints of leg injuries, Luo Weiyu became more confident and more beautiful. Luo Weiyu stayed in the garden for a long time before she got up. It is great, today is considered a long experience. Luo Weiyu smiled softly, she said calmly without any inferiority complex. Yifei, take me where. Luo Weiyu blinked her pure eyes, a little curious and surprised. Yifei smiled mysteriously, juggling out a blue blindfold, and said, keep it secret first, you put this on, I will take you away. Luo Weiyu knew that Yifei was going to surprise herself, so she cleverly put on the blindfold and then took Yifei's hand. The asterisk interlocked, and Yifei pulled Luo Weiyu into the car. After getting in the car, Yifei fastened her seatbelt, then drove out of the villa and went straight to a place. About 10 minutes later, Yifei arrived at the ground, and then picked Luo Weiyu and got off the car. Whereas this Luo Weiyu was looking forward to it and was even more curious. In a sense, this can be regarded as Yifei and Luo Wei. Rain's first date in the true sense of the word. Especially after Luo Weiyu's foot injury healed, this date was even more special, which made her look forward to it in her heart. ULL know right away. Yifei's magnetic noise rang in Luo Weiyu's ears, and Yifei took Luo Weiyu away again. A short distance away, he said, here you are. Take off your blindfold. And Luo Weiyu took off the blue blindfold with expectation. Then she found out, oneself, outside the central location of Zudai Type Playground. Surrounded by various amusement facilities such as a Ferris wheel, a merry-go-round roller coaster, a pirate ship and so on. The playground is full of equipment. Everything. This playground is huge, but to Luo Weiyu's surprise, there was no one around, except for the staff. There is no tourist at all in the amusement park. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly at the corner of her mouth, so you always remember it. When Yifei asked Luo Weiyu's wish last time, Luo Weiyu mentioned it once, saying that her wish was to go to the playground. Miss Luo hasn't been able to live normally like ordinary girls because of her foot injuries over the years. Luo Weiyu is either stunned. Go to the village, or live in a wheelchair. Such her, of course it is impossible to go to the playground. It is impossible to appreciate the happiness of ordinary girls. Therefore, she has always had a little hope in her heart, that is to go to a playground. And now, she is in this playground as. Luo Weiyu's eyes were reddish, her pupils were gleaming, she looked at Yifei very moved. Yifei took her little hand and smiled. I have booked this amusement park. There will be no other excursions today. Guests are here to disturb us. Pack out the playground. Luo Weiyu was touched and funny, and only he could do such a thing, right? In fact, this amusement park is owned by Yang Zimo's family, and Tufei just greeted Yang Zimo to get it done. Money can push the ghosts. The entire playground is undisturbed, except for the staff. Tourist equals law cannot enter. Which amusement project do you want to go to? Tufei asked with a smile. I want to sit on the merry-go-round first. Luo Weiyu smiled gently. Okay, let us go. Yifei took Luo Weiyu on the merry-go-round. Arrived, at the door of the merry-go-round Shangyu, under the envious and light gaze of the staff, Yifei took Luo Weiyu as the princess hugged. Picked it up and walked towards the merry-go-round. Although Luo Weiyu's foot injury was healed, the rotation of the horse was relatively high, and it was still inconvenient for her to sit on it. Yifei's thoughtful behavior made Luo Weiyu's cheeks dizzy, blushing, and her hands hooked Yifei's neck. Put Luo Weiyu on the merry-go-round, and with the sound of the music, the revolving horse began to rotate, and Yifei and Luo Weiyu sat in front of each other. Adjacent to the carousel, the asterisk always clasped together, making it a wonderful picture. The music of the merry-go-round stopped. Luo Weiyu was hugged by Yifei again, her cheeks flushed unabated, and she was slightly excited. I still want to experience get off the pirate ship and skyscraper. Wheel. Okay, let us go. Yifei was a little surprised. Luo Wei was too courageous, and actually liked the pirate ship this kind of little excitement. Project. So women are really amazing creatures. They often scream because they see cockroaches and mice, but they can face the sea directly. Dangerous projects such as ship theft and roller coasters remain unchanged. Yifei took Luo Weiyu to play the pirate ship. Then came the Ferris wheel. The smile on Luo Weiyu's face became more and more sweet. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 100 experience points. With a burst of prompts, Yifei only felt that the experience value was constantly improving. This is also the experience value brought by Luo Weiyu. Chapter 122 Bright as a firework. Because of Luo Weiyu's sake, Yifei's experience value was 2 hurricanes. In a blink of an eye, another 300 experience points were credited to the account. Not only the hurricane of experience points, Yifei looked at Luo Weiyu's smile like spring flowers and felt that the harvest was even greater. Yifei took Luo Weiyu on the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park is very high, and the two sitting in the Ferris wheel are enough to have a panoramic view of the entire amusement park and even the surrounding scenery. The Ferris wheel rotates slowly, watching the things under your feet getting smaller and smaller, and a whistling wind blows through the Ferris wheel. With the sound of the wind, Luo Weiyu shrank and approached Yifei. Yifei took her in his arms. After a long time, the Ferris wheel slowly stopped. Yifei and Luo Wei reined on the Ferris wheel. Yifei smiled and asked, what else do you want to go to? Yun Xiaofei. Yifei was a little surprised. Miss Luo completely let go of her body and mind, and wanted to have a good experience equals fan playground. Roller coaster, over. Projects like the roller bike are really dangerous and exciting. But of course Yifei readily agreed. Anyway, with his company, you won't have any problems with officialdom. Luo Weiyu seems to be going to experience a project that hasn't been experienced for many years before. She is always happy and in high spirits. Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly, and took the initiative to pull Yifei to hang out in the playground. Music field projects, as well as various facilities that favor entertainment, such as 3D, VR games, and so on. Luo Weiyu was quite curious about this, wandering around like a child. Yifei is very patient. Accompany her on all kinds of fun. With this innocent girl, Yifei was also extremely relaxed. With the passing of time bit by bit, it will soon be. It is approaching dusk. The sun is setting, the faint sun was shining. Luo Weiyu still enthusiastically finished playing a bumper car project. She only realized that it was too late. Luo Weiyu touched her belly, and her belly made a gurgling sound, which made her feel a little hungry. The stomach growls. Luo Weiyu blushed and looked at Yifei, a little bit embarrassed. Yifei smiled and said, let us go eat, it just so happens that I am hungry too. Okay, just find a home nearby. Luo Weiyu's face blushed, she almost used the playground project today. I have experienced it again, and I am in a great mood. Finally realized my little wish, especially with his company by my side. Luo Weiyu secretly looked at Yifei and smiled like water. On Luo Weiyu's suggestion, Yifei chose a very ordinary Chinese restaurant, and Yifei asked for 2 boxes so that no one would be disturbed. Although this Chinese restaurant is ordinary, the food tastes pretty good, not to mention everything is delicious when hungry. Yifei and Luo Weiyu ate with gusto, and Luo Weiyu took the initiative to pick up vegetables for Yifei from time to time, being gentle and considerate while eating. Yifei's cute look also made Yifei feel pleasing to the eye. When Yifei and Su Qingzu ate, Su Xiaoping was basically there, so Su Qingzu never gave Yifei food. On the contrary, Luo Weiyu's performance surprised him. Luo Weiyu, the girl is really gentle and lovely. After her leg injury was cured, her personality was not only gentle but also more lively and bold. In the golden autumn season, it was a good time to eat crabs, and Tufei ordered a few crabs. The plump and hairy crabs of yellow, orange and orange were served on the table, and Luo Weiyu took the initiative to take the responsibility of peeling the crabs for Yifei. Seeing this girl with a serious face and using tools to peel hairy crabs, Yifei couldn't help but feel a little more gentle in his heart. What a nice girl, the girl who can shell crabs for you, definitely worth cherishing. Luo Weiyu put all the crab meat on a small plate, and put the dipping sauce in Yifei's bowl. Delicious hairy crabs with yellow and orange. Crab paste, accompanied by pieces of rice, has a tangy fragrance which makes the index finger move. Yifei tasted a few mouthfuls and found it to be quite good, and then fed Luo Weiyu again. Luo Weiyu blushed and took a bite, blinked and said, it is delicious. After eating this meal, Luo Weiyu nestled beside Yifei, and the two were like a pair of ordinary lovers. Seeing night gradually fall, Yifei. When asked about this, Luo Weiyu's cheeks were slightly red, and she lightly opened her red lips. I listen to you. Luo Weiyu turned lightly, her eyes were ashamed. Float, alright, go to another place. Yifei smiled slightly when he saw Miss Luo's astringent look. Yifei took Luo Weiyu to another place, still a playground. Luo Weiyu was a little strange to see Yifei take herself back to the playground. Yifei blinked at Luo Weiyu and said, it is starting. Yifei picked up the phone and dialed a certain number. L. At the moment Yifei's phone was connected, I heard a loud noise, accompanied by colorful fireworks in the pitch black ink. The night sky blooms. Fireworks. And it has all kinds of colorful fireworks. Luo Weiyu was startled first, then covered her mouth, her eyes gleaming like water, very pleasantly surprised. Bright fireworks burst out of various colors in the dark night sky, lighting up the entire night sky. The sky is gorgeous and beautiful. This scene was frozen in Luo Weiyu's sight. Her eyes were reddened, and she was intoxicated in this scene, thinking of getting along with Yifei again. Little by little, couldn't he help but look at him idiotically. She didn't expect that Yifei actually prepared such a special surprise. That is right, Yifei's fireworks this time was specially prepared for Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu, soaked in the sky full of fireworks, the smile on his face became sweeter and sweeter, and the light was full of tenderness when I watched it flying. Feelings appeared in his eyes, and his pretty face flushed, completely fall. This firework ended soon. With the sound of fireworks and the endless sounds and colors of various fireworks, Luo Weiyu's heart is more and more moved. 3.3 fireworks are extremely gorgeous, although they are fleeting, they cannot hold up a large number. These fireworks dot the night sky, making the whole starry sky is no longer lonely. Very beautiful. Luo Weiyu said with warm feelings. She lowered her eyebrows and smiled, and colorful fireworks were reflected in her clear eyes. At this moment, Luo Weiyu seemed to have made a major decision, looking at Tufei's profile seriously, as if to impress him in his heart. But Yifei has been receiving system prompts all the time. The experience value is always skyrocketing. Chapter 123. Yifei's experience value continued to skyrocket. The system prompts in the ear constantly. This sky full of fireworks has become an eternal memory in Luo Weiyu's heart. Luo Weiyu looked at the night sky deeply. It seems that I want to keep this scene in my mind forever. This sky full of fireworks lasted for a few minutes before it ended. During this period, the fireworks of various colors were almost set off. Big notice. The fireworks show in Nepal is even more exciting, and the fireworks are even brighter. Bai Yifei used the money ability. Do you like it? Yifei asked with a smile. Well, I like it very much. Luo Weiyu nodded vigorously, her face flushed and said, it is just a bit wasteful. Of course Miss Luo also knew that the fireworks cost Yifei a lot. Luo Weiyu has always been a thrifty girl, she feels. I feel a little sad when I move up. Silly girl, don't you worry about this. Kaifei touched Luo Weiyu's head. For Yifei, things that can be solved with money. I am afraid it is the simplest thing. After enjoying the fireworks, Yifei took Luo Weiyu's hand, and the two were ready to leave the playground 24 hours a day. Luo Weiyu whispered, today is the most unforgettable day for me in so many years. She raised her mouth with shark fins, very satisfied. The two looked at each other and smiled, quite in agreement. Leave the playground. As soon as I left Taiman, I saw a dessert station at the gate of the amusement park. Would you like ice cream? Yifei asked. Luo Weiyu touched her stomach. She wanted to lose weight, but she swallowed again. Tun mouth waterway, okay. It turns out that Luo Weiyu also has the potential of snack goods. Seeing Luo Weiyu's actions is really cute. Yifei bought 2 ice creams, one with chocolate flavor and one with mango flavor. Luo Weiyu chose the mango flavor. She licked the ice cream with her small tongue, her eyes bent into teeth. Would you like to try my chocolate ice cream too? Tufei laughed. After taking 2 bites of Fei's ice cream, Lu Mei stretched out and said, this tastes delicious too. After that, Luo Weiyu picked up Yifei's ice cream and ate 0 from time to time, as if the best ice cream was always in Yifei's. It was late at night when the two walked out of the playground. Luo Weiyu took Yifei's arm, couldn't he help yawning, and then stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. After playing for an afternoon, you are tired too, do you want to go to my place for a rest? Yifei. Luo Weiyu suddenly clenched her fist tightly, then loosened it, and clenched it quietly again, her voice as soft as a mosquito, that is good. Luo Weiyu seemed to have made some kind of decision. Yifei noticed that Luo Weiyu's cheeks remained flushed, and his eyes seemed ashamed and angered, and he knew what Miss Luo was thinking. Yifei's lips curled up with a smile. Drive back to the villa. Yifei arrived at the private villa. Bodyguard and servant early Lu Weicheng. Yifei took Luo Weiyu to his room with a magnetic and gentle voice. Wei Shou Tu will sleep here tonight. Luo Weiyu's cheeks were hot. He lowered his head deeply and said for a while, I'll go for a bath first. Speaking of Luo Weiyu, he hurried to the bathroom of the room. Yi Fei was a little expectant. He listened to the crosstalk in the bathroom. After listening to the movement for a while, he picked up the phone and played for a while. After a while, Luo Weiyu, who was wearing a bathrobe, walked out slowly and she and Yi Fei were facing each other. Luo Weiyu is also very tall, nearly 1 meter tall, with slender and straight legs. Especially after there are no scars on both legs. It is like snow jade, and all of this is thanks to Yi Fei. Luo Weiyu's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Fei, recalling the two people's first meeting. Because of an accident, he helped himself drive away a few punks. After that, like fate, he chose a pot of his two favorite orchids. And he treated himself for leg injuries equals. Later, the hospital hugged her to the toilet, followed by a playground and fireworks. The bits and pieces of the two people getting along, from the first acquaintance to the present. Scenes of admiration flashed through her mind like a movie. Luo Weiyu has always been a strong, optimistic and sunny girl. The car accident was so tragic that it not only took the lives of her parents but also injured her legs. Chair and crutches. For the next few years, Luo Weiyu has been living a strong and hard life, although she felt relieved. But there are regrets and envy. Regrettably, she may always only be able to stand on her legs, and envy those normal people who can live a normal life. For Luo Weiyu, being able to walk normally is Motaya's happiness. She gave up hope for a while, but at this critical moment, Yi Fei stood up, dispelling her shadows over the years like sunshine. I don't know when, Luo Weiyu's heart is full of this man's figure. I think it is him. Regardless of Luo Weiyu's appearance is gentle and pleasant, but Yi Fei knows that Luo Weiyu's personality is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. 2-8 things she believes, absolutely. The pair will stick to the end. She determined that it was Yi Fei. Luo Weiyu mustered up the courage to and walked to Yi Fei's side. Luo Weiyu lifted her calf, placed it in front of Yi Fei, and whispered, look, there are really no scars anymore. The potion you used is very good. Effect. Yi Fei looked at Luo Weiyu's jade-like calf was indeed as delicate as mud and fat and white jade, without any scars. Luo 160. Weiyu's leg injury has recovered very well. Yeah, it is really recovering well. It is better than I thought, Yi Fei also said. Luo Weiyu raised her head and looked at Yi Fei. She lifted her leg gently and placed it on Yi Fei's knee. She mustered up the courage to say the last sentence you. It is not about my legs. Would it look good if they had no scars now? They are yours now. They are yours. This is when Luo Weiyu finished speaking, she blushed and lowered her head. Yi Fei was so excited when he heard it, he no longer hesitated. He picked up Luo Weiyu. Early the next morning, Yi Fei woke up from a deep sleep, and there was a light scent by the pillow, like the scent of orchids. There is no one by the pillow, but the fragrance always lingers. Not only the scent of orchids, but also the scent of food comes from the kitchen. Yi Fei checked the time and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. There was a busy figure in the kitchen. Kai Fei walked out of the room to look, and saw Luo Weiyu busy in the kitchen. Yi Fei felt very warm when he saw this scene, and his mood calmed down. Chapter 124 by Ruoxi's invitation. Yi Fei looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. Luo Weiyu was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, and she even hummed a little song. Her voice was very beautiful. Light and sweet. Yi Fei smiled and walked towards Luo Weiyu. Luo Weiyu's breakfast is red bean and barley porridge, fried rice noodles with lean meat, and a standard Chinese breakfast. Red bean dong mee porridge is light and clear. The aroma comes out, and the fried rice noodles are even more fragrant. Yi Fei was a little surprised. I didn't expect Luo Weiyu to have a good cooking skill. I saw Luo Weiyu in the kitchen making the fried noodles and came by myself taste the taste with chopsticks, and it tastes good when I eat it in my mouth. She was more happy than a sign of victory. This girl won. Yi Fei smiled. He only felt that the scene in front of him was particularly warm, and he hugged Luo Weiyu directly behind her. Luo Weiyu didn't realize that Yi Fei was suddenly attacked by Yi Fei. First his body became stiff, and then it softened quickly. Get up so early to be a cook, not much rest yesterday, there was no one to do. Yi Fei asked concerned. Thinking of last night, Luo Weiyu's cheeks blushed. Luo Weiyu leaned in Yi Fei's arms and whispered, I want you to taste the breakfast I made. Yi Fei. But Yi Fei said in his mouth, I like last night's supper better than breakfast. Yi Fei's words this time meant something. Hearing Yi Fei's words night supper, Luo Weiyu suddenly thought of last night. His face blushed. What she was about to say, suddenly exclaimed, my porridge. Luo Weiyu is still cooking porridge. She opened the casserole look, and found that the porridge was already sticky. She wrinkled her delicate face and said, I forgot to turn off the fire just now. You can only add water. Then Luo Weiyu blushed and drove Yi Fei out of the kitchen, not allowing Yi Fei to disturb her. Upon seeing this, Yi Fei shrugged and could only sit at the table and wait for breakfast. Not long after, Luo Weiyu came out carrying breakfast, red bean and barley porridge and lean pork fried noodles, and 2 cups of incense made by Luo Weiyu himself. Banana milk. Try it. Luo Weiyu held his chin in both hands and looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Yi Fei nodded, and he tasted it unceremoniously. The red bean and barley porridge is light and sweet, and the taste is good. Not to mention the fried rice noodles. The color is bright, the taste is great, and the banana milk is also delicious. Luo Weiyu's cooking skills really surprised Yi Fei, and she didn't expect Ms. Luo to straighten up her potential as a chef. Luo Weiyu was holding her delicate chin, and Yi Fei was eating very fragrant silkworms, and her heart was also sweet. Actually, Yi Fei helped. After she completed her wish to go to the playground, Luo Weiyu had a new wish in her heart. Her new wish is to make breakfast for Yi Fei. She hopes that Yi Fei can eat her own breakfast when she wakes up. For this reason, Luo Weiyu forcibly endured the discomfort of last night. Got up early to make breakfast for Yi Fei and watched Yi Fei gobble it up. Luo Weiyu's eyes showed joy. You eat too, don't just look at me. Tu Fei also served Luo Weiyu a bowl of porridge. Yeah, Luo Weiyu smiled sweetly. She also started to eat breakfast. She was busy early. I was hungry a long time ago. After breakfast, although Luo Weiyu was still a little unwell, she still had to go to work in the flower shop. Although Luo Weiyu and Yi Fei, there has been a substantial breakthrough in the relationship, but Luo Weiyu did not cling to Yi Fei. For Luo Weiyu, she likes Yi Fei, but she also wants to do her own thing and run that small flower shop. To this, Yi Fei understood Luo Weiyu very well. Yi Fei didn't regard the woman next to him as a vase, especially a girl like Luo Weiyu who was soft and strong inside. For Luo Weiyu's decided, Yi Fei still appreciates it. Luo Weiyu went to the flower shop. Yi Fei looked at the empty villa, a little bit idle. Yi Fei stayed in the villa for a while. His cell phone rang suddenly. Looking at the phone, Yi Fei was a little surprised. Because the caller ID is Bai Ruoxi. Bai Ruoxi, who is too busy, has time to call herself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fei's mouth. In fact, the intersection between him and this Yandity equals Bai Fumei is not much, but the two Because of the existence of that I-disc, the relationship becomes special and delicate. Ms. Bai. Yifei answered the phone. Yifei, are you free this morning? Bai Ruoxi's ethereal and pleasant voice came over the phone. What's up? I'm free today, and it happened to be listening to a piano concert at Yandu Conservatory of Music. The president of Yandu Conservatory of Music found me and he asked me. Invite you to go to Music Taishui to participate in a music exchange meeting. Principal Zheng has admired you for a long time. Bai Ruoxi smiled lightly. Yandu Music is too invited. Last time at the Shanghai Dream restaurant, Yifei met a Yandu Conservatory of Music student who also said about the piano music played by Yifei. Adelina by the water made a sensation at the Yandu Conservatory of Music forum. Yifei is now the male asterisk in the hearts of young girls at Yunjing University of Music. Yifei said in surprise, music exchange. Yes, and there are several domestic piano masters at the scene. They are looking forward to you. Second, they want you to participate in the music exchange. Stream will. Bai Ruoxi smiled and said, if you refuse me, then President Zheng will have to call you in person. Okay then, Yifei agreed. If you have nothing to do, you should go to relax. Principal Zheng of Yandu Music Academy is very well connected in the entire Yandu area. The education and music circles are highly respected and respected by others. Yifei should also give face to the kind invitation. Yifei hung up Bai Ruoxi's phone, changed into a black suit, wore a Patek Philippe star watch and drove the Bentley. Go to the University of Music. Yandu Music Taishui is the highest school of music in China, and many singers and stars in Yangwang country have gone out of this school. When I arrived at the auditorium of the University of Music Nordest, I saw someone waiting there long ago. It was a female assistant by Bai Ruoxi. The auditorium of the Taishui School of Music is enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 students. At this time, there are not enough people, but there are also many students seated. Bai Ruoxi's female assistant invited Yifei to the front row seat, who was also beside Bai Ruoxi. When Bai Ruoxi saw Yifei coming, she smiled. Today, Bai Ruoxi is wearing a plain white, light-colored professional suit, cut out. Exquisite and decent, she just light makeup. But the face is beautiful and moving, the skin is white and red, beautiful as water. You can count it. Bai Ruoxi smiled at Yifei, her eyes were bright and energetic, like stars in the sky. Chapter 125 He is the male god. Yifei sat beside Bai Ruoxi, and a faint fragrance came. Yifei said, Ms. Bai, are you so free today? Yifei was a little surprised that Bai Ruoxi would be in Yandu Conservatory of Music. After all, Bai Ruoxi is too busy, she has to deal with Bai Ruoxi. The trivial affairs of the family group were about as busy as Yifei's father and mother. Stealing the floating cow for half a day. It just happens that there's a concert at the University of Music, so come and relax. Bai Ruoxi said quietly. When Bai Ruoxi is not working, he likes to listen to piano music to relax. Sincerely relieve the pressure. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi had a brief chat. At this moment, the person sitting on the other side of Bai Ruoxi took the initiative to say hello to Tu Fei. With a big smile, Mr. Yi, I've been looking up for a long time. Name, I am very glad to invite you this time. This person is an old man in his 60s with a gentle appearance and sparse gray hair. He took the initiative to greet Yifei with a handshake. Bai Ruoxi introduced to Yifei, Yifei, this is President Zheng of the University of Music. This person is Zheng Heping, the principal of Music Taishui. Zheng Heping is in his 60s this year. As the president of the University of Music, he is very prestigious in the music and education circles. Hello, President Zheng. Yifei smiled and shook hands with Zheng Heping. After the 2073 shook hands, Principal Zheng smiled and sighed. Yi Xiaoniu really is a talented person, your Alley by the Water. Not can be called a classic piano song, and that song Moonlight is also shocking to the heavens. Your piano level is the youngest in the country. Piano master, Principal Zheng is to acclaim. Have you ever heard that Moonlight? Yifei was a little surprised. He only played this piece once, at the last dinner held by Bai. Principal Zheng smiled, of course I have heard it. Ms. Bai recommended this song to me. Yifei knew it. It seems that someone recorded his Moonlight at the last dinner. Then Bai Ruoxi recommended to be. Principal Zheng laughed and said, in our school forum, many students regard you as an idol, Mr. Yi. Today, Yi Xian. It just so happens that our school has a music exchange meeting. We invited several well-known music masters in China. I don't know if I can let Yi. Sir, can you also serve as a guest to have a musical exchange with the students? Principal Zheng obviously attached great importance to Yifei's arrival, not because of Yifei's status as the heir to the Yi family, but because of Yifei's steel. Piano level of tact. Principal Zheng carefully watched Yifei's two piano performances. Both Adelina by the Water and Moonlight have been released in video. After watching these two piano videos, Principal Zheng admired Yifei's gangstay, not just Principal Zheng, including Yan Jing. Some music professors at the University of Music were amazed at Yifei's piano level. Since Principal Zheng is invited, it is better to be respectful. Yifei said, but the time is in a hurry, I am afraid I can only say casually. How many days? Okay, I didn't think about it well this time, I will invite Mr. Yi in a more grand way next time. Principal Zheng heard Yifei promised. It is even more exciting. Bai Ruoxi also had some expectations in her heart. Maybe you can hear Yifei playing the piano again today. Yifei and Principal Zheng exchanged a few words. With the passage of time, more and more students are seated in the auditorium of Yandu Music Academy. In a blink of an eye they are already full of seats. It seems that today's music exchange meeting is also very popular and valued by the students. When the time was up, the music exchange meeting officially began, and the school hall burst into applause. Principal Zheng walked slowly into the auditorium, and said with a smile, it is a great honor today that our school has invited a domestic piano teacher. Three masters, Ling, Lai Rongsheng and Yifei, came to our school to exchange music. I heard that Lai Rongsheng and Ji Yuling are both domestic piano masters who have been famous for many years. The two are also seated in the front row. Especially Ji Yuling, he is also an old man in his 50s and the most famous piano master in China. When he was young, Ji Yulingju won the International Piano Award, highly respected in the country, CAE. And Lai Rongsheng, who is in his 30s, is in his prime, and he is also a well-known pianist in China. Of course he is better than Ji Yuling. It is a lot inferior. Needless to say Yifei. When President Zheng mentioned Yifei's name, there was a commotion in the school hall. Many students, especially the girls, exclaimed and screamed, and then looked for Yifei everywhere. Yifei's popularity in the University of Music is extremely high. Hi, I have become the male asterisk of the girls who are too educated in music. After all, Yifei is handsome and talented, and it was also revealed that it was Ye's collection. The son of the regiment. It is not unusual to be able to play the piano. It is very rare to be proficient in piano playing. Not only can he play the piano proficiently and look handsome, he is also a tall and handsome man, and his temperament is even more elegant and mysterious. These levels satisfy all the fantasies of the other half of the music college girls. Of course Yifei became their male god. Yifei never thought that he was so popular in the University of Music. Yifei wanted to say a few words at this music exchange meeting. It seems impossible now. Bai Ruoxi heard the exclamation and screams all over the room, and she whispered to herself for a while, sure enough, being handsome is welcome. What did you say? Yifei did not hear clearly because of the noisy voice at the scene. Nothing, looking forward to your performance in a while. Bai Ruoxi Qianshan equals laughed. Yifei shrugged, he knew that Bai Ruoxi liked piano very much. The previous song Moonlight has surprised her beautiful, she also. I want to know Yifei. Yifei knew that Bai Ruoxi was very interested in piano music, and the intersection between the two was born. This time Bai Ruoxi invited him, and also. I kind of want to listen to Yifei's piano music from Qin. On the stage, the two piano masters Ji Yudu and Lai Rongsheng were already ready, especially Ji Yuling. Qin theory, and then communicate with the students. Ji Yuling talked a lot about the basic theory of piano, and also talked about some piano skills, which aroused the great enthusiasm of the students on site. After Ji Yuling finished speaking, Lai Rongsheng, the master steelser, also came on stage. He played very brilliantly equals difficult piano music, straight. The connection drew the atmosphere of the audience and aroused bursts of applause from the audience. After the other two great piano masters took the stage, it was finally Yifei's turn. Chapter 126 Four Skills Are Surprised. Principal Zheng stood on the stage and proactively introduced to the students. Next, I will ask Yifei to come on stage and do piano exchanges with the students. Lu, Mr. Yi recently played Qin as Adelina by the Water and Moonlight, both of which can be called golden tunes. There was thunderous applause on the stage, and the students showed great enthusiasm and expectation to Yifei. Yifei slowly walked onto the stage and sat on the bench in the center of the stage. Yifei wore a suit and had a long body, a handsome man. There was a scream from the audience at the right time. Yifei is not only handsome, but his temperament is also elegant. The master is like the sky, the son of the sun is Weshhuang. Bai Ruoxi was also in the audience, seeing this scene, showing appreciation. At the same time, Yifei also saw many students picking up mobile phones and cameras to take photos and record videos. This is also Yifei Gao. A manifestation of high popularity. Yifei sat on the bench with a curved mouth, saying, actually, the two piano masters, Master Ji Yu and Master Lai, have already. I have talked a lot about piano skills and inspirations, but I don't know what to talk with you, so just feel free to ask questions. Ting Yefei. These students suddenly became excited. Especially some of the students in the front row raised their hands one after another, asking for a question about Jian Yifei. Yifei thought for a while, he ordered a girl in the front row and asked the girl to ask questions. This girl looks good, she is one. Innocent little beauty, with a face value of 60 points. The female cows of the Conservatory of Music are generally good looking. This girl was called by Yifei to ask a question. She was very excited, blinked and asked too boldly, Mr. Yi, the question I want to ask is. Do you have a girlfriend now? Puff. This question was caught off guard, and Yifei was slightly startled, and then laughed lewdly. Why this time Yifei said with a smile, because if you don't have a girlfriend, I have a chance. The girl was too daring, half joking and half serious. The scene roared with laughter. There was a lot of laughter. Yifei smiled slightly and said, let us talk about the problem of music, next equals 1. Please come, the student in the third row from the left. Answer the questions. This time I changed a boy, and the boy asked, Mr. Yi, I have never heard you play Qin's piano, but you. The piano pieces I played in the last two videos are all famous pieces by Shang Jian. I would like to ask if you have any secret to composing piano pieces. Yifei motioned to the male classmate to sit down and smiled. Actually, I don't have a secret to playing Fenggang CQ. There will be a melody in the sea. Bai Ruoxi sat under the stage, her cheeks were white and delicate, her eyes were like stars, and she looked even more moving. Bai Ruoxi will look. The focus is on Yifei. She is very interested in music, especially piano. And against Yifei as Nashi Indian Soul, Adelina by the Water and. After all, no matter which of these two songs the first, they are regarded as real classics. How did Yifei create such a famous song? Bai Ruoxi wanted to hear Yifei's answer. Who knew Yifei actually said that he had no secret to composing piano music, but it sounded like luck. Okay, just a flash of inspiration, a melody is born in my mind. Students at the scene, people like Bai Ruoxi and Principal Zheng were all surprised and suspicious. At this moment, Ji Yuling in the front row suddenly raised his hand. 331. As soon as Yifei's heart moved, he asked Ji Yudu to ask questions. As the Taishan Beidou of the domestic piano industry, Ji Yuling's status is self-evident. I saw Ji Yuling slowly get up, and then said he. Sir, I have heard two of your songs in the video, they are indeed classics, but the sound effects of the video and the live sound are very different. I wonder if you can play Qin section for us on the spot. Listening to Ji Yuling's words, the screams at the scene were even louder. As a top music master, Ji Yuling loves piano very much, especially Yifei's piano music. He also likes it very much, and I really want to listen to the live version. There is a grand piano on the stage, although it is not the top piano of Steinway. But it is also pretty good. Seeing that Ji Yuling and the students in the audience were all looking forward to their faces, Yifei said, since Taishi Ji Yu speaks, then I will play a short paragraph. Bar. The students screamed and applauded, and stopped briefly after a while. Bai Ruoxi was also supporting his chin, looking at the radiant man on the stage in front of him. Yifei sat on the stilt bench, his eyes closed slightly, as if he was brewing emotions. Upon seeing this, the surroundings seemed to be drawn away by the air, and it became very quiet. Nearly 1,000 students in the audience did not speak. Hold your breath, lest you disturb Yifei. After a while, Yifei opened his eyes. While opening his eyes, I only saw Yifei's 10 fingers on the piano keys, his slender fingers moved gently, equals the twisting of the fingers was beautiful. Then the law sounded. The clear and beautiful piano sound caught the ears of every music student on the scene. The nearly 1,000 students sitting in the Tai auditorium on the spot are all high-achieving students of music, and they have all the ability to appreciate the piano. Not trivial. There are also Bai Ruoxi, Ji Yuling, Principal Zheng and others, not to mention. Yifei played Adelina by the Water, accompanied by the pouring out of this piano music, and immediately let everyone on the scene listen to it. Everyone is utterly intoxicated. It sounds good. Because of the advanced piano skills given by the system, Yifei's piano is extremely amazing. The perfect fusion of the first golden song. The audience was immersed and amazed. Yifei didn't play everything. He only played a short section, but it was also attractive enough. When Yifei finished playing Qin, there was thunderous applause, and applause swept the auditorium. After Yifei played Qin, Ji Yuling stood up and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Yi, after listening to your live piano music, you can compare. The frequency is even more shocking. It seems that there's really another piano master in China, who is really a young genius. Ji Yudu has an extraordinary position in the piano world, and if he can say that, it can be seen that he admires Yifei's famous song. Yifei smiled modestly and was polite on the stage for several days. At this time, Yifei caught a glimpse of Bai Ruoxi, who was also in admiration. Indeed, Lina, I was inspired again and remembered a melody. Yifei has inspiration again. When Yifei said so, the audience was even more excited. Is this going to be recreated on the spot equals a piano song? Hearing that, Bai Ruoxi's beautiful eyes focused on Yifei's body. Chapter 127. All was shocked. Hearing Yifei's words, the students at the scene couldn't help being very excited. Including Ji Yuling is also slightly startled, and then surprised. What melody is it? Why don't you ask Mr. Yi to play it? Bai Ruoxi was also very curious under the stage. Yifei glanced over everyone's expressions, and noticed the expectant gazes of the students in the auditorium, and Bai Ruoxi's exquisite chin. With a slightly curious look, and more pleasant surprises from several music masters such as Ji Yuling and Principal Zhang. Yifei smiled, sitting on the piano bench with a graceful look. Well, I'll try it out for a while. Yifei sat on the piano bench, and everyone in the auditorium held their breath, waiting to spit Fei to play. The moonlight focal length of thousands of people was fixed on Yifei's body. Vomiting Fei did not rush, and saw his fingers move lightly, and the beautiful 6-2-3 movement followed. Like the sound of the waves of the sea, caught in the ears of everyone on the scene. The piano piece played by Yifei is very special. There is a sad tone in the romance of this piano song, sometimes warm as the wind. Sometimes it is as soft as a rainbow, just like a lover s. Whispering is like a whisper in a dream. The soft piano music is like a stream, like a rainbow, covering every person on the scene. Everyone was stunned by Wei Wei and realized that this is definitely a piece of piano masterpiece level. It is another classic. Needless to say, the music literacy of the students who study music too much, they can certainly hear the classics of this piece. It is not just students. Including the live music masters were all shocked. Yuling stared at Yifei in shock, excitement and surprise. Principal Zheng helped his glasses to conceal the ups and downs in his heart. There are other senior teachers and professors who study music too much, and they are all shocked by this. This melody circulated in everyone's mind at the scene, and they were all intoxicated with the ups and downs of this melody. The piano sound is as clear as crystal, as clear as a stream, as clean as a lake, as mysterious and attractive as a starry sky. This piece of piano music is romantic to the extreme. Yifei's 10 fingers dance like a dance, and the rhythm are all natural, just like breathing. Play this classic piano piece. Yifei's piano title is. Undoubtedly, this is a golden level piano music, an absolute classic handed down. In an instant, everyone was shocked by this song The Wedding in a Dream, and they remembered Yifei's picking just now in their minds. What I said during the interview actually, I don't have a secret to playing Gensel. Sometimes when the light flashes, a melody will be born in my mind. Yifei is composing and playing piano music live. Sure enough, as he said, sometimes there will be a melody in the mind of Aura. It turns out that there's really a genius in this world. The audience was shocked and immersed in the piano song The Wedding in a Dream. The same is true for Bai Ruoxi. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her nose was erect and beautiful, and her lips were moist and moving. Her small mouth was slightly Zhang, showing the surprise in his heart at this moment. So far, Yifei has played 3 piano pieces. They did not hesitate to applaud, and the applause sounded like thunder, and they almost overturned the roof of this auditorium. Bai Ruoxi's piano level is good, and Yugan often listens to piano music, and her appreciation ability is even more top-notch. Bai Ruoxi, of course. It can be judged that Yifei's The Wedding in a Dream is a golden song. Bai Ruoxi's eyes suddenly shined brightly. Then she closed her eyes tightly and was immersed in the music. The melody of The Wedding in a Dream enveloped everyone on the scene, and every audience was shocked when they heard the piano music. Various emotions flooded the auditorium, overflowing in everyone's heart. Dreamlike movement. Yifei's fingers are like elves, and beautiful notes flow from his fingertips, infecting everyone. After a while, this romantic piano piece with a little bit of sentimentality and sadness finally ended. There was a moment of silence in the auditorium. After the silence, there was thunderous applause from the audience. The applause burst out like a tide. The students, professors, and music masters at the scene wait for these people. All of them were given the piano music composed by Tu Fei on the spot. Conquered up tact. They did not hesitate to applaud, and the applause sounded like thunder, and they almost overturned the roof of this auditorium. Many students also took out their mobile phones and cameras to take videos to record this precious moment. They actually witnessed the birth of the first piano song. Yifei's hand stopped. At the end of the melody, Yifei stood up gracefully, leaned slightly, and politely bowed to the crowd in response to their warm palms. After a long time, the wave of applause stopped for a while. Everyone at the scene individuals felt a deep shock, and they gradually eased their minds. Music master Ji Yuling stood up, and he stared at Yifei. His expression was more excited than before. Mr. Tu, this song is yours. Created. Yes, Yifei nodded. Ji Yuling took a deep breath, dared to ask Mr. Yi, what is the name of this song? This piano piece is called The Wedding in a Dream. Yifei smiled slightly. The Wedding in a Dream. Sitting under the stage, all the listeners couldn't help but touch. Especially the female students were even more moved by this song, which turned out to be called. I believe that every girl has ever dreamed about the wedding of her dreams, and dreamed about the palace of the wedding. Therefore when I heard this song The Wedding in a Dream, will be particularly emotional. The same goes for Bai Ruoxi. Yifei glanced at Bai Ruoxi under the stage. Sure enough, seeing Bai Ruoxi's starry eyes closed slightly, he seemed to be immersed in the movement just now. Then she slightly opened the pair of stars like stars. Her expression was faint, but her eyes gradually softened. This song obviously moved her too. Chapter 128. This man is too mysterious. Yifei was on the stage, and he was so radiant at the moment, and everyone was watching the moon. When Yifei said the name of the piano music was The Wedding in a Dream, there was another commotion at the scene. The piano master Ji Yuling was full of sincere admiration and said with emotion, only with this song The Wedding in a Dream. You are enough to be called a great piano teacher, not to mention Adelina by the water. You deserve the name of a great teacher. There are more piano masters in our country. Ji Yuling admired again and again. Ji Yuling's words made the scene boil again. Many students couldn't help but applaud. Ji Yuling is one of the most respected predecessors in the piano industry, and what he said can definitely have the effect of 2 hammers. He said that Yifei is a piano master. No one in the music industry dares to question. What's more, there's Yifei's excellent piano music is a masterpiece. Who can question? Not to mention everyone at the scene. After witnessing Yifei's piano music, everyone was a sensation along with Yifei. Conquered. Principal Zheng also got up and smiled and said 251, sure enough, there's a genius in this world. Just now, I heard Mr. Yi say that he makes music. Relying on accidental inspiration flash. I still have some doubts, and now I can only convince. There was another kind of laughter from the audience. Principal Zheng is right. Yifei's piano talent. These students were deeply amazed. Hearing Principal Jung's ridicule, Yifei smiled and said, everyone as praise is too good. I just have occasional inspiration. If you praise me, I will. Proud, Principal Jung and Ji Yuling looked at each other and smiled. The two finally did not continue to praise Yifei. Yifei walked off the stage and sat next to Bai Ruoxi under the gaze of everyone. Principal Jung stepped onto the stage and continued to preside over this music exchange meeting. The hosting of this music exchange meeting was nearing completion. Because of Yifei's existence, this music exchange meeting was very complete, and everyone was too satisfied. Principal Jung was speaking on stage, but Bai Ruoxi took the initiative to chat with Tufei. Bai Ruoxi's eyes were like water in a low voice. The steel song is also beyond my expectation. I stand on the stage of the wedding in a dream. Many people were moved by your song. The song and movement of the wedding in a dream is not only romantic but also expresses sadness and melancholy. It is indeed very easy to move people. Especially women. Does that move you? Yifei asked back. Bai Ruoxi said nothing. This song, which woman has never imagined a future marriage new? Novel. Bai Ruoxi's heart is not as calm as she is on the surface. Of course, she has also fantasized about being out, dreaming about love and marriage. But this is just a fantasy to her. In the past few years, the Bai Ruoxi's people have supported the Bai family's business. They have been busy from morning to night almost every day. Look at corporate reports and financial statements. LO6. She grew from an ignorant girl to the Palm Energy 93Z of the Bai family, which is more than just talent. There is no talent, only sweat and hard work. The busy time made her have no time to think about the love of her children at all. Yifei, this song, the wedding, it has her recent addition to Moonlight. Hear the most moving movement. And this also touched Bai Ruoxi even more. Although she was silent, she finally dropped 7 stones in the lake of mind, enough to cause ripples. Soon, this music exchange meeting was over. Yifei has undoubtedly become the most eye-catching existence. Even the two piano masters Ji Yuling and Lai Rongsheng are also on the scene, but here he cannot cover Yifei's life. Even after the exchange meeting, many girls took the initiative to step forward and wanted Yifei's signature. This is simply star treatment. Of course, Yifei is not interested in becoming a star. But it is foreseeable that Tufei played the song A Wedding in a Dream this time. Son, it will definitely make him famous. Bai Ruoxi looked at Yifei. Yifei is now extremely mysterious in her heart. Every time she sees Yifei, this man seems to give her attention. Unexpected surprise. How many secrets are there in this man? End of music exchange 2. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi walked side by side on the campus of Taishui Music. The campus of Taishui Music is very beautiful. There are buildings, sculptures, and there is music that can be heard everywhere, full of artistic atmosphere. Yifei and Bai Ruoxi walked side by side on the campus. Bai Ruoxi asked her assistant secretary to leave first. The students on campus secretly looked up at Yifei and Bai Ruoxi. The boys are all watching Bai Ruoxi, and the girls are all watching Yifei secretly. And Bai Ruoxi looked at the scenery on the campus, said with a light smile, I really miss the campus life, it is the easiest to think about it now. For a while, when Bai Ruoxi was in college, her father was still alive and there was no accident. It was indeed the happiest and most relaxing time for Bai Ruoxi. Yifei said, thanks to you, the affairs of the Bai family over the years have not been easy. Don't you talk about it. Bai Ruoxi whispered, the clues in the 0331 disc you gave me last time, I have already investigated. There are some crescent moons now. Bai Ruoxi's words moved Yifei's heart. Bai Ruoxi really has a resolute character. How could she have eyebrows and clues so quickly? What is the specific situation? To Yifei asked immediately. The basis of cooperation between him and Bai Ruoxi is because of this USB flash drive. Of course, Yifei should take it seriously. According to the clues provided by your USB flash drive, I already know the cause of my father's death and the organization that killed my father, Bai Ruoxi whispered. Bai Ruoxi found Yifei today. One aspect is to listen to piano music, and more importantly, for this. Bai Ruoxi's father died very strangely. This is also the biggest hindrance in Bai Ruoxi's heart. She must find out the truth of the year. Chapter 131. The appearance of Yifei made Chen Luo extremely gloomy. Why is there him everywhere? In Chen Luo's eyes, Yifei was simply holding back his soul. Since Chen Luo came to Yandu, almost everything he has encountered has been unable to circumvent this Yifei. The two are simply natural enemies, and they are born on a narrow road. Chen Luo stared at Yifei closely. He burst out various negative emotions and burned with anger. He placed one hand behind him, his fists clenched, and his joints were flaring. White. Chen Luo suppressed his emotions. Keep reminding himself that this is in front of Bai Ruoxi, he can act recklessly. Yifei had a leisurely look, his expression was calm, and he said to Chen Luo, it turned out to be President Chen. It is a coincidence. Let us meet again. The moment Yifei appeared, the beauties all around subconsciously focused the light on Yifei's body, and they couldn't move their eyes. Ns. Chen Luo looks handsome and looks pretty good. But compared with Yifei, he was directly killed by spite. What is more, Yifei's temperament is even more unspeakable, although Yifei doesn't wear Armani and Givenchy brand names like Chen Luo equals. Brand, but it shows more temperament, which is by no means comparable to that of Nouveau Riche. The beauties around are a bit idiots, and the focus of the light is on Yifei's body. Chen Luo looked at Yifei coldly with dark eyes. Yi Gongzi seems to be very cool recently. Chen Luo noticed that Bai Ruoxi had walked out of Yifei's car. This made Chen Luo jealous. Why did he know everything? The top beauties are all related to Yifei. Su Qingzu, Mu Zijin, Bai Ruoxi. Thinking of this, the fire of jealousy in Chen Luo's heart burned wildly. I am not as cool as Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has done a lot of business recently. Your Golden Bee fan press conference was broadcast live. I pay attention all the time, Yifei said with a smile. Yifei's words made Chen Luo's face black. Even the surface calm could not be maintained. Yifei's words are simply poking Chen Luo's heart. Hit someone or not face? His face was extremely embarrassed. He thought of the tragedy released by the Golden Bee powder and the horror of the Zhang Feifei scandal. Me and impact. Looking at Yifei's playful look in front of him, Chen Luo can almost conclude that Zhang Feifei's scandal is the ghost of Yifei in front of him. Uptack. It really is him. Chen Luo had speculated before, and now Yifei came meeting mentioned the live broadcast scandal, which directly confirmed his speculation. This live broadcast scandal caused Chen Luo a heavy loss. Chen Luo not only spent a lot of manpower and material resources, but also spent a lot of money to sign Zhang Feifei at 3 times the market price. But as a result, the scandal broke out, and all his money was squandered. More than that, his plan was completely damaged and had a great impact. Mailing International is still in a slump, the market of Golden Bee powder. The field was completely snatched by Hongyan Company. His invisible loss, at least hundreds of millions of them. After all, Golden Bee powder completely occupied the advantage at the beginning. If Golden Bee powder can occupy the market of cosmetics and skincare products, it will definitely make Chen Luo's wealth roll. Chen Luo's face was pale. Anger burst into his eyes. If it wasn't for the scruples that Bai Ruoxi was in front of him, he might do something to Yifei. Although Yifei's expression was faint, Chen Luo could clearly perceive Yifei's contempt and ridicule, which made Chen Luo's mentality even more collapsed. Seeing Chen Luo's complexion, but desperately suppressing his anger, Yifei felt more comfortable. Chen Luo's face was green and his facial expressions were very exciting. And more importantly, Chen Luo had to restrain his anger because he was scrupulous and Bai Ruoxi was on the sidelines, keeping what he called the win. Cool. Looking at Chen Luo's anger, she wanted to swallow Yi Fisheng alive, but with helplessness, Yifei's mouth became more and more smiling. Relax, I really want to thank Mr. Chen for letting me watch equals a good show for free. Yigong Chen Luo gritted his teeth and called Yifei's name directly. Yi Fei didn't say much, but his expression and demeanor directly pierced Chen Luo, making Chen Luo's face full of obstruction. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi also spoke softly from the side. I also watched the live broadcast of President Chen. It was indeed exciting. Bai Ruoxi did watch the live broadcast, mainly because Zhang Feifei occupied the top rankings of major communication software and forums for 2 days. Headlines, it's hard not to pay attention. Bai Ruoxi's words say, suddenly caused a crit on Chen Luo. Bai Ruoxi's words were more effective than Yifei mocking Chen Luo. Better. Ask for flowers. Chen Luo's expression became more gloomy. He was very aggrieved. It is because of Yifei K. He has become a laughingstock. The entire Yandu business circle took this as a joke, even Bai Ruoxi knew it. Chen Luo noticed that Bai Ruoxi's eyes were looking at him, but there was no appreciation in those clear eyes, but a faintness. Disgust. After knowing what Chen Luo had done, Bai Ruoxi had a bad sense of Chen Luo. Bai Ruoxi is a strong businesswoman, she is well versed in the rules of shopping malls. She also heard about the commercial battle between Chen Luo and Hangyan Company. Chen Luo did not hesitate to poach the spokesperson of a competing company, and also used the collusion with the Lei family to pressure Sue's behavior, which is disgusting. Chen Luo used the 3 indiscriminate method. After thinking of this, Bai Ruoxi felt even more unfavorable towards him. I really want to thank Mr. Chen. If you hadn't poached Zhang Feifei, I am afraid that the Su group would still be trapped in the fishing vessel vortex. I heard that Chen always spent 3 times the expensive price to dig out the claw. Feifei, I admire this kind of self-sacrificing and fulfilling the spiritual value of others. It is really self-sacrificing. Yifei chuckled, and even gave Yifei a thumbs up. Of course, Yifei deliberately angered Chen Luo. Although this kind of agitation may seem simple, it works very well. Chen Luo is a man who must be retributable to his character, with a very small heart. When has he been ridiculed by this kind of ridicule? Chen Luo couldn't hold his breath right now. When Chen Luo heard this, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was about to be furious. Especially Bai Ruoxi, a peerless beauty, is still watching. The reason why men fight is largely because of women. Chen Luo stared at Yifei fiercely. He couldn't restrain the impulse of anger at all, and he finally did something to Yifei. In an instant, Chen Luo made a bold move. Chapter 132 I am ruthless than you. Chen Luo finally couldn't bear to do it. Yifei was waiting for this moment. Only seeing Chen Luo take a step, he slammed his hand, equals punch out, this fist sank vigorously, accompanied by a slight sinking of his body. As fast as a gust of wind, and like an electric flash, it rushes directly to Yifei's facade. Since Lei Haoran had sent someone from the security company to trouble Yifei and others before, Chen Luo knew that Yifei would go. So Chen Luo didn't have any reservations, and made a heavy hand. Chen Luo was very confident in his own merits. He followed his master Wuxuan medical martial arts since childhood. Since ancient times, medical and martial arts have not separated families. Chen Luo's martial arts level is at least a master of internal strength. Even in the martial arts world, he is also a master in the hall, an ordinary elite soldier. Are not his opponents at all. Chen Luo hit Yifei with a punch. Yifei was waiting for this moment. 5-5 hurts. Yifei of course deliberately used words to provoke Chen Luo. Seeing Chen Luo hit with a punch, Yifei was prepared. He sank slightly, then framed with both hands, blocking Chen Luo's face. Fist. Bang. Chen Luo's fist strength collided with Yifei, and both of them retreated a few steps. Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Luo really shouldn't be underestimated. His fist is as heavy as a heavyweight, powerful, and he has a burst of strength. If you change to an ordinary person. I was knocked down by this punch a long time ago, and I am crippled if I die. Fortunately, Yifei had already prepared, and parried this punch. Chen Luo was quite surprised. Although he knew Yifei could martial arts, he didn't expect Yifei to block his punch. Yifei is so strong one. Chen Luo's face was solemn. Yifei was indeed just an ordinary rich man on the surface. It is not the type who is proficient in martial arts. Exhausted. Although Chen Luo had been prepared, Chen Luo discovered that Yifei's strength was not inferior to him when they played against him. Now that I have started, there's no turning back arrow when I open the bow. Chen Luo's figure moved, he had already shot again. His movements were quick and cruel, and Chen Luo felt cruel in his heart at this time, completely unscrupulous. All this happened so quickly, almost between the electric light and flint, and Chen Luo had already turned to Yifei. Even Bai Ruoxi was required by the scene in front of her. This was the first time she had seen such a scene, but Bai Ruoxi is also used to seeing him. Superwoman in the scene, she calmed down quickly and took a few steps back calmly so as not to be affected. After seeing the strength of Chen Luo and Yifei, Bai Ruoxi realized that if she stayed in place, it would cause Yifei burden. Chen Luo's offensive was even more fierce at this time. Chen Luo is proficient in Chinese martial arts. He punches fiercely. He has the shadow of Xingyiquan and Bajikwan. At the same time, he integrates his own understanding. Makes his boxing very suitable for street fighting. Chen Luo is also a true combat faction. Chen Luo's fist was held by Yifei. He stretched out his right leg, flew up again, kicked and swept towards Yifei. Yifei saw this. He does not evade. Instead, he kicked it out with all his strength, and hit Chen Luo with this kick. Positive. Yifei had made adequate preparations long ago. Knowing that Chen Luo's strength is very high, he has always attached great importance to martial arts. In these days, no matter how busy he is, he will take time to practice martial arts. Whether it is boxing or legging, he is training intensively, coupled with the improvement of system skills. Yifei's strength at this time is absolutely more progress than before one. Bang! Yifei and Chen Luo collided with their legs, only to hear the air bursting, accompanied by a dull sound. The two of them collided. Yifei and Chen Luo almost lost both. All felt the body throbbing pain. Both lose. Chen Luo was in pain. He was bloodshot again. He didn't expect Yifei to be so cruel. He was directly shocked with Chen Luo, who was just facing him. There was even a moment of loss of consciousness. Good chance. But Yifei sensed this gap. He slammed a punch. Yifei sees Chen Luo's stunned moment to endure the injuries on his body and threw a punch. This punch was extremely fierce, and it hit Chen Luo's face directly. Chen Luo realized that it was not good. He leaned back, his left arm hurriedly resisted in front of him, trying to avoid the punch. But Yifei's fists are extremely fast. Click, there was a crisp sound. Although Chen Luo's arm was blocking the face, he still couldn't stop the force of the punch. I saw that Chen Luo's left arm was already strangely twisted, and at the same time his face was scratched, half of his face was completely red, and there was a feint. Chen Luo broke his left arm. His face was also scratched. It has a tendency of redness and swelling. Yifei's punch is so powerful. Actually, Yifei's strength is not stronger than Chen Luo. It is just that Yifei was prepared. He made up his mind from equals to be right. Chen Luo do it. Yifei did not hesitate to exchange injuries. Just Chen Luo from the front. Then Yifei seized this opportunity to directly cause Chen Luo to fracture his left hand and his face was broken. Yifei is no stronger than Chen Luo, but more ruthless than Chen Luo. Chen Luo and Yifei fought almost in an instant, and Chen Luo's injury was not light. Especially for Chen Luo's left hand fracture, even with Chen Luo's own medical skills, it would take at least equals 2 months to fully recuperate and recover up tack. Just moments after Yifei and Chen Luo fought against each other, the security team outside the bias group also moved quickly and stopped in front of Yifei and Chen Luo. After all, this is the gate of the Bai group. Yifei and Chen Luo belong to the Bai group as territory to fight each other. These security team members are responsible for their affairs. Chen Luo held his injured left arm with one hand, and his face was even more swollen, red and swollen. His handsome face was completely disorganized and very embarrassed. Chen Luo has never suffered such a loss since he was a child. He stared at Yifei stubbornly, wishing to swallow Yifei alive. His eyes could almost burst into flames. The security personnel isolated Yifei and Chen Luo from one, and the security captain of the Bai group stood by Bai Ruoxi at 0.8, protecting Bai Ruoxi from injury. And Bai Ruoxi motioned to the security captain to follow her. She walked quickly to Yifei's side and said with concern, "Yifei, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I am not too troubled." Yifei met those clear eyes, and his voice was faint. Although Yifei also had injuries on his body, it was an injury that was just caused by Chen Luo from the front, and it was not serious. In contrast, Chen Luo was really miserable. Chapter 133 Break your arm first. This is the first time Yifei has faced Chen Luo gang. Knowing that Chen Luo's strength value is very high, Yifei didn't keep his hands, he didn't hesitate to replace his injuries with injuries, and Chen Luo's fierce play style made Chen Luo. Unexpectedly, as a result, Chen Luo suffered a big loss. Chen Luo shot fiercely, but I didn't expect Yifei to be more ruthless than him. Grasped the gap in Chen Luo's shot, Yifei hit Chen Luo a surprise. Chen Luo's left hand was fractured and half of his face was swollen. It could be described as a blue nose and a swollen face. That still handsome face became embarrassed and ugly. Chen Luo stared at Yifei fiercely. There was almost fire in his eyes. Chen Luo clenched his right fist, he still wanted to do it. Leaf K. Chen Luo's tone was fierce, and he couldn't care about any demeanor anymore. However, the security of the Bai group did not give Chen Luo a chance, and 7 or 8 security personnel separated Yifei and Chen Luo to prevent the two from fighting again. More than that, there are more security personnel mobilized here. Bai Ruoxi stood beside Yifei. She looked at Yifei with concern and held on to Yifei's arm, worried that Yifei would be injured. 26. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo felt even more jealous. Why is this again? Chen Luo discovered that every time he aimed at a woman as a prey, Yifei would come out to disrupt the situation. Luo Weiyu is so. Mu Zijin is also true, and Bai Ruoxi is even more true. Although Bai Ruoxi doesn't seem to be too intimate with Yifei, it is completely different from the attitude he treated him just now. When Bai Ruoxi treated him just now, he was cold and alienated, and even a little disgusted. When dealing with Yifei, Bai Ruoxi's attitude. Completely different. This made Chen Luo even more hit. Chen Luo stared at Yifei with a bitter expression. And Yifei smiled freely. He said lightly, "Miss Chen is so skilled, if I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have succeeded. Mr. Chen, do you want to be a murderer in the street?" Yifei didn't say a word. He directly slapped Chen Luo as a murderer in the street. Just now, Yifei deliberately angered Chen Luo and deliberately provoked him to let him take action. Because Yifei's knowing that Chen Luo's skill is extraordinary, in fact, the more powerful a person is, the easier it is to violate the prohibition by force. Chen Luo is the same. Therefore, he is narrow-minded and obsessed with retribution. After being provoked by Yifei, he would definitely be unable to resist an act on Yifei. As long as Chen Luo hands one, he fell into Yifei's trap. Chen Luo is the first to do it. Regardless of his motivation, as long as he does it first, he will be at a loss. Yifei's counterattack was a legitimate defense. Chen Luo's expression changed. Of course he would not admit the fact that he committed the crime in the street. "I was itching for a while and wanted to teach you, but you got hurt by Yi Gongzi instead. Yi Gongzi is really amazing, I remember." Chen Luo was subdued on the surface, but threatened in his words. The last time Yifei approached the relevant department to detain Chen Luo for 10 days. This lesson made Chen Luo unforgettable. Chen Luo fears Yifei's old tricks. Re-implement, so he was very cautious. The last time Chen Luo came to Yandu for the first time, he was unfamiliar with the land and suffered a big loss. Now Chen Luo also has a lot of connections and contacts, and Yifei thinks it would be difficult to repeat the old tricks. What is more, when the two played against each other, Chen Luo was injured much more severely than Yifei once it was involved. It was also disadvantageous for Yifei. Chen Luo's eyes were dark, and said, "Young Master Yi, this time I admit that you have a good level of martial arts. Let us see the truth in the future." Having said that, Chen Luo turned around with his arms in his hands, and immediately prepared to open higher. "President Chen is leaving in such a hurry. Actually, your appearance now is much more pleasing to the eye than before. You can only describe it as handsome and handsome. I think someone took pictures and videos just now. Maybe Mr. Chen will be able to see yourself as you are on the Weibo forum tomorrow." Yi. Fei chuckled. Chen Luo's complexion is even more ugly. One half of his face is now swollen into a big-ass head. Extremely ugly up tack. All this is thanks to Yifei. Damn guy. Chen Luo was almost mad by Yifei. Someone really picked up a mobile phone to take pictures just now, if this video is posted on the internet. Although it may not cause too much damage to Chen Luo. Harmful, but absolutely ashamed. Yifei said again, "Also, I advise you to go to the hospital first. After all, you have a fracture in your left hand. I am afraid that you can only drive with one hand." "Oh no. Yes, I forgot Mr. Chen, your medical skills are brilliant. You can heal the wounds on your hands yourself. It is good to know the medical skills and save medical expenses." The irony in Yifei's words was obvious. Chen Luo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, becoming more and more ugly. Yifei, see you next time. Chen Luo looked bitterly equals I, yet he still retains the last point of reason, knowing that he is at a disadvantage no matter what. This is the site of the bias group. Bai Ruoxi showed closeness to Yifei. He and Yifei worked here, and the final result was willing. It must be against him. Although Chen Luo was impulsive, he was not a fool. He returned to the McLaren supercar, slammed on the gas pedal, and drove away. As he left, he glanced at the rearview mirror and stared at Yifei ferociously before driving up the car unwillingly. Chen Luo drove away. Yifei stood in place, squinted and watched Chen Luo leave. Ding, congratulations to the host. Bai Ruoxi's impression of Chen Luo has deteriorated, and his experience value has increased by 100. Ding, congratulations to the host. Forcing Chen Luo to retreat head-on, the experience value increases by 100 points. The sound of two system prompts came, making Yifei feel comfortable. 420. Yifei looked around at this moment. Both Chen Luo and Yifei had extremely high force values. When the two of them started their hands just now, they saw that everyone around them was terrified and retreated. After that, Yuan Gao, Chen Luo and Yifei. Just now, within 10 meters of the match between the two, Bai Ruoxi was the only one. Not far away, some people held out their mobile phones and took videos to record the scene just now. Bai Ruoxi's eyes were bright. She lightly opened Tanko and said, there are many people here, so let us go to my company first. Yifei smiled, wait, first ask who took the video of me and Chen Luo just now.